Chapter 361 Misunderstandings in Thinking. Mathematics is a very magical subject, including Xiao Yu. All scientists in the fleet cannot intuitively understand what kind of existence the fourth dimension is, even if he personally experienced the magic of the fourth dimension in the body of the Taihao creature from the large Magellanic cloud. Xiao Yu still could not understand it. What is the fourth dimension all about? However, through mathematical calculations, Xiao Yu and these scientists can accurately predict the movement trajectory of the small universe they are in the four-dimensional space, and even accurately predict when it will overlap with the big universe and orbit the big universe. What is the period? So far, Xiao Yu's research has achieved breakthroughs. I think our small universe is not completely separated from the big universe, at least not at the four-dimensional level. A scientist thought for a while and issued a command to his terminal. Immediately, three-dimensional projector appeared again, projected two pieces of paper, one large and one small, and continued, just like these two-dimensional universes. At the two-dimensional level, they are undoubtedly separated, but from a three-dimensional perspective, they are in between. There is at least a three-dimensional world connecting them, just like we are separated from the universe. But the two are still connected through the four-dimensional world. That's right, Xiao Yu said. This is easy to understand and very realistic. Then, we may be able to use our method of escaping from the four-dimensional barrier set up by the Taihao civilization again. After all, there is a four-dimensional space within the four-dimensional barrier, and what separates us from the universe is also a four-dimensional space. No, this method is not feasible. The scientist's proposal was immediately refuted. A scientist said, the situation is different. When inside the four-dimensional barrier, at least the two three-dimensional spaces are not separated. One-way material exchange can be carried out between them. And now we have obviously left the big universe. We don't know whether this method can work, but this method is not feasible. Xiao Yu shook his head and said, to make a Klein bottle, we need to influence the internal structure of space through gravity. And we and the universe, the four-dimensional distance is tens of billions of kilometers. When the two universes overlap, the time is only a dozen minutes. The most important thing is that the distance between the two is changing all the time. Therefore, even if this method is feasible, we cannot do it arrive. Yes, we can't be so precise. Klein bottles only work under specific circumstances. Obviously, the current situation is not applicable, another scientist said, looking at the somewhat anxious eyes of the scientist who proposed this method. Xiao Yu comforted him. It doesn't matter. You did a good job. After this proposal was rejected by Xiao Yu, the conference room was silent for a while again until a voice rang out. Another scientist put forward his own idea. This time, the method was even more whimsical. He proposed that Xiao Yu create a miniature black hole and directly penetrate the three-dimensional universe to see what would happen. After this proposal was also rejected by Xiao Yu, another scientist put forward his own idea. Its idea was once again shot down by Xiao Yu. The meeting lasted for 3 hours. But unfortunately, the participating scientists did not put forward even a feasible plan. Even the Luca 3, which Xiao Yu had been looking forward to, did not put forward their own opinions. Hey! Xiao Yu secretly sighed and said, today's meeting is over. Let's go back and have a good rest. We will continue tomorrow. Before Xiao Yu finished speaking, he was interrupted by a voice. I have an idea. Senya seemed determined to give all the participating scientists a greater shock in today's meeting. Xiao Yu not only did not feel angry about this, but was actually looking forward to it. In Xiao Yu's expectant eyes, Senya stood up again. Senya's performance today seems to be different from usual. He is sharp and sharp. Luca number 2 sighed secretly in his heart. Although I have known for a long time that with more and more intelligent creatures under the Master's command, we Luca sooner or later, the status of the Ka clan will be challenged. But I did not expect that the challenge would come so quickly and so fiercely. Luca number 3 and Luca number 4 looked at each other, their eyes full of intriguing looks. The internal management model of our Luca clan must be reformed as soon as possible. Luca number 2 thought secretly in his heart. Although Jason is also quite good, he is only in the Department of Psychological and Social Affairs, and in the Department of Science and Technology. We Luca, the Ka clan, seems to be lacking in successors. After this meeting, it's time to have a detailed discussion with number 3 and number 4. Very well. Senya, tell me your thoughts. Xiao Yu nodded slightly and said, I discovered one thing. Senya said, I discovered that so far, we have all entered into a misunderstanding of thinking. This misunderstanding limits the scope of our thinking and allows us to only go in the wrong direction. Farther. The deeper we think and the deeper we study, the farther we go from the right path. Senya said. This statement is really a bit arrogant. In Senya's statement, there is a sense of, everyone is drunk and I am sober. The whole world is turbid and I am pure. Almost instantly, the scientists in the conference room looked at Senya with something wrong. Even Luca 3 looked at Senya with amusement. Are all scientists thinking wrong? Only you discovered it? Are you saying that you are the best and we are all inferior to you? Well, even if we are not as good as you, what about Master number 3? Where is Master number 4? And where is the owner? Although you are indeed good enough. Even the Master admits this. But you don't have to say it so clearly. Are you slapping us in the face? Xiao Yu believes that all the scientists here should have this idea. The principle that the trees are as beautiful as the trees will be destroyed by the wind is universal among any intelligent group. Although the rest of the intelligent people may not necessarily spread these two sentences, the principles are the same. Obviously, Senya's remarks offended all scientists. Although Senya has a high level of talent, it is limited to science and technology. As for social psychology, it is still a little immature. Xiao Yu secretly thought, but my fleet is not an ordinary intelligent biological group. As long as it can make enough outstanding contributions to me. So what if it offends everyone? After all, the final judgment is in my hands. If I say you are a hero, you are a hero. And you have to be a hero if you are not. So Senya, continue to be arrogant. I am looking forward to you. Senya's statement just now clearly included Xiao Yu. But Xiao Yu was not unhappy at all. Xiao Yu is a very typical scientific madman. When he encounters a scientific problem, the first thing he thinks of is how to solve it, rather than any messy face issues. Xiao Yu's obsession with science has always made him have no time to care about anything else. Otherwise, when he was still in the Earth Age, Xiao Yu would not have made Shinemo sad and left sadly. Very good. What do you think? Xiao Yu looked calm, automatically ignoring the expressions of other scientists, and said to Senya calmly, I find that what we have been thinking about is how to escape from this small universe. Senya said slowly, but why do we want to escape from this small universe? A scientist rolled his eyes and said sarcastically, what if we don't escape? Are we waiting for the arrival of heat death in this small universe? Waiting for the destruction of this small universe? And killing us all together? I am attached to my master and have just enjoyed a stable and beautiful life. I don't want to die. Another scientist said. Xiao Yu discovered that those who made sarcastic remarks were all scientists from the Department of Social Psychology. The scientists from the Department of Science and Technology did not speak, but frowned as if in deep thought. Especially Luca 3. It closed its eyes and leaned back quietly on the chair. Xiao Yu knew that it was thinking rapidly. There was no anger in Xiao Yu's heart, because Xiao Yu knows that Senya is a talent with great potential, and it is absolutely impossible for him to say such words without any purpose. Since it has been said out loud, it means that it must have some ideas of its own. You kid. Sit down quickly. Where is this place? Don't talk nonsense. The social psychology scientist, who is the leader of the second race, is a little anxious. Speaking more broadly, how far the number 2 race can develop in the future will all depend on Senya. Although it is also a very outstanding social psychology scientist. But under the light of Luca 2 and Jason of the Luca tribe, it knows that it will never have a chance to get ahead. His expression of concern for the descendants of his own race made him look a little anxious. In the previous meeting, Senya's performance was eye-catching enough and received high enough praise from Xiao Yu. It was worried that if Senya performed inappropriately, it would create a bad impression on Xiao Yu and put its previous the achievements are erased. Senya smiled slightly and ignored the rebuke from the leader of his race. Its face is full of confidence, and it seems that the truth is already in its hands. As long as it opens its palm and displays the truth, it will receive endless glory and praise. It seems to really have this certainty. Yes, we don't have to escape from this small universe. We don't have to go to great lengths to create a Klein bottle or a miniature black hole. And we won't die. Our thinking has indeed entered a misunderstanding. Chapter 362, Small Universe. Senya is not very old. At least now that life technology is so advanced and any intelligent creature has a lifespan of at least 1,000 years, or even tens of thousands of years. He can only be regarded as a child. Among the scientists who are qualified to participate in this meeting, only Jason from the Luca tribe is younger than him. But Jason is a scientist in the Department of Psychosocial Studies, and belongs to a different aspect from it. Xiao Yu saw many things in Jason at this moment, and confidence and edge were the most obvious things. For a moment, Xiao Yu seemed to see himself in the Earth Age. I was like this when I was in the Earth Age. Xiao Yu sighed secretly. I only have the persistence in my heart. I never looked down on my predecessors. And I only despise the so-called authority. This is not good. I ended up making trouble. The fact that I don't have any friends probably has a lot to do with my character. But it's okay. Young man, being sharp is a good thing. Here, I am the master. Quiet, Xiao Yu said seriously. As these two words were spoken, the conference room immediately fell into silence. Okay, go on. Xiao Yu gestured to Senya. Senya bowed to Xiao Yu gratefully and said, I would like to ask you a question. After using Space 1, a space crack will appear in the three-dimensional universe. So, why did this crack appear later? Will it gradually disappear? Even if there is no material in front of it, and it will not attack any target, it will inevitably disappear. This question is easy to answer, Xiao Yu said, although we are still unable to fully understand the specific mechanism of this process. Through speculation, I think that the space itself has the ability to heal, just like a wound appears on our body. As time goes by, this wound will gradually heal and disappear. Some scientists looked at each other and nodded secretly. What Xiao Yu said was also what they thought. Currently, there is only one explanation for this problem. And this explanation is very reasonable and consistent with the current observed situation. Xiao Yu knew that Senya must have something else to say. The answer to this question is known to all the scientists participating in the meeting. And of course Senya also knows it. By asking this question, it must be trying to elicit something. Luca 3 closed his eyes slightly. Its brain once again entered into rapid operation. It was thinking about what Senya's vision would be. As an authority in the Department of Science and Technology, it must respond to such challenges. Very good. The confidence on Senya's face became more and more intense. And it waved its hand, as if to strengthen its persuasiveness. Through the message from the Tolar civilization, and our own speculation, we all know that what we are currently the small universe here is separated from the big universe. The process of separation, I think, should also be based on the mechanism of Space 1. Then the question arises, why do the cracks in space gradually heal? We are the small universe that came out cannot be integrated with the big universe again? I believe that after thoroughly studying this problem, we will find a way to return to the big universe. Xiao Yu's eyes tightened. This question is indeed critical. Luca 3 suddenly opened its eyes. Apparently, it also understood this problem. It is now certain that the small universe that I am in is revolving around the big universe and often intersects with the big universe. But why can't the small universe I live in be integrated with the big universe? As long as the two are integrated, there is no need to escape from this small universe. Because in this small universe, you are in the big universe. Xiao Yu already understood what Senya wanted to say. But Xiao Yu is still not sure whether this path is the right one. But there is one thing that Xiao Yu has to admit. That is, the path proposed by Senya is indeed one that he has ignored before. Not only did he ignore it, but Luca 3, Luca 4, and all the scientists from the Department of Science and Technology also ignored it. Why do we have to think about escaping from this small universe? Why can't this small universe and the big universe be integrated together in some way? As long as they are integrated together, the small universe will become part of the big universe. And of course, they will return to the big universe. Luca 3 also has his own pride in his heart. However, its loyalty to science made it choose to agree with Senya's opinion. I have to admit that we did ignore this point before. Moreover, there is another benefit in doing so. Choosing to promote the integration of this small universe and the large universe. It is more feasible than opening up the four-dimensional space to escape from this small universe. At least, we don't have to think hard about how to influence the four-dimensional space that we are not familiar with. Xiao Yu glanced at Luca number 3 with some surprise. Luca number 3's performance today was a bit beyond Xiao Yu's expectations. From today on, Xiao Yu got to know Luca number 3 on a deeper level. In the past, in terms of natural science, Luca 3 basically said the same thing. And facts often prove that Luca 3 was right. No one has ever challenged Luca 3. But it happened today. Through this challenge, Xiao Yu also realized the greatness of Luca's number 3 personality. Senya was very threatening to Luca 3. But Luca 3 still chose to stick to the truth. After realizing his negligence, he immediately admitted it without making excuses or suppressing it with the power of his own authority. With such an assistant, why can't I grow stronger? Xiao Yu thought with great satisfaction. At this moment, the big stone in his heart suddenly disappeared, and Xiao Yu was once again full of confidence. Very good. Very good. Xiao Yu nodded slightly and said, Senya, tell me your thoughts completely. Don't be afraid of making mistakes. Making mistakes is the preserve of young people. Even if your idea is wrong, it's also good to provide some reference for everyone and expand their horizons. At this moment, the conference room fell into absolute silence after Luca 3 frankly admitted his negligence. Everyone looked at each other, speechless. Only the leader of race number 2 has a red face and a straight waist. It secretly thought in its heart, Humph. Races number 9 and number 81 still dare to compete with me for the ownership of City 310. After this meeting, let's see if you still dare to compete with me. The space and resources in the homeship spacecraft are not unlimited. And due to differences in location and initial construction environment, different cities are also different in size. Race number 2 had previously been competing with race number 9 and race number 81 for the ownership of City 310 in their home spaceship number 61. The battle for ownership rights has been going on for a long time, and the lawsuit even reached Xiao Yu. However, Xiao Yu did not make a clear judgment and just let them discuss it themselves. Are you kidding me? Are you going to bother me with such a small thing? This was what Xiao Yu was thinking at that time. The other scientists present at the meeting felt a little embarrassed, especially the scientists who had just mocked Senya. But it was obvious that Senya didn't take these things to heart. After hearing Xiao Yu's instructions, Senya continued, The reason why I had this idea was because I was inspired by the effect of space weapons. I think that the difference between space cracks and separated spaces. That's all, Senya said, and issued an instruction to his terminal. Immediately, the three-dimensional projector projected a piece of white paper again. This is a complete two-dimensional universe, Senya said, lightly scratching the paper with his fingers. Immediately, a crack appeared on the white paper. This is what space weapons provide. The damage it causes. After the crack appeared, Xiao Yu keenly discovered that it was gradually shrinking, as if this white paper had the ability to heal on its own. With the healing ability of space itself, this scar is gradually disappearing. After the scar disappeared, Senya stretched out his finger and scratched it again. The difference is that what Senya drew this time was a circle. As a result, this two-dimensional world is completely separated from the original large two-dimensional world. It becomes a piece of reading ability and is separated from the original large world. Senya spread his hands and said, This is the difference between space cracks and separated spaces. It's just a big one and a small one. We who have mastered space weapons actually have such abilities. We only need to modify the space weapons. We also have the ability to cut out a small universe from the small universe we live in. There is a very critical point. The universe is not like a living body. If you cut off the arm, you can't press it on again. I believe that with the healing ability of the universe itself, even if they are completely separated, they will eventually melt it together. It's like two pools of water. Just like this, Senya said calmly. As Senya finished speaking, the cut-out two-dimensional universe gradually merged with the larger two-dimensional universe, becoming indistinguishable from each other, as if the scar had never appeared. This is my speculation, Senya said lightly. We don't have to escape from this small universe. As long as we find out the reason why this small universe cannot merge with the big universe and eliminate it, our small universe will merge with the big universe. We are back in the big universe. It's that simple. Senya, what you said makes sense. Maybe the truth is really what you said. Then, I already have a speculation about the reason why the big universe and the small universe cannot merge. Xiao Yu thought for a while and said, Chapter 363, Senya's Thoughts. Xiao Yu had to admit that Senya's speculation did open a new door, giving Xiao Yu more choices. This is the relationship between thinking habits and thinking blind spots. When a person is imprisoned in a cell and will die if he does not escape, the first thing he probably thinks of is how to escape, to see if the door can be opened, to see if the window can let him pass, and to see if the ground is hard. Is it possible to dig a tunnel out? Among the 10,000 people, I wonder if anyone can think of the idea of directly dismantling the cell and integrating the space inside the cell with the space outside. It seems that subconsciously, people think that it is simpler and more feasible to escape by climbing through the window or digging a tunnel than directly tearing down the cell. But when none of the above methods are feasible, demolishing the cell is the only option. At least at the beginning, Xiao Yu did not think of demolishing the cell. But Senya thought of this. This does not mean that Xiao Yu's intelligence is lower than Senya's. It is just a habit of thinking. Even without Senya, Xiao Yu would have thought of this sooner or later, but it would have wasted a lot of time. Before that, I still have a question. Before Xiao Yu could express his speculation, Luca number 3 spoke again. Well, please tell me, Xiao Yu said. Even in this round of confrontation, Luca number 3 is slightly inferior to Senya. But this is not enough to shake Luca number 3's status in Xiao Yu's mind. Luca 3 is still the most outstanding scientist in the Department of Science and Technology, and this cannot be changed for the time being. Xiao Yu must pay attention to Luca number 3's views. This has been proven countless times. We have also overlooked a problem. Luca 3 said, we don't know about the process of fusion of two different spaces. We don't know whether there are some phenomena that are beyond our control during the fusion process. If something happens, such as the legendary turbulence of time and space, we are not sure whether we can survive after the integration is completed. We can verify it through experiments. Senya said immediately. We have mastered space weapons. In our speculation, we already have the ability to separate small universes from this small universe. Through experiments, we can also study how to merge two different universes. Yes. Xiao Yu nodded while controlling his shadow and said, I think so too. This worry is not unreasonable. We must prove through experiments that it is safe before proceeding. One step. This experiment can also verify whether my guess is correct. What do you think about the phenomenon that our small universe cannot merge with the big universe? Senya asked respectfully. The reason is simple. Movement. Xiao Yu issued an instruction. And immediately, the three-dimensional projection equipment projected an image again. In this image, a huge star is emitting its own light and heat. Suspended in midair, about 2 meters away from it, a small planet is orbiting the star. We are all familiar with this model, Xiao Yu said. The planet is orbiting the star. Because of the existence of gravity, the planet cannot escape the control of the star. And because the planet has sufficient movement speed, it also can't fall into the stars. This model is very simple. We might as well think of this planet as our small universe, and this star as our big universe. We already know that gravity can propagate above the 4th dimension. And it is precisely because of the existence of gravity that our small universe revolves around the large universe. So is it because our small universe has enough speed that it cannot merge with the large universe? Even if the two universes overlap, it will quickly separate again. Xiao Yu's words aroused deep thought among the scientists present. A scientist said hesitantly, but let's not forget that our small universe revolves around the large universe in a 4-dimensional circular motion, not a 3-dimensional one. The difference in dimensions does not affect the laws of motion, Xiao Yu said. I believe that the mechanical laws of the 3-dimensional world also apply in the 4-dimensional world. It's just that the 4-dimensional world has one more direction than our world. And in the 4-dimensional world, the magnitude of gravity is also inversely proportional to distance. As long as this, Xiao Yu said, and issued another instruction. With the issuance of this command, in the 3-dimensional image, the speed of the small ball representing the planet orbiting the star slowed down at a speed visible to the naked eye. As its speed slowed down, its trajectory began to turn into a spiral. With each orbit, the distance between it and the star shrinks, and the speed at which the distance shrinks is proportional to the speed at which it slows down. Eventually, the planet could no longer escape the pull of gravity. It plunged into the star and disappeared. Very good. The big universe and the small universe have merged. Xiao Yu spread his hands. That's it. The scientists looked at each other, and no one spoke. The most critical point is, how do we slow down the small universe? Another scientist said. We can only be limited to this small universe and cannot get out. And our influence cannot extend outside this universe. And this deceleration is not just ordinary deceleration. We need to carry out deceleration in the 4th dimension. This is an issue that needs to be discussed later. Xiao Yu waved his hand and said, the top priority now is to confirm our speculation through experiments. I have already made a plan. As you can see, Xiao Yu said, presenting his plan completely. The plan is very simple. The first step of the plan is to transform space weapons, and try to see if a new 3-dimensional space for reading can be carved out from this small universe. If the first step is successful, the second step will be taken to try to recycle the separated small universe again. If these two steps are successful, then Xiao Yu will obtain a lot of valuable experimental data. By analyzing this data, Xiao Yu will be 80% sure to find a way to return to the universe. In this experiment, issues such as how to decelerate the small universe, and whether the fusion of two different universes will lead to a catastrophic event, will also be verified one by one. Okay. Everyone is tired after having discussed for such a long time. Let's go back and have a good rest for a while. After the preparations are completed, I will inform everyone again to witness this great step together. Okay. The scientists nodded, packed up their belongings, and filed out of the conference room, which symbolized the highest authority of the entire fleet. The person who gained the most from this meeting was undoubtedly Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu solved several problems that had troubled him for a long time. And for the first time, he saw the hope of escaping from here so intuitively. Apart from Xiao Yu, Senya was the one who gained the most. After walking out of the conference room, the other scientists took the initiative to say hello to Senya, which was very rare. Ha ha ha. The leader of the second race quickly rushed over, patted Senya hard on the shoulder, and shouted, "Boy, you did a good job. You have won glory for our second race." Senya bowed humbly to the leader of his race and said respectfully, "Leader, this is what I should do. It is my honor to be able to contribute to my master in our race." "Very good. Very good. Tell me, boy, how do you want me to reward you? A house? Wealth? Privileges? Just say whatever you want." The leader of the second race said very generously. At this time, Senya, who was full of energy in the conference room, giving advice, and even daring to challenge Luca 3 without fear, suddenly became nervous. The skin on its face began to turn blood red, and its hands couldn't help but rub it. That leader, your daughter. I mean, your daughter, Senya said with some embarrassment. At this point, she couldn't continue talking anyway. The leader of the second race was slightly startled, and then burst into loud laughter. "Uh-huh. Boy, why do you keep running to my house? It turns out you have a crush on my daughter." "Ha ha ha." The leader of the second race patted Senya hard on the shoulder and laughed. Several scientists next to him also looked at Senya, who was blushing with smiles, making Senya even more nervous. "Lao Luo. Senya is a good boy. I believe he will not humiliate your daughter. This is a good thing." At this time, Luca number 2 came over with a smile on his face, and face number 2 said the leader of the race. Luca number 2 can be regarded as the direct superior of the number 2 race leader. Seeing Luca number 2 coming, Senya immediately bowed respectfully. The number 2 race leader also restrained his laughter, but his eyes were still full of laughter. It's a smile that can't be concealed. Since Lord number 2 has spoken, I naturally have to obey. However, boy, if you want to pursue my daughter, it depends on your own ability. Fei, the child, admires outstanding scientists the most. From this aspect, you have a great chance. Of course, if you can get the title of number 5, I believe this matter will be a sure thing. In short, I will not interfere in your affairs. How far it can develop depends entirely on you. Thank you. Thank you, leader. Thank you, Lord number 2. Senya thanked him hurriedly again. His bewildered look made the scientists next to him laugh. Chapter 364 Space number 2. Xiao Yu has always left things to chance as to how the races under his command develop internally. In this regard, Xiao Yu has given them a great deal of autonomy and only interferes in the most critical aspects, such as scientific education and loyalty. As for things like social structure, Xiao Yu doesn't care. Under Xiao Yu, headed by Luca number 2, there is also an organization called the Social Committee. The leaders of all races, as well as Luca number 3, number 4, Jason, Senya and other outstanding figures are all in this organization. Members of the organization. This organization is responsible for the overall management of all intelligent life. So far, it seems that this organization has been running very well. Xiao Yu has always been very satisfied with indicators such as social stability, biological loyalty, and scientist productivity. Thanks to the outstanding leadership of Luca 2, Xiao Yu saves a lot of thought and can use the free computing power in scientific and technological research. Of course, regardless of whether these scientists know it or not, Xiao Yu will never relax his surveillance of the races under his command. Countless cameras and countless network monitoring software are reporting a large amount of information to Xiao Yu all the time, ensuring Xiao Yu's absolute control over his subordinates' creatures. Through these ubiquitous surveillance equipment, Xiao Yu also saw the scene that just happened to Senya. Senya's performance made Xiao Yu burst into laughter. "You are a young man after all." Xiao Yu sighed slightly. "It's great to be young." During these more than 10,000 years of wandering in the universe, Xiao Yu's heart has grown old unconsciously, and has long lost the passion and innocence it once had. But it is precisely because of this change that Xiao Yu's safety in the universe has been greatly improved. As the saying goes, every gain must come with a loss. It seems that Xiao Yu's changes cannot be measured by pure good or bad. I really miss it, Xiao Yu murmured to himself. In the Earth Age, I was like Senya. I was successful in my career at a young age. But, hey, let's not talk about it. Thinking of Shinemo, Xiao Yu felt sad again. Putting these messy thoughts out of his mind, Xiao Yu once again devoted himself to intense work. Xiao Yu didn't have much time to grieve. The cruelty of reality kept reminding Xiao Yu, making Xiao Yu dare not relax at all times. The transformation of space weapons does not require the participation of other scientists. Xiao Yu can complete it by himself. Xiao Yu does not plan to directly change the Space One on the Xiaodui spacecraft, but plans to build a new space weapon. With the experience of building the first space weapon, the construction of the second space weapon did not consume much energy from Xiao Yu. Everything is done step by step. Xiao Yu doesn't know the specific principle anyway. He just needs to follow the guidance of the technical documentation to manufacture the parts one by one, and then assemble the parts one by one. Energy supply module, energy compression module, target capture module, launch module, etc. Everything is going very smoothly. 10 days later, the weapon was completed. There is not much storage of first-grade metal, Xiao Yu thought with some worry. After leaving this small universe, I have to collect some more. Asterisk-grade metal is the best performing raw material that Xiao Yu can produce at this stage. It is made from an extremely rare compound in the universe, and can only be produced after many forging processes. The successful manufacturing of top-grade metal means that Xiao Yu's material technology has reached a new level. But collecting such raw materials is not easy. It is only found around supermassive stars, and seems to be produced by some reaction process on supermassive stars that Xiao Yu has not yet understood. After it is produced, it will be ejected from itself into the universe as high-energy particles by the star through the stellar wind. After its own temperature is cooled by the universe, it will condense into fine particles. At this time, it can be collected. In short, this kind of thing is not easy to obtain, and Xiao Yu's fleet does not have many stores. In the technical documents obtained from the Troll civilization, the minimum material requirements for building space weapons are clearly stated. Among all Xiao Yu's reserves, only first-grade metal barely meets this requirement. Now that life and death are on the line, Xiao Yu naturally can't care about these things. Xiao Yu now owns a total of 2 space weapons, and these 2 space weapons have consumed almost half of all military-grade metal reserves. Xiao Yu named this space weapon Space Number 2. Now, it is time for Space 2 to conduct scientific experiments and verify its speculations. The appearance of Space 2 is different from that of Space 1. The biggest difference is that Space 1 is long and narrow, while Space 2 is in the shape of a sphere. The construction into a spherical shape was determined by the requirements of this experiment. After all, if you want to cut a 2-dimensional space in the 2-dimensional world, you need to draw a circle on the 2-dimensional space. If you want to cut a piece of the 3-dimensional world, you naturally need a sphere. The construction of Space 2 was completed, and formal scientific experiments were about to begin. Xiao Yu once again issued an order, ordering all top scientists to attend the meeting in the highest conference room. The first scientific experiment will be conducted under the joint gaze of these scientists. After 10 days of rest, all the scientists became energetic again. Senya, in particular, had a smile on his face, and his attitude towards the leader of the second race was extremely respectful. It seemed that during these 10 days, it and the girl named Fei were going very smoothly. Some scientists also did not forget to joke about Senya. Luca number 2 smiled and said to Senya, "Senya, where did you and Fei go during these 10 days of vacation?" Senya's face instantly turned red again, under the smiling eyes of the other scientists. Senya said calmly, "Yeah, I didn't go anywhere. It was on the edge of City 301, among the grasslands and pastures. It's been a while." Senya's nervous look caused everyone to burst into laughter. Luca number 3 smiled and said, "In the past few days, I happened to go to the grassland ranch on the edge of City number 301. And I also saw you. How are you? The tent is quite comfortable. Right. How does the grilled fish taste? Sample?" The grassland pasture on the edge of the city of Home 61 Spaceship 301 is one of the most beautiful places inside the entire spaceship. However, this place is only open to scientists or their families. and ordinary people do not have permission to come here. Luca number 3 behaved very normally, not showing any signs of hostility to Senya. The current Luca 3 is simply a kind-hearted elder who occasionally teases the younger generation. Luca 3 is now considered an old man. From the white dwarf alien beast incident to the present, a lot of time has passed in a hurry. Xiao Yu has watched Luca 3 transform from a young boy to the current chief scientist. This is the spiritual cultivation that a great scientist should have. This is good. If Luca 3 is hostile to Senya, it is beyond my expectation. Well, there can be disputes over academic issues, but these differences should not be brought into real life. Real-life emotions should not affect scientific matters. Science is serious after all. Xiao Yu secretly thought. Internal unity is very important. You brought a tent? These words of Luca number 3 aroused a little suspicion from the leader of race number 2. It looked at Senya with a scrutinizing gaze and asked, Don't you only go during the day? Go during the day. Do you need to bring a tent? Didn't Fei stay at her friend's house that night? Well, you two live together? Good boy. What have you done? The expression of the number 2 race leader, who suddenly figured it out, suddenly turned ferocious. He stood up and said fiercely to Senya, Boy, tell me honestly, what did you do to Fei? Just when it asked its first question, Senya had already turned into a bitter face. It glanced at Luca 3 with a hint of complaint, and hurriedly explained, Leader, things are not what you think. No. Although we live together, it's not like that. You believe me. Ha ha ha. The meeting room burst into laughter again. Another scientist said with a smile, Senya, what did you do? We all live together, and still don't have any favors? This is not okay. I think I was like that back then. Before the scientist could finish his words, he was interrupted by the vicious eyes of the leader of the second race. He sat slumped in his chair and sighed. Hey, it's all my fault. It's all my fault that I'm usually too busy. How could a girl do such a thing without educating Fei properly? Hey! After sighing for a while, it glared at Senya fiercely, and looked at Xiao Yu for help. Master, you have seen everything. Senya cheated on my daughter, and I only have this one daughter. That's my baby bump. If it refuses to take responsibility, please make the decision for me. Okay, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Rodel, don't worry. This matter is on me. If Senya's speculation is really correct, after we leave this small universe, can you feel at ease by personally officiating the wedding ceremony for Senya and your daughter? With Xiao Yu's personal promise, Rodel felt relieved, but he still glared at Senya fiercely. While Senya was full of surprises, being able to have Xiao Yu personally preside over the wedding ceremony is an honor that is not ordinary. This is the first time since Xiao Yu's fleet was formed. Okay, let's stop talking. Xiao Yu's expression became serious. Space 2 has been manufactured. Now, it is time to conduct the first test to verify whether our speculation is correct. Chapter 365, a 10-meter diameter universe. Things in life belong to life, and things in science belong to science. When Xiao Yu's expression became serious and he announced that the experiment would start from now on, the noise in the conference room immediately disappeared and all the scientists fell silent. This is the real-time 3-dimensional image of Space 2. Xiao Yu waved his hand and issued an order. A 3-dimensional image appeared above the conference room. In this image, the hemispheric-shaped space number 2 is quietly suspended in the void. Space 2 is about 1 kilometer in diameter and has a total mass of nearly 10 million tons. However, for such a large instrument, most of them are energy supply modules and instrument reaction modules. The final launch equipment is only a pitiful 10 meters in diameter. In Xiao Yu's speculation, this launch port with a diameter of only 10 meters will cut out a piece of space from the small universe he is in to form a smaller universe. Although the scale is slightly different, the specific principles and mechanisms are exactly the same as the Tolar civilization dividing a small universe from the large universe. Our conjecture is that the difference between space cracks and split space is just the size of the power and the shape of the cutting. Now is the time to verify our conjecture, Xiao Yu said. The countdown begins. In the predetermined target area, Xiao Yu has placed an observation instrument there. This observation instrument is located inside the space that is scheduled to be cut. If the space is cut successfully, it will follow that space and leave the small universe it is currently in. In addition to this detector, there are hundreds of detection instruments scattered around. These detection instruments will collect all the data that appears during the reaction process for Xiao Yu to analyze. I believe I am right. Senya said calmly. I am confident in my theory. When talking about scientific issues, the shy and reserved boy immediately disappeared, and strong confidence returned to his face again. Senya seems to have two personalities. One is in real life, which is humble, polite, shy and gentle. It is always respectful no matter who it is with. But when it comes to science, it immediately becomes powerful, and he has an aggressive surname, and is so sharp that even Luca number 3 dares to challenge him. This is a young man with great potential. After Luca number 3 dies, he may be able to take over the position of Luca number 3. Xiao Yu thought secretly, glanced at Senya lightly, and began to broadcast calmly countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 1, 0. Countdown to 0. In the energy supply module, countless elemental decay engines and antimatter engines began to operate. The surging energy was transported along the energy transmission pipeline into the reaction instrument, where it was compressed to an extremely condensed state. These energies will tear apart space, like tearing apart a piece of paper. The rapidly flashing command lights on Space 2 showed that it was working intensively, and all the scientists stared intently at the three-dimensional animated images broadcast in real time. Only Senya didn't look here. It closed its eyes slightly, with a calm expression. But the slightly trembling hands under the table proved that its heart was not peaceful at this moment. This experiment is related to whether its status can be further improved, and to the status of the entire number 2 race in the fleet. Even secretly, Rodel, the leader of the number 2 race, had quietly told it that if he wanted to marry Fei, he should first get the title number 5 in his hands. This is the first time that Senya has taken the lead on the direction of a scientific issue. This incident is of great significance to it. The appearance of race number 2 is not much different from that of humans, and their understanding of beauty and ugliness is basically similar. Moreover, it seems that because the environment of the home planet of race number 2 is similar to that of the Earth, the social structure of race number 2 is also somewhat similar to that of humans in the Earth era. Xiao Yu had seen the girl named Fei many times in the monitoring equipment he secretly arranged. She was considered a beauty, and she was also quite smart. She would almost certainly join the ranks of scientists after graduation. Such a talent is a good match for Senya. If Senya knew that I had seen this Fei many times during surveillance, I had even seen Fei bathing and sleeping countless times. They did it on the grassland pasture on the edge of City 301. I also clearly saw those things about Hu Tian Heidi. What would it think? At this time, Xiao Yu was thinking a little weirdly. I'm also hoping that you're right, Senya. So far, your speculation is the most logical and in line with the observational data. If you really lead this small universe according to your method, then what will happen to number 5? It's not like I can't give you a title. And hosting the wedding for you and Fei is even more of a small matter. Xiao Yu looked at space number 2 suspended in the void with some anticipation, thinking silently. Space 2 is ready. The powerful energy finally burst out from the launch port through various incredible reaction processes that Xiao Yu could not understand for the time being. A circle of black shadow instantly covered the detection instrument Xiao Yu had placed there. There! A black hole appeared. In other words, it is something similar to a black hole. The black hole itself cannot be seen, but if it is placed in a bright background with light, its existence can still be clearly detected without considering gravitational lensing. Now! Just in front of Space 2, a black hole without gravitational lensing appears. There is a pitch-black sphere there. The inside of the sphere is completely pitch-black. No light is emitted, and light coming from elsewhere is not reflected back after entering its interior. Such a dark hole looked extremely strange under the illumination of the light source carried by Space 2. Huh? Seeing this scene, all the scientists' breathing quickened, and even Senya couldn't help but open his eyes. The conference room was quiet. No one spoke, and all the scientists were focused on looking at the three-dimensional image. They could clearly see that the black sphere was slowly shrinking. Its initial diameter was about 10 meters, and over time, this diameter was significantly reduced. 10 seconds later, its diameter became less than 5 meters, and it was still shrinking rapidly. Xiao Yu clearly noticed that at this moment, there were some strange light-bending scenes around the black sphere. Through the edge of this sphere, the light emitted by the detection instrument behind it begins to become blurred. The entire reaction process lasted 20 seconds, and the black sphere finally disappeared. During this process, a large amount of observation data was transferred to Xiao Yu's mind, and was relayed to this three-dimensional image in real time. There was a phenomenon that caught Xiao Yu's attention. Xiao Yu is absolutely certain that the detection instruments he placed near the experimental area in advance have always been in a relatively stationary state. That is to say, the distance between them remains unchanged. But now, Xiao Yu saw that the distance between them had decreased by 10 meters for some reason. 10 meters is exactly the diameter of the black sphere. Did the disappearance of space drive the movement of matter inside it? Xiao Yu murmured to himself and quickly found an explanation. This phenomenon is as if there is 20 meters between you and another person. And then, there is a being who takes away 10 meters of the space between you and the other person. Neither you nor the other person moved, but the distance between you has changed from 20 meters to 10 meters. This is easy to understand and logical to explain. So did I succeed? Was this space really stripped away from this small universe by me? Xiao Yu thought secretly. Observational data appear to support this conclusion. The detector that Xiao Yu placed in the target area in advance was in constant contact with Xiao Yu. However, with the formation of the black sphere, this contact was suddenly interrupted. Whether it was tachyon communication or conventional radio wave communication. In my speculation, tachyon communication cannot propagate in the four-dimensional direction, let alone radio wave communication. The communication module equipped on it is the most advanced and reliable communication that I can create at this stage. Instrument. I dare say that as long as it is still in this universe, no matter where it is, I will receive its message. But now it is not. Then there is only one explanation. It has left this small universe where we are. No. Nowhere you wandered. It is like a two-dimensional paper world. A communication instrument of the two-dimensional world is placed in one place on the paper. And then the area where the instrument is located is torn off from the large piece of paper. In this way, the instrument on the big piece of paper will naturally not be able to communicate with the instrument on the small piece of paper. See whether you can still communicate with the experimental instrument. This is the most intuitive and reliable test method. After getting the connection disconnected and unable to establish a connection for 5 minutes, Xiao Yu notified all the scientists present of the result. We succeeded, Xiao Yu said. Using Space 2, we successfully created another small universe. A three-dimensional small universe with a diameter of only 10 meters. After Xiao Yu announced the results, warm applause erupted in the conference room. All scientists stood up and paid the highest respect to Senya. Luca number 2, number 3, and number 4 are no exception. Xiao Yu looked at all this with a smile on his face. Xiao Yu knew that he was one step closer to success. Chapter 366 New Attack Method. So far, several problems have been solved through the efforts of Xiao Yu and the scientists here. Now, things have reached the final step. The small universe has been successfully created by Xiao Yu. Now, what needs to be studied is how to make these separated small universes return again. As long as Xiao Yu masters this method, he will not have any technical problems when he returns to the big universe. Moreover, from this experiment, Xiao Yu was also keenly aware of another possibility, which was about the attack method of space weapons. Xiao Yu discovered that space weapons did not seem to have the only attack method of cutting space. As he imagined, the detector that I had reserved there in advance had been stripped away from this small universe by the attack of space number 2. And the space it was in had drifted to who knows where. So to put it another way, what if what is in this space separated by yourself is not your own detector, but the enemy's spacecraft? What would happen then? Xiao Yu knew that this kind of attack method would have no effect on the 6th level civilization, because the 6th level civilization had already mastered considerable space technology knowledge. Even if it was stripped out of the universe, they would have their own way to return again. However, the 6th level civilization, what about civilizations below level 1? This is eternal exile. This is the strongest cage in the universe. Thinking about this situation, Xiao Yu felt shuddering. It is certain that there is a four-dimensional distance between the stripped small universe and the large universe. Before reaching the 6th level civilization, it is impossible to make four-dimensional movements. And since they are enemies, Xiao Yu has no reason to put a planet in this space as their marching food when attacking. It's just that whether this attack method is effective remains to be discussed. It's not that this attack method is not feasible, but the power is limited. If I simply create a space crack, my attack range can reach thousands of kilometers in length. If you strip away the space, you can only create a hole with a diameter of only 10 meters. But this can be regarded as a means of attack. As a surprise soldier, it is not bad to win by surprise. Xiao Yu thought silently for a while, suppressed this idea temporarily, looked at the jubilant scientists, and said, "Okay, Senya, the experiment has proved that your speculation is correct. Then we should proceed. The next step is to take the next step. How to integrate the separated space into the big universe again. I already have some relevant speculations. In our speculations, the reason why the small universe we are in cannot merge with the big universe is because of the existence of kinetic energy at the four-dimensional level. Just like planets cannot land on stars. If you want to land a planet on a star, the only way is to exert an external force on it, slow it down, and let gravity capture it, or apply a force facing the star to push it down. In this regard, everyone has what do you think? I have an opinion. At this time, Luca 3 stood up. Luca 3 is undoubtedly outstanding, especially now that its status is challenged by Senya. The honor and self-esteem of being the chief scientist, as well as the requirements of the real situation, made him have to do something to prove his ability. Xiao Yu had great expectations for this. Very good. Please tell me. Xiao Yu gestured. The small universe we live in moves in a circle around the large universe at the four-dimensional level. According to our speculation, it is precisely because of the existence of this kinetic energy that our small universe cannot merge with the large universe. Then there is a problem. By extension, where does this force that drives the movement of the small universe at the four-dimensional level come from? Luca 3 spoke slowly, in a calm and unhurried tone, as if he was confident. Planetary orbits around stars are determined by the principle of conservation of angular momentum when interstellar dust aggregates into stars. However, I don't think that the small universe split using space technology will also have this kind of power. In other words, the force that drives the small universe to carry out four-dimensional circular motion is artificially given, not what it originally possessed. Thorough civilization has added the force of four-dimensional movement to this small universe through some means that we have not yet mastered, allowing this small universe to revolve around the big universe forever and unable to merge with the big universe. Naturally, we can also pass through this method decelerates the small universe, offsets the force of its four-dimensional movement, and allows it to stay in the large universe. Due to the healing ability of the cosmic space itself, it is certain that the small universe that overlaps with the large universe will be the universe is slowly swallowed up. The two universes merge, and we return from the small universe to the large universe. Luca 3 said. This inference is very reasonable and logical. Under the current circumstances, this method is the most promising one. Although, Xiao Yu doesn't know how to do it yet. Very good. We have theoretically found a way to return to the big universe. Now only the question of how to implement it is left. But I have a little doubt. Xiao Yu thought for a moment and said, the one from the large Magellanic Cloud, I think the Taihao civilization is a little stronger than the Troll civilization. After all, it trapped the neutron battle star for decades. It was in a head-on confrontation, trapping it, not containing it. Moreover, this Taihao civilization seems to be developing in space, and it itself is a semi-four-dimensional structure. Then the question arises, such a powerful existence still cannot have the ability to move on the four-dimensional level. Toro is weaker than it. Will our civilization have the ability to accelerate the small universe at the four-dimensional level? This is not logical. Maybe that's not the case. Senya took over Xiao Yu's words and said, maybe we have once again entered into a misunderstanding of thinking. Accelerating or decelerating the small universe in four dimensions may not be as difficult as imagined. Trust me. The Lore civilization left a message saying that they have found a way to return to the big universe using the technological strength of the fourth-level civilization and space weapons. This method must not be too advanced. Because obviously, if it is too advanced, the fourth-level civilization will not be able to return to the universe. It is impossible for a super civilization to find it. Is that so? Xiao Yu thought silently, trying to find out which aspect he had ignored. Then let me talk about my speculation. Luca 3 glanced at Senya gently and continued to express his opinion. I think that the force that drives the small universe to revolve around the large universe is Toro given by civilization. That is to say, the small universe itself does not have this power. And just now, we also created a small universe. And we did not deliberately add the force of four-dimensional motion to this small universe. So, I have made a prophecy. Based on the data on the space healing speed that we have observed so far, I think that the small universe we created cannot last long. Luca 3 said very seriously. I predict that within 3 days at most, this small universe will be destroyed by us. The separated small universe will return to the universe we are in, because there is not enough strength to support its long-term drift. This is a very simple principle. Just like you stand on the ground and throw a stone into the sky. no matter how strong you are or how fast you throw it. As long as you still belong to the category of human beings, then this stone will definitely land again. According to Luca 3's speculation, this separated small universe is like a stone thrown from the ground. Perhaps the thick haze temporarily covered its body, preventing people standing on the ground from seeing its shadow, causing the communication to be interrupted. But it would always fall, and after it fell, the contact would be lost. We'll recover. Hearing what Luca number 3 said, Xiao Yu's heart suddenly moved. Yes, it is indeed the case. Your speculation makes sense, Xiao Yu said. Then, let's wait for 3 days. After 3 days, we will hold another meeting. I need to do some research on the space model, calculations, and improve our deductions. Now, let's adjourn. After announcing the adjournment of the meeting, the participating scientists all stood up and walked out of the conference room. The expressions on their faces are different. Some are worried, some are excited, and some are indifferent. After walking out of the conference room, Senya quickly returned to the way it was in life. At this moment, it was following the second race leader, Rodel, and respectfully listened to Rodel's instructions. Xiao Yu sighed softly, turned around and devoted himself to his busy work. This meeting once again received very important results, which continued to push Xiao Yu's steps forward. If the facts are indeed what Luca 3 speculated, then things will progress to the final step. As long as we find a way to slow down this small universe, all problems will be solved. If that small universe will really return, then Xiao Yu could also obtain a lot of valuable data by detecting the condition of the detector placed in advance in this space. For example, the existence of the small universe, and the fusion of the two universes. Will it affect the matter in the space? Success is in front of you. Victory is already in sight. I just don't know whether this most critical last step will be a small ditch that can be easily crossed, or a chasm that can never be crossed. Xiao Yu doesn't know the final answer, but Xiao Yu knows that he must do his own thing well first. As long as there is a little hope, we must make the greatest efforts. In this way, even if the final result is failure, I will have no regrets. Chapter 367 Prank. Xiao Yu has a lot of work to do. In the conference room, what Xiao Yu and the scientists discussed was just the issue of direction. The research direction was determined at the meeting, and then the specific details, calculation steps, etc. were completed by Xiao Yu and the scientists themselves. In fact, this is the working model of scientists who can participate in this level of meetings. The general direction of the research topic is determined by them. After the direction is determined, the specific research tasks will naturally be completed by their subordinate scientists. The same is true for the work carried out by Xiao Yu. At the current stage, Xiao Yu must establish a complete model for the process of the small universe breaking away from the large universe. Every step of this model must be true, reliable, and withstand scrutiny. This is a very heavy computational task. The computing requirements for this one topic are equivalent to all the computing power required by several national-level spacecraft. Scientific computing is like that. In human society in the Earth Age, an important task of supercomputers is to perform scientific calculations. This is a subject that exceeds the limits of human computing power, and only supercomputers can handle it. Fortunately, the scientists all have their own computer terminals, and the calculation tasks on their computer terminals are taken over by the supercomputers on several other national-level spacecrafts. So there is no need to trouble Xiao Yu. Otherwise, even if Xiao Yu's current computing power increases 10 times, it will not be enough. Under such circumstances, the process model of space weapons stripping away space was completely established. In the computer, Xiao Yu clearly understood that a large three-dimensional space was torn apart, and a small three-dimensional space began to move at the four-dimensional level. Xiao Yu completely considered the overall mass of the small universe he was in, the power of the space weapon, and the initial speed it could bring to the space fragment. And based on this condition, he accurately calculated the return time of the universe fragment. The calculation results show that the small space with a diameter of only 10 meters is revolving around the small universe in which it is located on the four-dimensional level with a 3-minute cycle. And this cycle is rapidly shortening. When this operation cycle returns to zero, it is the time when the small universe returns to the big universe. This time, to be precise, is 2 days, 7 hours and 25 minutes later. By then, all the problems plaguing Xiao Yu will be solved. It took Xiao Yu more than half a day to establish the model and calculate the entire step process. At this moment, there are less than 2 days left until the final verification of the structure. All that can be done now is to wait. Xiao Yu rarely got some free time. But even though he had free time, Xiao Yu didn't know what to do. In spaceships number 1 to 40, the dwarves are living peacefully. Now, their level of intelligence has reached the level of the Luca people about 2,000 years ago, and they are still some distance away from serving Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu is still working hard to improve their intelligence and physical fitness. In the homeship spacecraft, they feel as if they are on their home planet without any discomfort. Home spaceship number 41 is much more exciting. More than 100 races each occupy different cities and layers. Scientists are busy all day long. And ordinary people also have their own affairs. Or they are in order to obtain better living conditions. Higher authority. And higher authority. Working hard to achieve status. All developments are prosperous and orderly. It seems that the social committee led by Luca II is quite capable and efficient. Seeing all this, Xiao Yu thought secretly, and couldn't help but picture Senya again in his mind. This young man is really similar to me in the Earth Age. Well, although its emotional intelligence is not very high, it is still much higher than mine at that time. What is it doing now? A little curiosity arose in Xiao Yu's heart, so he activated his huge computing power. In just a moment, he found Senya's information from the vast sea of data. A detector installed on the mountain and disguised as a rock reported relevant information to Xiao Yu. Through this surveillance device, Xiao Yu saw Senya's shadow. This is the prairie pasture on the edge of city number 301. When building this place, Xiao Yu built it according to the appearance of paradise in his mind. The various scenery were as beautiful as they could be. Although Xiao Yu looks beautiful, other races may not necessarily look beautiful. After all, different races have different aesthetic values. But after such a long period of integration and Xiao Yu's constant and subtle influence, the aesthetics of other races are also moving closer to Xiao Yu. At least, this place that Xiao Yu feels is beautiful. They also look and feel beautiful. The sky is a blue sky simulated by holographic images, with a few white clouds floating there leisurely, and some unknown and beautiful birds flying randomly in the sky, making sweet chirping sounds from time to time. The slightly sweet breeze from the air circulation system blows here gently, causing the grass on the ground to bend down and then stand up, rising up and down like undulating green waves. Between the grasslands, a clear stream meanders through, and some colorful and beautiful fish are swimming in it. By the river, there are some creatures that look like calves, bowing their heads gracefully to drink water. In the distance are towering mountain peaks, and the white snow on the top of the mountain is clearly visible. Of course, this mountain peak is fake. There is not so much space to waste inside the homeship spacecraft. The image of this mountain peak is also simulated through holographic imaging technology. There are no annoying mosquitoes, no thorns, and no dirty dead animals. In short, all the bad things are not available here. According to biology, this is not in line with the natural ecological environment. A complete food chain should not be like this. Mosquitoes, thorns, and animal carcasses have their existence. But since this is an artificial environment, Xiao Yu naturally won't consider anything. The worst thing is, just do the work that you should do naturally. In such a fairyland-like place, Senya was lying on the soft lawn side by side with a woman who was very beautiful even from Xiao Yu's aesthetic point of view. Beside them stood a campfire, but it was extinguished, and a tent beside it. This boy is so lucky, Xiao Yu thought with some humor in his heart. And suddenly a little mischief came into his mind. After an order was given, in the distance of Senya, the flat land suddenly cracked, and a tiger looked like a tiger on the earth. General vicious creatures were released. The ferocious aura dispersed with the wind, and the creatures that were still drinking leisurely by the stream dispersed. This guy sniffed the smell in the wind, and circled gradually closer to Senya and Fei who were lying on the ground. After a few minutes, it seemed to have finally determined the source of the smell. It roared suddenly, and rushed towards it quickly. Senya and Fei sat up suddenly when they heard the roar, and then saw a scene that frightened them inexplicably. Fei screamed loudly, and Senya's face turned pale with fright. But he still managed to maintain his composure. He pulled Fei behind him, grabbed a wooden stick, swung it hard and shouted loudly, trying to pull this person away. The vicious creature was driven away, but its constantly trembling legs exposed its inner weakness. This ferocious creature didn't pay attention to the threat of the stick at all. It suddenly jumped up when it was still more than 10 meters away from Senya, and swooped over with a gust of wind. Fei screamed in despair, and Senya closed her eyes, as if resigned to her fate. But the expected pain did not come. After half a minute, Senya carefully opened his eyes. and unexpectedly found that there were still blue sky, white clouds, green grass, and creeks in front of him. There were no shadows of beasts anywhere. It's weird, Senya muttered to himself. The situation in front of him made him puzzled. Then, where did that thing go? Bailey grabbed Senya's arm tightly and asked tremblingly. Senya swallowed with some difficulty and shook his head. I don't know. Let's go back quickly, Bailey said with some fear. Okay, Senya said a little timidly. Seeing all this, Xiao Yu secretly laughed. Want to go back? It's not that easy. Senya, I'll help you. Thinking like this, Xiao Yu issued an order again. Immediately, a biting cold wind suddenly blew over the grassland and pasture. With the arrival of the cold wind, the originally clear sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds. And with a sound of thunder, big raindrops fell heavily. It is very simple for Xiao Yu to manipulate the air circulation system to bring rain here. Why is it raining? What a disaster. How can we go back now? Bailey yelled in panic. It's okay. Let's go to the tent. Our tent has a waterproof system and can resist wild beasts. We are safe there, Senya comforted. So, in the sky full of lightning, thunder, and heavy rain, the two people supported each other and walked into the tent. There was a faint voice coming from the tent. Bailey, your clothes are soaked. Take them off and wait. Let it dry before wearing it. Okay. Your clothes are soaked too. What are you doing? No. I hate it. Don't do this. Hearing the couple's intimate murmur, Xiao Yu smiled slightly, and suddenly felt a little sad in his heart. The so-called touching the scene and hurting the feelings is nothing more than this. This boy Senya is so lucky. Xiao Yu sighed longly and turned his attention away from here. In this rare leisurely state, time passed slowly, and soon it was time to speculate that the small universe would return. Chapter 368 Return. Half an hour before the scheduled time. All the scientists were already in place without Xiao Yu giving an order. The current conference room was quiet. No one expressed their opinions, and no one discussed specific topics. All the scientists were sitting here quietly, as if waiting for their fate to be pronounced. That's right. It's the verdict of fate. Xiao Yu is like them. Xiao Yu is here with them, waiting for the radio message that can determine his fate. The program on the detector that was separated by space 2 and the space together and entered the space debris will continue to try to contact Xiao Yu. This ensures that it will send out radio messages as soon as it returns here. Of course, taking into account the possibility of entropy increase in the tiny universe. And in order to prevent the detector from being damaged due to heat death and unable to send out radio messages, Xiao Yu also strengthened the monitoring of this small universe. The number of detectors of various types has increased to millions, and they are densely scattered in this cosmic space. There are still 3 minutes until the scheduled time. In the silence, Xiao Yu said calmly, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Finally, a little uneasiness emerged from the scientists' faces. Whether things can progress as expected is related to their fortunes and lives. They have never forgotten that if they can't find a way to leave, in up to 3 years, due to the increase in entropy in this small universe, all the spacecraft will be damaged, and they will naturally die along with Xiao Yu. The current speculation is already the most likely to succeed. After all, this is a theory developed by Luca number 3, Senya, and Xiao Yu. They are not sure to surpass these 3 people and come up with more reasonable and logical speculations. Some scientists have already begun to pray silently. The objects of prayer are different, and even unknown gods that they had long thrown into the trash were dug out by them and used as objects of prayer. Countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 1, 0. With 10 seconds left before the scheduled time, Xiao Yu had already started the countdown. Every number in the countdown is like a hammer, hitting the hearts of the scientists present, causing them to beat faster and their blood to boil. But it's a pity. Until the countdown reached 0, the words, "I have received the scheduled signal," never came out of Xiao Yu's mouth. Xiao Yu's heart also felt cold at this moment. Scientific predictions are very accurate. During this period of time, the scientists had performed calculations individually. After summarizing the results, Xiao Yu found that the results of everyone's calculations were the same, pointing to the current time. Under such circumstances, errors are impossible to occur. Even if there is an error, it will definitely be within 1 second. But so far, the expected results have not appeared, which proves that Xiao Yu is wrong. Luca 3 is wrong. Senya is wrong. And all scientists are wrong. The scientists who can sit here are all very outstanding talents. And correspondingly, their ability to control their mentality must also be very outstanding. This result did not make them lose their composure and do anything embarrassing. But those frustrated expressions had fully revealed their mood at the moment. The detector Xiao Yu deployed in this cosmic space are still looking for any suspicious clues. But unfortunately, Xiao Yu did not find anything of value. This result made Xiao Yu feel very bad. But as a leader, Xiao Yu had no right to be in a bad mood. Xiao Yu successfully suppressed the annoyance in his heart, put a smile on his face, and said, "Don't be discouraged. If you make a mistake this time, you will make a mistake. We still have a chance. Hey." Luca number 2 sighed slightly. He was about to say something to cheer up the scientists. But before he could say it, he was interrupted by Xiao Yu. "Well, I discovered something else." Xiao Yu looked solemn, stretched out his palm and waved. And immediately, a three-dimensional animated image appeared on the conference table. In the image is a pitch-black starry sky, which looks ordinary. The scientists looked at each other, wondering what Xiao Yu meant. Well, Xiao Yu did not speak, but issued an order again. This order quickly flew out of the Xiaogua spacecraft, and through long-distance communication methods, it instantly arrived at the detector near the starry sky. The detector responded immediately. The high-power searchlight installed on it was turned on, and the bright light illuminated the universe nearly a kilometer in radius. Under the illumination of the light source, scientists discovered something unusual about this area. There seems to be a lot of dust here, which blocks the transmission of light and reflects the light, making it look like they are glowing by themselves. These dusts appeared suddenly. Xiao Yu suppressed the excitement in his heart and said this. The sudden appearance of these things without any warning means that these things did not belong to this universe in the previous period of time. So where did they come from? Besides coming from the small universe that returned, where else could it be? The piece of space debris separated by Space 2 has returned. Although due to some unknown reasons, there was a slight error between its return time and the scheduled return time. It finally returned. And as long as it returns, it will prove that the speculations of Xiao Yu, Luca number 3, and Senya are correct in the general direction. This result made scientists cheer instantly. In an instant, loud cheers filled the spacious conference room. Luca number 2, number 3, Senya, and Xiao Yu all had smiles on their faces. "Quiet! Quiet!" Xiao Yu stretched out his hands and pressed them down. The scientists became quiet and looked at Xiao Yu together. "Although we don't know exactly where the error occurred that caused the deviation in our predicted results, the final result is always good. Well, I still have several other sets of data to explain." Xiao Yu compiled thinking about his thoughts. He said, "First of all, this space debris has finally returned, which means that our speculation is generally correct. Then all we need to do now is only one thing, and that is to the small universe we are in slows down. And as long as it slows down, it will definitely return to the big universe, and then merge with the big universe, and we will regain our independence. Secondly, I examined the composition of this piece of dust in detail. Unfortunately, due to the principle of entropy increase, they have been completely decomposed into the most basic leptons and photons, and are evenly distributed in the micro-universe with a diameter of only 10 meters. Among them, the detector we launched before was undoubtedly destroyed. But there is good news. That is, at the moment when we return to the big universe, the structure of this paste is still very uniform, which means the fusion of space has not had the slightest impact on them. This shows that as long as we can promote the fusion of the small universe and the big universe while the fleet is still intact, we will not face any threats. The entire fusion process is smooth and safe. The smaller the universe, the faster the entropy value increases. This conjecture has been confirmed. This micro-universe with a diameter of only 10 meters only disappeared from our small universe in less than 3 days. But in it inside, trillions of years have passed. In fact, in the small universe we are now in, the entropy value is also increasing rapidly. However, because the energy we carry is sufficient, our entropy is temporarily prevented. The ship and our instruments suffer destruction as a result. At this moment, the dust has disappeared. The reason why they disappear is also due to the principle of entropy increase. In the previous micro-universe, their entropy value had increased to the maximum. But in this small universe, their density is undoubtedly very large compared to other spaces. Therefore, places with high material density begin to move toward matter. Spreading in places with low density is a natural law. I believe that we have found the right direction. The way to return to the big universe is to slow down the small universe at the four-dimensional level. Let it return to the big universe. And finally merge with the big universe. At the same time, we also know, even the troll civilization does not have the ability to control the fourth dimension. So they must use some trick to achieve this goal. Obviously, this trick, even a fourth-level civilization. In space, it can also be done with the cooperation of weapons. So now, I ask you to find this trick for me. This method must already be in our scientific theory. And it is even based on very simple and basic scientific principles. However, we have now fallen into a new misunderstanding of thinking. So we cannot find this method. Now, I ask everyone to put aside, open up any existing scientific theories and scientific knowledge, and try your best to diversify your thinking. You can come up with any seemingly unimaginable method and try it. I don't believe that we will do things that even a fourth-level civilization can do. Can't do it? Perhaps everyone is not suitable for such a task. But this time I ask everyone to complete it even if they are not suitable. Well, I will give everyone a 5-day holiday. During these 5 days, please, you must use this method. Find out. Chapter 369 Fruit. As things have progressed to this point, it can be said that Xiao Yu only has the last step left to achieve final success. And it is also the most critical step. This step is difficult to say and easy to say. It is said to be simple because Xiao Yu is absolutely sure. When the final answer is revealed, everyone will have the feeling of nothing more than that. Just like magic. Before you know the principle, it will only feel magical. After you know the principle, it will feel like this. That's why it's difficult. Before the magic was revealed, it was difficult to figure out what was going on. What Xiao Yu needs now is such a person. Someone who can completely analyze this magic. This person might be Xiao Yu himself. He might be Luca number 3. He might be Senya. Or he might be anyone. He might be the lowest level, most ordinary scientific researcher who drank a glass of wine by chance. After some coffee, I had a flash of inspiration and found the final answer. It is also possible that the final answer will never be revealed. And no one can find the answer until Xiao Yu finally dies. At this moment, Xiao Yu is also making various difficult and complicated calculations. Xiao Yu tried to find out the final answer through his huge computing power. Luca too worriedly took its own special spacecraft and returned to its home on spaceship number 41. It was so depressed that it didn't even drink its favorite drink brought by the maid. It went directly to the deck chair on the lawn and stared at the virtual stars in the sky in a daze. The maid behind it seemed to sense that her master was not in a good state and began to act cautiously, trying not to make any noise. Luca 3 did not return to home number 41, but came to spaceship number 42, which had not yet been completed. At this stage, the construction of spaceship number 42 has been completely stopped. There are piles of building materials everywhere in the spacecraft. Half of the high-rise buildings have been built, and various giant buildings abound. The entire spacecraft has a weird technological atmosphere. This is its favorite place to come, and it seems that broken technological creations can inspire it. It even specifically asked Xiao Yu to build a residence here. When encountering problems, Luca number 3 likes to come here to stay quietly and think quietly. Luca 4 came to the huge basement of the Bioscience Institute of Home Spacecraft number 41. This basement is all-encompassing. It stores specimens of all the creatures Xiao Yu has encountered since he left the Earth. Even some of the black worms encountered on Titan are kept here. In the huge specimen display cabinet, there are various mutilated limbs everywhere, including brain tissue and nervous tissue. As for various arms and tentacles, it is common to see them. The huge specimen display cabinet is hundreds of meters high, and some flying robots are responsible for carrying specimens. The air here is always filled with a strange smell. But this is Luca 4's favorite place. Jason, Senya, Rodel, and other scientists each found a place and thought hard. At this moment, accompanying Senya was Feli, the daughter of Rodel, the leader of the second race. Now, the two of them are boating on a lake in the grassland pasture. This is a very small boat. It can only accommodate 2 people facing each other. At most, there is no room for some food and drinks in the middle. Feli sat at the bow of the boat, and Senya sat at the stern. Feli was holding 2 oars in her hands and rowing them slowly. As the oars continued to move on the water, the boat floated gently. The area of this lake is not too big. Only a few hundred meters of water surface in total. The lake water is very clear, almost completely transparent, and the shadow of the sky is perfectly reflected. The boat floats on the water, as if it is floating in the air. Occasionally, a few very beautiful small fish will jump out of the water and return to the water in an instant, leaving only a piece of blue sky and white clouds that are constantly floating. Dear Senya, what are you thinking about? Are you encountering a problem? Feli noticed that Senya was a little depressed and couldn't help but ask. Senya shook his head bitterly and said nothing. According to confidentiality regulations, Feli is currently not qualified to know such things. After all, this matter is too important. If this matter spreads and lets intelligent creatures know that their lifespan may be less than 3 years, it may cause big trouble. Look how beautiful it is here. When I encounter something unhappy, I like to come here alone. As long as I float on the water as clean as a mirror for a while, all the troubles will be forgotten. My dear Senya, don't be unhappy. Okay, I'm here, and I will stay with you until the last moment of your life. Feli comforted her gently. Thank you, Feli. I am the luckiest thing in my life to meet you. Wait until this matter is over. Wait until this matter is over. Let's get married. Okay? Senya finally raised her head. He looked at Feli with tender eyes. Well, I listen to you. I'm waiting for the day when I become your wife. Our wedding will be a feast that attracts everyone's attention. The current dwarves are still too stupid, and they are not qualified to participate in our wedding. The people on the home spaceship number 41. As long as they have status, everyone will come to participate, including Master number 2, Master number 3, and Master number 4. Really? Can I meet Master number 3? Feli looked at Senya with surprise and said, Master number 3 is my idol. I would be satisfied if I could have half of the knowledge of Master number 3. Yes. Senya, can you ask Master number 3 to be the officiant at our wedding? Looking at Feli's expectant eyes, Senya smiled and shook her head. No, the officiant of our wedding is not Master number 3. There is another person who is more suitable to be our officiant than Master number 3. Don't ask me who he is. I won't tell you. I will hide it until the last minute and won't let you know until the wedding. Just think of it as a surprise from me. Feli pouted angrily. I don't believe there is anyone more suitable to be the officiant of our wedding than Master number 3. There will be, Senya said with a smile. Isn't that what you mean? Feli quietly stretched out her finger and pointed to the sky. Senya naturally knew who Feli was talking about. But Senya didn't intend to reveal the mystery now. So Senya just smiled slightly and said nothing. Master has so many things to be busy with. How could he come back for our wedding? Feli thought for a while and shook her head. She seemed to think this matter was too unreliable. So, in the end, who is the one? Looking at Feli, who was looking down and thinking. Senya's eyes were full of love and tenderness. But in an instant, that question came to Senya's mind again, like a stone, weighing it down so that Senya couldn't breathe. If we can't find a way, we will all die. I will die. Feli will die. The Master will die. And everyone will die. If we can't find a way, we will die in 3 years at most. But it's really 2. It's difficult. The 3-dimensional universe moves at the 4-dimensional level. How can we slow down this universe at the 4-dimensional level? The final answer must be very simple. Even a 4th-level civilization is capable of doing it. But why can't I think of it? What on earth could it be? What on earth could it be? Senya started to feel depressed again. It picked up a fruit and took a bite. But it was no longer in the mood to eat it. So it raised its arm and threw the fruit into the water. The fruit drew an arc in the air and finally fell into the water, causing ripples. Several small fish swam over, as if they had discovered some delicious food, and started fighting over the incomplete fruit. It seemed that Senya had used too much force. After throwing the fruit out, the boat swayed slightly due to the reaction force, which suddenly woke up Feli from her meditation. Feli gave Senya a complaining look. Senya smiled a little apologetically, but before the smile fell, suddenly, Senya's expression froze. As if possessed, Senya slowly turned around and faced the stern of the boat. Of course there is nothing at the stern. Only ripples left by the boat as it floats by. Senya reached out and grabbed another fruit and threw it towards the stern of the ship. The reaction force caused the boat to shake slightly again, and the speed seemed to speed up slightly. Senya's movements began to become rapid. It picked up a fruit again, and threw it harder this time. The boat shook even more. Senya couldn't stand still and fell directly into the water. Before Feli's scream could be heard, the security robot appeared out of thin air and pushed Senya out of the water. However, Senya did not try to catch the boat gang and return to the ship, but remained there in a daze. Senya! Dear Senya! What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Feli asked very worriedly. Senya didn't answer. At this moment, Senya's face was full of that kind of dementia expression. Dear Senya! Don't scare me. What's wrong with you? Feli rushed over and grabbed Senya tightly. Senya still didn't respond. After maintaining this expression for more than 10 seconds, Senya suddenly laughed happily. Ha ha. I know. That's it. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 370, the final answer. Actually, we should have thought of this truth a long time ago. In the conference room, in front of Xiao Yu, Luca 2, Luca 3, and Luca 4, all the big names in the scientific community, Senya was confident. Said, "It is indeed very simple. So simple that even a second-level civilization, no, a slightly smarter first-level civilization creature can think of it. To put it bluntly, this principle is not worth mentioning at all. The troll civilization did not lie to us. Based on this principle, and with the help of space weapons, we are 100% sure that we can return to the big universe." Senya made the concluding remarks as mentioned above. Luca 3 wisely remained silent. It is its principle not to comment on anything without clarifying the matter and drawing your own conclusions. Luca number 2, a scientist from the Department of Social Psychology, looked confused. It didn't understand these things. In fact, in such a purely scientific and technological meeting, scientists from the Department of Social Psychology participated, and they were just spectators. It didn't even understand Senator, he didn't quite understand the professional terms that Ye said. So he naturally couldn't express his opinion. Xiao Yu didn't speak, but in his brain, Xiao Yu was calculating rapidly. Xiao Yu is calculating the feasibility of this method. Within 3 seconds, an expression of relief appeared on Xiao Yu's face. Senya, you did a good job. Very good. I already know what you want to say. And I think this method is feasible. At this moment, Xiao Yu felt as if he had just watched a wonderful magic show. A car weighing several tons was placed on the stage. And then the curtain came down. And the magician pretended to do it for a while. The curtain went up again. And the car disappeared. Xiao Yu once saw this magic trick when he was a child. In order to figure out the magic trick, Xiao Yu didn't sleep for several days. As a result, Xiao Yu was very disappointed with the answer to the magic. When he knew the answer to the mystery, Xiao Yu curled his lips disdainfully and said, "So that's it. The answer to that magic trick is that when the curtain came down to cover the car, the assistants tied wire ropes to the car. And then the mechanical equipment pulled the car up with the curtain, all the way to the ceiling. It's that simple." Now, Xiao Yu feels this way again. How to slow down the three-dimensional universe you live in? The answer is simple. Just keep moving in the direction it is going. It's just recoil. Something that humans in the Earth age know. Yes. Now the mystery is solved, and the final answer is that simple. Wait a minute. At this time, another scientist from the Department of Science and Technology raised his hand and asked to speak. After getting Xiao Yu's permission, he stood up and asked Senya with confusion. Senya, are you saying that when you were rafting with Feli, you were inspired by the idea that throwing things behind the boat would make the boat itself move faster, and you came to this conclusion? To be honest, I don't quite understand. I don't know what this phenomenon has to do with our current situation. Using recoil to slow down the small universe we live in does sound like a feasible method. But we should use what can be used as the recoil material in the four-dimensional direction. Xiao Yu has figured this out. But that doesn't mean other scientists will. This does not mean the level of intelligence. In fact, the people who can sit here, whether they are in the social psychology department or the science and technology department, are all extremely smart talents. But just because they are smart does not mean that they can overcome this thinking barrier. Sometimes thinking habits and misunderstandings are so terrible that they can make people confused and incomprehensible to the facts that are clearly in front of them. It was obvious that the scientist at this moment was still stuck in a mental block and had not recovered. Senya looked at the scientist with a smile and said, Uncle Tommen, you also agree that the recoil force can decelerate the small universe we are in. Right. And as long as the small universe we are in decelerates, it will return to the big universe, and then be integrated with the big universe. And then we can go out. Right. The scientist named Tomon nodded with confusion on his face. Yes, that is indeed the truth. But how do we use recoil to decelerate a space on the four-dimensional level? The answer is very simple. Senya flicked his fingers and said slowly, use space to slow down for space. Huh? Tommen's eyes flashed, and he said nothing. Actually, we have been wrong before. We have always thought that we do not have the ability to exert influence on the fourth dimension. But we are wrong. We have this ability. Don't forget. We already have space weapons that can the space is split. And what will be the trajectory of the split space? Obviously, the split space is moving away from us in the four-dimensional direction. Senya paused for a moment and said with approval in his eyes. Xiao Yu continued. Assuming that the small universe we are in is moving forward, then why can't we use space weapons to split the space bit by bit and project it forward? According to the principle of interaction of forces. If we add a forward force to the separated space, our space will inevitably receive a backward force. It is this force that can make our space gradually slow down. Slower and slower. And more. The slower it gets, the more it will eventually be captured by the gravity of the universe and eventually return to the universe. It was quiet in the conference room. Senya's speech was so shocking that they were speechless. After a while, Luca 3 sighed slightly, then raised his head and said to Senya, Senya, good job. I also think your method is feasible. Thank you, Lord number 3. Senya bowed respectfully to Luca number 3. I believe that I know how the Tolar civilization gave the small universe an initial speed to keep the small universe moving without being captured by the larger universe. Obviously, the Tolar civilization did not move directly in the four-dimensional direction ability. Then it can only be in the three-dimensional world, which gives this small universe the initial power. This mystery is hidden in the space weapons. Do you have any questions? Senya asked. The scientists looked at each other, and no one spoke. This principle is too simple, and this process is too untechnical. Until now, these scientists can't believe that the final answer that has troubled them for more than a year and made them explore and pursue will be presented to them in such a way. In fact, even Xiao Yu was a little unbelievable when he first heard this answer. But after thinking about it carefully, Xiao Yu found that this method was completely logical and consistent with all the laws of physics he knew. The most important thing is that it seems very reasonable and feasible. I need to make some additions to this plan, Luca 3 said. I think the method Senya said is feasible, but we need to improve it a little bit. We already know that space is also affected by gravity. Then, when carrying out this plan and ejecting space debris forward, we might as well include some material with mass among these space debris. For example, the rocks on the dwarf planet. I think this is very important. I don't believe that simply throwing space debris can slow down our small universe. Just like Senya, if you sit on a boat and throw air behind you, can it speed up your boat? The answer is no. In fact, it's here now. I even think that the dwarf planet was specially left for us by the Tolar civilization, for us to use to slow down space. Senya thought for a moment and reacted immediately. This is an oversight on my part. Yes, I believe that the truth must be exactly what Master number 3 said. Hearing Luca 3's speech, Xiao Yu's heart moved slightly, and then nodded. What you said makes sense. This plan is very feasible. The trajectory of the small universe we are in the four-dimensional space. It can be calculated through mathematical methods. And even the direction in which we eject space debris can also be determined through mathematical methods. Space 2 is purely used for experimental purposes, and its power can be increased again. Moreover, with our raw materials in the reserve, there are also enough metals that can be used to build 2 space weapons. Before officially starting this plan, I still need to conduct a little verification. I will use space 2 to eject some matter first to observe whether the trajectory of our small universe will change. If the final result is positive, that's very simple. It will only be a matter of time before we escape from this small universe. This statement is just for final confirmation. In fact, Xiao Yu has already agreed with this plan deep in his heart. Because this inference is so perfect, no matter from which aspect, it should be the final answer. Simple yet beautiful. Elegant yet full of depth. It does use space weapons, and it can indeed be thought up by a 4th-level civilization. Xiao Yu thought silently in his heart. Senya, you did a good job. You did a good job. You once again solved a huge problem that troubled us. Don't worry. If we can go out smoothly this time, I will abide by it. My promise. The title of number 5 belongs to you, and I will be the officiant of your wedding to Fei. Chapter 371, 0.13 seconds. It can be known from previous experiments that when the small universe and the large universe overlap, the stability of the space will be changed. This will be very obvious in the intensity of the cracks caused by space weapons in the space. because it is obvious that the more stable the space is, the smaller the space cracks that space weapons can cause, and vice versa. Then we can use this to determine the speed, period, and direction of the small universe orbiting the large universe. This is very simple. Xiao Yu only needs to determine the orbital parameters of the current small universe, then eject a piece of space debris, and then detect the orbital parameters of the small universe again. Compare the two phases, and see if there is any change in the two data. We can get very obvious results. The increase in entropy is like a sharp knife hanging on Xiao Yu's neck, making Xiao Yu afraid to relax at all times. After coming to this small universe, Xiao Yu is under tremendous mental pressure all the time, because Xiao Yu is the leader in this fleet. The higher the status, the greater the responsibilities one needs to bear. Now that the dawn of hope finally appeared, Xiao Yu immediately began the impatient verification action. Xiao Yu wants to leave here immediately. The sooner the better. It is best to leave now. Xiao Yu really didn't want to stay here anymore. The starry sky is always the same, lifeless everywhere, and there are no wonderful events in the universe. Anyone who watches this situation for a long time will be annoyed. Then let's start the first test. I hope this test can give me satisfactory results. Xiao Yu thought silently and started his work. The current trajectory of the small universe can be easily calculated through mathematical methods. Where in the small universe should the knife be used? After cutting off the space debris, in which direction it will move? These things can be calculated in advance through mathematical methods. Busy robots once again appeared on the dwarf planet. These robots were equipped with very advanced mining tools. They were busy on the planet that had not yet fully restored calm, and excavated a large piece of it. The rocks, with a total mass of about 500 tons, were loaded into the waiting village-level spaceship. The village-level spacecraft quickly took off and transported the rock to the designated location. This space is the space that Space 2 is preparing to tear out. Under the gaze of many scientists, Xiao Yu calmly issued the order. This rock is floating here quietly, and its slightly yellow surface shines, with a very beautiful color under the light next to it. This is probably a copper, or with a high copper content. Space 2 launched again, and the familiar black sphere appeared again, like a devil's mouth, quickly enveloping the unconscious rock inside. Then, under the healing power of the space itself, the black sphere quickly shrank. When the black sphere disappeared, the large piece of rock also disappeared. In fact, at the moment when the black sphere was formed, this space had already been stripped away. This black sphere is nothing more than a scar left by the tearing of space. Its nature is the same as the black crack emitted by Space 1. Xiao Yu knew that this space had been torn apart from this small universe by himself and drifted out alone. Generally speaking, the space fragments that are torn out will return to this small universe after a period of time because they do not have enough kinetic energy. Just like Xiao Yu's first experiment. This situation may seem like nothing, but it actually means a very serious consequence. Because in this way, the kinetic energy they carried will return again to make up for the kinetic energy lost by the small universe. And the plan to slow down the small universe will be in vain. However, the trajectory of the space fragments torn out this time has been carefully calculated. They will not return again for at least 3 years. And after 3 years, if Xiao Yu can't get out, Xiao Yu will be dead. At that time, it won't matter whether it comes back or not. Okay, Xiao Yu said calmly. The first test has been completed. According to mathematical calculations, the space debris ejected this time will shorten the period of our small universe orbiting the big universe by 0.13 seconds. This result will be verified within 3 days. Space 1 took on the responsibility of verifying the results. If launched at full power, the energy of the Xiao Yu spacecraft can only be used for 3 launches of Space 1. And there will be a long interval between the 3 launches. But it is different now. Now it is purely to verify the solidity of the space rather than to attack the target. So Xiao Yu can adjust the power of Space 1 to the lowest, so that it can be launched quickly at an interval of 1,000th of a second. Space Rift Attack. In other words, if this small universe overlaps with the big universe, Xiao Yu can discover it within 1,000th of a second. In front of Xiao Yu's spaceship Space 1, small black lines invisible to the naked eye kept flashing. These lines were all space cracks. Although it cannot be detected by the naked eye, the instrument built by Xiao Yu can accurately capture these fluctuations. By analyzing the size of the space cracks, we can determine whether the current space is integrated with the larger universe. It will take some time for the verification results to come out. Let's adjourn now. Everyone can go back and take a rest. But personal communication equipment must be kept open at all times. I may contact you at any time. After all this was arranged, Xiao Yu made his own arrangements. A group of scientists left the conference room, still with unconcealable joy on their faces, since they came under Xiao Yu's command. In terms of material life, it can be said that Xiao Yu will give them whatever they want. And there has never been a second question. Wealth, beautiful women, luxurious transportation, etc. are just small things. Naturally, they don't want to lose such a beautiful life. Of course, Xiao Yu also tells them intentionally or unintentionally at all times that all the good life they have is given by himself. If they want to enjoy it, then work for me honestly. The more you contribute, the better they will enjoy it. In this way, Xiao Yu firmly tied these scientists to himself. So every time they encounter a crisis, these scientists will do their best to help Xiao Yu solve the problem, because they know that helping Xiao Yu means helping themselves. These 3 days were spent in a state of uncertainty. All scientists are anxious and waiting for the final results. The final result did not disappoint them. 3 days later, these scientists received a message from Xiao Yu at the same time. The experiment was successful. The detection results of Space 1 showed that the period of our small universe orbiting the large universe was indeed shortened by 0.1% compared to before. 3 seconds after receiving this message, the entire home spaceship number 41 was enveloped in huge cheers. Although the ordinary people did not know what was going on, scientists were the leaders of this society. Each of the scientists was beaming and excited, and this emotion quickly spread to the entire spacecraft. Did it really succeed? Xiao Yu murmured to himself, recalculating all the observation data in disbelief. The result of the calculation was clear and accurate, telling Xiao Yu unmistakably that the time had indeed been shortened by 0.13 seconds. This piece of space debris that is ejected will slow down the movement of the small universe in the 4th dimension. Logically speaking, if the movement speed slows down, the orbiting period will lengthen. But this is not the case. Under the influence of the gravity of the large universe, the small universe loses kinetic energy and slows down. It will move closer to the large universe and shorten its entire orbit. Although the movement speed is slower, the total distance is also shortened. So in total, the orbit time will still be reduced. This is a very good start. Since you can slow down the orbit time by 0.13 seconds, you can slow down the orbit time by an hour, a day, and finally return the orbit time to 0. Returning to 0 means that the small universe will coincide with the large universe. Under the healing power of space itself, the small universe will lose its own reading structure, just like a drop of water flowing into the sea and disappearing without a trace. We are ready to leave. Looking at this small universe that trapped him tightly, Xiao Yu was filled with emotion. A large-scale construction task has begun. The power of Space 2 will be increased to the point where it can eject 1 cubic kilometer of space at a time. The power of the newly constructed Space 3 and Space 4 will be even greater. This power is only the power in their initial stage. In addition, there is another wonderful point. That is, as space debris and mass are continuously ejected, the overall stability of this small universe will continue to decrease, and the stability of space will continue to decrease. Reduction, in other words, means an increase in the power of space weapons. Therefore, according to Xiao Yu's calculations, the progress of this project will be faster as it progresses to a later stage. As a result, countless robots were placed on this dwarf planet. These robots have no other mission. They have only one mission, which is to constantly dig. Whether it is rock or soil, gold or silver, they all dig out and put them into the waiting village-level spacecraft. Village-level spaceships are transported to designated locations, and then ejected through space weapons. Their departure will take away the kinetic energy of this small universe. The small universe that has lost its kinetic energy will slow down, and the distance between it and the big universe will gradually become shorter, and eventually it will merge into the big universe. This huge project began to be carried out with great vigor. Chapter 372, Dismember the Planet. Since the initial data is not yet complete, Xiao Yu still doesn't know how much material and space will be ejected before the speed of his small universe is reduced to 0 and eventually merges with the big universe. But thinking about it, this dwarf planet with a volume of about 20 billion cubic kilometers should be enough. Under Xiao Yu's manipulation, billions of engineering robots were placed on this dwarf planet, working busy day and night. This number only includes humanoid engineering robots, and does not include other large machinery, and the more than 2 million rural-class spacecraft responsible for transportation tasks. Space 3 and Space 4 have been built, and together with Space 2, they were transported to the vicinity of the dwarf planet by Xiao Yu. This will save a lot of time and greatly speed up the project progress. So, in this beautiful star system, such a strange scene happened. Countless robots and mechanical equipment are busy on the planet like ants. They are like biting bread, viciously tearing off bits and pieces of debris from the planet. These debris are quickly transported away by the spacecraft, placed at the designated location, and then thrown out together with the space itself by the space weapon. A section of lines, when combined into a circle, has the largest area. Similarly, when a surface is curled into a sphere, its volume is the largest, in order to project the maximum amount of matter with the minimum power. Xiao Yu also performed preliminary processing on the transported matter. The specific method is to collect a certain mass and volume of matter, place a gravity bomb in the matter, and then detonate it. After the gravity bomb is detonated, these chaotic materials will be aggregated into an approximately standard sphere under the action of gravity. Then, before the effect of the gravity bomb is lost, the space weapon will tear apart this space and directly eject it. Every time space debris is ejected, hundreds of millions or billions of tons of material will be ejected. After the project lasted for 3 months, the diameter of the planet has been reduced by a full 500 kilometers. This means it has lost considerable quality, but its kinetic energy is still there, and it is still orbiting the white dwarf star at its original speed. The decrease in mass means a decrease in gravity, which reduces the restraint of gravity on it. As a result, its orbit has expanded outward by hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The calculation of the orbit of the small universe has been going on, and the shrinking number shows that the distance between the small universe and the large universe is constantly decreasing. Success lies ahead, and Xiao Yu is moving forward step by step. This is a crazy project. In the more than 10,000 years since he left the Earth, Xiao Yu has destroyed more than one planet, such as directly blowing it up, such as pushing it directly into the star. But this is the first time for Xiao Yu to destroy it in such a crazy way. Moreover, Xiao Yu estimated that there would be no existence in the universe that would adopt this method. To completely dismember a planet is such a huge and crazy thing. Fortunately, this planet is a dwarf planet. There is no liquid lava inside it. The extremely low temperature also prevents liquid water or other liquid substances from existing, which saves Xiao Yu a lot of trouble. During the project, Xiao Yu also took the opportunity to study the geological composition of the planet in detail and improved his theory of planetary evolution a lot. Time passed little by little, and everything was as Xiao Yu expected. The small universe is getting closer and closer to the big universe, and the spatial stability of this small universe is getting lower and lower. This means that the efficiency of space weapons has been improved. Up to now, a space weapon can eject dozens of cubic kilometers of material at a time. A year has passed quietly, and the appearance of this small universe has been completely changed by Xiao Yu. The fragments of the battleship that can be seen everywhere have been recovered by Xiao Yu. The fragments that are valuable are properly kept by Xiao Yu. The fragments that are not valuable are mixed with the materials from the dwarf planet and ejected directly. So far, the diameter of this dwarf planet has been reduced to less than 200 kilometers, making it a veritable asteroid, due to its own pressure. Although liquid lava cannot be formed inside it, ordinary temperature increases can still be achieved. In fact, during the process of robot excavation, the closer to the core, the higher the temperature, has risen to nearly 300 degrees Celsius now. There is another point. Also due to its own pressure, the material density at the core of the planet will be very high. Although it has not reached that exaggerated level, the obstacles to Xiao Yu's project progress are still very obvious. The working environment began to become harsh, and the progress of the project was seriously hampered. Xiao Yu thought for a while, and simply sent out special engineering robots to drill several large holes hundreds of kilometers deep in the core of the remaining planet, burying large-yield nuclear bombs in them. And then it was detonated directly, and with a flash of dazzling light, the last remaining material of the planet was blown to pieces. The planet finally completely died in Xiao Yu's hands. Not even the bones were left. After blowing the planet into pieces, the project progressed much more smoothly. But Xiao Yu gradually became worried. Xiao Yu now has a lot of experimental data, and can basically calculate how much material needs to be ejected to slow down this small universe to a stationary state. The calculation results seem to verify Luca 3's guess. According to Xiao Yu's calculations, the mass that needs to be ejected to make this small universe completely stationary is about the same as the mass of this dwarf planet. This is basically not a coincidence, and this fact illustrates the arrangement of the troll civilization from the side. Xiao Yu also began to believe that this dwarf planet was really left by the troll civilization. Specifically for the dwarf civilization that entered later to slow down this small universe. But this calculation result is only approximate. Xiao Yu is currently unable to obtain too precise data. In other words, to reduce the speed of this small universe to 0. The actual required mass may be slightly different from this, and may be shorter than this one. The planet's overall mass is more, or perhaps a little less, than the dwarf planet's overall mass. If it is smaller, then there is no problem. But what if the required mass is more than the mass of this planet? Don't forget, even if the error of this result is only 0.1%, you must know that it has been hundreds of thousands of years since the troll civilization left this relic. Within these hundreds of thousands of years, 100% of an error as small as 0.1 does not seem to be unusual. But if you do some calculations, you will find that things are not that simple. The total mass of this dwarf planet is about 2 trillion tons. And 0.1% of the mass is 2 trillion tons. With so much quality, where would Xiao Yu find it? There is no doubt that the white dwarf star will have a lot of mass. But with Xiao Yu's current level of technology, he does not have the strength to take action on a white dwarf star. In addition to this white dwarf, there are also a large number of battleship fragments in this small universe. But their total mass does not exceed 1 billion tons at most. So they do not play a big role. When there are no foreign objects to borrow, Xiao Yu can only take action on his own things. But one thing you need to know is that a national-level spacecraft only has a mass of several hundred million tons. If there is really an error of 0.1%, even if all Xiao Yu's spaceships are used to fill this gap, it will not be enough. If things really develop into this situation, I have no choice but to operate on the corpse of this level 4 alien beast. Xiao Yu secretly thought. The total mass of the body of this level 4 alien beast has almost reached 10,000. It looks like a gigaton. But I plan to use this thing to build a spaceship. I hope things will not progress to this point. Let's eject the rest of the planet first. Xiao Yu sighed secretly, cheered up, and began to finish the work. In the current small universe, the dwarf planet has completely disappeared, and its huge body is only left with some asteroid fragments with a diameter of only 10 kilometers. Xiao Yu had no intention of letting go of its corpse. He activated the space weapon and quickly threw these things out. After completely dismembering the dwarf planet and throwing it all out, Xiao Yu once again carried out a general cleanup in this small universe. All damaged parts, battleship fragments with no recycling value, and all garbage were gathered together. At the same time, about 300 million tons were ejected all at once. Everything has been done so far. Xiao Yu began to wait quietly. At this moment, the small universe is overlapping with the large universe. To verify whether the small universe has offset all kinetic energy by Xiao Yu, there is a very simple way. That is to see whether the small universe will leave the big universe again. If it leaves, it proves that the small universe still has kinetic energy, and its own work is not finished yet. If the small universe no longer leaves the big universe, it proves that it has succeeded. In the next time, you only need to wait quietly. In up to a month, the small universe will be assimilated by the big universe. The answer to verify this question is also very simple. That is to continuously emit low-power space cracks and indirectly calculate it through the strength of the cracks. Space 1 on board the Xiao Yu spacecraft was in this situation. Tiny space cracks flashed in front of it one after another, and then quickly disappeared. Chapter 373, The Dilemma of the Dwarves. What should the dwarves do? If it is the dwarves, what should the dwarves do? On the small lake that was still a grassland pasture, Senya and Fei Li were sitting on a small boat, drifting slowly in this picturesque world. The scenery was beautiful, and Fei Li was as beautiful as ever. But none of these things attracted Senya's attention. Now Senya seems a little distracted. It has been muttering these two sentences in a low voice. Fei Li seemed to hear something, but she didn't hear it clearly. So it concentrated its energy, eliminated all external interference, and finally heard clearly what Xenia said. What Fei Li heard were those two sentences. Senya kept muttering these two sentences in a low voice, as if he was asking others, but also as if he was asking himself. What happened to the dwarves? Fei Li asked curiously. Senya still looked confused and turned a deaf ear to her lover's questions. Fei Li became a little unhappy and snorted angrily. Senya came to her senses in a daze and asked, Fei Li, what's wrong with you? I won't allow you to ignore me, Fei Li said with a pout. I'm sorry, Senya said guiltily. I'm thinking about some things, which are very important to us. If we don't think clearly, I'm afraid we will be in danger. What is going on? I keep hearing you talking about the dwarves. The dwarves and so on. Do the dwarves have anything to do with us? Bailey's curiosity was aroused, and she didn't care about getting angry anymore. Asked with interest. I'm sorry. Due to confidentiality regulations, I can't tell you yet. Senya shook his head in embarrassment. Then you can go on your own. Huh? Bailey snorted displeasedly and simply turned her head away, no longer looking at Senya. But even though she turned her head away, Bailey was still secretly paying attention to Senya with her peripheral vision, waiting for Senya to coax her. But she was disappointed, because she saw from the corner of her eye that Senya was now deep in thought again. So this time, Bailey was really angry. She snorted heavily again, trying to attract Senya's attention. But Senya still didn't come to her senses. In Senya's mind, this question was circling back and forth, occupying all his thoughts. What should the dwarves do? What should the dwarves do? Senya knew that he was not the only one who thought about this problem. As wise as Luca too, although it is not very proficient in science and technology, it will definitely understand that the method Xiao Yu is currently using is not suitable for the dwarves. So Luca too must have discovered this problem as well. Someone as smart as Luca 3 must have thought of it. In fact, Senya believes that all scientists participating in the meeting should have thought about this issue. Xiao Yu naturally thought of it too. Will we really succeed? Senya thought silently, her mind already drifting far away. Senya knew this problem. Xiao Yu knew this problem. And all scientists knew this problem. But no one raised it. This is a very strange psychology, similar to a beautiful woman with painted skin. Even if she knows that there is a ferocious skeleton ghost under the painted skin, she still can't help but be attracted by this beautiful skin. For more than a year, Xiao Yu and these scientists have suffered too many blows. Now, the plan jointly proposed by Luca 3 and Senya is so perfect, so reasonable and feasible. So, at this time, no one will come out to pour cold water. Maybe this method will really succeed? Maybe the Tolar civilization left behind for the dwarves is another way? At the same time, Xiao Yu was also thinking about this issue. Are we really going to succeed? Why does it always feel like something is wrong? This problem that troubles Xiao Yu and Senya, and even all scientists, is actually very simple. That is, if the small universe is slowed down by ejecting space debris and a large amount of matter, and finally returns the small universe to the big universe, it is really if this is the only way left by the troll civilization. Then what should the dwarves do? You know, this relic was left by the Tolar civilization for the dwarves. Obviously, the dwarves will never have such strong construction and execution capabilities as Xiao Yu. The most likely possibility is that those who came to explore this ruins will be a scientific research team of the dwarf tribe. It is just a scientific research team. How could it have the ability to dismember a planet and eject it entirely? I'm afraid even building a space weapon would be an impossible task for them. Right? So what should the dwarves do? There are several explanations as follows. Xiao Yu quickly came to his own conclusion. First, the method left by the Tolar civilization is actually not the method I use now. There is another method that even the dwarves can use. It is a simpler way to leave this small universe. Secondly, there was something weird about the smart number 1 at the beginning. Maybe it did something secretly. And thirdly, I simply did something wrong. This method cannot leave the small universe. The answer will be revealed soon. Xiao Yu thought silently. The Space One equipped on the Xiaogua spacecraft is constantly launching space attacks, creating space cracks in this small universe. By observing the strength of the space cracks, Xiao Yu understands his current situation. The small universe that I am currently in is overlapping with the large universe, and the space of the large universe is rapidly assimilating the space of the small universe. According to the current progress, the small universe will disappear in just 1 month. The time it took to enter the overlapping universe, this time was longer than any time before. From the beginning to now, a full half-hour has passed. According to Xiao Yu's speculation, as long as the time exceeds an hour, there is no need to worry about the small universe leaving the big universe. In other words, as long as you stay for more than an hour, the small universe will never be able to leave the big universe, and you will be successful. In other words, the mystery hidden behind it will be revealed in just an hour. An hour later, Xiao Yu will know whether he succeeded or failed. This hour was extremely torturous for Xiao Yu. This feeling of waiting for the verdict to be handed down is very uncomfortable. Xiao Yu began to understand why prisoners in the Earth Age were so agitated before hearing the death sentence, but would regain their composure after the final death sentence. Almost every few seconds, Xiao Yu would check the time to see if it had arrived. Xiao Yu clearly felt that more than 10 minutes had passed. But the clock told Xiao Yu that less than 10 seconds had passed since the last time he checked the time. Senya knew that the results would be announced today. Luca 2, 3, and 4. All the scientists who participated in that meeting knew it. Now, together with Xiao Yu, they are in a state of severe anxiety. 59 minutes have passed. But Xiao Yu feels as if tens of millions of years have passed. There is still one last minute. If the small universe has not left the big universe after this minute, then the small universe will never leave the big universe. 30 seconds to go. 10 seconds left. Senya closed her eyes silently and clasped her hands together as if praying silently. Senya knew very clearly that by now, there was no time. If this operation fails, then the fleet that is still detained in the small universe will have less than a year and a half left before its final demise. What is enough time for it to do so? The most important thing is that the dwarf planet has been ejected entirely by Xiao Yu. In other words, Xiao Yu has lost supplies in this small universe. Either success or death. Senya didn't want to die, because if she died, she would never see Fei Li again. Xiao Yu didn't want to die either. Xiao Yu felt that he still had a lot to do. The mystery of human destruction has not yet been solved. Chinimo has not been resurrected. And even the body of the Earth Girl, Zhang Xingya, is quietly staying in the cabin of the Xiaogua spacecraft, waiting for Xiao Yu's rescue. There are still too many secrets in the universe waiting for Xiao Yu to explore. There are too many unknowns in the universe waiting for Xiao Yu to unravel. And there are too many wonderful and magnificent events that Xiao Yu has not experienced yet. The time has come to the last second. At this moment, Xiao Yu felt that his spirit had become stiff. Xiao Yu is very rarely afraid. He is afraid that the space cracks caused by space number 1 will suddenly become larger, under the condition that the power remains unchanged. The space cracks suddenly become larger, which naturally means that the stability of the space is reduced. And the decrease in stability naturally means that the small universe is separated from the big universe, which indirectly means Xiao Yu's death. This second has passed, and the latest tests report information about the strength of the space crack has also arrived in Xiao Yu's mind, waiting for Xiao Yu to process it. In fact, if possible, Xiao Yu is very reluctant to see the final result, because the final result is very likely to be failure. If it is really a failure, then at least I can still have hope before everything is revealed. After seeing the result, I have no hope at all. But the Cole program will not pay attention to Xiao Yu's feelings. The latest test reports are still piling up non-stop. The early warning program set by Xiao Yu has already started to alarm, because Xiao Yu's current behavior is too abnormal. The message that originally only took an instant to be processed has now taken a long time. It has not been processed for 10 seconds. According to the judgment of the early warning program, this is a serious abnormality. Okay, if you stick your head out, it's a knife. And if you shrink your head, it's a knife. That's it. Xiao Yu murmured to himself and put this message into his mind. Chapter 374. There is hope ahead. Space crack, strength, space curvature, parameter, space number 1 power. The first thing Xiao Yu saw was a series of complex technical parameters. But Xiao Yu did not notice these. What Xiao Yu noticed was the last sentence of the strength report. This sentence is a summary of the entire report. There is no change in the intensity of the space crack. Xiao Yu's expression tightened. No change. No change. No change. A huge sense of joy immediately filled Xiao Yu's mind. We succeeded? We succeeded? Xiao Yu shouted crazily in his heart. Xiao Yu knew exactly what this meant. Since the small universe did not break away from the big universe within an hour, it means that it will not be able to break away from the big universe in the future. The big universe will firmly bind it within itself. If you cannot break away from the big universe, the small universe will be assimilated by the big universe in up to a month. And the small universe will disappear completely, just like a drop of water integrated into the ocean. By then, Xiao Yu can leave this cage. After more than a year of hard exploration and joint research by nearly 20,000 scientists. At this moment, we finally reaped fruitful results. Xiao Yu suppressed the joy in his heart and quickly informed all the scientists of the results. Luca 3, who was in the Home 42 spaceship, looking at the half-built city cluster and the messy piles of building materials, was in a daze. The moment he heard the news, he jumped up quickly. Before its security robot had time to react, its head hit the roof. The uneven roof instantly made a big hole in its head, and dark red blood flowed out. However, Luca number 3 seemed unaware, and just screamed crazily. We succeeded. Yes, we succeeded. We can leave this Lish place. Only then did the security robot react. It quickly rushed to Luca number 3, reached out, and took out the hemostatic medicine from the portable medical kit. Applied it to Luca number 3, and then dexterously applied a bandage. Luca number 3's head was wrapped up, and bright red blood was still seeping out of the bandage. After the security robot provided preliminary care, he tucked Luca number 3 under his arm and rushed out at lightning speed. On the special spacecraft of Luca 3, there are more complete medical equipment. Luca 3 was unaware of all this. At this moment, it is still muttering the words silently. We succeeded. We succeeded. Luca number 2, who was still sitting on the deck chair in his garden with his eyes closed and concentrating, opened his bloodshot eyes the moment he heard the news. His lips began to tremble slightly, and he was trembling. He stretched out his hand, picked up the drink cup next to him, put it to his mouth and took a sip, but he choked on the drink and coughed violently. The maid who was busy behind came over anxiously and gently patted Luca number 2 on the back. Luca 2 finally regained his composure, closed his eyes again, and sighed leisurely. It was successful. It was finally successful. What succeeded? The maid who knew nothing about this incident asked curiously. We have life again, Luca 2 said, looking at her with a smile. The maid didn't understand this sentence. It stared blankly at the excited Luca number 2 with a pair of big, ignorant eyes. Luca number 2 ignored it and fell back on the recliner, with an expression of satisfaction on his aging face. In the huge basement of the biology laboratory, looking at the stumps and specimens, the wandering Luca 4 also received the news at the same time. At this moment, it seemed to see a group of lights suddenly appear in front of its eyes, dispelling all the haze. After Senya, who was boating on the small lake, heard the news, his body suddenly trembled, causing the boat to shake. Did we finally succeed? We actually succeeded? But what should the dwarves do? What can the dwarves do? At this moment, Senya is still stuck in this problem and cannot get out of it. The plan that he, Luca number 3, and Xiao Yu worked out together finally succeeded. This result removed the boulder that was weighing on its heart, making it feel more relaxed than ever before. But this doubt is getting stronger and stronger. Is there really another way for the dwarves to leave this small universe in an easier way? Senya couldn't understand, and neither could Xiao Yu. The troll civilization said that after calculations, they finally found a way to allow the dwarves to leave here with the technological strength of a 4th-level civilization. If that method is not the method they are using now, wouldn't it be proved that his calculation ability is not weaker than that of the troll civilization? The troll civilization is a level 6 civilization. Xiao Yu does not have the confidence to be on par with the troll civilization. What's going on? Xiao Yu thought silently, but found nothing. Let's not think about it for the time being. Maybe this is just a suspicion created by the Toller civilization. As long as I can leave here, as long as I obtain the inheritance of space weapons, it will be enough. My purpose will be achieved. Regardless, why so many? Freeing himself from the heavy calculation tasks, Xiao Yu once again looked at the billions of stars in this small universe. Even though we knew that these stars were all the same star, this scene still looked very spectacular. So beautiful. Xiao Yu sighed secretly, although there are still many doubts hovering in Xiao Yu's mind. None of this is important anymore. No matter what, my struggle has yielded enough results, and I finally succeeded. This is the most important thing, isn't it? Xiao Yu held a very grand celebration ceremony. Of course, since he has not really left this small universe yet, this celebration ceremony is still limited to the circle of scientists. There are now about 19,000 scientists. All came to the luxurious banquet hall in the Xiao Yu spaceship to celebrate this hard-won victory. As long as you become a scientist, you will have your own dedicated spacecraft, and the restrictions on movement will be much weaker. So, on the dock of the Xiao Yu spacecraft, there were small domestic spacecraft shuttled back and forth everywhere. Scientists stepped off the spacecraft one after another, and they greeted the scientists who were familiar with them warmly and exchanged greetings, full of joyful atmosphere. After getting off their own spacecraft, they will board the internal transportation of the spacecraft prepared by Xiao Yu for them. The service robot will make appropriate arrangements and take them to their positions in the banquet hall. The banquet was held in a joyful atmosphere and lasted for several hours. At the banquet, Senya solemnly announced that he would get married in 2 months, and solemnly invited the scientists present to attend his wedding banquet if they had time. For this young man who is expected to win the title of number 5 and has a bright future, the scientists will naturally give him face. Then the sound of congratulations sounded again, and the atmosphere of the banquet reached climax. Xiao Yu has been closely monitoring the stability of the space all the time, and the result is not beyond Xiao Yu's expectation. Xiao Yu found that the stability of the space is gradually increasing as time goes by. This is a very good phenomenon, which means that the degree of integration between the small universe and the large universe is gradually increasing, and this small universe is being assimilated by the large universe. Time passed slowly, and gradually, by chance, Xiao Yu began to observe the starlight that suddenly entered the small universe. Xiao Yu can be sure that these starlights are not the light of the white dwarf star, but the real starlight, the starlight from the big universe. Xiao Yu knew that this was caused by the small universe being integrated into the large universe to a certain extent and the space becoming unstable. Just like a solid river embankment, cracks began to appear under the erosion of the river water, and occasionally river water would gush out. This matter should be over. I have obtained the space weapon, the entire body of this 4th level alien beast, and about 1 billion tons of fragments of the 6th level civilized battleship. With these things, my strength will rising to the point of surpassing the Mayan civilization. Xiao Yu thought with confidence. As long as these things are truly digested, I will have more and more advanced spaceships. Then, it is time for the Mayan civilization to start a battle. It's a real war. I want a complete 5th level civilization technology tree. Whether it is military or civil, I want it. Without the support of a complete technology tree, my technological development will gradually slow down, which is unacceptable to me. This small universe is on the verge of life and death, and is slowly and unstoppably declining. When Xiao Yu really saw the familiar ordinary star, Xiao Yu knew that it was time for him to leave. Then let's set off. Xiao Yu issued the order, and the huge fleet slowly set sail towards the vast universe full of hope. Just when Xiao Yu's fleet had just left, there was an inexplicable being on the white dwarf star, sighing slightly. Even if I increase the difficulty of the mission so much, have you still completed it? I have violated the wishes of the troll civilization. I am destined to be destroyed. I will die. I have had enough of this endless lust and loneliness. This white dwarf will turn into a Type Ia supernova. Let the light of the supernova destroy me. I am intelligent number 1. Lucky mechanical civilization. Goodbye. Chapter 375. Sun grabbing. At the cost of a planet being dismembered and all the bones beginning to drift in the 4-dimensional universe, Xiao Yu finally returned to the big universe again. This is a wonderful trip through time and space, but the experience is not very good. It can be said to be terrible. Even now, there are still countless mysteries lingering in Xiao Yu's heart. For example, when he was still in the small universe, he conducted the small universe regression test. Why the test results were deviated, such as the dwarf dilemma, such as the weird performance of smart number 1, and many other problems. But thinking about it, I probably can't find the answers to these questions. No matter how many undercurrents there are in the dark, the final result is that I came out. And this is enough, Xiao Yu thought, looking at the star that was only a few 100 million kilometers away from him, and returned to his field of vision. Xiao Yu's heart was filled with emotion. The first time he returned to the big universe, Xiao Yu calculated the time by measuring the motion trajectories of the stars. The conclusion was that he had been in the small universe for more than a year, and more than a year had passed in the outside world. As he feared, tens of billions of years would have passed by the time he came out. This made Xiao Yu breathe a huge sigh of relief. It seems that in the small universe, only the entropy value increases faster, but the flow rate of time is still the same. Fortunately, this is the case. Otherwise, after tens of billions of years, the Andromeda Galaxy and the Milky Way will merge together. And in the Milky Way Galaxy my appearance has changed a long time ago. And that would be a lot of fun. This star system is as empty as ever. Except for this star, there is nothing else. Now Xiao Yu can be said to have achieved fruitful results. The fragments of a billion-ton level 6 civilized warship are just trivial. The most important harvest is the corpse of the level 4 alien beast, with a mass of more than 1 trillion tons. Xiao Yu has no ability to put such a huge thing into the spacecraft. Xiao Yu's solution was to create mini engines and install them directly on its body, giving it the ability to navigate in curvature. Xiao Yu's plan is to leave here, find a material-rich star system, and carry out his own processing plan. Use the corpse of this strange beast as raw materials to build some national-level spaceships to raise your combat effectiveness to another level. Then, It's time to go to the star system, where the aging ghost race once stayed. It is certain that the Mayan civilization must be monitoring the galaxy. As long as he goes there, he will be discovered by the Mayan civilization. Then things will be very simple. Xiao Yu will manipulate millions and tens of millions. The planned spaceship crushed the Mayan civilization and snatched the complete 5th-level civilization technology tree. If the Mayan civilization had known earlier that having bad thoughts towards me in the Tianlon market would have such serious consequences, I wonder if they would regret it. Xiao Yu secretly thought. Today is different from the past. Then at that time, I could only flee and panic under your pursuit. But now, my combat power has completely surpassed yours. If there were no past events and the Mayan civilization had not enmity with Xiao Yu would choose to obtain the complete 5th-level civilization technology tree through equal transactions. For example, this deal can be reached by paying some level 4 alien beast flesh and blood, or level 6 civilized battleship fragments. This has nothing to do with whether the universe is dark or not, or whether people's hearts are evil or not. This is just Xiao Yu's code of conduct as a human being. But things are naturally different now. Xiao Yu has already formed a deep hatred with Mo Lian Wenming, and there is no possibility of resolving it. Faced with such a situation, the only natural option is to use force to rob. Xiao Yu controlled his huge fleet, carrying the even larger corpse of the 4th-level alien beast, and was conducting a slow conventional voyage, trying to leave the star for a certain distance before entering a curvature voyage to find a new material-rich star. Tai. But soon, a phenomenon caught Xiao Yu's attention. Well, this kind of phenomenon is very rare. It deserves careful observation. Xiao Yu was very interested when he saw this phenomenon. So he simply stopped the fleet, and a large number of observation instruments began to be launched, and came to this planet near the star. What Xiao Yu saw was that the white dwarf star that was freed from the small universe together with his fleet was rapidly approaching the yellow dwarf star. Without the barrier of space, the two stars will inevitably be attracted by each other's gravity. It is very easy to understand that they are close to each other. As soon as he saw the white dwarf approaching, Xiao Yu calculated its orbit. The conclusion is that this white dwarf star will combine with this yellow dwarf star to form a binary star system. The distance between the two is no more than 3 million kilometers. And it is certain that such a close distance will cause the white dwarf to attract a large amount of stellar material from its companion star. These stellar materials will accumulate on the white dwarf. When there is enough material, there will be a bang. A supernova explosion occurs. In other words, Xiao Yu will witness with his own eyes the formation process of a binary star system. In the universe, no, even in the Milky Way, binary star systems and even multiple star systems are very common. But they are all formed slowly during a long process of evolution. Like this time, in just a few, a binary star system formed in a matter of months or even a few days is basically impossible to appear in the natural evolution process. This is very important to Xiao Yu. By observing the process of two stars entangled in each other's gravity, from chaotic motion at the beginning to finally obtaining a stable orbit, Xiao Yu will obtain a lot of valuable information. So, Xiao Yu stayed aside and watched with interest. Not only Xiao Yu himself is watching, but all scientists related to astrophysics have also gathered together to watch this wonderful phenomenon that is rare in billions of years through three-dimensional images. At this moment, what is shown in the three-dimensional image is a very thrilling scene. This small white dwarf is about the size of a sesame seed in front of the huge star, but it has the same or even slightly more mass than the star. At this moment, it was heading straight towards the star in a vertical orbit. If two stars really collide, it is certain that an event no less violent than a real supernova explosion will occur in this starry sky. But Xiao Yu and these scientists all know very clearly that these two stars will not collide. This white dwarf will pass by only 1 million kilometers away from the yellow dwarf, then rush straight into the distance, and then return again due to their mutual gravitational attraction. After countless oscillations and staggers, they will finally achieve a stable orbit. In the Earth age, Xiao Yu had observed similar events. It's just that the star that passed 1 million kilometers away from the star was a comet. That event was quite famous in the Earth era, and astronomy enthusiasts around the world were paying close attention to the little guy from the distant starry sky. This is the famous comet Ison passing through the sun. Comet Ison comes from the distant Oort cloud. In that dark and cold place, it orbits the sun together with many other stars. It is speculated that due to the gravitational disturbance of other stars, it left its orbit and began to set off towards the sun. It traveled alone in the starry sky for tens of thousands of years, and was only discovered when it approached the solar system. Its perihelion is only 1,000,000 kilometers away. Or even shorter. It is just above this distance, rushing past the sun. But its luck didn't seem to be very good. After it ran to the back of the sun, when it reappeared, only some wreckage was left. The sun destroyed it. It is like a moth that flies into a flame and dies. Tens of thousands of years of darkness. Just for this moment of glory at the last moment. Xiao Yu still remembered that when he found out that Comet Ison had been destroyed, he felt sorry for it for a long time. But this time, the situation is different. Passing 1,000,000 kilometers from the star is a white dwarf. A star is not yet capable of destroying a white dwarf. And a white dwarf is more or less capable of destroying a star. Under Xiao Yu's interested gaze, the star changed from the original standard shape that was close to a sphere to an elliptical shape. One end of it began to become pointed and higher, pointing directly at the white dwarf approaching at high speed. After the distance between the two shortened a little, the gravitational pull from the white dwarf finally became stronger than the gravitational pull of the star. So these stellar materials began to break away from their parent bodies and fell onto the white dwarf in a spiral shape. During the falling process, due to the rapid increase in speed, they gained a large amount of energy during the collision and friction with each other. Extremely strong rays began to burst out, carrying a large amount of material along the poles of the white dwarf star. It was ejected and stretched tens of millions of kilometers. A large amount of stellar material continues to gather. Having left the star body, they are like a giant palm, trying to grasp the white dwarf star in their hands. But Xiao Yu knew that it was not the palm grabbing the white dwarf, but the gravitational pull of the white dwarf that forced them to come. An hour later, the white dwarf star had passed by the sun and began to run into the distance, waiting for the next encounter. As the distance increases, the gravitational force gradually decreases. So the jets above the white dwarf disappear, and the star returns from an elliptical shape to a spherical shape. This spectacular sight made all the scientists stay there. Chapter 376. The person who presided over the wedding. In fact, the same scene appears on the Earth day after day, year after year, making people so familiar that they almost ignore it. That is the phenomenon of ocean tides on Earth. The seawater will rise and fall. And the reason why it occurs is because of the gravitational influence of the moon. Wherever the moon is on the Earth's ocean, the average height will rise. When the water level rises, the tide will naturally rise. This is the same principle as the star's shape changes from a spherical shape to an oblate spheroid under the gravitational pull of a white dwarf. It's just that one is large and the other is small. The white dwarf is now moving away from the star. But within half a day, it will reach its farthest point and then arc back to the star again, attracting it into an oblate spheroid shape again. Xiao Yu stayed here like this for a month. Within this month, the two planets coincided and separated countless times. By now, their orbits have stabilized, and they are orbiting each other at a distance of 3,000,000 kilometers at the closest distance and 10,000,000 kilometers at the farthest distance. The binary star system can be regarded as a two-body problem, and the two-body problem already has two clear solutions. In other words, the operating rules of the binary star system can be calculated very accurately. This binary star system is in such a state at the moment. These two planets, one in the inner circle and the other in the outer circle, are rotating together around an invisible point in the void. This point is their center of mass. They will rotate peacefully in this orbit for countless years. If there is no external influence, they will continue to rotate like this until the end of the universe. Of course, over a long period of time, due to the constant replenishment of stellar material to this white dwarf, it will explode from time to time, increasing its brightness by tens of thousands of times, announcing its existence to the universe. Things have progressed to this point, and Xiao Yu has obtained enough information. So Xiao Yu quickly lost interest in staying here. The huge fleet started moving again, and more than 3,000,000 spacecraft began to slowly accelerate, heading away from this binary star system. This time it sailed a full distance of 40 billion kilometers, before finally getting rid of the gravitational influence of the two stars. So, Xiao Yu took his belongings and quickly entered the warp navigation. On this voyage, Xiao Yu's goal was a red dwarf star about 4 light-years away. During the observation, Xiao Yu discovered that there are 2 rocky planets and 3 gaseous planets surrounding this red dwarf star, which is extremely rich in material. This kind of place is the most suitable place for Xiao Yu's development. Warp navigation does not affect life inside the ship. Everything inside the spacecraft remains the same. More than a month has allowed these scientists to completely recover, and they are once again engaged in busy work. Luca too continues to lead its social committee, and conducts research on biological psychology and social models. Luca 3 leads scientists from the Academy of Natural Sciences under the Central Academy of Sciences to continue research on miniaturization of negative matter cannons. And Luca 4 leads scientists from the Academy of Life Sciences under the Central Academy of Sciences, and continues to work hard to improve the lifespan and physical fitness of intelligent creatures. The small universe crisis some time ago did not affect the lives of ordinary people from the more than 100 races under Xiao Yu's command. They always believe that the past year or so has been the same as before. They have to work when they should, play when they should, be happy when they should be happy, and be sad when they should be sad. They have no idea that their lives have been going back and forth in H.L. But now, one thing has profoundly affected them. That is, Senya, a genius scientist who has repeatedly made major breakthroughs and won many awards from his master, is holding his wedding today. Senya's wedding will be broadcast live on all news media on the home spaceship 41. Even all factories and schools will have a day off today to celebrate Senya's wedding. All the scientists will come to participate. Such a standard and such a scene will give Senya enough face. Xiao Yu is working hard to create such an atmosphere. Xiao Yu hopes that he can leave the impression of clear rewards and punishments in the minds of all scientists and ordinary people. Xiao Yu tried to make them understand that how much honor you make to me will be how much honor I will give you. So far, Xiao Yu's policy is making good progress. A total of more than 19,000 scientists all received the invitation to Senya's wedding. There were also other outstanding people, about 1,000 or so, who also came to Senya's wedding. The rest of the people who were not eligible to attend the wedding stayed in front of large screens in various squares, or watched this event at home. A large number of shops began to offer free drinks and food, and a large number of slogans appeared in the city. The entire home spaceship number 41 seemed to be celebrating the new year when they heard the news that Senya was about to hold a wedding. I don't know how many innocent girls were heartbroken, and I don't know how many teenagers were secretly glad that Senya, the Scourge, was finally getting married. This is a feeling that transcends race. It is not only the people of the second race who are obsessed with Senya, but also the creatures of other races whose aesthetics have gradually unified under the influence of Xiao Yu. On this day, Xiao Yu even had to increase his security several times to prevent the endless suicides due to excessive sadness, as well as the crazy girls who violently attacked the wedding scene and tried to stop Senya's wedding from going ahead. This kid Senya is simply a heartthrob, even more powerful than I was in the Earth Age, Xiao Yu thought secretly. At the wedding scene, with the help of a large number of service robots, everything went smoothly. Rodel, the second race leader, was happily greeting the guests. The wedding scene was filled with noises and congratulations. Senya's straight clothes made him look even more handsome and charming. Its image today, even from the aesthetic perspective of humans on Earth, is flawless. Bailey was wearing a pure white wedding dress, making her look like a fairy coming down from the sky. Who are you talking about as the officiant? In the midst of the commotion, Bailey leaned into Senya's ear and asked quietly, Everyone is almost here, and the wedding ceremony is about to begin. We can't do it without the officiant. Senya smiled confidently. Wait a moment. The officiant will be here soon. Humph. You're just pretending. I don't believe that. Besides the master, there is someone more suitable to be our officiant than master number 3. But the master is so busy. How could he care about such a trivial matter like ours? Bailey rolled her eyes at Senya, said a little embarrassed. Senya just smiled and said nothing. Today we all gathered together to attend the wedding of Mr. Senya, an outstanding scientist who has made countless contributions to our society. After seeing that people were almost here, at the wedding scene, Luca number 2, who has the highest status, began to speak. Today is a day of joy and joy. I believe that this feeling is not just the feeling of Senya and Bailey, but the feeling shared by all of us. In the past, during a period of time, we worked together, under the leadership of the master, to overcome difficulties one after another, and finally achieve the final success. And in this process, this young man, Senya, achieved the final success for us, victory, and made an indelible contribution. So I believe that we all come to congratulate Senya with the most sincere feelings. This video image appeared on every display screen of the Home 41 spacecraft. Countless people are watching carefully. The master said that as much contribution as there is, there will be much honor. The master has fulfilled his promise today. Later, the master will award the most noble honor to Senya as a congratulatory gift to Senya today. Scientists are the core of our entire social system. In the vast and dark universe, only science can allow us to survive and not become captives of other races. Only science can allow us to live longer and have better comfortable living conditions. So I hope that all our scientists, including the students who are receiving education in schools, will follow Senya's example and strive to contribute more to the progress of our science and technology. Luca 2 was greeted with warm applause. Luca number 2 lowered his hand slightly, stopped the applause, and said with a smile, I believe everyone thought that I was the officiant of Senya's wedding. But unfortunately, everyone guessed wrong. The officiant is not me. There is a person who is more suitable for this duty than me. Now, I would like to invite the supreme ruler of our fleet, the leader of all our races, Xiao Yu. Luca number 2 said these words with passion and stretched out his arms in a greeting gesture. Behind it, the three-dimensional projection equipment that had been arranged long ago was turned on, and a figure wearing a black suit appeared there. It was Xiao Yu. Bailey's mouth opened wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. She murmured to herself, Is the master really the master? The officiant of our wedding is actually the master? Senya said with a smile on her face. Dear Bailey, do you believe it now? That's right. The supreme being of our fleet will preside over the wedding for us. Looking at Bailey, who was still in shock and unable to recover, Xiao Yu walked over with a smile and said, That's right. I will officiate your wedding today. Chapter 377 Son of the Comet. Among Xiao Yu's fleet, and in the minds of all intelligent creatures, Xiao Yu is the most supreme being. This status is even much higher than that of the Emperor in the feudal era. Although the Emperor in the feudal era controlled the life and death of his ministers, he couldn't control every aspect of his ministers' lives. Right. Xiao Yu did it. Xiao Yu has full control over them. Their food comes from Xiao Yu's supply. Their entertainment comes from Xiao Yu's supply. And their housing comes from Xiao Yu's supply. Everything they had was given by Xiao Yu. Moreover, due to the relatively gentle crossbow driving policy, there is basically no conflict between Xiao Yu and these intelligent creatures that belong to him. All intelligent creatures think that life is very good now. Under this situation, Xiao Yu's reputation reached a supreme level. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Bailey gradually recovered from the shock, but her mind was still a little confused. Xiao Yu's arrival gave her too many surprises. She didn't know what to say except saying thank you. I brought you a gift today, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Just think of this gift as my congratulatory gift to you. Xiao Yu stretched out his palm, and the light flashed on it. After the light dissipated, a black shirt appeared on Xiao Yu's hand. Is this true? Does the master really want to give such a huge honor to Senya? This is incredible. Senya has received such an honor at such a young age. The situation where the Luca family is the dominant family will be changed. The second race will become a race capable of competing with the Luca family. The scientists who came to attend the wedding banquet saw this scene and started talking one after another. This is a chief scientist's robe that I made myself. Senya, come here, Xiao Yu said. Now! Under Xiao Yu, there are 3 chief scientists, namely Luca number 2, chief scientist of the Department of Social Psychology, Luca number 3, chief scientist of the Natural Sciences of the Department of Science and Technology, and Luca number 4, chief scientist of the Life Sciences of the Department of Science and Technology. No. These 3 people all have such a chief scientist robe, which is a symbol of their highest honor. Now, there is one more member among their ranks. Senya walked to Xiao Yu's side full of excitement. Xiao Yu's shadow shook off the black robe and put it on Senya himself. Senya first bowed deeply to Xiao Yu, and then raised his hands high, as if to show his honor to the guests. Sir number 5. Master number 5. At this moment, there was warm applause below, and countless people were applauding and cheering to celebrate the birth of another chief scientist. Master, thank you. This is the best gift I have ever received. Senya once again bent down to Xiao Yu and expressed his respect. Xiao Yu waved his hand slightly, turned around, and faced more than 19,000 scientists below. His expression became serious. As you can see, Senya made a huge contribution to our successful escape during this small universe adventure. In a sense, Senya saved us all, our fleet, and our lives. I will never be stingy with rewards, whether they are honors or material rewards. However, it is not easy to get these things from my hands. Senya's performance is obvious to all, and I will reward these honors given to him. I believe everyone will have different opinions. I hope that in the future, everyone can call Senya. No, now we should call Senya Master number 5. Xiao Yu said with a smile. I hope everyone can follow Master Number 5 as an example and work hard. Contribute to the improvement of our science and technology. The 5th level civilization is not the end of our journey. It is just an insignificant node in the process of our growing strength. In the future, we will become a 6th level civilization. Even the vast Milky Way. Nothing can restrain our steps. We will become a 7th level civilization. Or even an even more powerful existence. I know that everyone has a tragic past. Their mother civilization was destroyed. And they were treated as commodities, and bought and sold back and forth. They had no dignity and personality. Their lives were precarious, and they were in fear all day long. I believe that no one would want to experience this kind of thing again. Let me repeat it again. Then, let's work hard and make ourselves stronger. Only when we are strong will we not be afraid of this dark and cold starry sky. In the future, I will continue to pursue the current policy and make mistakes. I will punish. And if you contribute, I will reward. Okay. That's it. Today is the day of Lord Number 5's wedding. As the officiant, I still have some things to do. Xiao Yu said with a smile. Turned around and looked at Senya. Senya, are you willing to marry the woman in front of you? Never leave her. Never betray her. And love her as much as you love yourself? Senya held Fei's hand and said solemnly. I do. Yes. Very good. Fei, are you willing to marry the man in front of you and be his wife? No matter what situation you encounter. You will support him through thick and thin and never abandon him? A touching blush appeared on Fei's face. She looked at Senya affectionately and said softly. I do. Very good. I declare that the second race, Senya, and the second race, Fei, have become husband and wife. I wish you eternal love and sweetness. Here, I, Xiao Yu, as the supreme leader of the fleet, sincere blessings to you. Thank you. Thank you. Fei and Senya bent down to Xiao Yu together. It was not until this moment that the audience burst into warm applause. This scene was quickly conveyed to every corner of home spaceship number 41. All intelligent creatures except the dwarf saw this scene. Countless cheers and screams were heard. And most people were blessing the beautiful couple. In addition, a small number of people began to curse in anger or cry sadly after hearing Xiao Yu announce that Senya and Fei became husband and wife. Senya. Why don't you wait for me? I will definitely do better than Fei. Damn it. This is unfair. I express my strong. Master, are you just announcing them as husband and wife like this? This is unfair to us. Sisters, can we go to the wedding venue together? Send Senya grab it. Some are happy and some are sad. This wedding affects everyone's hearts. Xiao Yu naturally knew these things. And naturally, he would not pay attention to them. After finishing these things, Xiao Yu said goodbye to Senya, Luca too and other scientists with a smile, and gradually disappeared from sight. Okay, this matter is finally over. There are still countless journeys waiting for me in the future. So cheer up and work hard to the end. New galaxies have arrived. This is a red dwarf star that is still in its infancy. The entire galaxy is filled with the remaining waste materials used to make stars. It is running rampant in this galaxy, and is very dynamic. What a great place! Xiao Yu sighed slightly. There are 5 planets in total. Well, let's call them stars 1 to 5 according to their distance from the main star. This galaxy is very active. And because it is active, life cannot exist. Of course, alien beasts are another matter. God knows what conditions are needed for the birth of alien beasts. But at least ordinary life cannot exist here. Active galaxies mean frequent collision events. Similar to the collision of comet Shoemaker-Levy 9 with Jupiter that occurred in the solar system and attracted the attention of all people on Earth. In this galaxy, it is just the most common event. Little things. The impact of a 10-kilometer-sized asteroid that caused the extinction of the dinosaurs on the Earth occurs here on average every 2 to 3 months. These are 2 rocky planets riddled with holes. They have no atmosphere. And no atmosphere means no wind. They have lost the most powerful weapon to change the landscape. The dense craters on them are perfectly preserved, seeming to tell the story of the misery they have experienced. But these things are necessary. Xiao Yu made a simple calculation and concluded that these 2 planets, which are about half the mass of the Earth, are increasing in mass at a rate of more than 100 billion tons per day. Where does this quality come from? Of course, it comes from these asteroid impacts. In the early evolution of the solar system, the Earth also experienced such a stage. It is very likely that in ancient times, the Earth had no atmosphere. It may be due to the impact of foreign comets that brought a large amount of gas, coupled with active geological activities. Part of the gas ejected from the interior of the Earth together formed the current atmosphere. In addition to the atmosphere, there is also water. The two elements hydrogen and oxygen combined to form the most magical substance in the universe. But the early Earth had very low water content. Xiao Yu believes that a large part of the seawater in the Earth's era came from comet impacts. In other words, every drop of water drank by human beings in the Earth era may be billions of years old. Their predecessor may be a comet deep in the cold universe. In an accidental event, it collided with once on Earth. It becomes part of the Earth. An asteroid impact event will bring both destruction and life. Xiao Yu even believes that the seeds of life on the early Earth, some simple organic matter, also came from the impact of these things. If this speculation is confirmed, then there will be an interesting practical question. The Earth is not the mother of mankind. It can only be regarded as a stepmother at best. All living things on the Earth will be truly children of comets. Chapter 378 Establishing an Army. After hundreds of millions of years, these two rocky planets may increase their mass to the size of the Earth, and then have their own atmospheres and sufficient liquid water. Or a comet may bring life to them. Who can say for sure about all this about seeds? The future has infinite possibilities and infinite hopes. Xiao Yu's huge fleet slowly came to this star system and stationed around the planet closest to the star. The Molian civilization is still a strong opponent of mine. Even if I have space weapons, I cannot easily win against them. In order to prevent accidents, it is better to improve the performance of the existing spaceships first. Well, about negative matter there has been a breakthrough in research, and a carrier-based negative matter cannon is expected to be developed within 50 years. As long as I have a carrier-based negative matter cannon, I will have the ability to fight at super light speeds. By then, I will crush Molian civilization is just a small thing. Xiao Yu calculated silently, trying to find the best route. In addition, the use of the corpse of this fourth-level alien beast is also a big problem, with a mass of 1 trillion tons. If you build a national-level spacecraft, you can build hundreds of them. But this is obviously unnecessary. Too many national-level spacecraft will not only take up a lot of time, but even if they are built, Xiao Yu does not have enough computing power to master them. But if it is not used, carrying such a huge burden will also have a serious impact on Xiao Yu's mobility. Find a place to hide it. Xiao Yu is really worried. There had never been such a moment before, because the materials were too sufficient. It gave Xiao Yu a dilemma. Well, the current research on the body tissues of alien beasts shows that under certain reaction conditions, after the reaction of a large piece of alien beast flesh and blood, the mass will be reduced by about 10 to 100 times. But correspondingly, their materials will be further improved. It's just that different alien beasts seem to require different reaction conditions. Anyway, let Luca 4 conduct research in this area. If this trillion tons of flesh and blood can be turned into 10 billion tons, it will be much more convenient if you have more outstanding flesh and blood. Whether it is building a spaceship or storing and transporting it, it will be much more convenient. Xiao Yu thought for a while and made a decision. As for the fragments of the billion-ton 6th-level battleship, Xiao Yu has not yet thought of how to use them. Xiao Yu does not want to use them to build a national-level spaceship that is below the current technological level. Xiao Yu hopes to use them to build a more outstanding spaceship after his own technology has made a breakthrough. Xiao Yu did not discard the 3 space weapons built in this small universe, but brought them out together. Xiao Yu plans to modify them and install them on the current national-level spacecraft. After all, space weapons are Xiao Yu's most powerful weapon. So, under Xiao Yu's command, the scientists who had rested for several months returned to their busy work again. The development of carrier-based negative mass cannons has become the most urgent task at present. Research on improving material performance and reducing material weight is also being carried out closely under the leadership of Luca 4. Luca 2 led a group of scientists from the Department of Psychology and Social Sciences to Xiao Yu's conference room again. I have called you here this time to discuss something with you, Xiao Yu said. What do you think of the plan to establish an army? Army? The term army made the scientists in the Department of Psychology and Social Sciences look at each other. And for a moment, they were all confused about Xiao Yu's plan. Yes, the army. Xiao Yu nodded and repeated the word. If an army is established, what should they be responsible for? A scientist from the Department of Psychological Sociology asked cautiously. There is no need for an army internally. Security robots can solve everything. But externally, it seems that there is no need for an army. And there are which army can achieve such a perfect level of control as your master. Xiao Yu knew that this sentence was not flattering him. It was the truth. Because this is the fact. With the support of huge computing power, Xiao Yu can accurately control the fleet to make various tactical actions, such as attack, encirclement, retreat, pursuit, etc. These spaceships are equivalent to part of Xiao Yu's body. If you manipulate your two arms, will it happen that your control is not perfect? This suggestion is based on the following reasons, Xiao Yu said. First, the limitation of communication distance. If no transfer station is built, with our current technological level, the effective communication distance of ultra-distance communication is about 2 light years. This number is actually not large. So, what if in future wars, we need to attack targets beyond this distance? I cannot believe in intelligent programs. No matter how perfect they are, they cannot reach to the level of intelligent creatures. This is the first reason. And the second reason is based on the latest scientific discovery. Luca 3 has reported to me before that it has discovered a method that can interfere with long-distance communications. Although at this stage, this jamming method can only slightly disturb long-distance communications and does not yet pose a threat. But I still think it is a threat, because we are not sure that other civilizations will not have such capabilities. If long-distance communications are interfered with, our fleet will fall apart in an instant. The third reason is that in today's society, there is a serious overpopulation. A large number of ordinary people without scientific talents are consuming a lot of resources, but they themselves are not will make any contribution. I think this is an extremely serious waste. Organizing them and training them as soldiers can not only solve social problems, but also increase the size of our fleet. These are my 3 reasons. I hope to hear everyone's opinions. Xiao Yu said. Xiao Yu had this idea not just for a while. In the small universe, when he planned to use the 10 million dwarves for biological experiments, Xiao Yu came up with this idea. And in the following days, he gradually perfected this idea. The biggest factor restricting the size of Xiao Yu's fleet has always been the lack of computing power. After having a large number of soldiers, Xiao Yu can create mini spaceships that only take up a small amount of his own computing power to use as his own combat power. With complete intelligent program control, Xiao Yu can minimize the possibility of military rebellion. I think this matter is very necessary. Luca number 2 said. In fact, there is another benefit that you did not think of, Master. That is the improvement of war theory. It is certain that the emergence of a large number of soldiers will lead to many. The emergence of leaders with military talents will comprehensively improve the level of our war theory. When large-scale wars occur in the future, it will no longer be like now, where a group of us are half-assed to formulate combat plans. Leave professional matters to professional talents. This is the way to long-term development. Very good. Do you have any other different opinions? Xiao Yu asked. No more. The scientists shook their heads. The establishment of an army will also be of great benefit to them. This at least proves one thing. That is, Xiao Yu is gradually lowering his wariness towards them, and their status in the comprehensive entity of the fleet is steadily improving. Okay, now let's start discussing the military system. The establishment of an army is not something that can be just talked about. How to recruit troops. How to change the existing social structure and achieve a smooth transition. How to train. The cooperation between the army and Xiao Yu. Logistics issues. What kind of spaceship should be used? To what extent the spacecraft commander can control the battleship. These are all issues that need to be discussed. The more intelligent a spaceship is, the fewer people it needs to control it. However, according to Xiao Yu's estimate, a county-level spaceship requires at least about 200 people to operate it and exert its combat effectiveness. No more. This is still calculated based on the intelligence level of the Luca people. If it were replaced by the dwarves, this number would increase 10 times. The intelligence of the dwarves is also improving rapidly under Xiao Yu's transformation. It is expected that in 200 years, the dwarves will reach the level of the Lucans. Even if there is a gap, it will not be big. By that time, the dwarves can contribute to Xiao Yu's technological progress. I plan to use this opportunity to carry out a comprehensive social structural change. In the future, there will only be more and more intelligent creatures under my command, and the status and role of intelligent creatures in the fleet will become more and more important. The higher. In this case, the current social system is somewhat outdated. Xiao Yu said, I plan to fully relax control on civil affairs. I will gradually abandon places such as food factories and clothing factories, leaving these places to intelligent creatures to manage and manipulate themselves. while saving my computing power. It can also create a large number of jobs. With things to do, society will be fundamentally stable. But one thing is that science and education come first and cannot be changed. I need you to guide the social atmosphere and the social trend. After a long discussion, Xiao Yu made a summary of the meeting. I ask you to complete these things within 200 years. Within 200 years, social reform must be successfully completed, and the army must be organized and have combat effectiveness. Of course, I will fully cooperate with you in this process. And let's create a military committee, affiliated with the social committee. And Luca too. You will be the chairman of the military committee. Chapter 379 Xiao Yu. H. Lo. Xiao Yu's fleet is evolving towards a complete social structure. After all, the current development method of running around is not suitable for large-scale civilization. Xiao Yu's current fleet is not too large and can barely adopt this method. In the future, the number of intelligent creatures under Xiao Yu's command will reach 400 billion. What about 4 trillion? What if the number of spaceships reaches 30 million or more? This will bring about a very real problem. That is, the matter of fixed residence. In the future, Xiao Yu will have more and more things to do. He may need to collect some rare minerals here. And at the same time, he will need to fight hundreds or even thousands of light years away. Xiao Yu is always incompetent on his own. And long-distance communication cannot support such a long distance. When building a transfer station, we must also consider the issues of safety and reliability. In short, after thinking about it, no matter what, he sits in the center, and then assign intelligent creatures to contribute to themselves. This is the safest way. Of course, having a fixed station should be a matter of reaching level 6 civilization. The 6th level civilization has mastered space technology and can tear apart the large universe and create a small universe as its own residence. Xiao Yu believes that the so-called safe zone of the Guardian civilization is such a thing. The small universe has unparalleled advantages in terms of safety and concealment, which is much better than randomly choosing a planet in the universe as a fixed location. The establishment of the army, this time, is Xiao Yu's attempt to find a fixed location in the future. Xiao Yu began to try to stop doing everything himself and began to try to share his responsibilities. Thus, under Xiao Yu's command and manipulation, large-scale social structural adjustment began. Large-scale recruitment information was released. Although the current level of brain development of the dwarves is not enough to make achievements in science, they are still very suitable as soldiers. Therefore, a total of 4 people were recruited from home number 1 to number 41. Among the 11 spaceships, recruitment advertisements are everywhere. Become a soldier and defend your homeland. For our glory, fight for the master. Slogans like this can be seen everywhere. The results did not exceed Xiao Yu's expectations. In just 1 month, Xiao Yu received at least more than 20 billion applications. The military committee headed by Luca too was also working intensively. It took them a very short time to formulate various relevant regulations, including recruitment conditions, training manuals, social placement issues, training issues, etc. A report of more than 3 million words was quickly submitted to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu spent a few tenths of a second to read the document completely, held another meeting, discussed it carefully with the members of the military committee for several days, revised some details, and then announced that the report had been adopted. As a result, the establishment of the army began to be implemented in full swing according to this report. This incident was led by Luca too, and Xiao Yu only provided them with some assistance. During this period of time, Xiao Yu's main focus was on fleet construction and technology research and development. The research led by Luca 4 to reduce weight and improve quality was fully successful. As a result, the flesh and blood of level 4 alien beasts, which was more than 1 trillion tons, was digested by Xiao Yu into about 15 billion tons. The material can be more outstanding, and the weight is reduced by dozens of times. These things were scattered and loaded on 20 homeship spacecraft by Xiao Yu for future use. The development of the carrier-based negative matter cannon led by Luca 3 also achieved a major breakthrough. For the first time, the size and mass of the negative matter cannon were reduced to a level that is sufficient for provincial-level spacecraft. However, Xiao Yu is still not satisfied. Yu is trying to make the negative matter cannon reach the point where township-level or even village-level spacecraft can equip it. In Xiao Yu's plan, negative matter cannons will become the same conventional weapons as gravity bombs, material disintegration rays, antimatter bombs, and death ray weapons. Although the negative matter cannon of this power is not more lethal than the above-mentioned weapons, It has an advantage that cannot be ignored. That is, it can exceed the speed of light. Think about it. When the two fleets are still 30 million kilometers apart, it will take 100 seconds for the death ray weapon to hit the other side. But the negative matter cannon can arrive instantly. What a significant advantage this will be. Moreover, when traveling at super light speed, the negative matter cannon is the only weapon that can be used. Of course, Xiao Yu now still has space weapons that can be used in the super light state. Under the leadership of Xiao Yu, all scientists were busy. 5 months later, the first army was successfully formed. The total number of this army is 500,000, all of which are battleships. That is, soldiers who control spaceships to fight. In fact, these 500,000 soldiers are only of experimental nature. Xiao Yu is basically certain that they will not have a chance to fight in actual combat during their military career. However, during their training process, basic military systems will gradually take shape. The first batch of military cadres will emerge. A large number of military combat provisions and military thinkers will also appear. This is equivalent to a skeleton. In the next 200 years, this skeleton will gradually mature and eventually possess actual combat capabilities. Among the 500,000 soldiers, 400,000 are dwarves, and the remaining more than 100 races, including the Luca tribe, only account for 100,000 places. This was specifically requested by Xiao Yu. Since the dwarves cannot contribute to themselves in other aspects at the moment, they should put a little more effort into this aspect. These 500,000 soldiers all use virtual training methods. After all, piloting a spaceship is different from melee combat, and the requirements for physical fitness are not that high. Virtual training is similar to the biological experiment conducted on 10 million dwarves. After putting a helmet on their heads and connecting their nerves, they will come to the virtual world. In the virtual world, pilot the spaceship for training. Of course, this was just a stopgap measure. Xiao Yu, who gradually withdrew from the civilian side and thus saved a lot of computing power, began to build spacecraft suitable for use by these soldiers. The entire fleet was completely busy. All intelligent creatures, together with Xiao Yu, are like clockwork machines, busy all day long. Time gradually passed 50 years. The small negative matter cannon that can be equipped on the village-level spacecraft has finally been successfully developed and widely used. So Xiao Yu has another task, which is to modify all the current spaceships and add them to the original weapon system. The negative matter cannon is installed. This is a very arduous task, and Xiao Yu plans to spend 50 years to complete it. The recovery and transformation work of space weapons has also been completed. A total of 4 space weapons are equipped on the Xiaogua, Russia, America, and Japan spacecrafts. These 4 national-level spacecraft will become the absolute core of Xiao Yu's fleet. During this period of time, the military construction has also experienced rapid development. The initial scale of 500,000 people has expanded more than 10 times. Up to now, there are more than 6 million intelligent creatures serving in the army. The military types have also begun to diversify. From the beginning, there was only one type of military units, and now there are more than 100 types of arms. These include land warfare units specialized in planetary surface warfare, special warfare units that are adept at hiding and dare to lurk behind enemy lines with only personal life support equipment, and special operations units that are suitable for destroying enemy spacecraft after destroying them. Log in troops for internal combat in the spaceship. During this process, a large number of talents with military talents began to emerge. Among the military committees, the proportion of scientists from the Department of Social Psychology gradually decreased, and eventually they only occupied 1 seat on the advisory team. A large number of military combat theories appeared, and the military talents of the school debated endlessly all day long. Of course, because there is currently no actual combat opportunity. Whether these military theories are correct remains to be finalized. On the other hand, in terms of fleet construction, with the support of Xiao Yu's huge computing power, a large number of new spacecraft are manufactured every moment and added to the fleet. During this period of time, Xiao Yu's computing power has been improved again, to about 3 times the original level. However, because the new spacecraft will consume more computing power, this fleet expansion can only increase. There are about 1 million spaceships, plus the 500,000 spaceships prepared for the soldiers. After arriving at the scheduled time, the total size of Xiao Yu's fleet will reach about 4.5 million spaceships. Based on the coordination of multiple arms and various spaceships, a fleet of 4.5 million spaceships will probably include 10 to 30 national-level spacecraft. 500 to 600 provincial-level spacecraft. And 5 there are about 1,000 to 7,000 city-level spaceships, and matching county-level and village-level spacecrafts. If one county-level spacecraft requires 100 intelligent creatures to operate, it would take about 200 million soldiers to operate it. Vertical. All 200 million soldiers must be specially trained personnel, coupled with the corresponding land combat arms, landing arms, logistics personnel, etc. The total size of the army will reach about 500 million. Based on population conversion, 500 million soldiers probably requires a society with a population of 100 billion to 200 billion to support it. In my calculations, primary or even intermediate level 5 technological civilization is just this level. In other words, the military strength of the Marian civilization should not be much different from the size of my fleet. But I have space weapons and 4-dimensional protective cover. This is a powerful weapon that can determine victory or defeat. Then, Emolian Wenming. Just wait for me, Xiao Yu thought with confidence. At this moment, a strange message quietly entered Xiao Yu's mind. Hello, Xiao Yu. Chapter 380. I come from the future. Hundreds of billions of kilometers away from this star system, there is a dark starry sky. The light from this red dwarf star doesn't have the ability to come here and look at it from here, and you can't even distinguish it from the rest of the stars around it. There is no other source of light here. It is eternal darkness. In the darkness, a small silver-gray spaceship appeared from the endless void. Being able to see it in the visible universe proves that it is conducting a regular voyage at the moment. Its speed reached more than 250,000 kilometers per second. Almost 90% of the speed of light. Conventional navigation and curvature navigation are different. During curvature navigation, Xiao Yu can easily accelerate a behemoth like a national-level spacecraft to more than 10 times the speed of light. However, during normal navigation, Xiao Yu cannot. There is no ability to accelerate a village-level spacecraft to 90% of the speed of light. Perhaps through special manufacturing processes and special power systems. Small spacecraft such as the village-class spacecraft can reach more than 90% of the speed of light. But this is completely unnecessary. Xiao Yu has never wasted energy on this aspect. Being able to reach this speed in conventional navigation proves that the technological content of this spacecraft is definitely higher than that of Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu has all-round control over this star system. Countless detectors are scattered in this star system, extending to tens of billions of kilometers away from the star. Everything is normal. At this moment, this message was sent from this small spacecraft. This message using tachyon communication reached Xiao Yu's receiving equipment almost instantly, and was then detected by Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, who was immersed in longing for the future, couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Xiao Yu has not heard the name Xiao Yu for many years. The intelligent creatures under one's subordinates generally call themselves Master, True God, or other honorific titles. Even enemies will never know their name in this Earth era. Moreover, this message seems to contain a different kind of familiarity. This was a sound message that arrived here after being converted into a tachyon signal. Xiao Yu easily restored it to a sound message, and then played it through the speaker device. Hello, Xiao Yu. This voice echoed in the empty room. Who are you? Xiao Yu tensed up, and immediately responded with the same frequency. Just when Xiao Yu replied to this message, the detector placed at the farthest distance reported an image message to Xiao Yu. In this picture, a small silver-gray spaceship is advancing rapidly. This spacecraft is only a dozen meters in diameter. With such a size, Xiao Yu is truly a small man. But Xiao Yu did not dare to take it lightly about this spaceship. Xiao Yu, who had obtained its speed parameters, could easily deduce that the technical content of this spacecraft was higher than his own. And more than a little higher. My name? My name? Who knows my name? Is it a prank? Are there such boring people in the universe? Who is this guy? Where does he come from? And what is he going to do? Xiao Yu's brain was racing, turning around, thinking about this strange question. I came to you with some things. Don't worry. I don't mean any harm. I'm here to nip some bad signs in their infancy. This is important to you and me. First of all, tell me who you are. Xiao Yu calmed down and asked coldly. While responding to this message, Xiao Yu had already begun preparations secretly. The huge fleet began to assemble, and weapon systems began to be prepared. Just kidding. How could Xiao Yu easily believe such a guy who suddenly jumped out of nowhere, and even knew his name in the Earth Age? This matter, no matter how you look at it, has a strange smell. It doesn't matter who I am, the strange spaceship replied. What matters is that my arrival will be good for you. At this moment, this strange spaceship is still moving forward rapidly. It seems that due to the relativistic effect caused by too fast conventional navigation, the speed of this spacecraft in answering questions is not very fast. It is rapidly advancing its distance. And at this moment, it has reached the outer layer of the star system, which is about 10 billion kilometers away. Stop! Stop outside the galaxy. Otherwise, I don't care who you are or what you want to do. I will attack you, Xiao Yu said coldly. Xiao Yu has this confidence, although the technology content of this spacecraft is higher than mine. So what? There is only one of them. And even if it is a creation of a 6th-level civilization, Xiao Yu does not believe that a little guy that is not even comparable to a village-level spaceship can pose a threat to his fleet. No matter what, his spaceship is still equipped with 4-dimensional protective cover and space weapons. Okay, the spacecraft replied, and its speed immediately began to decrease sharply. It took almost only a few seconds for it to stop. Such a powerful maneuver! It takes a few seconds to reduce from the sublight speed state to the static state. This is definitely the technological strength that only a 6th-level civilization can have. I don't know why this guy came to me. Xiao Yu was secretly worried. Based on the current information, Xiao Yu made several speculations. First of all, this guy called out his name as soon as he came, which means that this guy definitely already knows something about himself. And his understanding is very deep. This is very scary. Think about it. I have been running around in the universe, thinking that my whereabouts are secret. But it turns out that there is always a being watching me behind the scenes. And I even know the name of my Earth era. How terrible is this? Terrible things. This is very important. Which forces Xiao Yu to change his development strategy and reevaluate the situation in the galaxy. After all, if every move you make will be noticed by other beings, then how safe your behavior or hiding places is really a question worth considering. Secondly, this guy said, in order to nip some bad signs in their infancy. Xiao Yu didn't know what he meant. But Xiao Yu was sure that it must be something he had done recently that caused the arrival of this thing. This sentence confirms from another aspect that this unknown existence has been monitoring him and knows his whereabouts well. Tell me, who are you, and how do you know my name? Xiao Yu said coldly. Xiao Yu was vaguely aware that at the next moment, this weird thing would say something amazing. It is enough for Xiao Yu to know these things himself. There is no need for the intelligent creatures under his command to know. Therefore, Xiao Yu does not plan to summon Luca 2 and other scientists to discuss this matter. You just need to deal with this matter by yourself. You should know that I have no ill intentions towards you. In fact, it is impossible for me to have any ill intentions towards you. Well, in order to make you believe me, let me tell you something about you first. The small spacecraft returned to a stationary state from sublight speed navigation. Due to the disappearance of the relativistic effect, the speed of its conversation with Xiao Yu was also much faster. After receiving the message from Xiao Yu, it responded quickly. You come from a planet called Earth. This planet orbits a yellow dwarf star, and is the 3rd planet of this yellow dwarf star. This yellow dwarf star, you call it the Sun. Well, to be precise, you left the Earth 12,545 years ago. The reason for leaving the Earth was that some unknown force caused the Earth to explode. Before the Earth exploded, you were already relying on a mysterious black stone. He separated his soul from his body and merged it with a computer. This unknown existence spoke slowly, one by one, like a replay of the history after Xiao Yu left the Earth. Xiao Yu's heart gradually sank to the bottom. This guy even knew that Xiao Yu encountered the lizard people on his way to Tianyuan Sea and exterminated them. Not only that, it seems to know everything about Xiao Yu. Whether it is the Guardian Water Drop incident, the Luca tribe incident, the White Dwarf alien beast incident, the infinitely proliferating alien beast incident. It knows it all. It was as if it had been lurking in Xiao Yu's fleet and experienced these things with Xiao Yu. Right now, you have just come out of the ruins of the Tolar civilization and have obtained space weapons. You are recuperating and improving your strength. You have just formed an army composed of intelligent creatures. You are planning to fight on the 15th 10 years later. We will set out to find the Marian civilization. Right. After saying this, the unknown existence became quiet, as if waiting for Xiao Yu to digest all the information. Xiao Yu was already in extreme shock. There is a saying that visible enemies are not scary, but enemies hidden in the dark are the most deadly. Now, the most terrifying thing happened. There was an unknown existence who knew everything about him. But he didn't notice it at all? Who are you? How do you know these things? Something called fear emerged in Xiao Yu's emotions. Because I am you. This unknown existence replied calmly. To be precise, I am you 500,000 years later. I came back to the present because you did a very stupid thing. This matter will cause you to encounter a lot of trouble 500,000 years from now. Chapter 381, Reversal of the Galaxy. After hearing this explanation, Xiao Yu suddenly figured out why he felt familiar when listening to this voice. Because this is clearly my own voice in the Earth Age. The me from the future. The me 500,000 years later. Because I did a stupid thing now. Xiao Yu's thinking became a little rigid at this moment. This incident was really too unexpected. Xiao Yu has been mentally prepared. No matter who this unknown existence says he is, he will not be surprised. But in the end, it still surprised me. Xiao Yu's first reaction was disbelief. Based on a good scientific foundation, Xiao Yu clearly understands how unreliable time travel is. Not to mention the superlight movement in the physical world. Except for the approximate cheating method of curvature navigation, Xiao Yu really doesn't know how to achieve superlight movement. The limitations of the theory of relativity still firmly bind all matter in flat space, making it impossible for them to overcome the speed of light barrier. Moreover, even if it were possible to reach superlight speed from flat space without using curvature navigation, Xiao Yu did not believe that he would really be able to turn back time. The reason is simple. Because there is a paradox. Assuming that superlight motion can really go back in time, does this time reversal only happen on the material moving at superlight speed? Or does it happen in the entire universe? If it happens within the scope of the entire universe, there is one thing that is difficult to imagine. And that is why an extremely tiny object moving at superlight speed can affect the entire universe? If it happened to this single piece of matter, causing it to travel into past time and space, then since the universe does not go back in time, where would it have traveled to? Under this situation, it seems that it can only be explained by multiverses and infinite time and space, which is the parallel universe theory that is quite popular in the Earth era. This theory holds that the number of universes is infinite, and any small error will lead to the birth of a new universe. For example, when a person gets up in the morning and goes to work, when he goes out, whether he steps out with his left foot first or his right foot first, this difference will lead to the birth of a universe. In one universe, the first thing he steps out is his left foot. In another universe, the first thing he steps out is his right foot. As we all know, the position of electrons is uncertain. So according to this theory, the movement of an electron will lead to the birth of a large number of parallel universes all the time. In one universe, a certain electron appears at point A, and in another universe, this electron appears at point. The only difference between these two universes is this. The theory of parallel universes can perfectly solve the time paradox. But there is still a fatal flaw in the theory of parallel universes. As long as a very simple logical thinking is needed, this theory can be overturned. In the parallel universe theory, there are infinite parallel universes in the real big universe. Infinitely many. This is a very important concept, which means that no matter how small the probability of something happening, there must be a universe where it happens. For example, if a person eats a coin while eating, the probability of this happening is calculated as 1 in 10,000. And this coin happens to be passed down from ancient times to the present, and is extremely valuable. The odds are calculated as 1 in a billion. In comprehensive calculation, the chance of this person eating a priceless coin in a meal is 1 in 10 trillion. This chance is already quite small. But because the number of parallel universes is infinite, it can be certain that in among countless parallel universes, there must be one universe where such a thing will actually happen. That is, in this universe, there will really be a person who eats a priceless coin after eating a meal. A very interesting inference can be drawn from this. That is, if the probability of a civilization developing to the highest level of technology is 1 in 10 trillion, and the probability of the top civilization mastering the technology of traveling between different universes is 1 in 100 trillion, the exit location of this civilization that traveled through the universe happens to be in front of your computer. And because of their arrival, the chance of smashing your computer is 1 in 1,000 trillion. So based on comprehensive calculations, your computer will be transported through time. The chance of being destroyed by an incoming civilization is only 1 in 1 million trillion. But don't forget that the number of parallel universes is infinite. Even if the chance of this happening is only 1 in 1 million trillion. Even if there is only such a small probability. And it will definitely happen, because parallel universes are infinite. It's that simple. But now we are still sitting in front of the computer. And there is no sudden brain-dead civilization that smashes our computers. Then it can be disproven that infinite parallel universes do not exist. Maybe parallel universes really exist. But they are definitely not infinite. Their number is definitely limited. Since it is impossible to turn back time, at least based on Xiao Yu's current level of technology, it is impossible. And because a guy who claims to be himself 500,000 years later has traveled from a limited parallel universe, such a small probability the incident is unlikely to happen. So, where did the guy in front of me come from? After hearing what this guy said, Xiao Yu's first reaction was that this guy was a liar. Not only did Xiao Yu's guard not let down, but it became even tighter. Xiao Yu said coldly, "I can't believe you. Give me an explanation. Before giving me this explanation, I won't believe anything you say." "Oh, what explanation do you want?" Xiao Yu quickly received a message. This message was full of a very interested tone. "It's very simple. Explain why you came here from 500,000 years later and how you did it. In my technological system, time travel is impossible. If you want to admit time travel, I have the theoretical system will be destroyed. And relying on a set of wrong theories, I don't believe that in 500,000 years, I will still be able to develop to the point like you. This is a contradiction. And before you can reasonably explain this contradiction, I can't possibly believe you." Xiao Yu said, "Your statement is wrong. People on Earth in ancient times believed that the Earth was flat and the sky was round. This is obviously a wrong theory. However, under the wrong theory, human beings still developed a brilliant civilization. Technology, the development of science, lies in constantly summarizing laws from phenomena, and then using this set of laws to solve other problems. Science allows the existence of errors, and the significance of scientific progress lies in constantly correcting these errors." This unknown existence answered Road. "You haven't answered me yet. How did you realize your time reversal?" Xiao Yu still refused to relax his guard and asked guardedly. "Well, since you want to know, then I will tell you," the existence replied. "Why can't we turn back time? It's very simple. Entropy increases." Xiao Yu replied. "The entropy value of the reading system will only increase, not decrease." "Right. Then if there is external energy support, can the entropy value be reduced? If the entropy value is reduced, will time go back?" Xiao Yu was startled. In fact, no matter whether this guy proposed the theory of super-light time travel or the theory of infinite parallel universes, Xiao Yu would refute it mercilessly. However, Xiao Yu did not expect that this guy would actually come up with such a statement. Xiao Yu had no way to refute this statement. The reason is simple. Because theoretically, this statement is correct. As long as the entropy value can be reduced, time can be turned back. Just, how can the entropy value decrease? Is there really an external universe? Xiao Yu doesn't know these things. This is beyond Xiao Yu's cognition. But Xiao Yu only reacted after being confused for a moment. Xiao Yu sneered. "Are you saying that you use the energy of the external universe to turn back time in this universe? Then, there is a question that I am very interested in. Since you can travel through the universe and turn back time in a large universe, what else is there? Is there something you can't do? Will you travel from 500,000 years ago to the present to find me?" This doesn't make sense. Xiao Yu is facing this unknown existence with the greatest caution, no matter from the scientific or logical aspects. Xiao Yu will raise the greatest doubts about every word it says. If its statement is perfect and strictly self-consistent, maybe you will believe it 10%. "I don't have that powerful ability," the unknown existence sighed. "In fact, even I am not sure whether there are other universes outside our universe, let alone traveling to other universes, borrowing the energy from the rest of the universe. So, how do you reduce the entropy value?" Xiao Yu asked in a very interested tone. "It's very simple. Use the energy of this universe to reduce the entropy value of this universe," the unknown existence answered. "Absurd," Xiao Yu retorted mercilessly. "I have never heard of a person who can grab himself by his hair. Who said I reversed the time of the entire universe?" This unknown existence said slowly. "Use the Milky Way as an individual with reading power, and then extract the energy of other river systems to reduce the entropy value of the entire Milky Way, reversing the time of the entire Milky Way and bringing the Milky Way back to the present 500,000 years ago. What do you think of this explanation?" "Huh?" Xiao Yu only felt a sledgehammer hit his host, causing him to temporarily fall into a panic. Chapter 382 Rebellion. In theory, this approach is indeed possible. Of course, this is only limited to the theoretical level. In reality, if we really want to operate and reverse the time of a river system, we still don't know how much trouble and difficulty we will face. Xiao Yu can be sure that this is definitely an ability that can only be possessed by civilizations of level 7 or above. What a majestic work this is. There are more than 200 billion stars in the Milky Way. As for rogue planets, there are countless planets with fixed orbits, various asteroids, satellites, comets, dwarf planets, black holes, neutron stars, and white dwarfs. They spent a long 500,000 years according to their own evolution laws. And then because of the actions of a certain existence, they followed him and returned to 500,000 years ago. If this were true, how would one describe something like this? Xiao Yu's wariness wavered a little at this moment. Xiao Yu decided to first listen to what this guy wanted to say and what he wanted to do. After all, this guy has never shown any hostility towards me until now. Maybe everything it said is true? Tell me, what is it that I am doing now that will cause me to be in big trouble 500,000 years from now? Xiao Yu said. It's very simple. You formed an army and started colluding with intelligent civilization. The unknown existence said lightly. You have to understand your own development advantages. If you don't try your best to develop your own computing power, you don't rely on your own strength. As it develops and grows, it has accumulated some intelligent civilization and expanded its fleet size through this stupid method. I can tell you a little about the history of the future. The guy who claimed to be the future Xiao Yu continued. The act of cultivating wisdom and civilization has indeed provided a great boost to your development and growth in a short period of time. The rapid development of science and technology has allowed your fleet to rapidly increase in size, allowing you to defeat the Malian civilization, the Alien Beast civilization, and the Taihao civilization. Even the Sweepers and Guardians were defeated by you, and you were finally promoted. It has reached the level of 7th level civilization, but there is a hidden danger that was planted by you at this time. Don't forget that among hundreds of billions, even trillions, or 10 trillions of intelligent creatures, there will always be one intelligent person. It will surpass you, in a way that you are not aware of. It secretly seizes your fleet command, and finally makes you fall into passivity. After careful consideration, you finally found the opportunity, and used your final strength to reverse the fate of the galaxy. Time has returned to the present 500,000 years ago. So, what I want to tell you is to abandon these intelligent creatures. Kill them all, or exile them. You must always rely on your own strength to seek development. Although this way of development may be slower, but it's safer. At least, you won't encounter such a tragic rebellion and put yourself in such a dangerous situation. Xiao Yu was silent. Xiao Yu never thought that such a thing would happen to him. Xiao Yu clearly felt that the time when he left the ruins of Tolar civilization had just happened 50 years ago. However, according to what this guy said, more than 1,000,000 years have passed? I do not come from the past, but from the future. According to this guy, he should have developed all the way after leaving the ruins of the Tolar civilization until 500,000 years later, which is 500,000 years. Then, 500,000 years later, he reversed the time of the entire galaxy and returned to the present 500,000 years ago. This coming and going is a long time of 1,000,000 years. If what it says is true, then Xiao Yu came to the present from the future, not from the past. Xiao Yu couldn't speculate from a technical point of view whether everything this guy said was true. But there was a simple logical reasoning. That is, whether he killed the intelligent creatures under his command would not cause any harm to any outside world. In other words, no existence would deliberately fabricate such a lie to trick itself into purging all the intelligent creatures under its banner. Then, there is only one possibility left. This guy is telling the truth. But Xiao Yu faintly noticed something was wrong. Xiao Yu suddenly asked, "Who are you?" The unknown existence answered quickly. It said, "I am you." Xiao Yu immediately said, "I only have one. And I'm back. You are not me." This is what Xiao Yu noticed was wrong. Because obviously, if he really reversed time 500,000 years later, he would have followed the backward time process and returned to the present. Xiao Yu is returned to the present. So who is this guy in front of him? After all, there is only one Xiao Yu and only one himself in the universe. Xiao Yu didn't believe that if he turned back time, he would flow back 2 times. "I am you. You created me 500,000 years later and gave me this judgment procedure. The time reversal of the Milky Way is a matter of a river system, and everything left in the Milky Way will be affected. So, before reversing time, you created me and launched me to a place outside the galaxy. I saw with my own eyes that the entire galaxy fell into madness because of your actions, and the time reversal of the entire galaxy lasted for a long time. 500,000 years later, after everything calmed down, I came here according to the program instructions you left. found you, and told you to kill or exile all intelligent creatures. This unknown existence answered this sentence extremely quickly. So you are just an intelligent program? Xiao Yu asked. Yes. I am your incarnation. I have spent this long time with a mission, just to convey the message you have reserved to you now. Then, I don't believe that I in the future will not leave behind some secret codes that only I know. Now, tell me it. Something that only I know. If you can tell it, I believe you. Xiao Yu said. Such a code is meaningful to you now, but it will be meaningless to you in the future. To Xiao Yu's expectation, this guy directly rejected Xiao Yu's proposal. It said, you in the future know very well that this method makes no sense, because any of your actions will be recorded, whether it is viewed by reversing time, or by detonating a black hole and triggering an information storm. All your information can be found using any method. Therefore, you in the future will not leave such a secret code. Then, show me the technology that can only be possessed by a 7th-level civilization, Xiao Yu said. Since I finally came back from the future, there is no reason for me in the future not to bring some benefits to me now. Unfortunately, this is not the case, the existence replied. You in the future have already predicted that you in the present will ask such a question. Now, I will tell you the answer you reserved at that time. I did not leave you the future super technology for 2 reasons. First, the rebels monitored me very closely, and I had no chance to copy the super technology. Second, even if I had the chance to copy the super technology, I would not leave these things to you. The reason is very simple. I already know that you can develop to a 7th-level civilization by relying on your own strength. So, in addition to warning you on the most critical issue, I will urge you to change it. Except, I won't change anything else to avoid some unpredictable consequences. Well, okay. This is the answer reserved for you in the future. Are you satisfied? The unknown existence asked. Xiao Yu once again fell into conflict. Xiao Yu is now in a very difficult position. In the past, when faced with such a difficult decision, Xiao Yu would choose to discuss with Luca Tu and a group of scientists from the Department of Social Psychology. There will always be loopholes in a person's thinking, and a multi-person discussion method can minimize the chance of loopholes. But it was obvious that Xiao Yu had no way to discuss this issue with them. Not only can't we discuss it, we can't even let them know about it. After all, this is related to their lives and their future. If they find out, they don't know what kind of trouble they will cause. Xiao Yu sighed slightly. Unfortunately, I still can't believe you. Although your explanation is almost perfect. At least with my current level of technology, I can't find any loopholes. But I still can't believe it until there is more evidence. If you want me to believe it, then provide more evidence. Xiao Yu said. Okay. It seems that the person who knows you best is still yourself. You have already anticipated this situation in the future. In my reservation process, if you encounter this situation, I will tell you about it. As for whether you believe me or not after telling you this, it's up to you. The unknown existence said quietly. Oh, what is it? I am very curious about which thing in my life has such great power. Xiao Yu asked with great interest. When you were on the earth, you peeked at Chen Mo taking a bath. This unknown existence said in an inexplicable and faint tune. You think Chen Mo's figure and skin are very good. Especially Chen Mo's breasts are very charming, right? You also like Chen Mo's surname. In fact, you fell in love with Chen Mo as early as on Earth. It's just that you think love will disturb your thoughts and hinder your development in science. So I drove Chen Mo away cruelly. Am I right? Chapter 383, repeat the same mistakes? Xiao Yu stayed here. Xiao Yu never expected that this guy whose origin was still uncertain would say such words. This is the deepest secret hidden in Xiao Yu's heart. In Xiao Yu's more than 10,000 years of life, Xiao Yu has never told anyone else or recorded it. This matter lasted so long that even Xiao Yu almost forgot its existence. How could this happen? Xiao Yu moaned feebly. Xiao Yu's solid defense was shattered into pieces at this moment. This incident touched the deepest part of Xiao Yu's heart. You? How did you know? Xiao Yu murmured to himself. Why do you know these things? The reason is very simple. The unknown existence said calmly. This is what you told me in the future. Do you believe me now? I believe it. I believe it. Xiao Yu said weakly. The facts are right in front of you. Xiao Yu can't help but believe it. Very good. Now, let's do it. It said quietly. Kill all the intelligent creatures under your command. And do not let intelligent creatures participate in your development from now on. Rely on your own strength. Slowly develop until it reaches level 7 civilization or even higher. Your name will surely echo in the galaxy. And your name will resound throughout the universe.
Xiao Yu fell silent. Xiao Yu now couldn't explain what he felt in his heart. Xiao Yu only felt that the valve of memory was opened. And endless memories emerged. This guy has a point. Xiao Yu did peek at Chen taking a bath. And he did fall in love with this elf-like girl in the Earth Age. But in the end, Xiao Yu's reason defeated his feelings. After being unable to calm down and think about the problem for 3 consecutive days, and after the experiment failed 3 times due to careless operation, Xiao Yu made up his mind. Let's go, Xiao Yu said lightly to Chen at that time, with no expression on his face, and his tone was as hard and cold as a stone in the ice and snow.
I have found a better assistant. He is better than you. You are more suitable for this position. There is no place for you in my research institute.
Xiao Yu still remembered Chen Mo's expression at that time. To Xiao Yu's expectation,
Chen Mo's expression was very quiet, and not as excited as he expected. But now that I think about it, that expression should be the tranquility after despair. The passion after death.
Okay. Goodbye.
Chen Mo nodded quietly and said slowly.
Thank you, Director Xiao. I have had a very happy time during this time in the Institute. And thank you for your continued support during this time.
Take care of me. Goodbye.
Chen Mo's luggage is very simple. Only a small package. She settled her salary at the finance office. For a young girl, these salaries should not be small. Chen Mo usually lives and eats in the Institute. She is also a very frugal girl. So in the past few years, her salary has been deposited in the finance department. Now she took it out all at once. And there was a thick stack. Chen Mo shed tears in his heart, with a smile on his face, and left so casually, without taking anything else with him, and disappeared without a trace. Xiao Yu didn't know where she went, and Xiao Yu never looked for her.
Chen Mo must have been in pain at that time.
Xiao Yu thought silently.
I'm sorry. I was too selfish.
What happened next was just like what the guy in front of him, who claimed to be sent by himself from the future, said. He left the Earth and embarked on a long journey, crawling hard in the endless darkness and crisis. But Chen Mo's shadow still appears occasionally, like a metal that will never fade, hanging on Xiao Yu's chest, trying hard to get Chen Mo's shadow out of his mind. Xiao Yu once again recalled his experiences during this period. Luca 2, Luca 3, Luca 4, and even Senya. Jason and others are undoubtedly outstanding scientists, and they have made many contributions to themselves. It can be said that they have contributed at least 30% to their current development. But will they really rebel in the future? Will there really be a peerless genius who will secretly use methods unknown to him to seize full control of his fleet? One by one, past events appeared in front of Xiao Yu's eyes. Xiao Yu suddenly discovered that, unknowingly, Xiao Yu and these scientists had developed a feeling of comrades in arms who were in the same boat. In this endless dark and cold universe, a group of weak beings gathered into a whole. Under their own leadership, they gradually developed and became stronger, supporting each other along the way until now.
Don't take chances.
The message from the unknown existence continued.
Don't fantasize about preserving these intelligent creatures, or preventing this kind of outcome by strengthening management. You have to understand that the development of history will have there is a certain rule that historical tasks must be completed by outstanding people. The intelligent creature that deprived you of the right to command the fleet has a name from the Earth era. His name is Su Junpo. Even if you pass the liquidation and strengthen management and other means prevent him from achieving his goals. But you cannot prevent the emergence of Yang Junpo and Li Junpo. As long as you still pursue the strategy of colluding with intelligent creatures, this day will eventually happen. The reason is simple. No any group of intelligent creatures will be willing to accept the rule of a foreign creature that is always superior, even if you keep the size of the current group of intelligent creatures unchanged. Such a person will eventually appear in the constant updates. Therefore, don't be merciful. Don't hesitate. Kill them all. I hope you won't forget what the seniors of the Ghost Clan once taught us.
Xiao Yu's heart trembled again. Xiao Yu's eyes were on the fleet and on the home ship spacecraft. More than 40 billion intelligent creatures are still living as usual. Ubiquitous recruitment advertisements still hang across the city. In the school, young intelligent creatures are studying seriously. Xiao Yu knows that in their hearts, they have a very simple but difficult to realize ideal. That is, they can become scientists when they grow up and contribute to themselves. In home spaceship number 41, nearly 20,000 scientists are still busy, and a large amount of experimental data is generated every moment. Xiao Yu saw Luca 4 busy in the biological laboratory. Luca number 2 is leading the scientists in the Department of Social Psychology to study the latest social structure reform plan. Luca number 3 and Jason, the newly promoted chief scientist, are conducting a study on ultra-high energy fields. Study on the physical properties of tachyons. Every scientist is busy, and every scientist is making his own contribution. In the Home 60 and Home 61 spacecraft, up to 5 million soldiers are undergoing intense training. The fleet arms use a virtual training method, but this method is very depleting on the spirit. According to Xiao Yu's test of their mental quality, Xiao Yu concluded that they generally cannot bear the training for more than 4 hours in a row. However, in the training ground, soldiers who have been on training missions for 5 or even 6 hours can be seen everywhere. When the instructor forces them to leave the training ground, they can even cry uncontrollably. Let me train for a while. I haven't mastered the attack coordination method of the number 3Q yet. War may come at any time. Master, the strength of our military is needed. The landing troops on the surface of the planet are undergoing physical training day and night. In the battles with armed robots, they are often beaten with scars all over their bodies. Without sedatives at night, the pain will be too painful to fall asleep. But they still persevere. The spaceship landing combat arms are conducting training day and night on the structure of spacecraft of different levels of civilization. They must be proficient in the structure of spacecraft that different civilizations may have. And they must quickly identify where the energy lines are and where the data lines are. Where is the command room and where is the energy supply department? Only in this way can the maximum strategic effect be achieved with minimum casualties. In addition to these soldiers, there are also special operations arms, individual arms, internal security arms, etc. The 2 spaceships, which were classified as military bases, were noisy all day long without stopping. Xiao Yu knew that their wish was very simple. That is, to form combat effectiveness as soon as possible, to contribute to the defense of their homeland, and to contribute to themselves. Xiao Yu's heart trembled slightly again. It is very simple for Xiao Yu to kill these more than 40 billion intelligent creatures. As long as Xiao Yu adds a certain chemical drug in a certain proportion to the food he supplies to them and blocks all detection equipment, the food will smoothly reach the mouths of all intelligent creatures. And because these intelligent creatures trust themselves, they will never be suspicious of the food they send. In this way, Xiao Yu can easily kill everyone in one day. What are you still hesitating about? The being who claimed to be sent by Xiao Yu from the future said lightly. Under the current circumstances, it may be difficult for you to make such a decision. Without the help of intelligent creatures, maybe you will be very uncomfortable, and your technological progress will be severely slowed down. But you have to understand that the temporary pain is for longer-term development in the future. You can completely obtain the scientific and technological achievements of other intelligent civilizations through plunder. You don't have to raise intelligent creatures yourself. What I want to say has been said. If you don't want to make the same mistake again, then do it. Chapter 384, Unachievable. Xiao Yu fell into deep thinking. This is really a difficult decision. It seemed a little hasty to kill all the intelligent creatures under his command just by relying on a few words from this being. But the reasons it gave were so convincing. The most important thing is that it even knows the deepest secrets in its heart, which has completely proved its identity. Xiao Yu has never revealed this secret to any other being, whether consciously or unconsciously. Xiao Yu is very sure of this. Only he knows this secret. This seems to prove that everything this unknown guy in front of me said is true. So what should I do? Xiao Yu asked himself this. As if subconsciously, Xiao Yu prepared the deadly poison. As long as the poison was spread into the central water supply system, in less than an hour, the poison would follow the city's water supply system, simulated weather systems, surface water circulation systems, etc., spread to every corner of all homeship spacecraft, and then kill all intelligent creatures within a day. With a simple command, more than 40 billion lives will die. This command is very simple. As simple as a Y symbol representing confirmation. This command can be truly implemented. But Xiao Yu couldn't do this. It was as if there was a strange voice that was constantly shouting deep in Xiao Yu's heart, preventing Xiao Yu from doing this. Xiao Yu thought again of the 10 million intelligent dwarf creatures who had narrowly escaped death in his hands. In the beginning, the reason why I couldn't kill them was because they did not pose a threat to me. Instead, they had always been very loyal to me, and were even willing to sacrifice their lives for me. So what about now? What about these intelligent creatures? Do you have a reason to kill them?
This has nothing to do with being kind-hearted and soft-hearted. This is Xiao Yu's survival principle as an intelligent creature with his own reading and thinking. Only by achieving this can Xiao Yu feel that he is still a human being and that he still has the imprint of the small blue planet called Earth. Okay. Even if none of this is important, maybe even this last bit of principle can be abandoned in order to survive. But is the rebellion of intelligent creatures really inevitable? While taking advantage of the accelerated development of science and technology, is it really unavoidable to avoid the rebellion of intelligent creatures? Xiao Yu doesn't know. Xiao Yu had no way to speculate in this regard. But Xiao Yu instinctively believed that it was inappropriate. Very inappropriate. To kill these 40 billion intelligent creatures at this moment. Xiao Yu once again began to analyze this information, trying to find out what was unreasonable in it. Because only when you find something unreasonable can you have a reason to refuse to execute this order. But unfortunately, Xiao Yu did not find what he wanted in this information. Xiao Yu was still unwilling. So an idea emerged. Xiao Yu decided to cheat it.
You are not sent by me in the future,
Xiao Yu said.
It is impossible for me to not understand myself. If you are really sent by me in the future, then it is impossible for you to ask me to kill them. Because I will definitely know that my code of conduct prevents me from doing this. I know this very well. But you have overlooked one thing. People change. There are many things that you think you cannot accept. When it really happens, it is not so difficult for you to accept. You were in school when you were madly in love with a girl. You naively thought that you would never be able to live without her. However, after graduation, you still left her, slowly forgot about her, and kept living. Is that good?
The unknown existence replied.
If that's the case, then why do you think you can't kill these intelligent creatures? Of course, just in case, you in the future have provided 2 ways for you now. First, kill them. Second, banish them. Whether killing or banishing, it is just to achieve one goal. That is, to stop contacting intelligent creatures. You don't need any help in the long journey ahead. You are on your own. You can reach the final destination. If you can't do it, then leave the homeship spacecraft to them and let them develop independently. With the current level of technology, they will be able to fly on any planet in the galaxy for a long time. If the good ones survive, they will form their own country, their own social system, their own military power, and their own path of progress. Thousands of years later, they will only be grateful to you for giving them freedom. You don't need a group of people. Intelligent creatures serve as subordinates. And these intelligent creatures do not need a computer program to serve as their leader. It is better to separate now than to meet at war in the future.
Xiao Yu fell silent again. While silent, Xiao Yu's brain was running rapidly. Xiao Yu admitted that he was a little moved by this guy. Since I can't bear to take action, expelling them is the best choice, which is beneficial to both parties. But Xiao Yu didn't forget anything. From the beginning, I did not put these intelligent creatures on an equal footing with myself. Even if I give them material conditions that are so abundant that they cannot be more abundant, how can I respect them in terms of technology? Deep in my heart, I always regard them as tools. Although at this moment, I already have some feelings for these tools. This involves a very real problem. That is, Xiao Yu needs these tools to accelerate his technological progress. Xiao Yu, who has tasted the sweetness, does not want to lose these help at all.
Well, although there is no evidence to prove that it is a lie to me, you might as well think about it from another angle.
Xiao Yu thought silently.
Is there any other existence in this universe that can know me?
Know everything about me. All my experiences. Even the fact that I peeked at Shenmo's bath when I was on Earth. And even the secrets I've never revealed to anyone. If there really is such an existence, then this identity is most likely its true identity. Of course, I will be such an existence in the future. So what else but this?
Xiao Yu suddenly felt something in his heart.
It is possible that there is a being who also knows these things.
A name popped up in Xiao Yu's mind.
Taihao civilization. Taihao, who created human civilization, kidnapped Zhang Xingya, built the spaceship of the 1990s, and imprisoned the Taihao civilization that conquered the white dwarf alien beasts.
As soon as this name emerged, Xiao Yu's thoughts were like a flood that had opened a valve and was out of control. Xiao Yu's mind began to become tense. And Xiao Yu was thinking along this line. Xiao Yu is trying to explain this matter in another way. Of course, Xiao Yu does not have any realistic evidence to support this idea. But this may also be a way to restore the truth. Just like the situation encountered in the white dwarf alien beast incident. All evidence at the time pointed to good intentions on the part of the strange beings atop the white dwarf star. However, Luca 3, who was still young at the time, put forward a completely new view. Although it does not have any evidence, it points out that if one uses malicious thinking to speculate on the existence of this white dwarf, it can be completely explained. The final result proved Luca 3's vision. Now Xiao Yu is trying to find such an explanation.
If it is the Taihao civilization, then all this is really possible. The Taihao civilization arrived on the Earth millions of years ago and transformed the brains of humans on the Earth. Allowing humans to change from the beasts, stood out, and evolved a splendid civilization. Then it is very likely that everything that happened after that was related to the Taihao civilization. They chose me early on and single-handedly promoted the occurrence of the Earth explosion, and then monitored me all the way. So they knew all my experiences, and naturally also knew the name Xiao Yu. Just how did they know what I was thinking at that time? Why did they know that I actually fell in love with Chinemo in the Earth Age? It's not surprising to know that I peeked at Chinemo taking a bath. It can be done through surveillance in the real world. Discovered. But how did they know my inner thoughts?
Xiao Yu shook his head in confusion. Xiao Yu knew that if there was no way to explain this matter, then this speculation could not be established.
Speculation?
At this moment, another word came into Xiao Yu's mind, and in an instant, Xiao Yu's thoughts became clear.
This is easy to understand. If they can know my every move in the real world and any of my physical movements, then they must know that I have deliberately made excuses to check the progress of experiments several times, but actually ran into the laboratory. If you go to see Chinemo, you must know that several times at night, I stared at the image of Chinemo busy in the laboratory through the monitor screen. Through these things, if they don't know I have fallen in love with Chinemo, then they are really idiots.
Xiao Yu found that the current events could be explained by this explanation. Of course, Xiao Yu does not have any actual evidence to prove this. Not only is there no actual evidence, but if this speculation is true, Xiao Yu cannot even guess their purpose. Because it is very strange. For what reason would a Taihao civilization interfere in the internal development of its own fleet? Xiao Yu seemed to be restoring the criminal process of a criminal. In Xiao Yu's suspect list, there is already a suspect who has the ability to commit crimes. But Xiao Yu can't find the motive for his crime. It's not surprising that they want something from him. It's not surprising that they hide behind the scenes and promote the progress of the situation through various means that Xiao Yu can't detect. But it's strange that they would interfere with him in this regard.
Another word appeared in Xiao Yu's mind. Experiment.
The word experiment can explain their motivations.
Xiao Yu thought silently.
Perhaps I am just one of their experimental subjects. And in order to receive enough real and reliable experimental data, it is obvious that the experimental subject must follow their instructions. Go forward on the predetermined path. Perhaps, using intelligent creatures to speed up technological progress and increase the size of the fleet deviates from the path they have planned for me. So they choose to use this method to interfere with me and try to deceive me. Allowing me to return to the right path they prescribed for me. They may be worried that if they interfere with me directly, they will make me wary and guess something. So they use this trick to deceive me. This can also explain why they refuse to bring me the problem of technology. Because obviously, Taihao civilization has not reached the height of the 7th level civilization. They themselves do not have the technology of the 7th level civilization. How can they give it to themselves?
Thinking of this, Xiao Yu suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Because Xiao Yu connected several other things with the current thing. Back then, before half-fourth dimensional Taihao died, he used a fragment of his body to bind himself around a red giant star, making him unable to get out. Among the ruins of the troll civilization, I also encountered a similar dilemma. I was trapped in a small universe that was separated from the big universe and could not get out. Taihao said that he had 100 years. If he could not go out for more than 100 years, the rising temperature would kill him. Among the ruins of the Tolar civilization, the Tolar civilization left a message saying that it had 10 years. If you cannot get out within 10 years, you will die due to entropy. However, within the 4-dimensional barrier, the time that he finally realized was that he only had less than 70 years. Time has shrunk by 30 years. Among the ruins of Tolar civilization, my time was only 3 years, which was shortened by 7 years. Once can be explained by coincidence. But what about twice? Xiao Yu didn't believe that things would always be such a coincidence. Xiao Yu didn't believe that powerful civilizations such as the semi-4th dimensional Taihao civilization and the 6th level Tolar civilization would make such low-level mistakes and even miscalculate time. Xiao Yu began to think about one thing. That is, what would he do if time really came to a life and death crisis among the four-dimensional barrier and the ruins of Tolar civilization? According to common sense, when that time comes, he will sacrifice the spacecraft and disassemble the hull of the spacecraft to use as fuel for the decay engine. At the same time, he will reduce his energy consumption so that he can support himself for a longer period of time.
Reduce?
Xiao Yu's heart moved. Among the fleets, what consumes the most energy? Not a spaceship, not an instrument, but an intelligent creature. Tens of billions of intelligent creatures consume an astronomical amount of energy every day. It seems that if things really develop to that point, for example, in the four-dimensional barrier, if the time limit is reached and you still can't leave, you really have only this way. And you will try every means to save energy. And intelligent creatures have no choice. Doubts will be put at the top of the list of sacrifices. Let's not talk about what Xiao Yu would choose if Xiao Yu was to do it. From a purely logical point of view, from the perspective of universal rules that apply to this universe, probably any intelligent creature who comes to Xiao Yu's position would choose to do this. Choose to sacrifice these intelligent creatures to extend their own survival time. Xiao Yu felt that he seemed to have noticed something. I noticed the reason for this strange time shrinkage in these two incidents.
So this time you came to me and asked me to destroy intelligent creatures. Is this really just a coincidence?
Originally, Xiao Yu didn't have much doubt about these things. But this time, the guy who claimed to be sent by his future self said that he wanted to destroy all the creatures under his command. But Xiao Yu used a line to connected in series. So, a very logical speculation has surfaced.
First of all, in the four-dimensional barrier constructed for me by the semi-four-dimensional Taihao, this unknown existence secretly moved its hands and feet, shortening the original 100 years to 70 years. Hoping to use the shortened time to force, I sacrificed all these intelligent creatures. As a result, I used the Klein bottle to successfully escape before the time limit, causing their plan to fail. The second time, among the ruins of the Tolar civilization, they shortened 10 years to 3 years, and tried again to force me to sacrifice these intelligent creatures. But they still failed. So for the third time, they pretended to be me from the future, using this method way, trying to make me sacrifice these intelligent creatures. 3 times in total. 3 times.
Xiao Yu sighed inexplicably. Of course, all these speculations are still just speculations, and Xiao Yu still does not have any realistic evidence to support this speculation. But this might as well be another system to explain the current situation. Should you trust the guy in front of you who claims to be sent by your future self? Or should you trust your own reasoning? Xiao Yu decided to give it a try.
You are lying to me,
Xiao Yu said.
You are Taihao. You are the man behind the scenes who has been pushing all of this. You arranged my experience and tried to make me follow the path you prescribed. You arranged so many civilizations to meet me and let me live and die. Continuous development in the crisis. All of this is just to achieve your ulterior purpose. I don't know what your purpose is, but I have reason to believe that this time, you are still deceiving me.
Xiao Yu responded with a long silence. But Xiao Yu was still not worried at all, because Xiao Yu is 100% sure that they will not take action against him. The reason is simple. If they are really sent by their future selves to help them, they will naturally not take action against themselves. And if they are the black hand hidden in the dark, the Taihao civilization, then they have a chance to kill themselves and explode on the earth. At that time, when they were being pursued by the Luca civilization, during the White Dwarf alien beast incident, when they were within the four-dimensional barrier, and when they were in the ruins of the Tolar civilization, they had too many opportunities to eliminate themselves. But you are still living well until now, aren't you? This proves that not only will they not take action against themselves, they are even unwilling to have direct contact with themselves. What's more, they will lend a helping hand to themselves when they are in danger. Xiao Yu has enough reason to believe that he will encounter the semi-fourth-dimensional Taihao when he is about to die in an information storm. And he will encounter the aging Ghost Clan when he is chased by the Malian civilization and has no way to escape. These two incidents among them. There should be some shadow of the mastermind behind the scenes. I just don't know how much role they played in these events. A technological Taihao civilization should not be much more powerful than the alien beast-type semi-fourth-dimensional Taihao civilization, nor much more powerful than a ghost race that has reached level 4. In other words, this Taihao has no ability to assign those two beings. The most likely thing they can do is to push himself to meet them. After making this conjecture, Xiao Yu felt that his thinking had become much clearer. Many things that were previously vague and incomprehensible were now suddenly clear to him.
How can we go back in time?
Xiao Yu murmured to himself.
The universe is a precise whole. It is impossible to reverse the time of the Milky Way without affecting other places. The reason is very simple. Since there are tachyons like this, if something moves at the speed of light, then we can be sure that in the long history of the Milky Way, tachyons must have reached other river systems and affected other river systems. Even if there is no such thing that moves at the speed of light, ordinary material exchange must have occurred during this tens of billions of years of history. The simplest example is the Large Magellanic Cloud, which has been transporting mass to the Milky Way. The former semi-four-dimensional Taihao also followed the Magellanic Stream. Only in this way can we come to the Milky Way. And reversing time means making all moving matter go back along the orbits they once moved. Among these things, including any star, any planet, and even any atom, any quark. For example, the Earth will rotate forward around the Sun in normal time. In reverse time, it will rotate in the opposite direction. The matter flying out from the Earth will fly back to the Earth. Even in an atom, the electrons rotating around the nucleus inside it will be completely reversed. This means a very serious problem. Material that leaves the Milky Way must return to the Milky Way the same way it came. Material from the outside that comes to the Milky Way must also exit the Milky Way the same way it came. Because only in this way can everything return as it was. But like this, first of all, how can the time reversal of one galaxy not affect the other river systems? And the other affected river systems will have the same chain reaction, and then affect more river systems. In the end, everything in the universe will be affected. All river systems will be affected. So, it is impossible to reverse the time of a single galaxy. So you are lying to me, Xiao Yu said quietly. Chapter 385 Shinjo. In fact, at this moment, Xiao Yu was not sure at all. After all, Xiao Yu did not have any evidence to prove his speculation. Xiao Yu chose to tell these things because he was actually mainly thinking of defrauding them. Xiao Yu is waiting for its reply. This unknown existence has been silent. After a while, Xiao Yu heard a faint sigh. You have already considered this situation in the future. In my reservation process, if this happens, I should do this and say goodbye. Whether you believe me or not is up to you to decide. This is its last message. After receiving this message, Xiao Yu saw an amazing scene. The small silver-gray spaceship suddenly lost sight of it. At the same time, Xiao Yu noticed a weak tachyon fluctuation. Xiao Yu knew exactly what this meant. This spacecraft carried a sufficient amount of negative matter tachyons. Now, these tachyons were released. Negative matter and positive matter annihilated each other, and both disappeared from the visible universe. This is the simplest method of destruction. It erases all traces of itself from the visible universe, leaving only question marks and doubts for Xiao Yu one after another. Xiao Yu never expected that the result would be like this. As expected by Xiao Yu, after he said that it was Taihao, its reaction was either to defend itself, to produce new evidence to prove that it was sent by the future self, or to admit it frankly. But after leaving these words, it did not defend or admit it, and simply destroyed itself. What does this mean? Then should I believe it or not? Xiao Yu became confused. Either I believe it completely, or I don't believe it at all. I can only choose one of the two, and I can't waver in any way. So now, I have to make a decision. Xiao Yu thought secretly, and gradually made up his mind. Determined. Perhaps this is another clever psychological tactic of yours. You should understand that after I make this speculation, any excuses will only arouse my suspicion. So you might as well not defend yourself and let yourself destroy it. I choose not to believe you. I will still stick to my own path. After all, the practice of raising intelligent creatures will definitely bring me considerable benefits within the foreseeable future. And the risks you mentioned? I believe I will eventually find a solution. Resistance comes from oppression. I think that my treatment of these intelligent creatures is good enough. Moreover, the relationship between us is not a simple superior-subordinate relationship. We are more like a community of interests, allowing me to profit. It is tantamount to letting them profit. The alliance of interests is stronger than the alliance of emotions. As long as this state continues for one day, they will continue to be loyal to me for one day. Damn guy. It's inexplicable. Xiao Yu cursed it fiercely in his heart, intending to never think about this matter again. Everything was the same as before. How to do it? But his thoughts were not under Xiao Yu's control. You thought a lot. If my conjecture is correct, what role did the Taihao civilization play in these events? If all this was intentional, what did the 1990s spacecraft and Zhang Xingya mean? What do they want to gain? If they have been spying on me since the time of Earth, then...
Xiao Yu thought of a possibility. And this possibility instantly made Xiao Yu's heart become hot.
Chen Mo and the others know Chen Mo's existence. And they also know my feelings for Chen Mo. So, is there a possibility that if they want something from me, if they want to get something from me, is it possible that they have kidnapped Chen Mo in advance? After all, to me, Chen Mo is a very important person. Is it possible that they took Chen Mo away before the destruction of the earth and then protected him well? Perhaps still keeping Chen Mo's life in cold storage. Just waiting to exchange Chen Mo for something with me one day in the future? It's very possible. Very possible.
Xiao Yu speculated silently.
Aside from Chen Mo, there is something very important. If my speculations are correct, they are indeed the Tai House civilization hidden behind the scenes. Well, I noticed that in these three incidents where they tried to get me to get rid of the practice of raising intelligent creatures, they all chose to push me secretly rather than come forward directly. So is there such a possibility that they are also subject to certain restrictions? So they cannot directly interfere with my actions? Even if my development path has obviously deviated from the track they set for me, they still choose this sneaky way to influence me. It's very possible.
Xiao Yu sighed slightly.
I really don't know what kind of secrets are hidden in the destruction of the earth, my birth, and these events. However, since they cannot directly interfere with me, it was very good for me. I decided that I was going to continue with my current development pattern.
After making this determination, Xiao Yu suddenly felt relaxed. There are still about 140 years left before the scheduled time. In other words, after Xiao Yu develops for another 140 years, he will set off to find the Malian civilization. After destroying it, he will obtain the complete 5-year civilization level civilization technology tree. The technology tree of the 5th level civilization will be able to comprehensively make up for its own technological weaknesses, which is very beneficial to laying a solid technological foundation for itself. The stronger the foundation, the more beneficial it will be for future development. This is a very simple truth. This star system is as busy as ever. The scope of impact of this emergency was limited to Xiao Yu himself. Except for Xiao Yu. No one in the fleet knew about it. And Xiao Yu did not intend to tell them. The decentralization of civil affairs has been going on. A large number of food factories, clothing factories, toy factories, office supplies production bases, and other places where intelligent creatures live, have returned to their own control. And a large number of robots have been evacuated and replaced. It became an artificial production method. Of course, Xiao Yu's evacuation is not comprehensive. In fact, the secret control of these places has not weakened, but has increased by dozens of percentage points. Xiao Yu wants to confirm that as long as he needs it, he can take these places into his own hands in an instant. Spaceships suitable for the control of intelligent creatures have also been manufactured one by one. Xiao Yu built a new national-level warship, the Tianhua spaceship, as the flagship of the military power of intelligent creatures. In addition, there are 20 provincial-level spacecraft, more than 300 city-level spacecraft, and county, township, and village-level spacecraft that match these spaceships. The total number is about 500,000. It takes about 100 million soldiers to operate these spacecraft, together with corresponding logistics personnel, special operations personnel, landing combat personnel, etc. The size of the army will remain at about 200 million people. At this stage, a total of more than 3 million intelligent creatures have passed military training and become qualified soldiers. They have been assigned to corresponding spacecraft and have begun to serve. In the next 140 years, this number will continue to expand until it meets Xiao Yu's requirements. Although Xiao Yu has decided to ignore the message from this weird spacecraft, this information has also brought a considerable psychological impact to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu decided to secretly increase the monitoring of these intelligent creatures. Especially these approximately 500,000 combat spaceships are the focus of monitoring. Although during war deductions, these spaceships may be more than 20 light years away from him, and thus out of his control. Xiao Yu has achieved this by leaving a backdoor. No matter how far away these spaceships are from him, they can leave, no matter how long it takes. As soon as they receive your message, they will immediately return to their control. Xiao Yu believes that through these methods, risk should be minimized. Time passed slowly. And for Xiao Yu, more than 140 years were just a fleeting time. During this period of time, all aspects of matters were progressing smoothly. The army was being eliminated and replenished, and gradually expanded to a size of 200 million people. The genetic modification project of the dwarves was successfully completed. The current dwarves are finally reaching the same level as the Luca tribe. Dwarf scientists began to gradually appear, gradually occupying a considerable number of seats in Xiao Yu's science council, and began to contribute to Xiao Yu's scientific and technological development. Various construction tasks were successfully completed. A total of 4 national-level spacecraft were equipped with space weapons. All spaceships were equipped with carrier-borne material cannons and had the ability to operate at superlight speeds. The total number of spacecraft in the fleet expanded to the scale of 4.5 million ships.
Let's begin our journey. I know that you all have anger in your hearts. Now, the time for anger has come. Except for the Luca and dwarves. All other races have come into contact with the Marian civilization. I believe that there are still quite a few people who remember the time when they were detained there by the Marian civilization and sold as commodities. Now, the day of revenge has arrived. Defeat the Marian civilization. Use their blood and death to wash away the shame they once bestowed upon us. Let them know that anyone who dares to offend our Shinjo civilization, no matter how long it has been or how far away it is, our Shinjo civilization, we will definitely find them and give them a devastating blow. Listen to my order. The fleet sets off to find the Malian civilization and destroy them. The first target is the Sky Blue Market.
Chapter 386. One Light and One Dark. That's right. Shinjo civilization is the name Xiao Yu gave himself. Originally, Xiao Yu always believed that having a name or not was an insignificant matter. But Luca No. 2's suggestion changed Xiao Yu's view.
Having a unified name is very effective in improving internal cohesion,
Luca No. 2 said. Then Xiao Yu realized something. Xiao Yu thought of things like the national flag, national emblem, and national anthem of the Earth Age. To put it bluntly, these things are just simple patterns and melodies. But with these things and without these things, the effect is different. This is like a clear goal, always reminding the subordinate intelligent creatures what they should contribute to. Only in this way there will be firm. The name Xiao Yu determined was Shinjo.
From this moment on, we are all members of the Shinjo civilization. The name Shinjo will eventually resound throughout the galaxy and even the entire universe. For this goal, let's fight for it,
Xiao Yu said. So, under the encouragement of this slogan, the huge fleet was launched and sailed towards the coordinates of Tianlan Market. Tianlan Market is more than 500 light years away from here, and Xiao Yu's current speed can already reach 12 times the speed of light. At this rate, it will probably take less than 50 years to get there. This speed is slightly higher than the speed of the Malian civilization when he encountered it. But hundreds of years have passed since that time. It is certain that the Marian civilization will make progress during this time, and the speed will definitely increase. Generally speaking, in terms of military technology, Xiao Yu believes that the Malian civilization is not much different from his own. Over the past 200 years, Xiao Yu has established a complete military system. The number of employed soldiers has reached 200 million. They are directly led by the military commission. The number 1 person on the military committee is Luca No. 2. But Luca No. 2 is not responsible for specific affairs. The military committee is composed of 17 members. They are directly responsible to Xiao Yu and are responsible for providing combat plans and staff work. Only Xiao Yu can issue the final combat order. Of course, under special circumstances, such as when they lose Xiao Yu's command. They also have the power to directly lead the army. This power is very critical. In contrast, Xiao Yu's monitoring of the members of these military committees is also the strictest. During the 50 years of this warp voyage, Xiao Yu was preparing for the last war. This war is different from the past. This is the first time Xiao Yu has actively launched an attack on a civilization. The strategic goal of this war is to obtain a complete 5th-level civilization technology tree. And all battles serve this goal. In fact, if he could choose equal trade, Xiao Yu would rather pay a little more than choose war. After all, war has risks. And it is a big risk. However, combined with the unique culture of the Malian civilization, that is, those soldiers of the Malian civilization who would rather die than surrender, and the deep grudge between the two, Xiao Yu believes that it is better not to waste your efforts and fight directly. This proposal was approved by the 13 Military Committee, the Social Committee, and most scientists of the Central Academy of Sciences. After all, the more than 100 races that later belonged to Xiao Yu were truly oppressed by the Malian civilization, and that memory has become the darkest period in their lives. They wish the Marian civilization had become extinct. Under this situation, Xiao Yu believes that eliminating the Malian civilization will help improve the cohesion within his fleet. Moreover, a large-scale war can comprehensively improve his war theory level and give birth to countless soldiers with strong combat effectiveness. In short, after weighing the benefits and losses in all aspects, Xiao Yu finally made this decision.
It is certain that the main base of Marian civilization will never be too far away from Tianlan Market. And for a place like Tianlan Market, where a tragic war has occurred, they cannot leave any defense at all. And as long as they come into contact with their fleet, I won't worry about not finding their nest.
Xiao Yu secretly speculated that the members of the military committee were also conducting intense war deductions. The huge war machine had been launched, and Xiao Yu's fleet was rolling in, carrying the aura of destruction and death. 50 years passed by in a flash. Xiao Yu, who escaped from the curvature navigation, once again saw the familiar starry sky. 5 planets are quietly orbiting this yellow dwarf star, which is similar to the sun, according to their own trajectories. In the starry sky, you can occasionally see some battleship fragments, and the pitted marks on the star also prove that it is here. There once was a tragic war. The last time he arrived here, Xiao Yu's strength was still quite weak. At that time, Xiao Yu came here with sincerity, hoping to use the resources in his hands to exchange for something he urgently needed. But he did not expect to welcome my own is not peace and justice, but darkness and plunder.
A defected soldier escaped into my fleet? What a ridiculous reason.
Xiao Yu secretly thought.
This time, let's fight openly.
At this moment, Tianlan Market is no longer as prosperous as when Xiao Yu arrived last time. Here, it's more like a ruins. But Xiao Yu keenly noticed that in this desolation, there were still flashes of light caused by the starting of the tail engine of the spacecraft. And there were quite a few of them. At this moment, Xiao Yu's fleet is hundreds of billions of kilometers away from the star, and Xiao Yu's spacecraft have all been camouflaged. This camouflage can be very effective in deceiving tachyon detectors, making them mistakenly believe that there is just nothingness here. Basically, as long as they don't know the information in advance and specifically detect this place, they are unlikely to find Xiao Yu. One is in the light, and the other is in the dark. Xiao Yu's huge fleet stayed here, waiting quietly like a tiger spying on its prey. Spy satellites that are extremely small in size and mass have been launched. These things will stay 5 billion kilometers away from the outermost planet of the star, and conduct comprehensive detection of the star system until the star is determined. The next step will be taken after all kinds of information about the military power in the galaxy. How many spaceships there are, how many bases there are, etc. Although wars in the interstellar era have some similarities with land wars on the planet's surface, there are also many differences. The biggest difference is the difficulty of monitoring enemies hidden in the dark. The universe is so vast that the distance of a few light years is similar to the distance between your house and your own backyard. In the Earth era, it is undoubtedly very simple to monitor your own backyard. But in an interstellar war, it is necessary to monitor 4 light years. It is undoubtedly very difficult to carry out comprehensive monitoring of a sphere formed by the radius, not to mention 4 light years. Even 100 billion kilometers is not easy to achieve. At least Xiao Yu can't do it now. So Xiao Yu believes that Emolian civilization can't do it either. So Xiao Yu's fleet is quietly hiding here, waiting for the information sent back by the spy satellite.
Well, intelligence shows that there are some relatively rare minerals in this star system, and the reserves are quite rich. So after that war, the Marian civilization did not abandon this place. There are many collection bases here, and there are many mineral transportation spaceships, including about 20,000 military spaceships, with a provincial spaceship as the flagship. Then, the strategy for this operation is as follows after the meeting.
In the conference room, facing all the members of the military committee, as well as Luca 2, who is responsible for civil affairs logistics support, and Luca 3, who is responsible for scientific and technological support. Number 4. Senya and others. Xiao Yu told the final battle strategy.
We will temporarily lurk here, send a large number of spy ships, and secretly track the mineral transport ships of the Marian civilization until we find their main civilization base. Then the plan will enter a critical stage. We divide our forces into 2 groups, one in the light and the other in the dark. I will lead more than 3.8 million combat spacecraft, as well as civilian spacecraft, logistics spacecraft, etc. to wait here, launch a frontal attack on more than 20,000 spacecraft, and move forward all the way. I will expose my own existence and turn this place into a frontal battlefield. In the frontal battlefield, most of the combat power of the Marian civilization will be attracted. Then, I need you to use the Tianwu spacecraft as the flagship to lead the soldiers controlled about 500,000 spaceships to raid the main planet of Marian civilization. Among the detachment, Luca number 2 is the supreme leader. If you lose contact with me, any order must be approved by Luca number 2 before it can be executed. All 17 members of the military committee need to follow the troops. You must remember your mission. If you can break through the defense of the capital planet of the Marian civilization, you need to occupy their data center as soon as possible and copy all technology-related information. Come here. If the data center is destroyed by them, you must also collect this information through other channels, and then come and join me as soon as possible. If the occupation fails, or the defense of the capital planet exceeds your imagination and prevents you from successfully occupying it, you need to do your best to disturb them, disturb their military morale, and create convenient conditions for me on the frontal battlefield. On the frontal battlefield, after I defeat their main force, I will go to join you as soon as possible. Okay, that's the overall strategic plan. Now, go to the Tianwu spaceship. The Tianwu spaceship will be 300 billion kilometers away from here to avoid exposure. Chapter 387 Special Forces. After hearing Xiao Yu's arrangements, the members of the military committee stood up together with Luca number 2, bowed to Xiao Yu, and said respectfully, Master, please rest assured, we will definitely complete the mission. There was an excited look on these people's faces. They knew very well that this battle plan was an attempt by Xiao Yu and a test for them. If in this war, they exert a combat power that meets Xiao Yu's requirements, then it is certain that there will be more tasks assigned to them in the future, and their status in Xiao Yu's mind will be further improved. After saying goodbye to Xiao Yu, they left the conference room, boarded their own special spacecraft, and arrived at the national spaceship, which is also the flagship of the intelligent biological army, the Tianwu spacecraft. The Tianwu spacecraft is an ordinary national-level combat spacecraft. It is weaker than the Xiaogua, the United States, the Russia and other spacecrafts, but it is more powerful than the Indonesian and Thai spacecrafts. It is only equipped with 4 protective covers, but is not equipped with space weapons. In the dark starry sky 100 billion kilometers away from this star, 500,000 spaceships, carrying nearly 200 million soldiers, as well as supporting logistics spacecraft, material spacecraft, maintenance spacecraft, etc., quietly left from here. We set off to a place 300 billion kilometers away. After this period of development, the total number of intelligent creatures under Xiao Yu's command has expanded to nearly 50 billion. Correspondingly, the number of home spaceships inhabited by intelligent creatures has also increased from the original 61 to the current 70. One ship. At this moment, there are crowds of people gathering everywhere among these homeship spacecraft, and they are praying for the soldiers who are going on the expedition. In order to defend our homeland and for the safety of our lives, these soldiers bravely went out to fight. They will definitely destroy the enemies, and victory will definitely belong to us. Let's pray for them together. There was a solemn atmosphere in the homeship spacecraft, but at this moment, there was an atmosphere of excitement in the formation of the Heavenly Kingdom spacecraft. We are so lucky. I never thought that we would get the opportunity to fight during our military career. 20 years of training. And now I finally have a chance to put it to use. The history of the Mayan civilization. Right. Just wait for the arrival of our Shinjo civilization. Boy, do your best and don't embarrass our number 8 race. In a county-level spaceship, more than 200 soldiers were operating instruments on their seats, with serious expressions on their faces, but excited words continue to float out of their mouths. This is the first war initiated by me. I hope the result will not disappoint me. Xiao Yu thought silently, and after a while, issued the first order since the war began. The 3rd detachment of the 5th Special Operations Team. Set off. As commanded, an army composed of 1,000 dwarf creatures received the order and immediately gathered at the hatch of their respective spaceships. They did not follow the Tianwu spacecraft formation to hide 300 billion kilometers away, but stayed here with Xiao Yu, because Xiao Yu has other tasks for them. The hatch opens, revealing a dark universe outside. These Special Operations Team members were only equipped with personal life support systems, and did not take any spaceships. They left here quietly, using the dark universe as a cover to quietly lurk towards the star system 100 billion kilometers away. This is the team responsible for carrying out special tasks. Their mission is to sneak into this star system, find the returning mineral transport spacecraft, follow them all the way to the main planet of the Merlian civilization, and then send the coordinates to Xiao Yu for Xiao Yu to launch his next plan. Because of their small size, the dwarves are difficult to detect, so they shouldered this task without hesitation. In fact, it is quite difficult to find such a tiny target in the endless dark universe. Their life support equipment has been specially processed and does not reflect visible light. It also has good absorption effects on invisible light in various bands. The radar beam is even more of a decoration for them. In particular, this kind of life support equipment is very sensitive to tachyons. Detection equipment also has a certain interference effect. The resources carried in the life support equipment can allow them to survive for 3 months. And it is very convenient for them to obtain supplies. The decay engine can use any substance as fuel, even if they are in the void and cannot get any supplies. You can also sustain yourself by dismantling unimportant equipment to use as fuel. These are the special forces with the most stringent selection conditions, the most rigorous training, and the most powerful combat capabilities among the intelligent biological armies. They have a persevering will and are good at completing tasks in various terrains and conditions. There are only 100,000 such special soldiers among an army of 200 million soldiers. These 100,000 special forces members are divided into 10 brigades. And under each brigade there are 10 detachments, directly under the leadership of the military commission and Xiao Yu. What Xiao Yu is now commanding is the 5th Special Operations Team. A faint light was emitted from behind the personal life support equipment. Such a weak light was almost imperceptible. Even Xiao Yu had to turn on the detection equipment to a considerable power to detect it, let alone the ink 100 billion kilometers away. Even civilized. Of course, matching this faint light is a weak acceleration ability. But this acceleration will last for a month, and will eventually accelerate to a speed of 1,000 kilometers per second, and then sneak into this star system quietly. In order to prevent these special forces members from being captured and thus exposing their existence, Xiao Yu also installed a considerable amount of negative matter in this personal life support equipment. Once exposed, these special forces members will quickly activate their reactions. Equipment, including their bodies, will be annihilated by negative matter in an instant and disappear from the visible universe without leaving any trace. Xiao Yu does not doubt the loyalty of these special operations soldiers. Xiao Yu believes that they will strictly implement their orders. Of course, just in case, after exposure, even if they don't open the reaction equipment, Xiao Yu will open it for them. Report: Number 308 of the 3rd Detachment of the 5th Special Forces Team has arrived at the outskirts of the galaxy. There is an asteroid with a radius of about 20 meters in front of me. I apply to change the orbit of this asteroid and hide it among the asteroids. Enter the star system and conduct a comprehensive exploration of the star system. The application is approved. I wish you good luck. Number 308. The captain of the 3rd Detachment of the 5th Special Operations Team quickly processed the application. Okay. I promise to complete the mission. After number 308 replied, it quietly changed its orbit, quietly attached to the asteroid, and activated the power system in the personal life support equipment. As a result, the asteroid's orbit gradually began to change, and it gradually rushed toward the interior of the galaxy. Report: The 3rd Detachment of Special Forces Team 5 applied on the 119th to leave the ecliptic plane and sneak in from below the galaxy. The application is approved. I wish you good luck. Number 119. Report: A full 1,000 Special Operations Team members submitted different infiltration plans according to the different terrains they were in. After obtaining the consent of the captain, they each showed their magical powers and quietly infiltrated into this star system. No! We encountered the Moyan Civilization Detection Satellite 3,000 kilometers ahead. It has not been discovered yet, but the chance of being discovered within the next minute is 83%. There is no hidden terrain nearby. Special Operations Team 5, the 3rd Detachment, applied for self-destruction on the 235th. The application is approved. On the 235th, the Master will not forget your achievements and your family will be properly taken care of. Captain, goodbye. This was the last message sent by team members number 235. And then, the communication was interrupted. The captain of the 3rd Detachment of Special Forces Team 5 knew that number 235 had activated its self-destruct system, and a sufficient amount of negative matter had been released, reacting with positive matter and quietly annihilating all traces of it. Number 235 is the first intelligent creature to die since the beginning of this war. Xiao Yu quickly received the relevant message and sighed softly in his heart. War is so cruel, especially for Special Forces members. The environment they face is even more dangerous. This means that they must have tough nerves.
So strong that they don't even care about their own lives. There is only one goal in mind, completing the mission. And no other things are considered. Only such a person is a qualified Special Operations Team member.
Special Forces Team 5. 3rd Detachment Number 235-inch.
Xiao Yu wrote the first name on the death list.
Number 308 successfully infiltrated without causing any reaction. This is what I observed. Number 119 successfully infiltrated without causing any reaction. This is what I observed. Number 853 successfully infiltrated without causing any reaction.
A picture was transmitted to Xiao Yu's mind through tachyon communication on an encrypted channel. Xiao Yu silently analyzed all this and issued instructions one after another.
All Special Forces members listen to the order and choose their own opportunity to approach the mineral transport spacecraft. It is best if they can sneak inside. If they cannot sneak inside, they should hide near the jet port or the belly of the spacecraft and follow them to the main planet of the Marian civilization. Action. Pay attention to concealment during the process. If it is discovered or the probability of discovery exceeds 60%, the self-destruction system will be activated immediately.
The area near the spacecraft's jet port and the belly of the spacecraft are the weakest places to monitor the spacecraft's hull. This is the conclusion Xiao Yu came to by analyzing a large amount of data.
The instructions are complete. Special Forces members, I wish you good luck. Your relatives and friends are watching you, and they are waiting for your victorious return.
Chapter 388 The First Battle. Xiao Yu just lurked quietly 100 billion kilometers away from this star. Watching here silently. Watching the spacecraft in this star system shuttle back and forth. Day and night. This is the benefit of hiding in the dark. Xiao Yu can make plans and then act. While Mo Lian Wenming can only be beaten passively, without the Malian civilization being aware of it. A total of 865 Special Forces members relied on their own individual survival systems to sneak into this star system. The remaining 135 Special Forces members have already been sacrificed. Negative matter is not antimatter. The mutual annihilation of negative matter and positive matter will not emit any energy, and will not leave any traces after their annihilation. They have completely disappeared from the universe. This is the Special Force, which is responsible for performing the most dangerous and difficult tasks, taking the highest risks, and obtaining the richest rewards. Every piece of information they obtain may save thousands of spacecraft. Of these 865 Special Forces members, more than 300 were sacrificed one after another in the subsequent operations. In the end, less than 500 Special Forces members successfully managed to escape without alerting the Malian civilization. Below, they approached their mineral transport spaceship, and together with their spaceship, they embarked on an unknown journey. Xiao Yu is still waiting here quietly. Xiao Yu will not take any action before obtaining enough information to confirm where the main planet of Malian civilization is. The follow-up tracking spacecraft has already set off. But these spacecraft cannot be too close to the enemy spacecraft. If it exceeds a certain distance, tracking will be extremely difficult. Therefore, at this time, the Special Forces members lurking in the Marian civilization mineral transport spacecraft started to attack. Having reached a very critical role, they took on the responsibility of guiding the path forward for the follow-up tracking spacecraft. In this starry sky, there is a turbulent undercurrent undulating. But before it breaks out, no one can detect it. At least not the Malian civilization.
Confirm a target. The coordinates are, this seems to be an inhabited planet. The military strength is unknown, but it is estimated that it will not be too strong. Confirm a target. The coordinates are that this is an industrial planet with a strong military force. There were at least 200,000 spacecraft takeoffs and landings in 3 days. Target number 1 confirmed. The coordinates are that the galaxy has 3 planets. The main star is a stable yellow dwarf star. Among the 3 planets, the one closest to the star is the capital star, and the other 2 planets are large-scale habitable planets. The star system's defenses are very strong. Special forces cannot approach, and the specific military strength cannot be estimated.
During this period of time, Xiao Yu dispatched a total of 3 brigades, with a total of 30,000 Special Forces members, to conduct a comprehensive detection of the Malian civilization through various methods. The effect was significant. Xiao Yu at least figured out the strength distribution and military layout of the Malian civilization in general. But the losses were also heavy. More than half of the 30,000 Special Operations team members have been sacrificed, and a dozen team members were caught off guard by Malian civilization. Fortunately, Xiao Yu reacted quickly enough and quickly activated the self-destruct device, so that Malian was not civilization caught alive. Only negative matter can self-destruct so completely. and civilizations that have mastered negative matter are at least level 5 civilizations. Xiao Yu speculated that the Malian civilization already knew that there was a malicious 5th level civilization peeking at it secretly. But they could not find out where they were yet. But secretly strengthening vigilance is inevitable. Subsequent information confirmed Xiao Yu's view. According to the report submitted by the Special Operations team members, the Malian civilization's military spacecraft have been mobilized more and more frequently. And the defenses of industrial planets, residential planets, etc. have also been significantly improved.
I don't need to get too clear information. The current information is enough for me. After all, my strength is stronger than the Malian civilization. Then, it's time to launch a general attack. Luca number 2, led by your army, set off towards the capital galaxy of Marian civilization. Pay attention to concealment when marching, and only launch an attack after receiving my order. If you are disconnected from me, you must wait until their strength is reduced to a certain level before launching an attack. Complete. Okay, Master. I will follow your orders. The route has been determined. Please review it. Agree.
In the void 300 billion kilometers away, the Tianhua spacecraft formation slowly started to move. After half an hour, it entered the curvature navigation and headed towards the ordinary yellow dwarf star 19 light-years away. Past. This voyage will last for more than a year. During this time, the frontal battlefield led by Xiao Yu will contain most of the military power of the Malian civilization. When their rear is empty, the army led by Luca II will launch a surprise attack on the Marian capital system in the form of a surprise force.
Then let's go! The time to wash away the shame has arrived. This first battle must be won cleanly. All spaceships, remove their disguises and move forward at full speed.
Xiao Yu gave the order. Immediately, more than 3.5 million spacecraft simultaneously spurted bright flames from their tails and accelerated forward. Almost at the same time that these spacecraft removed their disguises and began to accelerate at full speed, there was a reaction in the star system in front of them. Xiao Yu clearly saw that the speed of mobilization of spaceships in this galaxy began to accelerate. Countless spaceships took off in an emergency and formed a battle formation. More spaceships accelerated towards the rear and fled.
In the first battle, we must annihilate them all. How can I allow you to escape even one spaceship?
Xiao Yu laughed softly. The reason why only more than 3.5 million spacecraft were launched this time was because the other more than 300,000 spacecraft had already left the main force in advance and ambush in another direction of the galaxy. Xiao Yu has laid out a dragnet in advance, and he must fight beautifully in the first battle, using a combination of curvature navigation and conventional navigation. Xiao Yu only needs less than 20 hours to reach the target, and 20 hours is not enough time for a mineral transport spacecraft in this star system, far enough away from the star to enter curvature. What's more, Xiao Yu has already deployed heavy troops at the edge of the galaxy to intercept.
Who are you? This is the 5th level civilization, the mining base of the Marian civilization. What do you want to do?
While advancing at high speed, Xiao Yu received a message full of caution. After the information, there is also a dictionary. Xiao Yu shook his head disdainfully and ignored it.
Stop! Are you going to violate the Galactic Peace Pact? If you become a level 5 civilization, you will automatically join the Galactic Alliance. If you attack Alliance members privately, you will definitely be punished. Galactic Alliance? Galactic Peace Pact? What is this?
Xiao Yu thought with some doubts.
It was probably created by the Guardian civilization again. The Guardian civilization and I are mortal enemies.
How can we care about you guys? Small fish and shrimp.
Xiao Yu still ignored it, as if sensing Xiao Yu's determination. No more information came from Molien's civilized side. 30,000 warships just lined up there quietly, waiting for the war to come. Behind these 30,000 warships were hundreds of thousands of mineral transport spaceships escaping in haste. Mineral transport spaceships have extremely low combat effectiveness and defense, and poor maneuverability in front of battleships. They are basically lambs to be slaughtered, without any ability to resist. The 300,000 warships arranged in advance are enough to wipe them all out, and no one can escape.
We are the Shinjo civilization. Remember this name?
Xiao Yu sent such a message at the last moment before entering the battle. The two finally met, with a distance of more than 10 million kilometers. The superlight negative matter cannon had already started shooting. A large number of superlight tachyons reached the enemy's target in just an instant, severely consuming the opponent's battleship shield. Energy of. At the same time, Xiao Yu's battleship was also attacked by negative matter cannons. Huh?
Has your Malian civilization also mastered the manufacturing technology of carrier-based negative matter cannons? But it's useless. Your largest spaceship is just a provincial spaceship. It has no four-dimensional maintenance cover and no space weapons.
A distance of 10 million kilometers was covered in a very short period of time. And the raging torrent of warships surged up, completely submerging these 30,000 spacecraft. The difference in numbers was vividly reflected. Most of Xiao Yu's spaceships did not even participate in the battle. And this time the battle was over. The flagship of the Malian civilization fleet, the provincial spaceship, was split in half by a space crack attack from the USS United States national spacecraft. The brilliance of the explosion illuminated a space of tens of thousands of kilometers in radius. The battle was over within an hour. The final result was that Xiao Yu's side wiped out all 30,000 spacecraft at the cost of losing more than 2,000 spacecraft. And not a single spacecraft escaped. The hundreds of thousands of mineral transport spaceships were also successfully intercepted by the 300,000 spaceships that Xiao Yu had ambushed there in advance. Their top speed was only 7 times the speed of light, even if they entered curvature navigation. Xiao Yu's side also had negative matter cannons. It can be used. So in this star field, bright lights continue to burst out, and each burst of bright light means the destruction of a spacecraft. 30,000 combat spacecraft were wiped out. Hundreds of thousands of mineral transport spacecraft were wiped out. The star base was occupied by Xiao Yu, and all the remaining personnel were eliminated by Xiao Yu. This is the result Xiao Yu received within 3 hours. From this moment on, this star system has all fallen under Xiao Yu's control.
I did not use communication blocking methods. I believe that the news of the fall of this star system will soon reach the ears of the top leaders of Malian civilization. So, how will you respond?
Xiao Yu thought rather playfully. With Chapter 389 expanding the results, Xiao Yu has roughly figured out the distribution of forces of the Malian civilization. About 19 light-years away from this star is the capital galaxy of the Malian civilization, with the capital galaxy as the center. The average radiation range of the Malian civilization is 15, about light-years away. Dozens of stars and their affiliated planets are all owned by the Malian civilization. It is estimated that there are more than 30 habitable planets in total, and nearly 100 industrial, military, mining and other planets, bringing the total number to about 130. These dozens of star systems are like towns in the cold weapon war of the Earth era. Troops can be stationed in towns, and supplies can be obtained. A town with a radius of several kilometers can form a deterrent to places hundreds of kilometers away from the edge of the town. This is also applicable in interstellar wars. When a star system is occupied, it means that at least 2 light-years around the star system are occupied. You can build factories and logistics bases within the star system. If the spacecraft is damaged, you can come back to repair it. You can come back to replenish fuel. And you can even build spacecraft to replenish combat power. In an interstellar war, one side can obtain supplies at any time, while the other side can only consume the resources they carry with them. It is self-evident who has the advantage between the two. So Xiao Yu's general strategic plan was determined. That is, make steady progress and make progress step by step. After occupying a star system, Xiao Yu would transform the star system, build his own logistics base, and leave corresponding defensive forces. Doing so will inevitably lead to division of troops. But it doesn't matter, because it is obvious that although the total strength of the Malian civilization has reached about 5 million spacecraft, it is obviously impossible for them to concentrate all these military forces. They also have places to defend and places to attack. It can be said that if Xiao Yu occupied all the star systems around the capital galaxy of the Malian civilization, the Malian civilization would not be able to escape even if it wanted to, because using these star systems as strongholds, coupled with the radiation range of the strongholds to the surrounding areas, Xiao Yu will form a de facto encirclement of the Malian civilization capital galaxy. No matter which direction they want to run, Xiao Yu can easily send troops interception. After the war begins, large-scale battles involving more than 1 million spaceships are unlikely to happen again. The most likely scenario is a battle for galaxies involving hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands of spaceships, as well as encounters and raids. Both sides, the military strength of the two armies will compete in this medium-sized battle again and again. And the winner and loser will be slowly determined by the decline of one force and the decline of one force. This star system is the first stronghold I occupy. I will use it as a base to slowly expand my territory. Well, after decades of warp navigation, a fraction of the supplies I carry have been consumed. Let's take a rest here first. Xiao Yu made up his mind, and made such an arrangement. Of course, not all ships are resting here. There are currently about 3.5 million combat spaceships that Xiao Yu can control. It is unwise to let all the spaceships stay here, taking advantage of the current lack of defense of the Malian civilization. The right way is to quickly expand the results. Therefore, Xiao Yu made a statistics of all the strategic materials in the fleet, concentrated them on 2 million combat spaceships, and assigned the 2 million spaceships to be divided into 3 teams to quickly attack the 5 light-years away Galaxy number 2, Galaxy number 3, which is 3 light-years away, and Galaxy number 4, which is 6 and 1 light-years away. Set out, preparing to occupy these 3 galaxies in one go. The remaining 1.5 million spacecraft are stationed here, starting base construction work and resting. Xiao Yu has already numbered all the star systems occupied by the Merlian civilization in order. The star system currently occupied by Xiao Yu is naturally the number 1 galaxy. According to this rule, the capital galaxy of the Merlian civilization is numbered as Galaxy 21. There is one thing that is very beneficial to Xiao Yu at present. That is, in each star system, Xiao Yu has a general knowledge of the military power of the Malian civilization. But Xiao Yu's place is a monitoring vacuum for the Malian civilization. Although they know what Xiao Yu's total combat power is, they are unable to grasp Xiao Yu's movements. They don't know whether Xiao Yu will choose to rest or attack. If he attacks, which star system he will attack, and what the strength of the attacking troops will be. With this information, they don't know at all. They even knew nothing about who Xiao Yu was except for the name of a Shinzhou civilization, and that it was a 5th-level civilization. Galaxy number 2 is a military base, with a military strength of about 300,000 spaceships. Galaxy number 2 is located between Galaxy number 3, the mining base, and Galaxy number 4, the residential system. It can be clearly seen that this arrangement relies on the combat power of the number 2 galaxy to protect the number 3 and number 4 galaxies. In order to face this situation, Xiao Yu also made corresponding arrangements, preparing to win these 3 galaxies in one fell swoop. The legion of intelligent creatures led by Luca II is sailing in curvature, following a secret route, heading towards the Marian capital galaxy. After the intelligent creature army set off, Xiao Yu once issued another order, ordering them to abandon their current route and choose a farther but safer route. Calculated according to this route, they will reach their destination in about 4 years. But this time is not fixed. Xiao Yu may adjust the time they arrive at their destination at any time based on the progress of the frontal battlefield. Galaxy number 21, the capital galaxy of Marian civilization, is currently holding an emergency meeting on the planet closest to the main star and the planet with the most beautiful scenery. Galaxy number 21, the capital planet, has the smallest population among the 30 inhabited planets. But it is undoubtedly the absolute center of the entire Merlian civilization, because the data server number 1, which supports the data exchange of the entire civilization, is set up on this planet and receives the strictest protection. The data exchange between hundreds of different planets throughout the civilization, whether it is financial data, military data, or civil data, all rely on the support of Data 1. In addition, the capital planet is also an absolute financial center. In order to protect the environment of the capital planet, the Marian civilization strictly limits the population of the capital planet. It is even very troublesome for ordinary Marian people to travel to the capital planet. Under this strict restriction strategy, another trend has been spawned. That is, if the company headquarters can be opened on the capital planet, no matter which company it is, it will be proof of absolute strength. As a result, more than 2,000 large company headquarters gathered on the capital planet. This is also an absolute scientific research center. All outstanding scientists in the entire civilization gather on the capital planet, and more than 300 authoritative research institutes are established here. Matching these titles is the powerful defense force of the capital planet. In fact, the 2 outer planets have long been included in the defense circle of the capital planet by the Malian civilization. The entire number 21 galaxy has long been impregnable after thousands of years of management by the Malian civilization. The Malian civilization even proudly declared that unless the 6th-level civilization or the 5th-level advanced civilization attacked with all its strength, the capital's defense circle could not be breached. This is the Marian civilization. Technology has developed to the point where the Marian civilization is capable of conducting galaxy-level navigation. Large-scale interstellar development work has already begun. All heavy industry projects have been relocated to alien planets, and even planet transformation projects have been carried out.
The number of habitable planets has also been expanded to the order of dozens, greatly alleviating population pressure. Convenient interstellar transportation technology enables unimpeded material flow between different planets. And long-distance communication technology allows creatures on different planets to communicate as if they were face-to-face. At this moment, such a meeting is being held in the most beautiful area on the capital planet. Leaders in different fields such as industry, military, civil affairs, science and technology, and politics on different planets communicate with each other and express their views on this emergency with the support of ultra-distance communication technology.
The Sky Blue Galaxy was occupied by unknown forces. All 30,000 spaceships were destroyed. All 133,200 mineral transport spaceships were destroyed. The total number of casualties reached more than 3.3 million people. Only one enemy force was left. I checked the name of the Shinjo civilization in the database of data number 1. There is no such name in the list of advanced civilizations in the galaxy. According to the data reported before the destruction of the Qatar spacecraft, the number of enemy spacecraft is approximately there are about 4 million ships, and the number of combat spaceships is about 3.5 million. The average technology level is no weaker than ours, and the defense capabilities of large spaceships are even better than ours. Generally speaking, the technological level of this civilization has surpassed ours, but not by much. This can be seen from the fact that they still use ship-based negative matter cannons as their main attack weapons. With the military industry, we have developed over tens of thousands of years with the support of the system. I don't think we have no hope of winning. The Sky Blue Galaxy has fallen, and all the detection equipment we deployed there has been cleared. The Sky Blue Galaxy is currently completely unknown to us, so we cannot grasp the next move of this civilization. But after analysis, we believe that the most likely places for civilization to attack next are the Rawl Galaxy, the Kanjin Galaxy, and the Pharaoh Galaxy. Among them, the Rawl Galaxy is a military base with a military strength of about 300,000 spaceships. Now, Commander Rawl's system is waiting for our next instructions. What should we do? Chapter 390 Galaxy Number 2.
In the culture of our Marian civilization, there have never been words like compromise and surrender. The enemy has attacked, occupied our galaxy, destroyed our spaceships, and killed our people. So, what can we do? There is only one thing to do. That is, revenge. Revenge. Using the enemy's life to make up for the losses we have suffered. Our revenge will not stop until the other party surrenders and pays a sufficient price.
In the conference room, the shadow sitting at the top said these words expressionlessly.
Yes, the head of state is right. Facing level 5 civilization, our Marian civilization has never been afraid of anyone. So, Minister of Military Affairs, what do you think of how we should deal with this matter?
Said the assistant to the head of state who presided over the meeting.
Judging from the opponent's level of technology, their sailing speed will not exceed 13 times the speed of light. Based on the distance of the Blue Star Galaxy from the above 3 galaxies, it can be estimated that the closest to the Blue Star Galaxy is the Kanjin Galaxy. They arrived here. It will take about 3 months. Then, order the commander of the Rawl base to fully cooperate with the Kanjin Galaxy and the Pharaoh Galaxy in the strategic retreat. At the same time, be on full alert and wait for rescue. Near the Rawl Galaxy, Base 5 and Base 6 quickly mobilize your forces and go to support the Rawl Galaxy. One more thing. I plan to mobilize 1 million spaceships from Bases 7 to 10 to form a coalition. Go to the Blue Star system and compete head-on with the opponent. Military mobilization and assembly will take about half a year. Here, within half a year, I will send special operations forces to infiltrate the enemy and try my best to find out the details of the enemy. Do you have any opinions?
The Minister of Military Affairs stood up and looked at the rest of the people participating in the meeting with sharp eyes, like an eagle.
No comment. Very good. It's wartime now, and I ask our entire Marian civilization to cooperate with my military operations. Among them, Minister of Civil Affairs, I ask you to coordinate the social economy, maintain social stability, and at the same time work closely with the military to start immediately large-scale recruitment work. Minister of Science and Technology, I ask you to start the research and development of military technology as soon as possible, and we must raise our combat power to a higher level within 10 years. Minister of Industry, I ask that the current construction tasks be tilted towards weapons. In 10 years, within a few days, I want to see 500,000 new warships appear in front of me. Very good. Just follow what the Minister of Military Affairs said.
The head of state nodded slightly and said,
I declare that the Malian civilization will enter a state of military control from now on. However, this should not be announced for the time being to avoid causing social harm. Turmoil. Among all matters, military tasks are the highest priority. Okay. All planets should be on heightened alert. Especially the capital galaxy. Well, that's it. Let's break up the meeting.
With the end of this meeting, an ancient civilization that has been inherited for tens of thousands of years has been fully mobilized to prepare for the crisis ahead. After the head of state announced the adjournment of the meeting, the shadows representing leaders in various fields disappeared at the same time. In the distant starry sky several light years away,
the military minister laughed ferociously.
Humph. A bunch of pedantic guys. How could my plan be so simple? Within civilization, my position has been challenged. This time, this blind Shinjo civilization came to invade us. It was my stable position, even the best opportunity to take a step further. Although my plan is risky, the success rate is very high. I will not make it public for now to avoid you holding me back. I will make it public after the plan is successful and major results are achieved. Let's see what else you have to say then. Are you the commander of the Roar base? Listen to my order and immediately abandon the Roar galaxy and go to the star field to gather and stand by. Well, before retreating, you must make the following arrangements.
Although it is only an insignificant mineral planet that has been lost now, they have been keenly aware of the solemn smell before the war. This is undoubtedly a tough battle, and Malian civilization has been mentally prepared. Similarly, Xiao Yu is also mentally prepared to spend hundreds of years fighting this battle. Xiao Yu is always in contact with Luca too, who is preparing to launch a raid. The members of the military committee, together with Xiao Yu, are always conducting war deductions.
Well, you are saying that the number 3 and number 4 galaxies will take advantage of this period to retreat on a large scale. And these 2 galaxies will be directly abandoned? The military base of the number 2 galaxy will be used as a post-breakup force? This statement is very good, it makes sense. But I don't think so. I think that the military base of galaxy number 2 is not just a backup force. They will always stick here, waiting for rescue. As long as galaxy number 2 can hold on, they will be within our front, with a nail wedged in. It is very convenient to attack or retreat,
Xiao Yu said after listening to a report from a member of the military committee.
I think so too,
another committee member said.
Galaxy number 3 is a mineral-gathering galaxy, and galaxy number 4 is a residential galaxy. Both galaxies are extremely important strategic targets. There is no way that the Malian civilization can be so easily gave up. So we have enough reasons to believe that their retreat is only temporary. The retreat at this time is just to concentrate enough power to hold on to the number 2 galaxy. As long as the number 2 galaxy does not fall. With the follow-up support force once they arrive, they will have the ability to seize the opportunity to regain the number 3 and number 4 galaxies. Then, the occupation of the number 2 galaxy will be the first tough battle we face, and the first large-scale battle since the beginning of the war. The defender will always have one more dimensional advantage than the attacker. With a mineral collection galaxy, a residential galaxy, and a military base, the total military strength is expected to reach about 500,000 spaceships. And it will definitely there are national-level spaceships guarding it. Coupled with the internal defense measures in the galaxy, we don't have 1 million spaceships that we can't capture with absolute certainty. This is after taking into account the role of the 4-dimensional protective cover and space weapons. In the cold weapon era, there are many examples of defending a city and repelling enemies 10 times their size. So, how to fight this battle requires careful planning. One thing that is certain is that the retreat of the number 3 and number 4 galaxies is definitely towards the capital galaxy. Then we can use such a tactical technique to achieve our goal. The fleet heading to the number 3 and number 4 galaxies can pass directly over these 2 galaxies, not occupying them for the time being, or leaving only a small number of spaceships for rough occupation. And then the main force directly pursues their retreating personnel, forcing the remaining fleet of the second galaxy to go to support. Only the second galaxy with the strength empty. Our occupation becomes much easier. And if they refuse to rescue and would rather abandon their people and stick to the number 2 galaxy, then the 2 fleets can go to the number 2 galaxy together after completing their goals. In the end, 3 fleets, with a total of 2 million spaceships, form a siege on the second galaxy, and these 500,000 spaceships must be eaten. Very good. That's it.
Xiao Yu nodded and said,
This time the mission will be carried out by me personally. You must be careful to hide. After the nearly 4 million spacecraft in my hands are exposed,
You will be of the power that is only hidden in the dark. If used well, can play a key role. That's it. Pay attention to communication at all times and break up the meeting.
After determining the next strategic goal, Xiao Yu felt a little more relaxed. In the occupied Galaxy Number 1, large-scale construction tasks have begun. Countless spaceships are busy shuttling between planets. Various large factories, shipyards, and other buildings have sprung up like mushrooms after a spring rain. This will become Xiao Yu's strong backing to support the entire battlefield situation. And it will also be Xiao Yu's temporary base camp. In order to ensure the safety of the base camp, Xiao Yu made very comprehensive arrangements. There are more than 10 national-level spacecraft left in the Number 1 galaxy, including the Xiao Yu spacecraft. Each of the 3 departing fleets is led by a national-level spacecraft equipped with space weapons, namely the USS America, the USS Russia. The number is the same as the original number. In addition to the legion of intelligent creatures responsible for the raid mission, and the 3 squadrons responsible for expanding the results, there are more than 1.5 million battleships in the Number 1 galaxy, and more than 300,000 spacecraft for other purposes. The homeship spacecraft carrying intelligent creatures also remains here.
The Molian civilization should have already reacted. It is a 5th-level civilization that has been inherited for at least tens of thousands of years. Has a complete social system, and a complete technology tree. Even if I have 4 protective shields and space weapons, I cannot underestimate it.
Xiao Yu thought with some sigh.
In less than 100 years, this battle will never be finished. Well, the main task at this stage is counter-espionage. It is certain that many spy instruments from the Marian civilization will come here in the near future, trying to peep out my detailed information. This will not work. Please hold on for a while. Being mysterious gives me a bigger advantage.
As a result, various types of detection instruments that had been prepared in advance were spread out. These detection instruments have extremely high sensitivity detection functions, and are even equipped with the newly developed tachyon detection equipment of Luca 3. If there are external instruments that use tachyons to detect them, they will be able to quickly determine the location of the opponent's instruments based on the tachyons captured by their own side. By then, they will be equipped with special weapon systems like fear sharks. Generally, follow the smell of blood to find it and destroy the opponent's equipment. The tranquility of this star field within tens of light years was broken. A large-scale war between the 2 5th-level civilizations that would last for hundreds of years and affect hundreds of stars was about to begin.
Chapter 391, Occupying Galaxy Number 3. 2 months later, Xiao Yu finally discovered the first spy satellite from the Molian civilization. Because of their small size and mass, spy satellites can reach faster speeds than battleships. So it is not surprising that the first equipment to come to Galaxy Number 1 is spy satellites.
Well, it seems that the Molian civilization is very smart. It is only equipped with optical detection instruments.
After capturing the spy satellite, Xiao Yu controlled the robot to inspect the satellite inside.
It does not actively send out any detection signals. It only hides in the dark and carries out espionage activities by capturing optical signals.
Equipment is the most survivable and the most effective. In the star system, I can shield all kinds of radiation and tachyon detection. But optical signals cannot be shielded. Come to think of it, there must be more of this kind. The spy satellites should be hidden in the dark.
This spy satellite was captured by Xiao Yu more than 40 billion kilometers away from the star. It is not easy to find a small thing with a volume of less than 1 cubic meter in a place like this. And its surface is made of special materials and has good light-absorbing properties. In fact, Xiao Yu adopted the same method against Molian civilization. It's just that Xiao Yu is more ruthless. In addition to this method, he also uses special forces to cooperate with the individual combat system to directly sneak into the enemy system. Tens of millions of detection satellites have been launched. The distances between these detection satellites and stars vary. The farthest one even reaches a distance of 200 billion kilometers. Their orbits are also different. Some are above the ecliptic plane, and some are below the ecliptic plane. These detection satellites have only one mission, and that is to do their best to find spy satellites hidden in the dark and eliminate them. Before the war officially began, the espionage war was already in full swing. Within the past 2 months, Galaxy Number 1 has been completely transformed by Xiao Yu. The detachable forging system built during the rest of the previous galaxy was moved directly from the homeship spacecraft. Here, after being assembled on the planet, normal work began. A large amount of raw materials were continuously collected and processed, which became a strong guarantee for Xiao Yu to complete various construction tasks. At this stage, Galaxy defense is temporarily protected by spacecraft. But a more complete defense system is being rapidly constructed. Xiao Yu plans to build at least 5 Galaxy-level negative matter cannons, which are the kind that Xiao Yu has encountered. The kind that directly wiped out the Hunan spacecraft with one shot. Weapons even more powerful than this cannon serve as the main force of Galaxy defense, coupled with various interstellar fortresses, interstellar mines, and other weapons. The number 1 Galaxy is perfectly protected. While running Galaxy number 1 well, Xiao Yu's tentacles are still extending outward. The 3 fleets and intelligent creature legions sent out are just an extension of their combat power. Secretly, Xiao Yu is seizing the time to manufacture spy equipment similar to the captured Marian civilization spy satellite, and is releasing it into the stars. The first batch produced has already embarked on the journey, and it is expected that in 1 year's time, it will arrive at the capital galaxy of the Marian civilization and start exploring it. In 1 month, the Russian National Spacecraft Formation will arrive at the number 3 galaxy. There is a mineral planet there. Although the value is high, the defensive force is not necessarily strong. Well, let's capture it first, and then deal with the minerals they escaped. The transport spacecraft launched a pursuit, forcing the military base of Galaxy number 2 to send out rescue forces. Xiao Yu thought secretly. 1 month passed quickly, and the Russian national-class spacecraft formation broke away from the curvature navigation and revealed its figure in the visible universe. Fully 500,000 spaceships were suspended majestically in the void, staring covetously at the huge star in front of them. This is a white glowing subgiant star with a mass about 3 times that of the Sun. Such a star is already capable of producing high-quality metals. The fact is not beyond Xiao Yu's expectation. The mineral collection base here collects high-quality metals. Metal is a good thing for Xiao Yu, not only for building space weapons, but also for building other things, such as spacecraft LS, high-precision processing equipment, etc. It's just that Xiao Yu didn't have such luxury in the past, using high-quality metal to build these things. I hope I can gain something here. Building for space weapons has already consumed all my physical metal reserves. Xiao Yu thought with some anticipation. Without the slightest hesitation, 500,000 spaceships rushed into the star system. The result was not beyond Xiao Yu's expectation. What greeted Xiao Yu was not a huge spaceship battle group, but a negative matter cannon that fired automatically. Automatic defense systems including various triggered elemental decay bombs, antimatter bombs, death ray weapons, etc. Without the cooperation of manpower and spaceships, these firepowers could not even stop Xiao Yu's progress. Before they were activated, a large number of special ED spacecrafts had already arrived here and cleared them away. Occasionally, there were automatic defense weapons that were missed or far away, and Xiao Yu locked their positions the moment they launched an attack, and then used long-range strike firepower to deal a devastating blow to them. Galaxy number 3 has become a ghost town, only on its 2 planets. The mineral collection equipment that had long been blown up by the retreating Marian civilization proved how prosperous it once was. But all this is gone forever. All the mining spacecraft, miners, and the military forces that matched them have all retreated. Galaxy number 3 was successfully occupied by Xiao Yu without any danger. Xiao Yu quickly made arrangements, leaving some combat spaceships and some construction spacecraft here. A total of about 150,000 spaceships stayed here, and the remaining 350,000 spaceships quickly left the number 3 galaxy and set foot on the way to pursue. The 150,000 spacecraft left here will build Galaxy 3 into another base for Xiao Yu. The mineral collection spacecraft is not a combat spacecraft, and their average speed will not exceed 6 times the speed of light. In other words, in these more than 3 months, they have sailed a distance of less than 2 light years at most. Very good. Then start chasing. Xiao Yu gave the next instructions. A total of 350,000 spaceships dispersed again, and together with countless detection satellites, like a large net spread across the endless universe. Comprehensive detection began. Xiao Yu could not accurately lock the retreat routes of these mineral transport spaceships, so it became inevitable to cast a comprehensive net. One thing that is certain is that they are escaping in the direction of the capital galaxy, and the mineral transport spacecraft must be loaded with a large amount of metals that are very precious to Xiao Yu. Therefore, there is no room for error in this pursuit. This pursuit was similar to the action of a large army searching for a small group of enemies on the plains in the Cold Weapon era. A small group of enemies from the Cold Weapon era may hide, and similarly, these mineral transport spaceships will also hide. However, A small group of enemies in the cold weapon age would always leave traces no matter how hidden they were, such as objects accidentally left behind, traces trampled by marchers, and even ashes left by fires. Similarly, these escaped mineral transport spacecraft will also leave some traces. Curvature navigation does not leave no trace at all. Since space is curved, the matter in the space will inevitably be affected and curved together. The universe is not empty. Even in the thinnest places, even in the open spaces between river systems, there is still quite thin interstellar matter. If an aircraft that uses curvature navigation flies over here, the space will return to normal after being curved, which is imperceptible. However, after these materials are affected by the curved space, their own structures will take a period of time to return to normal. By detecting the state of interstellar matter, Xiao Yu can determine how long ago and at what speed an aircraft passed here. Xiao Yu believed that when he fled after encountering Malian civilization for the first time, Malian civilization found him based on this trace. Now, Xiao Yu uses this method to track the escaped spacecraft of the Malian civilization, depending on the space environment. This affected state of matter will last from 1 month to 1 year, and the withdrawal of the mineral spacecraft started at most 3 months ago. In other words, as long as the search range is sufficient if it is large, Xiao Yu will definitely be able to find the traces they left. The result was not beyond Xiao Yu's expectation. Xiao Yu detected this trace hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the straight line between the number 2 star and the Malian capital galaxy. Immediately, more than 100,000 spaceships gathered here and followed this trace. The reason why all the spaceships were not gathered was because Xiao Yu could not confirm whether the trace was a real trace or one left by the other party to confuse the audience. In order to prevent the large army from being led by the enemy, wasting time on the wrong road, and ultimately missing the best time to pursue the enemy, Xiao Yu can only take such measures. That is, before obtaining the final clear results. No, put all your hopes on one line. The final result proved Xiao Yu correct. More than 50 billion kilometers away from this trace, Xiao Yu discovered this trace again. So another 100,000 spacecraft gathered on this trace to follow it. In the dark starry sky, the two forces started a unique hide-and-seek game. The outcome of this hide-and-seek game will determine the life and death of many intelligent creatures, as well as the ownership of a large amount of metal. Chapter 392, Pursuit Battle. In this endless void, Xiao Yu's huge fleet was following a line of nothingness, quickly chasing the target ahead. Such traces are discovered from time to time and are constantly eliminated. Many times, Xiao Yu followed this trace to the end, only to find that it was just a false target arranged by the Malian fleet. Some people lost this trace after chasing it. Xiao Yu knew that it was because the false target had broken away from the curvature navigation. But thanks to the huge number of spacecraft, Xiao Yu can continue this tracking without having to consider the problem of insufficient troops. The long persistence finally paid off, when another more than 800,000 spacecraft led by the USS United States National-class spacecraft arrived in the second galaxy. The Russian National-class spacecraft formation finally found the shadow of the target. Tachyon detection showed that about 30 billion kilometers ahead, there was a huge fleet composed of more than 100,000 spaceships. Running desperately, the one who tracked this fleet was a detachment from Xiao Yu's Russian National-class spacecraft formation. This detachment is composed of about 40,000 combat spacecraft. After locking the target, this detachment immediately bites the target tightly and pursues it. At the same time, the other detachments leave some spaceships and continue to track forward to prevent the opponent from also pursuing it. After the detachment led to the emergence of fish that slipped through the net, they quickly gathered in this direction. But it will take some time because the distance is too far. It doesn't matter. Among the 100,000 Marian spacecraft, there are only 10,000 combat spacecraft at most. To deal with them, this small team is enough. After defeating them, the rest of the spacecraft will pursue and intercept them, and cooperate to catch them all. You must not escape a mineral spaceship. Every mineral transport spacecraft is a huge fortune, Xiao Yu thought, commanding the 40,000 combat spacecraft to launch the first wave of attacks. At this moment, the spacecraft of both parties are in curvature navigation. But one of the advantages of the negative matter cannon is that it can be used in superlight navigation. As a result, a large number of invisible negative matter tachyons rush towards the target, severely consuming the shield energy of the Malian spacecraft. Xiao Yu seemed to be able to hear the desperate cries coming from the Malian spacecraft. 100,000 mineral transport spaceships versus 40,000 combat spaceships. There is no suspense about the outcome. It can be said that their fate was doomed from the moment they were discovered. Xiao Yu saw about 10,000 spaceships breaking away from the large force and assuming a fighting posture in front of Xiao Yu. The remaining 90,000 spaceships were still running away quickly. Is this your escort force? It's useless. Xiao Yu smiled contemptuously in his heart. The 40,000 spaceships still did not slow down, but flew directly towards the opponent's spacecraft. The battle in the warp navigation is very mysterious, because both sides are the same. Both sides can only use the carrier-based negative matter cannon. This weapon has a characteristic. It does not cause damage to the enemy through a sudden burst of large amounts of energy. Instead, it uses its own negative energy to offset the opponent's protective shield energy until the opponent's protective shield energy is broken. After that, it will annihilate the opponent's spacecraft hull, relying on this method to cause damage to the enemy. Then the current battlefield is very interesting. The civilizations of both sides are almost the same in terms of their proficiency in weapons, such as ship-based negative mass cannons. So the current battle has become a pure war of attrition. And can 10,000 spaceships cost more than 40,000 spaceships? The answer is no. It can be said that if they break away from the curvature navigation and fight at normal speed, these 10,000 spaceships are still capable of fighting. However, the current environment makes it impossible for them to break away from the curvature sailing, because their purpose is to cover the 90,000 mineral transport spacecraft behind them. Once they break away from the curvature navigation, what if Xiao Yu's spacecraft ignores them and still maintains the curvature navigation to pursue those mineral transport spacecraft? This is a very helpless situation, and there is something tragic in the helplessness. These 10,000 combat spaceships were like moths flying into the flames. They bravely rushed forward in the face of a powerful battle force that they could not withstand. When they were using their lives to delay time, the 90,000 mineral transport spaceships suddenly dispersed, no longer maintaining an orderly queue, but running for their lives individually. This is the last resort. By using this scattered escape method, you might be lucky enough to escape on 1 or 2 ships. But if you continue to gather together, you will only end up being picked up by the same pot. There was nothing in the silent and dark universe. But in this void, a ball of fire suddenly burst out, and the intense flame instantly illuminated the space with a radius of dozens of kilometers. This is a combat spacecraft of the Mayan civilization that was destroyed. Without the support of powerful energy, it instantly broke away from the superlight navigation state and exploded in the flat space of the universe. This is the first Mayan civilization spacecraft destroyed by Xiao Yu. It was like a beginning. After this, in this place where there were no stars, no planets, and no asteroids, but only thin interstellar dust, clusters of sparks began to burst out of thin air. A single spark represents the destruction of a ship. Among these spaceships, some belonged to Xiao Yu, but more of them belonged to the Mayan civilization. Along with the fire, broken spaceships appeared one after another. These spacecraft were damaged in the superlight battle and had to break away from the warp navigation. But they still had the ability to fight in regular navigation. So besides the superlight battlefield, a second battlefield was opened up. The battle on the conventional battlefield is much more intense than the battle on the superlight battlefield. In conventional battlefields, whether it is antimatter bombs, death ray weapons, gravity bombs, material disintegration rays, and other weapons, you can use them to your heart's content. As a result, spaceships with different shapes and styles unfolded in the void. In a desperate chase, in the fierce battle, you either blow up the opponent or get blown up by the opponent. But Xiao Yu's detachment of 40,000 spacecraft was finally blocked by these 10,000 Mayan spacecraft. But Xiao Yu was not in a hurry, because, in front of, below, above, left, and right of these mineral transport spaceships, there are teams converging in this direction. The spaceships that had been scattered by those false targets to confuse the situation some time ago, at this moment, occupied the most favorable terrain for outflanking. As the spaceships from other units arrived for support, the more than 90,000 mineral transport spacecraft were successfully packed. Occasionally, if something slips through the net, a combat spaceship will quickly chase after it, with a maximum speed of only 6 times the speed of light. They could not escape the tracking of the combat spacecraft. In the end, they could only accurately destroy the power system during the curvature navigation, and finally had no choice but to break away from the curvature navigation and return to the visible universe. Became Xiao Yu's prisoner, under the attack of 10 times or even dozens of times the number of spacecraft. These 10,000 combat spacecraft were quickly wiped out. Without these combat spacecraft, these mineral transport spacecraft have become pure fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of Xiao Yu. It's not that easy to run away.
Xiao Yu sneered and quickly started the next stage of work. In the culture of Marian civilization, there seems to be no such thing as surrender or compromise. Xiao Yu saw that these more than 90,000 mineral transport spaceships with no combat effectiveness at all, or with very low combat effectiveness, were still trying to resist when faced with hundreds of thousands of combat spaceships armed to the teeth. The spaceships, which were completely defenseless, actually started to collide with each other. It was obvious that they would rather destroy the supplies than leave them to the enemy. This approach made Xiao Yu feel a little resentful. There was no other way. So Xiao Yu had to take decisive measures to directly blast these spaceships, and set landing combat robots to kill all the Malian civilization creatures inside the spacecraft. The robots replaced the Malian creatures to control these spacecrafts, and adopted such a method. Only through this method did he control these more than 90,000 spaceships in his own hands. So far, the strategic goal of the Russian national-class spacecraft formation has been completed. There were no surprises or disturbances during the process, except for a little effort in finding the target. Everything can be described as smooth sailing. But Xiao Yu knew that he could not continue to have smooth sailing. At this moment, in Galaxy Number 2, there was a tough battle waiting for him. After 10,000 spaceships were separated to escort the mineral transport spacecraft that belonged to them, the remaining 280,000 or so spaceships quickly changed their course and headed towards the Number 2 galaxy 2 light-years away. The USS America's national spacecraft fleet totals 800,000 spacecraft. At this moment, these 800,000 spacecraft are quietly parked 100 billion kilometers away from Galaxy Number 2, waiting for something. The USS United States national-level spacecraft formation has been here for some time, and the military base of the Marian civilization has obviously discovered itself. But neither side has acted rashly. During this period of time, neither side launched a large-scale offensive. Only some small-scale frictions occurred, such as small spy ships and small spy satellites.
The defense of Galaxy Number 2 is somewhat beyond my expectation. Well, according to the intelligence analysis obtained by optical detection, there are at least 600,000 spaceships stationed in Galaxy Number 2, and there are at least 10 galaxy-level negative matter cannons. The rest of the galaxy defense weapons are also sufficient. This is a strong point. I am not sure of winning with these 800,000 spaceships alone. It is better to wait for the arrival of the Russian national-class spacecraft formation, attack from both sides, and then capture it in one fell swoop. Here?
Xiao Yu thought silently. Chapter 393 Doubts. After the Russian national spaceship formation captured all the mineral transport spacecraft, assigned troops to escort these spacecraft back to the third galaxy, and stopped enough spaceships in the third galaxy for defense, the remaining spaceships were moving at 12 times the speed of light, rushing towards Galaxy Number 2 at a fast speed. Xiao Yu's plan is that after the Russian national-level spacecraft formation reaches a certain distance from the Number 2 galaxy, the American national-level spacecraft formation will launch an attack and contain most of their forces on the frontal battlefield. And then the Russian national-level spacecraft formation will, a formation of super spacecraft, will launch a surprise attack from another direction. And before these spaceships have time to return to defense, they will create a time difference and capture this galaxy. After deducing it with the members of the military commission, everyone agreed that this plan was feasible. So, this time the battle plan was arranged. Of course, this is a combat plan under the condition that the military strength of Galaxy Number 2 does not decrease. A few light years away from here, the Japanese national spacecraft formation, carrying 700,000 spacecraft, is heading towards the fourth galaxy at full speed. Galaxy Number 4 is a residential galaxy, with at least 1 billion people living there. According to Xiao Yu's speculation, it is impossible for the Malian civilization to give up such a large population so easily. Then, there is a problem left for the leaders of the Marian civilization to solve. That is, should we abandon the military base in Galaxy 2 to rescue this population? Or should we abandon these populations, stick to Galaxy 2, and ultimately retain this beachhead to create a favorable situation for future wars? The capture of the mineral transport spacecraft is believed to have given enough vigilance to the leaders of the Marian civilization. If they no longer realize that Xiao Yu has divided his forces and is chasing their retreating population, then there is no need to fight this battle, and they can just wait for them to die stupidly.
I'm very curious. What will you choose?
Xiao Yu thought silently and waited silently. It will take another 2 months for the Russian national spacecraft formation to arrive. And it will also take 2 months for the Japanese national spacecraft to arrive at the fourth galaxy. In other words, If we want to rescue these people, the military power of the Marian civilization should take action now. But the fact was beyond Xiao Yu's expectation. During this period of time, Galaxy Number 2 continued as usual, with frequent spacecraft takeoffs and landings every day, and obvious pre-war preparations. But there was no large-scale mobilization of spacecraft.
With a population of 1 billion. Do you just give up when you say you give up? With a population of 1 billion. Just to change to Galaxy Number 2. Just to retain a beachhead and create a little advantage for future war situations. Cruel. Really cruel.
Xiao Yu said sincerely. I sighed. And at the same time, I became curious again about the cultural heritage of the Molian civilization.
What kind of social environment can create such a cultural atmosphere? Judging from the ruler's move to give up rescuing these billion people, it is obvious that this move will not cause too much trouble to the ruler. That is to say, the leaders of the Molian civilization also support the abandonment of these 1 billion people. Even further, these 1 billion people may also think that they should be abandoned, and will not surrender, will not compromise, and has the courage to sacrifice. Such a society, the environment is really speechless. If such a thing happened on Earth, no matter which leader made this decision, he would definitely be pulled from the leadership position and then executed in the most cruel way. Since you have given up, I'm not polite. 1 billion people, all frozen, can be sold at a good price if we encounter markets opened by other civilizations again.
Xiao Yu made a decision. The Japanese national spacecraft formation has arrived at the 4th galaxy. The result was not beyond Xiao Yu's expectation. Galaxy Number 4 also turned into an empty city. Apart from the automatic defense system, there was nothing else in the galaxy. There are ruins everywhere on the inhabited planet, and the once prosperous cities have been destroyed beyond recognition. This is obviously an act of standing firm and clearing the country, refusing to leave any useful supplies to Xiao Yu. But Xiao Yu didn't care. After clearing the automatic defense weapons in the galaxy and leaving about 200,000 combat and construction spacecraft for occupation, a full 500,000 spacecraft, led by the Japanese national-class spacecraft, embarked on the journey. Trace the road. This time's tracking is exactly the same as the process of tracking the mineral transport spacecraft by the Russian spacecraft. There are still a lot of camouflage traces and a large number of false targets. Among such false targets, one after another, the 5 Japanese national-level spacecraft formation's 100,000 spaceships gradually dispersed. There are no traces of the escaping spaceships yet. But Xiao Yu believes that these spaceships will eventually be found by him, and they cannot escape.
The Russian national spacecraft will reach the Number 2 galaxy in half a month's journey. Very good.
We can start the attack.
Xiao Yu synthesized all aspects of intelligence, analyzed it, and came to this conclusion.
Then, USS America, it's your turn to dispatch.
The USS United States, a national-class spacecraft, has been waiting next to the Number 2 galaxy for several months. And now it is finally time to attack. The huge spaceship formation slowly started to move. Before that, countless detection and spy satellites had been dispersed, and a preliminary confrontation with the military power of the Marian civilization was launched on the front line. Obviously, Xiao Yu's actions have been noticed by the Molian civilization. Xiao Yu saw that in the Number 2 galaxy, many spaceships began to start and began to gather towards the edge of the galaxy. At the same time, the interior of the galaxy began to become busy. A large number of galaxy defense weapons began to activate. Xiao Yu's fleet entered the curvature navigation and disappeared from the visible universe. After maintaining navigation for a period of time, they broke away from the curvature navigation. At this time, the distance between Xiao Yu's fleet and the main star of Galaxy Number 2 had been shortened to less than 20 billion kilometers.
Disperse, line up, and start attacking.
Xiao Yu calmly issued orders one after another. As this order was issued, a provincial spacecraft formation serving as the vanguard began a fierce artillery attack. A large number of visible and invisible weapons poured towards the Molian civilization spaceship. At the same time, a large amount of artillery fire was also emitted from the Molian civilization spacecraft and began to attack Xiao Yu's side. The dark and silent starry sky became lively at this time. The battle was very fierce. But Xiao Yu was keenly aware of something very wrong.
Why are their artillery fire so weak? This is completely inconsistent with the number of their spaceships. Why don't these spaceships attack?
Huh?
Their defenses are so weak. One cannonball penetrated them? What? The first line of defense of the Marian civilization has been breached. Now it has entered the galaxy. What? What is going on? Why is their military strength so weak? This is not right. Something is wrong.
This is what Xiao Yu is facing now. Previously, Xiao Yu discovered that at the edge of Galaxy Number 2, the Marian civilization had gathered at least more than 300,000 search spacecraft to form the first line of defense. In conjunction with these spacecraft, there were various defensive weapons built inside the galaxy. However, under the attack of Xiao Yu's USS American National-class spacecraft formation, a total of more than 800,000 spacecraft, the more than 300,000 spacecraft of the Malian civilization were defeated at the first encounter. Within an hour, within a period of time, they lost at least more than 250,000 spaceships, and only about 10,000 spaceships fled back to the interior of the galaxy in embarrassment.
This is not right. Something is wrong.
Xiao Yu became solemn.
There is no way the Malian civilization is so weak. What conspiracy are they doing?
Huh?
Empty spaceship? What's going on? Have you fallen into a trap?
Xiao Yu's thoughts were instantly tense to the extreme. After the 10,000 spaceships escaped, Xiao Yu briefly inspected the wreckage of the spacecraft remaining on the battlefield and discovered a very surprising thing. Most of these destroyed spaceships were empty SH-LS. That is to say, there is only a SH-L for show, but it actually has no attack or defense power.
Stop moving forward. Stop immediately.
Xiao Yu immediately issued an order, and 800,000 spacecraft stopped at the edge of the number 2 galaxy. As for the sparse attacks from the galaxy defense system, Xiao Yu ignored them. Xiao Yu had a vague feeling that he had fallen into a trap. As for what the trap is, Xiao Yu hasn't figured it out yet. Xiao Yu's gaze once again focused on the interior of the galaxy. The shadows of spaceships taking off and landing are everywhere. In the asteroid belt, there are occasional flashes of light, which are obviously the flashes of interstellar mines. On some outer planets and satellites, those big guys are obviously large negative matter cannons. This is completely a heavily guarded military base. This is completely a military base with strong military strength. But why were their defenses breached in such a short period of time? What happened to those empty spaceships?
Xiao Yu hesitated.
Could this be a trap? Based on the early failure, I underestimated the enemy and rushed in, and then ambushed a large number of military forces inside the galaxy to attack me? It's possible. But their total military strength is only 500,000 spaceships. I have 800,000 spaceships here, and the Russian national-class spaceship formation is coming at full speed. I have no reason to be afraid. So be careful. Move on, and see what tricks the Malian civilization is playing.
After thinking about it for a while, Xiao Yu made up his mind and moved on. However, Xiao Yu was much more cautious when moving forward, fully prepared for possible blows. Chapter 394, Empty City Strategy.
It is impossible for our early detection to be wrong, and it is impossible for the Malian civilization to start the deployment from that time. In other words, in the number 2 galaxy, including those mobilized later, there are only at most 500,000 spacecraft. Among the spaceships, small spaceships may be similar to ours, but large spaceships, because they do not have 4-dimensional protective cover and space weapons, may be far behind us. According to the current situation, either the Merlian civilization is in the galaxy, there is some powerful killer weapon ambushed, or they are planning an empty city.
The military committee and the scientists from the Department of Social Psychology led by Luca too came to this conclusion after some discussions and reported it to Xiao Yu.
Empty city strategy? A powerful killer weapon.
Xiao Yu thought silently, manipulating the USS United States national-class spacecraft formation to be more cautious in moving forward. Thinking about it, I was still a little worried, so I simply stopped the main force of the USS America spaceship formation here and stopped moving forward. Then I sent a provincial spacecraft and started to move forward with about 30,000 warships. These 30,000 spaceships are used to protect against mines. Xiao Yu plans to use these 30,000 spacecraft to thoroughly understand the situation inside the number 2 galaxy. Even if all 30,000 spaceships were damaged in the battle here, it would not be an unacceptable loss. In the empty starry sky, 30,000 warships lined up in battle formation, advancing slowly at a tortoise speed of 100 kilometers per second. Along the way, these spaceships were constantly attacked by automatic defense systems. But the intensity of these attacks allowed Xiao Yu to ignore them. Occasionally, if they were annoyed by the attacks, they would send a county-level spacecraft formation to sweep them away. And that was it.
Ahead is the orbit of the outermost planet. Go check it out.
Xiao Yu made up his mind. Most of them were closely guarded in the rear, ready to provide fire support at any time. While these 30,000 spacecraft bravely moved forward, the intensity of the artillery fire was a little stronger. The 30,000 spacecraft immediately began to fight back. Xiao Yu noticed another strange phenomenon. On this planet, there are obviously many defense fortifications and weapons. These weapons are indeed working hard to attack. But from the attack trajectories of these weapons, Xiao Yu always feels that something is missing. It seems that there is something missing. Stiff. This does not seem to be controlled by intelligent creatures in person, but rather like it is controlled by an automatic intelligent program.
Kill it first, and then talk about it.
Xiao Yu made a decision. Facing the fortifications controlled by artificial intelligence, it is quite simple for Xiao Yu to deal with them. He only needs a combination of tactics and some small strategies to achieve it. After all, if these defenses are really controlled by artificial intelligence, they must not be as flexible in response to direct control by intelligent creatures. Facts proved Xiao Yu's guess. These 30,000 spacecraft easily broke through the seemingly intense artillery fire and successfully broke through to the vicinity of the planet. Next, a large-scale attack began. Countless gravity bombs, ground-penetrating antimatter bombs, matter-disintegrating rays, negative matter cannons, etc. were launched together, completely plowing the planet. The process went smoothly. All defenses on this planet were destroyed by Xiao Yu. With Xiao Yu's current level of technology, ground-penetrating bombs can penetrate to a depth of 1,000 kilometers underground. Even if there are any hidden fortifications inside the planet, they will definitely be destroyed and will no longer be effective.
A planet was occupied by me like this?
The process was so easy that Xiao Yu couldn't believe it. You must know that occupying a planet means having sufficient material supplies, which is very critical in interstellar wars, especially in the battle for galaxies. Think about it. One side can only rely on the supplies it carries to fight, while the other side can draw materials locally and has endless material supplements. It is self-evident which side has the advantage. But the truth is so unbelievable. Xiao Yu, with only 30,000 spaceships, occupied this strategically important planet.
I don't believe it anymore. Keep moving forward.
Xiao Yu secretly shouted in his heart. He removed tens of thousands of spaceships from the main force and came to the orbit of the planet. At the same time, he sent a large number of robots to carry out further details. Observation. The 30,000 spacecraft continued to move forward. As the fleet deepened, the 30,000 spacecraft encountered more attacks. A large number of interstellar mines began to swarm up, and some negative matter cannon clusters installed inside the galaxy and powered by solar energy also began to fire intensively. These things did bring some trouble to Xiao Yu's fleet. But similarly, there always seemed to be a lack of some kind of spirituality in the attacks of these weapons, and they did not seem to be controlled by intelligent creatures. This caused Xiao Yu to easily break through their defense circle and continue moving forward. There are 3 planets in this star system, all of which are rocky planets. The second planet was also successfully occupied by Xiao Yu, and the process was exactly the same as occupying the first planet, except for the loss of several city-level spacecraft due to a salvo of galaxy-level negative matter cannons. Xiao Yu's large and medium-sized spacecraft did not suffer any other losses. There were some losses to the county and village-level spaceships, but these losses could be simply ignored. There is another planet ahead, which is also the last planet that Xiao Yu is not occupied. As long as this planet is also occupied, this star system will fall into Xiao Yu's hands. With these 3 planets as a stronghold, Xiao Yu will be able to run this star system like an iron barrel.
Keep moving forward.
Xiao Yu made a decision, controlled the 30,000 spaceships, and embarked on the journey again. A spaceship took off from the planet and quickly formed a battle formation. From the flight trajectories of these spacecrafts, it is obvious that they are controlled by artificial intelligence.
Is there finally someone?
With a trace of doubt in his heart, Xiao Yu manipulated the 30,000 spaceships to greet them. The fight happens instantly, but it's not intense. In fact, with less than 40,000 spaceships participating in the battle, no matter how fierce it is, where can it go? The process of occupying this planet is a little more troublesome. With the cooperation of ground defenses, these 10,000 Mayan civilization spaceships exerted strong combat power. Even if Xiao Yu's side had 3 times as many spaceships as the enemy, they were almost repelled. Xiao Yu knew that this was the advantage held by the defensive side.
But what about their spaceships? Why are there only 10,000? Where have the more than 400,000 spaceships gone? Where are they hiding? What conspiracy are they preparing?
Xiao Yu thought with doubts in his heart.
30,000 spaceships are nothing to Xiao Yu now. Therefore, although this battle was a bit difficult, Xiao Yu still won the victory under Xiao Yu's offensive, regardless of casualties. These 10,000 combat spacecraft were successfully destroyed by Xiao Yu, and the last planet was also bombarded, destroying all the defenses on the planet. The more than 400,000 surge spacecraft hidden in the dark still haven't come out. In this star system, there are only these 3 planets and an asteroid belt. It is impossible to hide too huge a target in the asteroid belt. Even if a county-level spacecraft is hidden there, it can be easily discovered by Xiao Yu. It is impossible to hide in the asteroid belt. So the only thing left is on the planet. If there is no surface of the planet, then only the interior of the planet is left. But who has ever heard of hiding a spaceship inside a planet? Even if the gravity of the planet is not considered, how can a spaceship as large as a city or province be hidden inside a planet? Then, there is only one answer left. The estimated 400,000 spaceships have already left the number 2 galaxy. Before leaving here, they also made such an arrangement to pretend that the military power here is very strong. In this way, Xiao Yu's 800,000 spaceships were spent here for more than 2 months after a long empty city plan. The truth is that simple. After successfully occupying the last planet and letting the number 2 galaxy enter his control, Xiao Yu quickly discovered this problem. The powerful military power of galaxy number 2 is all fake, and its purpose is just to hold itself back. Am I being fooled? Xiao Yu thought in disbelief. Empty city plan? Empty city plan? Where did their spaceship go? What is their purpose? Based on the culture of the Marian civilization, it is impossible for them to escape. In fact, just judging from the performance of the 10,000 artificially controlled spacecraft left in the second galaxy, this can be completely ruled out. They must be carrying out some strategic goals. Well, there are 2 recent strategic goals. One is to escort the mineral transport spacecraft. Excluding this, I have captured all the mineral transport spacecraft. Then there is only this possibility left. They go escort those billion people. But, with more than 400,000 search spaceships and nearly 500,000 ships, do we need so many spaceships to escort us? Then there is only one possibility left. They are ambushing me. After thinking about this, Xiao Yu tensed up, almost as a conditioned reflex. Xiao Yu quickly gave a big order to the Japanese national-level spacecraft formation that was spreading out and looking for traces of the Malian civilization's retreat fleet. Abandon searching for enemy traces. Gather immediately and stay where you are and wait for reinforcements. The defensive forces of the 4th Galaxy set off immediately to support the Japanese. The Russian National Spacecraft Formation turned around, and the American National Spacecraft Formation mobilized 500,000 ship spaceship. Full speed support. A series of orders were issued, but it seems it's too late. The formation of the Japanese national-level spacecraft formation was too loose. The moment Xiao Yu gave the order, Xiao Yu received the report that hundreds of spacecraft had been destroyed by the attack of the spacecraft from unknown origins. Okay, is it really an ambush? I didn't expect that the first large-scale battle since the beginning of the war would actually start under such circumstances. Chapter 395, Death of Tokyo. By now, Xiao Yu, who understood the opponent's entire battle plan, finally couldn't help but admire the opponent a little. This is a very clever strategy. The fall of Galaxy number 2 was exchanged for the smooth return of 1 billion people and an opportunity to severely damage their own fleet. In this plan, it first allowed the number 3 galaxy to be occupied by itself, and then allowed the mineral transport spacecraft to be captured by itself. In this way, it paralyzed its own vigilance. Then, in the number 2 galaxy, it used the empty city strategy to contain a large number of its military forces. Then, they concentrated their superior forces and concentrated all available forces on galaxy number 4, creating a beautiful ambush here. Until now, the plan of Marian civilization has been going smoothly. Xiao Yu did fall into the trap as they expected. Japan's national-class spacecraft formation, which consists of a total of 500,000 spacecraft, is now scattered in the void with a range of hundreds of billions of kilometers, and it is impossible to take care of both ends. Only by spreading the distance to such a large distance can Xiao Yu find the traces of the opponent most efficiently. However, precisely because the distance is spread so wide, Xiao Yu has no strategic advantage, no reasonable formation, and is somewhat unable to attack and defend. A provincial-level spaceship led its 3 city-level spacecraft, as well as hundreds of small and medium-sized spacecraft, and was hurriedly fleeing in the void. Behind it were countless densely packed Marian civilization spacecraft. This provincial spacecraft is the Tokyo spacecraft under the Japanese National Spacecraft Formation. The provincial spacecraft equipped with 4 protective covers has the ability to completely surpass the provincial spaceships of the Marian civilization. But now, the opponent's spaceships are too many. The human sea tactic has always been what Xiao Yu is good at. But now, due to the opponent's careful planning, the situation has turned around. As a combination of mechanical civilization and intelligent civilization, our side was actually suppressed by the opponent's human sea tactics. This has to be said to be a great irony. It is impossible to interwarp navigation during a battle. And at the speed of regular navigation, it is not possible to assemble with a large force in a short time. Can't run away. Xiao Yu accurately judged the situation, became ruthless in his heart, manipulated the Tokyo spacecraft and the subordinate escort fleet to simply give up escaping, and face the countless spaceships on the opposite side, and pushed forward. The torrent of artillery fire instantly submerged the Tokyo spacecraft, and the light emitted by countless negative matter torrents, death ray weapons, matter disintegration rays, gravity bombs, antimatter bombs, etc. illuminated the space of tens of thousands of kilometers in radius. The shield energy of the Tokyo spacecraft is declining rapidly. In the fierce exchange of fire, the powerful combat power of the Tokyo spacecraft and its 3 municipal spaceships equipped with 4 protection covers were fully revealed. Half an hour has passed since the exchange of fire, and only these 4 ships are left among hundreds of spaceships. This is entirely due to the existence of the 4 maintenance covers. Anyway, these spaceships can't escape. Killing 1 is enough. Killing 2 is enough. Xiao Yu thought viciously in his heart, when the energy of the shields of the 3 city-level spaceships was reduced to the warning line. He manipulated them. One fiercely rushed into the opponent's spaceship cluster. Xiao Yu selected an opponent's provincial spaceship as the target. In this spaceship cluster, Xiao Yu did not find the shadow of the national-level spacecraft. Otherwise, Xiao Yu would be very interested in teaching the opponent's national-level spacecraft a lesson at the expense of the destruction of the provincial and municipal-level spacecraft. This provincial-level spaceship was protected by numerous spaceships, showing off its power and arrogance. The high-power negative matter cannon equipped on it can cause violent fluctuations in the 4 protective shields every time it is fired. Xiao Yu knew that it was caused by a large amount of energy being drawn away instantly. A municipal-level spacecraft had arrived near the provincial-level spacecraft, and suddenly exploded under intense bombardment. The huge energy released by the fall of the 4-dimensional space into the 3-dimensional space was like a tangible hurricane, blowing some nearby small spaceships and melting them. Some of the debris rolled and flew into the distance, and I don't know where they went. Under the impact of this violent energy, the huge hull of the provincial spacecraft shook slightly. The multi-layer shield system on the surface fluctuated violently, and bursts of strange light flashed violently, seeming to be on the verge of destruction. But what Xiao Yu expected to see did not appear. The shield system of this provincial spacecraft was gradually calming down. Isn't 1 city-level spaceship enough? Xiao Yu thought fiercely in his heart, and simply did not stop, manipulating the remaining 2 city-level spaceships to meet them again. Seemingly seeing the powerful energy released by the self-destruction of the spacecraft, the provincial spacecraft began to retreat in panic, and some escorting small spacecraft rushed over desperately, seeming to want to stop the advancement of the city-level spacecraft at the cost of their own lives. But it was too late. The distance between a municipal spacecraft and the provincial spacecraft was close enough. At this last moment, a fatal SHL from the Tokyo provincial spacecraft ended the life of the municipal spacecraft. Successfully self-destructed, the power of the city-level spacecraft self-destruction once again cleared hundreds of thousands of kilometers of nearby space, and once again caused strong fluctuations in the shield system of the Molian civilization's provincial-level spacecraft. It is on the verge of destruction. Isn't it enough? Xiao Yu thought fiercely, manipulating the last city-level spaceship and crashing into it. The city-class spacecraft had suffered enough damage that it could no longer launch a decent attack. But that doesn't matter. For a spacecraft equipped with 4 protective covers, the strongest attack method is not the weapon system, but the final self-destruction. At this moment, the city-level spaceship directly collided with it with such a tragic momentum that it would kill all the enemies. The larger the volume and mass of the spacecraft, the worse the maneuverability will be. This is a truth, at least for civilizations of level 6 and below. Of course, the Marian civilization cannot escape from this law. Therefore, in the desperate pursuit of this city-level spacecraft, its evasive movements were like a bloated fat man clumsily avoiding the bite of a clever vicious dog. And the result was in vain. The 2 spaceships, one large and one small, collided together, head-on. Frontal impact is not an attack in the ordinary sense. Strictly speaking, this type of attack should be a kinetic weapon attack. However, the hull of a spacecraft is not an ordinary kinetic energy weapon. The kinetic energy it carries, and its own material energy far exceed that of kinetic energy weapons in the ordinary sense. The effects of force are mutual. While this city-level spacecraft brings a huge impact to this provincial-level spacecraft of Marian civilization, it will also be reacted by the same force. This reaction force was so huge that the city-level spacecraft immediately exploded and disintegrated. Under tight contact, the powerful energy from the explosion of the 4 protective shields was poured into the enemy spacecraft without any reservation. This provincial spacecraft was already dying when it was affected by the explosions of the first 2 spacecrafts. This attack directly plunged it into the abyss of death. Xiao Yu seemed to be able to hear the screams of despair and fear from the intelligent creatures of the Malian civilization inside this provincial spacecraft. But it was all to no avail. Under the influence of this powerful energy, this provincial spacecraft was like it was a prawn that had been cooked and turned red all over. The reason why it turns red is because the temperature increases. According to the principle of blackbody radiation, substances have different colors at different temperatures. The red color represents a high temperature of more than 2000 degrees Celsius. In other words, at this moment, the entire hull of the provincial spacecraft was heated to more than 2000 degrees. This is caused by the infusion of huge external energy, internal energy circuit disorder, engine burnout, and reserve fuel explosion. The red color only lasted for a moment, and then turned into yellow-white, which is the color of the sun. This color means a high temperature of 6000 degrees Celsius. In the next moment, the yellow-white color turned into blazing white. These 3 color changes only took a moment, and after 3 seconds, it exploded. A provincial spaceship was destroyed. After the provincial-level spacecraft was destroyed, the remaining small and medium-sized spacecraft seemed to go crazy, and surrounded Xiao Yu's last remaining spacecraft in this space, the Tokyo spacecraft, frantically attacking. This group of spaceships is like fierce small piranhas, and Xiao Yu's Tokyo spacecraft is like a huge whale. But the huge size does not give Xiao Yu an advantage. The small spaceships here are constantly killing and unable to drive them away. They can only use up the shield energy of these annoying little guys, and finally die helplessly. This is a very helpless situation. Xiao Yu does not have the ability to save the Tokyo spacecraft, since it is destined to be destroyed. Then be more heroic. Xiao Yu made a decision. Under Xiao Yu's manipulation, the Tokyo spaceship seemed to be going crazy, wandering around in this space, rushing wherever the spaceships were densely packed. And it was unknown how many ink ships were destroyed along the way, even civilized small spacecraft. The last moment of life finally arrived. This moment was the result of Xiao Yu's deliberate control. At this moment, the Tokyo spacecraft is in the place where the small spacecraft is most densely populated. Xiao Yu clearly saw the Malian small spacecraft trying to escape hastily next to him. As long as they leave here, they will be saved from destruction. But it was too late. Under Xiao Yu's manipulation, tens of thousands of engine overload protection systems on the Tokyo spacecraft were deactivated, losing the protection of the overload system. The strong energy demand almost instantly caused these engines to fall into overload work. Extremely, the high temperature instantly burned away the engine's protective casing. The Tokyo spaceship exploded. Chapter 396: The Decisive Battle Between National Spaceships. Moments before the Tokyo spacecraft was destroyed, Xiao Yu could clearly see the small spacecraft next to the Tokyo spacecraft through the detection system on the spacecraft, as if some terrifying demon god was about to be born in this area. Those small spaceships were all desperately trying to escape from here, but it was too late. The strong energy torrent erupted by the self-destruction of the Tokyo spacecraft, and its speed close to the speed of light caught up with them, like an unstoppable raging ocean tide, swallowing them up instantly. They were destroyed, and could not even leave any obvious traces. At most, it's just a small splash, and the next moment, it won't be seen anymore. Under normal navigation, except for some special instruments, it is impossible for a spacecraft to get too close to the speed of light. It is extremely difficult to reach 70 or 80% of the speed of light. So in the face of this explosion that is advancing at a speed close to the speed of light, there was a torrent of energy, and there was no way they could escape. The destruction of the Tokyo spacecraft took away the lives of at least 1,000 Marian civilization spacecraft. Assuming that one spaceship is manipulated by 50 people, these thousands of spaceships represent more than 50,000 lives. In such a huge war scene, life is really just a number. After these numbers,
All the blood and all the cruelty are covered up in an understatement. The Tokyo Provincial Spaceship Formation was completely destroyed. However, the desperate counterattack before the destruction of hundreds of spaceships took away the lives of nearly 10,000 Marian civilization spaceships. Among them, there is also a Molian civilization provincial-level spaceship and at least 5 city-level spacecraft. That's enough, Xiao Yu thought fiercely, and instantly withdrew the computing power distributed here, focusing on the other spaceships. At this moment, the situation of the Japanese National Spacecraft Formation is very bad. The spaceships that were too dispersed made it impossible for Xiao Yu to organize an effective attack or defense formation, although the number of his own spaceships was not less than that of the opponent's spaceships. The geographical disadvantage meant that his own spaceships could only be prepared for a long time. The well-formed Marian fleet ships, they divided it and ate it. Such a scene is happening in this huge space covering hundreds of billions of kilometers. The desperate pursuit of the Molian civilization spacecraft left Xiao Yu's spacecraft exhausted and struggling on the edge of life and death, unable to organize effectively at all. The only consequence of being unable to organize is to be completely destroyed by the opponent. The total number of spaceships on Xiao Yu's side is around 500,000, and the number of spaceships on the Molian civilization side is unknown. However, according to Xiao Yu's speculation, their number is unlikely to exceed 500,000, which means the total number of spaceships on both sides is flat. But in terms of the performance of large spacecraft, Xiao Yu, who has 4 protective covers, has a very clear advantage. To put it simply, Xiao Yu's comprehensive strength exceeds that of Molian civilization by at least 10 percentage points. However, under the strategic plan carefully formulated by the other party, Xiao Yu's advantage of more than 10 percentage points was offset. Not only that, Xiao Yu's side is also at a disadvantage. If there is no way to reverse it, Xiao Yu's fleet will be completely destroyed.
What should I do? What should I do?
Xiao Yu was thinking nervously. The members of the military commission were also discussing nervously.
This was a serious strategic mistake that should not have occurred. It put us at a serious disadvantage. This incident exposed a very serious problem. That is, the lack of actual combat experience. It means something to us. Yes, in our military system, the trend of talking on paper is prevalent. When talking about theory, it is clear and logical. But when we encounter problems, we cannot come up with a feasible strategy. Master, I am willing to be punished. After this incident is over. Please, Master, I was demoted. I feel that my ability is not enough to hold the position of a member of the military commission.
One of the members said with a sad face.
I have an unshirkable responsibility for this incident.
Luca number 2 said with an equally sad face.
As the chairman of the military commission, not only did I fail to be keenly aware of the crisis before it occurred, but I also did not have enough awareness after the crisis occurred. Strategies to deal with it. I please resign as chairman of the military committee and replace it with a more suitable person. It's useless to say this now. When something happens, what we should do is to face it bravely instead of escaping.
Xiao Yu shook his head seriously and said,
You have resigned now, and you feel at ease. But does it help the overall situation? You are shirking responsibility. Anyone who dares to mention resignation again will be severely punished.
The conference room fell silent. Xiao Yu softened his tone and said,
During the war, rewards and punishments must be strict. So, for this incident, I announce the following punishments. Luca number 2, as the chairman of the military commission, failed to perform his duties perfectly and will be exempted from punishment. However, since there is currently no suitable candidate, Luca number 2 will still serve as the acting chairman of the military committee with the temporary duties of chairman. It will be determined whether to become a full member later depending on the situation. The remaining members will all be relieved of their current positions, but they will still temporarily perform their current duties. As for me,
Xiao Yu was silent for a moment and continued.
As the supreme leader, I also have an unshirkable responsibility in this incident. But because of my special form of existence, all punishment methods are not applicable to me. So, this mistake will be recorded temporarily, and after the war is over, I will make a profound reflection. Okay, I believe that through this incident, everyone will definitely grow. So, let's start fulfilling our responsibilities now. I need to know how to minimize our losses this time.
One committee member said with a bitter look on his face.
It will take at least 3 months for the Russian national-level spacecraft formation and the USS American-level spacecraft formation to arrive at the battlefield. It will also take nearly a month for the number 4 galaxy garrison closest to the battlefield to arrive. Time is too late. Yes, the distant water cannot save the near thirsty. There is only one way to deal with the current situation, and that is to fight with all our strength. Try our best to reduce our losses, and wait for the arrival of support forces.
The conference room fell into silence again. This situation is indeed very difficult. Xiao Yu's military force is very powerful, but the distance is too far, and these military forces cannot come to support as soon as possible. In the battlefield, the strength of the Japanese national-level spacecraft formation was actually not weaker than that of the opponent, and even exceeded it. However, due to the trap, the gap in strength was eliminated, which instead put oneself at a disadvantage. After thinking for a while, Xiao Yu said slowly,
"Then there is only one way. Only this way may be able to reduce our losses. I will control the Japanese national-level spaceship and actively seek out the enemy's flagship national-level spacecraft for a decisive battle. In the decisive battle, I will destroy the opponent's command system, even after losing the frontline command system. Their local command system can take over, but the intelligence lags behind, and the blow to their morale is huge. This method may be effective."
Luca too thought for a moment and made a statement.
"This is indeed the only way, but the risks of this plan are also very high. The Japanese national-class spacecraft is not only serving as the flagship in the battlefield, as well as the responsibilities of the Japanese-class spacecraft. It also has the responsibility of being the core of the battlefield. The remaining provincial-level and municipal-level spacecraft need to be attached to the Japanese national-class spacecraft to form a perfect whole, and the combat power can be fully exerted. In other words,
if our plan fails, and we do not destroy the enemy's flagship spacecraft, but let the other party destroy the Japanese spacecraft, we will fall into a more serious disadvantage and suffer more serious losses. I have confidence in our technology, our 4-dimensional shield, and our space weapons,"
Xiao Yu said.
"At this moment, there are 3 provincial-level spacecraft, 15 city-level spacecraft, and more than 1,000 other spacecraft gathered in Japan, next to our ship. This is the most powerful force we can use in the battlefield. Even if our ship will be destroyed, I will drag the opponent's flagship spaceship to HL with me. After all, there is no difference between the front line and the homeland in the command system. Even if the Japanese spacecraft is destroyed, it will save the lives of at least 300,000 of our spaceships. This is a very cost-effective deal. Then, the current strategy should be changed. Now the remaining spaceships in the battlefield should change from trying their best to gather towards the Japanese ship to trying their best to delay the enemy's forces and create a favorable environment for the Japanese ship's surprise attack. Yes, I am doing this now."
Xiao Yu nodded slightly and said,
"Leave this matter to me. That's it. Everyone's task is still to wait for my order at any time and prepare to raid even the civilized capital galaxy. During this period of time, I ask everyone to make a profound review and reflect on their past shortcomings. After 1 month, everyone must submit a review to me, as commanded."
The members of the military committee left the conference room of the Tianhua spaceship. Xiao Yu closed his eyes slightly and fell into deep thought.
"I'm very curious about who formulated this strategy. Yes, I'm very interested in playing against you to see who is better, you or me. The potential of a civilization is indeed unlimited. I am very interested in talents like you. Very interested."
In the far distance of galaxy number 4, in the endless void, the huge Japanese national spacecraft has launched its own operations. The spaceships scattered everywhere became Xiao Yu's eyes, and they were trying hard to find the shadow of the flagship national spacecraft of the Malian civilization. A collision between national-level spaceships representing the highest technological strength of the 5th-level civilization is about to begin. Chapter 397 Crazy Japanese Account.
Evidence shows that the unknown force that invaded our territory this time and claimed to be the Shinjo civilization is the same predator civilization that looted our Tianlan market last time and caused us heavy losses.
In the highest conference room in the capital galaxy of the Marin civilization, the Minister of Military Affairs said to his colleagues and the head of state with a solemn face,
"The Shinjo civilization and the predator civilization have a common feature. That is, the large and medium-sized spaceships are exploding. When flying, it will release intense energy that is not consistent with the volume of the spacecraft. At present, our scientists have not been able to find out the source of this intense energy. However, there is evidence that this energy may be similar to that of their large and medium-sized spacecraft. There is a connection with this weird shield."
"What does this mean?" The head of state said slowly. It means that they came prepared this time. And it means that peace talks are impossible? Yes. The Minister of Military Affairs said with a solemn expression. This is a new powerful force in the Milky Way. Compared with the battle in the sky blue galaxy, their strength has achieved extremely high results in a very short period of time. A big leap. This will be a powerful challenge to our Marian civilization. If we can defeat them and obtain their weird shield technology, our Marian civilization will surely achieve another leap. Very good. Very good. The head of state said, I'll leave the military matters to you. However, I need you to give me an explanation for the loss of Galaxy Number 2. Without Galaxy Number 2 as a forward position, it has become impossible to raid the Azure Galaxy, which brings us a huge strategic disadvantage. It doesn't matter. The Minister of Military Affairs smiled strangely. In a month at most, I will give you an answer that will satisfy you. The head of state took a deep look at the military minister and turned off his phantom projection. As the conversation ended, the other ministers also disappeared. At this moment, in this void that spans hundreds of billions of kilometers, the fierce battle is still going on. Xiao Yu, who had made up his mind to find the opponent's flagship spaceship for a decisive battle, was in the midst of intense planning. Xiao Yu knew that the search between the two parties was mutual. Not only is he looking for the other party's national spaceship, the other party's national spaceship is definitely also looking for his own national spaceship. A national spaceship is not just a spaceship. It also carries other special meanings. As the saying goes, a snake cannot survive without a head. For a fleet of a 5th-level civilization, a national-level spaceship is in the position of the snake's head. The Molian civilization had planned this ambush for such a long time and paid such a high price. However, if it did not destroy the opponent's national-level spacecraft, it would not have received full success. Xiao Yu believed that such a result was something the enemy was not willing to accept. So Xiao Yu is confident that the other party must be looking for him. The reason why the national-level spaceship of the Malian civilization has still not appeared is simply to recharge its batteries and wait for the decisive battle. National-level spaceships will always have to be dealt with by national-level spaceships. Well, if you're looking for me, I'll let you find me, Xiao Yu murmured to himself, manipulating the Japanese national-level spacecraft, several escorting provincial-level spacecraft, and hundreds of others. The spaceship entered curvature navigation. The sailing direction is set ahead, 30 billion kilometers away. There, one of our own city-level spaceships is being entangled by thousands of small spacecrafts from the Marian civilization, and is unable to escape. During the curvature voyage, a distance of tens of billions of kilometers was covered in only a short time. The bright yellow Japanese national spacecraft suddenly appeared in the void without any unnecessary movements. The firepower was directed at these thousands of small spacecraft. With just one shot from the ship's large negative matter cannon, a Merlian civilized county-level spacecraft turned into a fireball. The remaining provincial and city-level spaceships also showed their might. Like tigers and wild dogs, quickly scattered the cluster of small spaceships and attacked them wildly. But Xiao Yu did not kill them all. Although Xiao Yu was fully capable of this, watching several spaceships flee in panic, Xiao Yu did not pursue them or strike from a distance. The reason for this is simple. Xiao Yu needs them to report the news and let the national spacecraft of the Malian civilization know that the Japanese know is here. Do you want this ambush to be the full success of such a hard-working plan? Then come on. I'm waiting for you here. The Japanese spacecraft stopped here, taking advantage of the period before the opponent's national-level spacecraft arrived. Xiao Yu made a final inspection of the Japanese spacecraft. A large number of artillery SH-LS are ready to be fired. The 4 protective covers have been adjusted to the best condition, and the space weapons have been charged, ready to attack at any time. The time left for Xiao Yu was not long. Just an hour later, the tachyon detection equipment reported a message to Xiao Yu. This message showed that billions of kilometers away from Xiao Yu, there was a huge spacecraft and a group of small and medium-sized spacecraft using curvature navigation to quickly approach him. Are you here? Very good. Very good, Xiao Yu murmured to himself, manipulating several provincial-level spaceships to surround the Japanese ship. The incoming enemy broke away from the curvature navigation 50 million kilometers away from Xiao Yu, and still used the conventional drive method to slowly approach here. Using this time, Xiao Yu quickly discovered the composition of the opponent's fleet. A spaceship larger than the Japanese spacecraft is undoubtedly the main ship. In addition to this national-level spacecraft, there are at least 10 provincial-level spacecraft, and at least 100 city-level spacecraft.
The number of remaining small and medium-sized spacecraft is about 10,000. This is a very powerful fleet. According to common sense, with so many spaceships, they are fully capable of encircling and destroying the Japanese spacecraft.
You quite like my Japanese spaceship.
Xiao Yu smiled coldly.
But the Japanese spacecraft is destined to exceed your expectations. You must know that it is not just an ordinary ship. A spaceship. Set off!
Facing the enemy fleet that far exceeded his own spaceship, Xiao Yu showed no fear at all. Not only did he not escape, but he controlled the Japanese national-class spacecraft and led the escort fleet head-on. The collision occurred a short time later. The two sides did not make any extra moves. Without any courtesy, they started attacking each other as soon as they entered the shooting range. The void between the two fleets is definitely the most dangerous place. The artillery fire from both sides came and went indiscriminately. Even if there was a planet here, it would definitely be torn apart in less than an hour. You know, although the number of spaceships on both sides of the war is only more than 10,000, there are 2 national-level spacecraft among these more than 10,000 spaceships. Nearly 20 provincial spaceships. What a powerful force this is. Just relying on these spaceships, it would be easy to eliminate a level 4 civilization with a complete technology tree. The two fleets finally met. As before, the small spacecraft began to entangle each other, trying to eliminate each other in motion, while the large spacecraft, escorted by the small spacecraft, acted as the center of fire and controlled the overall situation. But this time, Xiao Yu does not intend to fight according to common sense. The Japanese national-class spacecraft continued to move forward with the few remaining escort fleets, and continued to move towards the enemy's national-class spacecraft. All other targets were ignored by Xiao Yu, and the artillery fire that hit the Japanese spacecraft was directly ignored by the Japanese. With 4 protective covers, it is not a big problem to withstand these artillery fires in a short period of time. Fierce and desperate is the true portrayal of the Japanese spacecraft at this moment. This style of play confused the spaceships of the Marian civilization for a moment. This is contrary to common sense. This situation is like a battle between 2 armies. As a result, the marshal of one army jumped out and rushed into the enemy's camp to assassinate the other side's marshal. But the discomfort only lasts a moment. This style of play brings great convenience to the enemy spacecraft to directly attack the Japanese spacecraft. So, after this moment passed, thousands of Marian civilization's various spaceships began a crazy attack, like a group of bloody piranhas surrounding a huge whale, biting continuously. Xiao Yu chose to ignore all this. Xiao Yu's goal is very firm, and the Japanese spacecraft's protective power is strong enough. Xiao Yu is still moving forward, and moving forward indomitably. This way of progress is a little too crazy. This is not consistent with the art of war. This is not scientific. The artillery fire from a large number of spacecraft failed to stop the progress of the Japanese spacecraft. A provincial spacecraft tried to occupy the front of the Japanese spacecraft, blocking the progress of the Japanese spacecraft. However, under the powerful firepower attack of the Japanese spacecraft, it only persisted for more than 10 minutes before having to retreat hastily. After all, provincial-level spaceships are not on the same level as national-level spaceships. Xiao Yu believes that the Malian civilization already knows its intentions at this moment, and knows that its target is their national-level spacecraft. But it didn't matter. Xiao Yu didn't try to hide his intentions. Facing the crazy Japanese spacecraft, the enemy's national spacecraft did not retreat. But it was obvious that the resistance of the Japanese spacecraft began to increase. A full 5 provincial-level spacecraft blocked the front of the Japanese spacecraft, and they jointly bear the powerful firepower of the Japanese spacecraft. They are firmly blocking the progress of the Japanese spacecraft. This is a very strong obstacle. Even with the firepower of the Japanese spacecraft, there is no possibility of breaking through it in a short time. But it doesn't matter. A dark and narrow crack has been fired from the Japanese spacecraft. Chapter 398, the second space crack. At this moment, in addition to these 5 provincial-level spacecraft, blocking the front of the Japanese national-level spacecraft are many city-level spacecrafts and county-level spacecrafts. In addition, there are even more smaller spaceships. These many spaceships gathered together, relying on quantity to compete with the quality of the Japanese spacecraft. For Xiao Yu, morale is just an irrelevant thing. But it is different for Malian civilization. Their flagship-class spacecraft cannot retreat. Once the flagship-class spacecraft, which represents the soul of the fleet, retreats, the consequences will be extremely serious. Everyone understands this. Therefore,
The Moyan civilization would rather make some unnecessary sacrifices than allow its flagship spaceship to take even a step back under the opponent's crazy offensive. So far, they appear to be succeeding. Thousands of spacecraft have joined together and have successfully blocked the progress of the Japanese spacecraft. The fierce artillery attacks continue to spark flashes of light on the shield of the Japanese spacecraft. The huge number made it impossible for the Japanese spacecraft to concentrate the attack on one of the spacecrafts. The scattered firepower meant that the suppression force was insufficient. It is impossible to suppress at least 5 provincial-level spacecraft, and at least dozens of city-level spacecraft, with one national-level spacecraft. But Xiao Yu has space weapons. Space weapons originating from the 6th-level civilization and Tolar civilization. At this most critical moment, just when everyone thought that Japan's crazy offensive had been temporarily contained, and just when they thought they could breathe a sigh of relief, space weapons arrived. This is not a small universe with extremely low spatial stability. This is a large universe. A large universe with a diameter of more than 10 billion light-years. The spatial stability here is not comparable to that of a small universe. The increase in the stability of space means the decrease in the power of space weapons. It is impossible to achieve the goal of almost destroying a dwarf planet-level star with one attack and crippling a national-level spacecraft with one attack, like in a small universe. However, this does not affect the status of space weapons as powerful killers. At this stage, among level 5 civilizations, space weapons are still a terrifying existence. Its lethality surpasses the supergiant negative matter cannon that the 5th level civilization is proud of. A dark, narrow black line rushed forward at a speed exceeding the speed of light. The movement of space itself is not limited by the theory of relativity, so it is not difficult for it to reach superlight speeds, because it is too small. This space crack is actually quite inconspicuous. Who would notice a black line in 3-dimensional space? But it is extremely conspicuous, because the Marian civilization discovered that with the appearance of this black line, some unreasonable things began to happen. Even in the age of the Earth, if you told someone that you could cut light, you would be laughed at mercilessly, because obviously, how could the light be cut off? This is common sense and a truth, but the truth can also be corrupted. Light propagates in space, and the curvature of space will bend the light. This is a very simple principle, and the phenomenon of gravitational lensing is based on this principle. Then, the break in space will break the light. Under the attack of space weapons, space was torn apart, so the light must also be torn apart. All death ray weapons and material disintegration rays, whose forward trajectories overlap with the space cracks, have lost their power before the space cracks. The powerful weapons they launched seem to have entered directly into the abyss, without bringing any a little reaction. It wasn't until the space weapons moved on, making way for them, that they returned to normal. Secondly affected are physical weapons. For example, antimatter bombs, gravity bombs, etc. The spatial cracks tore them apart like a piece of paper. This is the fracture force originating from the space level, which causes their fractures to be extremely smooth, even smoother than the surfaces of neutron stars and white dwarfs. In fact, at the moment they encounter space cracks, they have been separated from the atomic level. The emergence of space weapons only happened in a moment, before it was dissolved by the healing power of space itself. It had already arrived in front of these spacecraft that blocked the progress of the Japanese spacecraft. Xiao Yu saw that a city-level spaceship at the front suddenly broke into 2 halves, like a watermelon after being struck by a space weapon. The 2 halves of the ship remained calm for a moment. Then, due to the recoil caused by the leakage of gas inside the spacecraft, they were like deflated balloons, following irregular trajectories, and moving away from each other very quickly. At this moment, the internal structure of this city-level spacecraft was completely revealed. Xiao Yu saw countless debris being brought into space by the violent airflow. Among these debris, there were even many ink, even civilized and intelligent creatures. Xiao Yu seemed to hear their desperate screams. This won't last long. Almost less than 10 seconds later, a violent explosion occurred. The 2 halves of the ship finally disappeared into nothingness in the fire. A city-level spaceship is just a prelude to the disaster caused by space weapons. Xiao Yu saw that at least 5 county-level spacecraft were cut open and violent explosions occurred. At least 100 small spacecraft on the path of the space rift were also broken like apples under a sharp knife. The launch trajectory of this space rift has been carefully calculated. There were 5 provincial-level spaceships blocking Xiao Yu's path. This space rift hit 3 of the 5 spaceships. Xiao Yu saw that the 3 provincial-level spacecraft that were hit suddenly lit up, and then quickly dimmed.
The hulls began to shake. Even through the shield, Xiao Yu saw that there seemed to be some gas leaked from inside the spacecraft. The shield of the provincial spacecraft blocked the attack from the space rift. But there is no doubt that this space crack has caused extremely serious damage to them. Xiao Yu can almost imagine the situation inside these three provincial spacecraft at this moment. Their engines must have been overloaded, and the excessive instantaneous energy demand must have burned out many energy lines. At this moment, their spaceships were being troubled by problems such as energy short circuits, fires and explosions. This space weapon attack has achieved very obvious results. Xiao Yu sneered in his heart and started regular fire attacks. Before receiving comprehensive rest and supplies, the space weapon can only be used 3 times. And there are 2 more times. Xiao Yu does not intend to waste it here. Under the full attack of a national-level spacecraft, the 2 provincial-level spacecraft that had been severely damaged only lasted less than a minute before they exploded and disintegrated. From the time the space weapons were launched to the moment the 2 provincial spacecraft were exploded and destroyed, less than a minute had passed. But Xiao Yu believed that this minute, for the Malian civilization spacecraft blocking him, was a minute that fell from heaven to H.L. This scene is indeed very strange. From the perspective of a bystander, Xiao Yu can make this description.
The 2 sides were in a fierce exchange of fire, at a stalemate with each other. However, as a black line flashed away, many Malian civilization spacecraft suddenly it split into 2 halves without warning and was destroyed instantly. Then the provincial spacecraft also received a lot of damage. Under the attack of the Japanese spacecraft, it was destroyed in just 1 minute. Got 2 ships.
This was an attack without warning that exceeded the expectations of all the intelligent creatures of the Merlian civilization. The unknown is always scary, no matter whether this person is from Earth or from Marion. The Japanese spacecraft continued to move forward. At this moment, perhaps due to too much shock, Xiao Yu noticed that the intensity of the attack suffered by the Japanese spacecraft had dropped several levels. This means that they can no longer block the progress of the Japanese spacecraft. The road to the Malian civilization's national spaceship was finally opened by Xiao Yu. At this moment, the distance between the 2 national-level spacecraft on both sides was less than 100,000 kilometers. In the era of interstellar war, a distance of 100,000 kilometers is just a small distance that can be crossed by just raising your feet. The Japanese national-level spacecraft's attack finally reached the Malian civilization's national-level spacecraft. The attack from the Malian civilization's national spacecraft also reached the Japanese spacecraft. At this moment, the 2 national-level spaceships, representing the strongest combat power of the 2 fifth-level civilizations, finally began a direct battle. But the current situation is not fair. The Japanese spacecraft arrived with great force, bringing with it the power of destroying 2 provincial-level spaceships in a row. The national-level spacecraft of the Malian civilization reluctantly fought back amid fear and speculation. Xiao Yu was keenly aware that the Malian civilization's national-level spacecraft had a tendency to retreat. Xiao Yu can even imagine how much psychological pressure the fleet commander staying in the Malian civilization national-level spacecraft is experiencing at this moment. Perhaps the fearless spirit of death in the blood of the Malian creatures broke out, and the Malian spacecraft began to gather again. They once again began to besiege the Japanese spacecraft, trying to repel the Japanese spacecraft's offensive and defend their country. Level spacecraft creates a little strategic advantage.
Is it useful? It's useless.
Xiao Yu sighed softly and gave the order again.
Space weapons, keep attacking.
Another extremely dark black space crack with a gloomy and terrifying aura formed, separated from the muzzle of the space weapon, and rushed forward extremely quickly. In front is the flagship spacecraft of Malian civilization. The space weapons originating from the 6th-level civilization, Tolar civilization, will soon verify their power on this national-level spacecraft. Chapter 399, The Final Moment. This is the second space rift attack originating from the Japanese national-class spacecraft. The target of this attack is very clear, and the target location is also very clear. Therefore, Xiao Yu can adjust the length of the space crack very accurately. There is a very simple reason. If the length of the space crack is compressed, then within the unit length, the lethality of the space crack will inevitably increase. It can be said that this space crack is more powerful than the previous space crack. The last space crack only caused heavy damage to the provincial spacecraft. But if it were replaced by this space crack, Xiao Yu believed that a provincial spacecraft would be cut into 2 pieces. Xiao Yu can freely control the space weapon and switch between the killing range and the killing intensity. In the previous space crack, Xiao Yu chose the killing range. In this space crack, Xiao Yu chose the killing intensity, where the energy is relatively high. The stability of the space must be stronger. And since mass and energy are integrated with each other, the stability of space will inevitably be higher where there is a large amount of mass or energy, such as a star or the shield of a spacecraft. In fact, the defense against space weapons is also constructed based on this principle. So the shield of the spacecraft can be defensive against space weapons. The shield of a national-level spacecraft is undoubtedly very powerful. In fact, if the Japanese national-level spacecraft does not have 4 protective shields, in terms of conventional shield performance alone, the Japanese spacecraft is not necessarily better than this one. The spacecraft shield of the Marian civilization is even stronger. The space cracks created by space weapons are undoubtedly very lethal, although it is not as exaggerated as in the small universe. A space crack can severely damage a dwarf planet, but in terms of power, it is still a 5th-level civilization, a height that no creature dares to look up to. Now, Xiao Yu's strongest attack weapon has attacked the national-level spacecraft that symbolizes the highest technological manifestation of the current level 5 civilization. Xiao Yu saw that the entire body of the Marian civilization-level spacecraft flashed. At this moment, it burst out with a strong light no less than that of a star. The strong optical fiber carried extreme high temperatures, even destroying a nearby ship. The small spacecraft melted directly, and its huge hull shook. After the light dissipated, Xiao Yu saw an astonishing scene. The outer SHL of a spaceship is definitely not flat and smooth, but has various bulges. This is not for aesthetic reasons, but some instruments, such as forts, observation equipment, detection equipment, etc., must be built on the outer SHL. The same is true for this Marian civilization-level spacecraft. But now, after suffering a space crack attack, its SHL has changed. There is some dark red magma-like material flowing slowly on its surface, due to the artificial gravity inside the spacecraft. The magma was not thrown into space, but flowed freely along the terrain like it was on the surface of the planet. A large area of some forts, launchers, observation equipment, and other things had disappeared at this moment. The attack of the space weapon caused the energy engine inside the spacecraft to instantly fall into an overload state. The extremely strong energy torrent had burned these relatively fragile instruments, and the high temperature it had brought had completely melted them. This is the serious consequence of a space weapon attack. The unknown is always scary, and this ultra-high attack power weapon brought an extremely strong shock to the intelligent creatures of the Merlian civilization. Xiao Yu was keenly aware that after 2 consecutive space weapon attacks, the Marian civilization spacecraft, which were originally high-spirited and well-organized, began to show some signs of disorganization at this moment. Xiao Yu took advantage of the victory and continued to advance. It takes at least 10 minutes between 2 space weapon attacks. Now Xiao Yu is waiting for this period of time to pass, and then launches the space weapon again to give the Malian civilized national-class spacecraft a final and fatal blow. As if aware of Xiao Yu's thoughts, the attacks of the Malian civilization spaceships became even more fierce. They have lost their command, because the commanders in the flagship spacecraft at this moment do not have the time and determination to command them. They seem to have lost their minds. But it comes from deep in their hearts. The feeling that is fused in their blood. The spirit of not admitting defeat or surrender allowed them to accurately judge the current situation. They know that at this moment, their flagship spacecraft is in danger. Very dangerous. It needs protection, and it needs an extra boost to deal with the powerful enemy ship in front of it. So they moved. There was no command, no organization, just relying on that crazy spirit. Swarms of swarms swarmed up, fearless of death. Even if the spacecraft around them was destroyed and exploded, it could not affect them at all. In front of them, only the enemy was left, and only the Japanese spacecraft was left. So far, all the escort spacecraft brought by the Japanese spacecraft, including the 3 provincial spacecraft and some city-level spacecraft, have been lost. Even if these powerful spaceships were destroyed, they took away at least 10 times the number of spaceships as our own before they perished. The current situation is that Xiao Yu's side only has 1 spaceship left in the battlefield, and it is also the most powerful and largest spaceship, the Japanese. As for the Malian civilization, there are at least 5 provincial-level spaceships and at least 10 city-level spaceships. The total number of spaceships is at least more than 4,000. The most important thing is that the national flagship spacecraft has not been destroyed now. It can be said that as long as the Japanese are eliminated, their ambush strategy will be half successful. without the centralized support of the Japanese spacecraft. It is only a matter of time before the other spacecraft are eliminated. So at this moment, they have fallen into madness. A large amount of artillery fire is attacking the defense system of the Japanese spacecraft at all times. And the Japanese spacecraft, which has fired 2 space weapons in a row and consumed a lot of energy, cannot withstand such an attack for a long time. Some dangers have arisen. Inside the Japanese spacecraft, some areas began to experience unstable energy supply. Among the tens of thousands of antimatter engines and elemental decay engines, more than 10 have been burned down. Quiet corridors and maintenance passages among them. Some energy lines and instruments also began to emit subtle sparks. At this moment, Xiao Yu hesitated for a moment. Xiao Yu couldn't decide whether he should let the Japanese spacecraft escape and give up his plan to use space weapons for the 3rd time to destroy the national spacecraft in front of him, or whether he should continue to use space weapons to kill the spacecraft. After all, space weapons are technologies that can only be mastered by level 6 civilizations, although they have been transformed by the Troll civilization and can be used by Xiao Yu now. Their energy consumption is too great. If he gives up launching space weapons again and just escapes, Xiao Yu will still have enough energy to support the consumption of the defense system. And the enemy's national-level spacecraft that has been severely damaged may not have the courage to pursue him. If we continue to use space weapons, the energy reserves will become precarious. It is basically certain that under the siege of thousands of enemy spacecraft, the Japanese ship will have no hope of escaping. Among these 2 options, Xiao Yu made a decision after slightly hesitating for a thousandth of a second.
It has reached a point where it is not worthwhile to escape. At worst, we don't need the Japanese spaceship. As long as there is enough time and metal, I can build one. But the Marian civilization is different. It will be destroyed. This flagship-class spacecraft is not just a loss to them. All the elite soldiers riding on this spacecraft will be lost. And at least thousands of highly qualified commanders will die. It also has a huge blow to their morale. So let's do it. I decided to use the destruction of the Japanese spacecraft in exchange for the destruction of the enemy's national-level spacecraft. Withstanding the fierce fire from thousands of spacecraft, Xiao Yu calmly completed the work of charging the space weapon. The enemy's national-level spacecraft in front of them seemed to have recovered from the panic. At this moment, it was slowly retreating. Want to run? It's not that easy,
Xiao Yu said, and controlled the Japanese spacecraft to move forward again. After clearing away some pesky flies blocking the road, Xiao Yu launched the space weapon again. This national-level spacecraft once again burst out with a bright flash. After the flash faded, the appearance of this national-level spacecraft became even more miserable. This time it was not just a matter of the torrent of metal raging on the surface. Xiao Yu saw that there were many flames raging on the outer SHL of the spacecraft. Some large holes were obviously caused by the explosion of internal instruments. The gas and other debris are being thrown out quickly. The nano-robot repair system is quickly repairing these damages. But their repair speed seems to be unable to match the speed of destruction. Xiao Yu knew that this national-level spacecraft was on the verge of destruction. The current situation of the Japanese spacecraft is no better than that of this national-level spacecraft. 3 space weapon launches consumed too much energy of the Japanese spacecraft. At this moment, its external shield system even dimmed. Inside the spacecraft, accidents such as fires, explosions, and engine burnouts occur one after another due to excessive energy loads. The 3rd space weapon did not destroy this national spacecraft. But Xiao Yu was not in a hurry. Xiao Yu controlled the Japanese spacecraft and approached the national-level spacecraft again. This national-level spacecraft seemed to have lost its power system. It just stopped there, unable to move. The attacks of the spaceship cluster were even more frenzied. But they still could not stop the Japanese spacecraft. Chapter 400 Japanese Account. There are still endless small spacecraft trying to rush over and block the progress of the Japanese spacecraft. But to no avail. Their behavior is a good interpretation of the idiom. A mantis's arm is like a chariot. In the end, the Japanese spacecraft stopped. The reason why it stopped was not because of the obstruction of those spacecrafts, but because Xiao Yu felt that the distance between the Japanese spacecraft and the national-level spacecraft was close enough. At this moment, the Japanese spacecraft is less than 500 kilometers away from this national-level spacecraft. During the approach, conventional level attacks continued. Although the energy consumption is too high and space weapons cannot be launched again to attack, the Japanese spacecraft still has considerable reserves of conventional firepower. The conventional firepower of a national-level spacecraft is also extremely powerful. Among the small spacecrafts that besiege the Japanese spacecraft,
Spacecrafts were constantly being hit, and spacecrafts were constantly exploding and disintegrating. As time passes slowly, the number of spacecraft besieging the Japanese ship has been reduced by at least 1/5. Correspondingly, the situation of the Japanese ship has become increasingly dangerous. But Xiao Yu doesn't care. Xiao Yu is not afraid that his attack will not be able to finally destroy the Malian civilization national-level spacecraft. Because Xiao Yu has one last trick in his head. The spacecraft self-destructs, and the 4 protective covers burst. The energy released by the explosion of the 4-dimensional shield is even more powerful than space weapons. The Malian national-level spacecraft in front of them was on the verge of destruction. It would never be able to withstand such a violent attack. The situation of the Japanese spacecraft became even worse. At least 1/3 of the engine had been burned out, and the shroud system was in critical condition. The amount of ammunition it reserves is not much, and a large number of launchers and turrets have been burned, which has caused the Japan's combat power to drop by more than a quarter.
It doesn't matter. I will give you a big surprise at the last minute.
Xiao Yu was already smiling slightly in his heart. Xiao Yu no longer cares about the decrease in ammunition stocks and energy reserves. The only thing Xiao Yu wants now is to launch all the ammunition he has stored up. He can hit as many spaceships as he wants. It doesn't matter if he doesn't hit. Even if he doesn't hit, it's still better than the piles of them inside the spaceship. Let it go to waste. Okay. With the support of this mentality, the Japanese spacecraft showed a strong combat power similar to returning to the light. Everyone knows that after the return of light is death, and it is unstoppable death. Therefore, the fierce attack by the Japanese spacecraft did not repel the siege of the spacecraft cluster. They braved massive casualties and intensive artillery fire, and still attacked and continued to attack. Their attack finally had its effect. Xiao Yu muttered to himself.
Very good. Very good. Your goal has been achieved. You destroyed my flagship spaceship, and you achieved the most important result. However, there is one thing I am curious about. How should you face the consequences of the fall of Galaxy Number 2 and the destruction of your flagship spaceship? How much pressure will your military leaders bear within your civilization? Your plan is impeccable in terms of strategy and wisdom, but you made a mistake in your calculations. That is, in terms of large spaceships, my combat power is stronger than yours, and not even a little bit stronger. So, your national-level spaceship, as well as all the high-ranking military officials, leaders, and command personnel on the national-level spacecraft, please come and bury my Japanese spacecraft with it. Goodbye.
In this fierce battlefield, Xiao Yu sent a message using radio waves for the first time, sending his own greetings to the intelligent creatures of the Malian civilization. The Japanese spacecraft exploded. This is the first national-level spacecraft to be destroyed since the formation of Xiao Yu's fleet. But at this moment, Xiao Yu not only had no regrets in his heart, but also had a faint expectation. If a provincial spacecraft self-destructs, the 4 protective covers can already erupt with such powerful energy. But what about the explosion of a national spacecraft? How much amazing energy will be released? Specific calculation results have not yet been released. Through the remaining detection satellites outside the battlefield, Xiao Yu saw such a picture. In the middle of the battlefield, a star appeared. Xiao Yu knew that it was not a star, but the energy, radiation, heat, and power released by this ball of light were completely comparable to a star. This ball of light involuntarily swallowed up the small spacecraft surrounding the Japanese spacecraft. Not even a small wave could bring about their destruction. What suffered after them were the spaceships farther away from the Japanese. Among these spaceships was the flagship spacecraft of the Marian civilization that had lost its power system and was unable to move or escape. Raging fire and a strong burst of energy soon came to it. Xiao Yu saw that its protective shield system, which had withstood 2 space weapon attacks, was quickly melting away like ice and snow under the summer sun. After the shield system is ablated, the next step is the hull structure. The gas inside the spacecraft surged out from the gap under the influence of air pressure. But it could not extinguish the sea of fire, but made the flames more fierce. The energy line was severely damaged and disordered, and explosions finally began to appear on it. It was just a small-scale explosion at first, but as its damage rapidly increased, some core parts began to be affected, such as the energy storage area, such as the power area. Explosions in these parts cannot be dismissed in a trivial manner. It finally turned into a ball of fire. Its intensity was only slightly worse than the explosion of Japan. In the sea of violent energy created by the explosion of the Japanese spacecraft, Its explosion finally set off a wave of waves. Unlike the destruction of other small spacecrafts, where not even a single bubble could emerge, Xiao Yu sighed in his heart. After all, it is a national-level spaceship. Even the explosion is different from other spaceships. The destruction of the Molian civilization's national spaceship represented the final end of this battle. Xiao Yu paid a huge price and caused huge damage to the Molian civilization. The Japanese national spacecraft was destroyed. 3 provincial spacecraft were destroyed, and the remaining destroyed spacecraft totaled hundreds. However, the Molian civilization also had a national spacecraft destroyed, and the loss of provincial spacecraft reached 8. As many as 7,000 ships were lost at other levels. This is me! The combat power of Shinjo civilization! Xiao Yu thought with pride. This battle is the decisive battle that determines the outcome of this void ambush battle. Without the frontline command system, even the flagship spacecraft was killed by the enemy. This was a huge blow to their morale. Even if we don't talk about spiritual matters like morale. To put it simply, pursuit and interception require extremely precise overall command and cooperation. Without the presence of commanders, how can we just rely on the tacit understanding between them to do this? Joke. On the other hand, Xiao Yu sighed. Xiao Yu has always implemented remote command of his own spacecraft. The detectors and spacecraft scattered throughout the space are Xiao Yu's eyes. For Xiao Yu, there is no difference between the front line and the rear. As long as there are Xiao Yu's instruments, they are front lines for Xiao Yu. This means that Xiao Yu can take advantage of the enemy's loss of command system, inconvenient mobilization, and poor response to make many arrangements and response tactics. In fact, Xiao Yu is doing this at this moment. In the void, Xiao Yu's spaceship, which was being chased and intercepted by the enemy spacecraft and fleeing hastily, suddenly changed its tactics. Because the spaceships of the Marian civilization suddenly became scattered. That kind of precise coordination no longer existed. As a result, the offensive and defensive momentum was immediately reversed. At this moment, Xiao Yu's spaceships all seemed to have taken a powerful tonic pill. They quickly turned around and charged towards the opponent's fleet. Scenes like this are happening commonly in this void that spans hundreds of billions of kilometers. Without precise and comprehensive command, Molian civilization spacecraft could no longer cause enough interference to Xiao Yu's spacecraft mobilization. So Xiao Yu's spacecraft began to assemble. Once the spaceships are assembled, under Xiao Yu's precise command and mutual cooperation, and the large and medium-sized spaceships themselves have higher combat power than the Molian civilization spacecraft. What else can stop Xiao Yu from attacking the Molian civilization spacecraft? Kill? The destruction of the Japanese spacecraft gave the overall advantage in the battle. Xiao Yu began a crazy revenge. Kill! Kill! Keep killing. Countless flashes of light flashed in this dark starry sky, like sparks of a prairie fire. The spaceships of Molian civilization finally began to retreat, and Xiao Yu launched a pursuit without hesitation. In this void, Xiao Yu's fleet pursued a distance of nearly 2 light years. When they encountered the opponent's supporting fleet, they gave up the pursuit angrily. After such a battle, these spacecraft need some rest and replenishment before they can continue to fight. By now, the consumption of these ships has been too great. The ambush battle in Galaxy 4 has finally come to an end. This is the first million-ship-level large-scale battle between the Shinjo civilization and the Marian civilization. Both sides suffered heavy losses. But overall, Xiao Yu still won. In this battle, Xiao Yu paid the price of destroying more than 190,000 spaceships, and wiped out nearly 300,000 spaceships of the Molian civilization. There is an additional result of this battle. That is, Galaxy number 2 is in the hands of Xiao Yu. Using Galaxy number 2 as a bridgehead, Xiao Yu will be able to penetrate deeper into the sphere of influence of the Molian civilization and launch more battles. Chapter 401, Battle of Strength. This is what you said. A satisfactory answer for me. Huh? In the highest conference room in the capital galaxy of Marian civilization, the phantom of the head of Marian civilization slowly faced the cold military minister who was sitting next to him. Said, the phantom of the head of state had an expressionless face, but his tone was quite playful. More than 300,000 spaceships were lost. Even the flagship spaceship Blue Star was killed by the Shinjo civilization. Galaxy number 2 was also lost. We have lost the frontline position against the Shinjo civilization. This is what you are giving us. Our explanation? What do you want the head of state to say to our people? The civil minister sitting next to him said coldly. Why didn't the military intelligence department get the information in advance that the enemy spacecraft possesses 6-level civilization creations and space weapons? Are all the army just a bunch of idiots? The enemy didn't know the information, so they dared to rashly dispatch a fleet to ambush and hand over 3 galaxies. How do you do things when you give them to your enemies?
Another business minister also asked mercilessly. The military minister's face was as dark as water, and he said nothing. After a long time, he opened his mouth.
I have an unshirkable responsibility for this matter. After the war is over, I will apply to resign. But now, I still need to fill this position. In our civilization, there is no one more suitable for the position of Minister of Military Affairs than me. Things have developed like this, and what we should discuss now is how to deal with it, rather than looking for someone to take the blame. Here, I make an application to the head of state. Apply the following points. First, the strength of Shinjo civilization exceeds our imagination. In the near future, the focus of the development of our civilization should be transferred from the civil aspect to the military aspect. Vigorously develop military technology, and only with unity can we defeat this enemy. Second, to expand armaments. Both soldiers and spaceships must be manufactured at a faster pace, even if it causes a social crisis. You know, this Shinjo civilization has basically been confirmed to be the predator that robbed our sky blue market civilization. There is no possibility of peace between us. If we fail, our entire civilization will become a slave. Third, if things are really impossible, I think we should inform the messengers of the Guardian civilization about this matter and request its support.
The head of state's expression suddenly became heavy.
If there is still a glimmer of hope, try not to contact the messengers of the Guardian civilization again, even though it is on our planet now. If we ask for help from the Guardian civilization, we can be sure that they will come to help us. But we must pay the price for the dignity and development potential of our civilization and reattach ourselves to the Guardian Alliance. Our Marian civilization finally took advantage of the opportunity of the Galaxy War to separate from the Guardian Alliance and gain the ability to develop independently. It is irresponsible for our entire civilization to take the opportunity to go back to the old path again. In addition, there is another point. I am very interested in the space weapons of this Shinjo civilization. Judging from the specific information, this Shinjo civilization there is no doubt that they are still in the category of 5th level civilization. But they can use space weapons. This shows that if we get the relevant technology, we can also have such capabilities. If we can really get space weapons, then we have to sacrifice dozens of billions, or even tens of billions of people are not unacceptable. Yes, space weapons are the most important,
another minister said.
With space weapons, although we still cannot compete with the 6th level civilization, within the scope of the 5th level civilization, we can be at the top status. Asking for help from the messengers of the Guardian civilization is the last step. It is something that cannot be done. It is something that can only be done when facing a critical moment of life and death of the civilization. Anyway, in order to reform the Guardian Alliance and maintain the morality on the surface, it is impossible for the Hunter civilization to destroy us because of such a thing. In the battle with the Sweeper civilization, they were severely damaged, and it is unlikely that they will make any big moves in the near future. That's it. The position of Minister of Military Affairs will still be held by you. The head of state said,
I am waiting for your performance. If you really get the relevant technology of space weapons, I will leave my position as the head of state to you. It's not impossible. On the other hand, if you continue to fail, it's not impossible for me to send you to a military court. Just take care of yourself.
After saying this, the shadow of the head of state disappeared. The remaining ministers looked at each other, ignored the military minister, who was as heavy as water, and left each other.
Space weapons? Are space weapons only equipped on national spacecraft?
The military minister murmured to himself.
There is also that weird shield technology that releases extremely strong energy when it explodes. It's very interesting. It's very interesting. The Shinjo civilization is waiting for me.
The Battle of Galaxy Number 4 has ended. After cleaning the battlefield, the Japanese spacecraft of the National Spacecraft Formation began their return voyage. When we came here, there were 500,000 spaceships in the fleet. But when we returned, there were only a little more than 300,000 ships left. And even the national flagship spaceship was gone.
No matter what, I won this battle. My loss was very simple. I could just say how many spaceships I lost. But the Marian civilization was different. With 300,000 spaceships, even if one spaceship costs 2 calculating hundreds of intelligent creatures, it also means the death of at least 60 million elite soldiers. Not to mention the huge social resources required to cultivate so many soldiers. The simple death compensation is enough in their social system if it causes chaos. It's not like me. If the spaceship is lost, just build it again. It's simple and clean.
Xiao Yu deeply realized the truth. That is, how unwise it is to fight a war of attrition with an existence that has the advantages of mechanical civilization, with huge manufacturing power and sufficient resources, as long as there is no overwhelming technological oppression on himself. Xiao Yu will not be afraid of anything in this universe. It's very simple. Even if I exchange 10,000 spaceships for one of yours, I can still wear you to death if I slowly use them up.
This battle ended with our victory. Now, I ask everyone to discuss the next march plan.
In the conference room of the Tianhua spacecraft, Xiao Yu once again hosted a meeting. During this period of time, the members of the military committee each conducted a profound review, analyzed their past shortcomings through actual combat, and improved their war level with actual combat experience. Each of them gained some gains. This victory also gave them great encouragement and allowed them to step out of the shadows.
Before conducting the analysis of the war plan, I think we should pay attention to an issue.
Luca too spoke first and expressed his opinion.
For us, the Marian civilization is an object that can be conquered and invaded. However, under the current situation, we have to face a threat. That is, the intervention of other powerful civilizations. For example, the Guardian civilization. You know, the Marian civilization was a member of the Guardian Alliance in the past. Although after the semi-four-dimensional Taihao battle with the sweepers in the large Magellanic galaxy, the Marian civilization broke away from the Guardian Alliance. But it is difficult to guarantee that when things cannot be done, the Marian civilization will once again rely on the Guardian civilization in exchange for guardianship. The intervention of the Guardian civilization. It is obvious that we currently do not have the strength to fight against the Guardian civilization. I don't think this is a threat,
Xiao Yu said.
We all know very well that if you want to join the Guardian Alliance, although you can accept the protection of the Guardian civilization, you must also pay the price of sacrificing the development potential of the civilization. Mo Lien, how could the civilization finally break away from the control of the Guardian civilization and join again? Of course, when faced with the cost of civilization's demise, the Guardian civilization may take this step. But don't forget that our goal is to obtain to complete the 5th level civilization technology tree. It is not to eliminate the Marian civilization. War must serve political goals. If our goal can be achieved, then it is not unacceptable to give up the invasion and let the Marian civilization have a way out. Matter. Oh. So, after putting enough pressure on the Marian civilization, we can first propose peace and sign a city alliance with the Marian civilization?
Said another committee member.
Yes.
Xiao Yu nodded.
Whether it is peace or war, the decision-making power is in our hands. I only want the complete technology tree of the 5th level civilization. As for the demise of the Malian civilization, what does it have to do with us? Yes, then our war strategy should change. We should change from trying our best to kill the enemy, and weaken the enemy's strength to trying our best to oppress the enemy. Show our strength, and suppress them with high pressure. I don't believe that in the face of at the critical moment of the survival of civilization, the ridiculous so-called will of the Malian civilization to rather die than surrender will still have an effect. That's it. So, below, I plan to fight a tough battle and win the war openly and honestly with our strength. In this battle, I will not use any strategies or tricks. Only rely on strength. Even before launching the battle, it is not impossible to disclose our attack target to the Marian civilization in advance. Because I am very confident that no matter how many warships they gather, they will not be our opponent. Very good. Very good. Then, there is a very suitable place waiting for us to attack.
A member of the military committee stood up, pointed to a star in the virtual star map and said,
Galaxy number 5. The location of galaxy number 5 determines that the Marian civilization cannot give up on it. So let's start a head-on battle of strength here.
Chapter 402, Huge Fleet. The location of galaxy number 5 is indeed special. According to the star map, the first 4 galaxies occupied by Xiao Yu are on the periphery of the Malian civilization. But the 5th galaxy is not. Galaxy number 5 is more than 6 light-years away from galaxy number 1. It is less than 1 light-year away from another large-scale, inhabited planet within the sphere of influence of the Merlian civilization. It is 1.3 light-years away. There is another very important industrial planet, and a tourist and residential planet 1.6 light-years away. It can be said that by occupying galaxy number 5, You will have a bridgehead that can gradually encroach on the territory of Marian civilization. And you will have a solid springboard to advance within the forces of Marian civilization. Therefore, in Galaxy number 5, no matter from any aspect, the Marian civilization cannot give up. What Xiao Yu wants to attack is the place where Emolian civilization cannot give up. Use your strength and fight with real swords and guns to let Molian civilization understand that they are not their opponents.
Very good. I will allocate 2.5 million spaceships to participate in the battle for the 5th galaxy. 3 spaceships with space weapons, Xiao Yu, Russia, and America, will participate in the battle in person. This will definitely be a tough battle. The preparations will take about 3 months. So after 3 months, I will send troops to occupy the 5th galaxy. As the Xiao Yu spacecraft is your master's vehicle, we believe that the Xiao Yu spacecraft should not be allowed to personally take risks.
Luca 2 said,
there are the American and Russian spacecraft, as well as 1.5 million spacecraft. It's enough. No, that's not what I thought.
Xiao Yu shook his head and said,
the location of Galaxy number 1 is too remote, although the impact is not noticeable now. When the Galaxy number 15 and beyond are occupied, at such a distance, over-distance communication will also attenuate, resulting in signal distortion. This is not conducive to my central command. I plan to use Galaxy number 5 as the central galaxy. After capturing it, I will use Galaxy number 5 as my base. I will command the entire battlefield from the center here. Don't worry. I will pay attention to the safety of the Xiao Yu spaceship.
Seeing Xiao Yu's resolute attitude, Luca number 2 had no choice but to shut up and stop trying to persuade Xiao Yu. The next battle plan was thus arranged. At this moment, Xiao Yu is making intense preparations for the war. The newly occupied galaxies number 2,
3, and 4 need large-scale development and construction. The spaceships damaged during the war need to be rested. The galaxy defense system needs to be built, and new spaceships need to be built to replenish the fleet. All aspects of things have plunged Xiao Yu into when you are busy. You cannot stop. After formulating a strategy for the decisive battle between the Japanese spacecraft and the national flagship spacecraft of the Marian civilization, the national-level spacecraft formations of the United States and Russia, which were planning to come to support, stopped setting off and returned to their respective systems. But now, they once again received Xiao Yu's order and began to prepare for a new expedition. Xiao Yu made such arrangements for the 3 newly occupied galaxies. Xiao Yu dispatched 3 spacecrafts, Thailand, Indonesia, and Nepal, which were not equipped with space weapons, to set off separately, intending to take over the defense of these 3 galaxies. It's just one galaxy, and such a national-level spacecraft is completely enough. Time passed slowly, and half a year passed by in a flash. In the past 6 months, Xiao Yu has managed the current 4 galaxies like iron barrels. Various galaxy defense weapons are everywhere in the galaxy without cost, and the farthest distance has even reached 200 billion kilometers away from the star. Distance. Anyway, for Xiao Yu, as long as the raw materials and computing power are enough, these things are truly costless, and he will not feel bad if they lose them. Facts have proved Xiao Yu's wisdom. Proper galaxy defense arrangements have repelled at least thousands of harassment battles in the past 6 months. The Marian civilization was not stable during this period. Xiao Yu knew very clearly that after experiencing a disastrous defeat, the Molian civilization also needed to be corrected. In a short period of time, they did not have the ability to launch large-scale battles. But such harassment battles would not stop. In fact, Xiao Yu is doing the same. The defensive capabilities of a galaxy are demonstrated in dealing with harassment battles again and again. This is a very important way to obtain intelligence, and neither side will let it go. In fact, Xiao Yu did this even more ruthlessly than Emolian Wenming. Xiao Yu's tentacles have even extended to galaxy number 12, which is 13 light-years away. There are more than 3,000 spaceships, led by a city-level spacecraft, hidden in the void, ready to attack number 12 at any time. The galaxy spreads its wings. The harassment to the base is only part of the story. A more brutal battle is taking place in the void. During this period of time, both sides sent out harassment teams consisting of thousands or even hundreds of spaceships, and launch campaigns to hide, ambush, intercept, and obtain intelligence in the void. Communication between galaxies is necessary. Maybe this galaxy is rich in one element, while another galaxy is rich in another kind of raw material. The exchange of supplies between galaxies is also a key point, and the transportation of materials will inevitably involve transport ships. Then the fleet of transport spaceships with low defense and maneuverability will become a good target of harassment. Xiao Yu is trying his best to harass the opponent's transport fleet, and at the same time clear out the enemy fleet that is harassing his own. While Mayan civilization is also doing the same thing. In this void, no one knows how many conspiracies are entangled, and how many war songs made of blood and fire are being sung, according to Xiao Yu's statistics. In this vast star field that spans 20 light-years, several small-scale battles, that is, battles in which the number of spaceships on both sides are limited to less than 1,000 spacecraft, have occurred in the past 6 months, 100,000 times. During the battle, the two sides had victories and defeats, and injuries to each other, but in general, Xiao Yu's side had the upper hand. The war between two civilizations is not a simple matter. Such small-scale battles are necessary supplements behind large-scale battles. As the saying goes, a small advantage gradually accumulates, and in the end, it will become an advantage that can influence the situation of the battle. Both warring parties know this very well. So both warring parties attach great importance to this point.
It's been half a year. It's time for a decisive large-scale battle. I wonder what kind of surprises your Mayan civilization has prepared for me in these 6 months.
Xiao Yu thought slowly. He took control of the Xiao Yu spaceship and led a total of 1.3 million spacecraft of various types on the journey. The homeship spacecraft is also among these ships. After allocating these 1.3 million spacecraft, there are only less than 200,000 combat spacecraft left in Galaxy Number 1. But Xiao Yu believes that, coupled with the Galaxy Defense System, these spacecraft are enough. After all, Galaxy Number 2 does not have much strategic value. Come to think of it, the Marian civilization is unlikely to attack Galaxy Number 2 with great fanfare. There are a total of more than 1.8 million combat spacecraft stationed in the three galaxies Number 2, Number 3, and Number 4, calculated based on the number of 200,000 spaceships stationed in a galaxy. 1.2 million spaceships can be deployed. At this moment, these 1.2 million spacecraft are also on their way to the fifth galaxy. Calculated based on distance, the first to arrive at Galaxy 5 will be the 500,000 spacecraft led by the USS America, followed by the Japanese, which has lost its flagship and has now been renamed the Thai National Spacecraft Formation. There are about 110,000 spaceships in the national-level spacecraft fleet. Then, there is the Russian national-class spacecraft fleet with 600,000 spacecraft, with a total of about 1.2 million. The Xiao Yu spaceship will be the last to arrive on the battlefield, carrying a decisive 1.3 million spaceships. After the four forces arrive, Xiao Yu's total force will reach the level of 2.5 million spacecraft. In Xiao Yu's estimation, a fifth-level civilization will not have more than 5 million warships in total. One thing is certain. Even if the Marian civilization is in a favorable defensive situation, in order to cope with its huge combat power, they will send at least 2 million spaceships to the Number 5 galaxy. In other words, in the next period of time, the entire power of a fifth-level civilization will be gathered in Galaxy Number 5. These forces will start a decisive battle over the ownership of Galaxy Number 5.
This battle will determine the outcome of the entire war. If I win, the Marian civilization will be unlikely to recover in a short time. It will be possible to force them to hand over the complete technology tree of the fifth-level civilization by force. If I failed, with millions of spaceships and such a huge construction task, I cannot complete it in a short time. At that time, I will have to retreat to the Number 1 galaxy, and even temporarily abandon the Number 2, 3, and 4 galaxies. However, how could I fail? I have powerful weapons that exceed yours, and powerful defensive weapons such as 4 protective shields. Even in terms of spacecraft cooperation and formation, I have abilities that far exceed yours. I even have a weapon with a height of 5. A fleet of 100,000 warships is on its way to raid your capital galaxy. After making such proper arrangements and mobilizing such a powerful force, how could I, the Shinjo civilization, fail?
Xiao Yu thought silently, and his heart was filled with confidence that he would win.
Such a large-scale fleet mobilization cannot be hidden from your eyes. So, if you don't want to give up Galaxy Number 5, a galaxy of great strategic significance, just mobilize your troops and let me see. As a system that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, veteran fifth-level civilization, what kind of trump cards do you have, and what kind of strength do you have?
More than 1.3 million spaceships have already embarked on the journey and entered curvature navigation. After a warp voyage that lasts for more than half a year, This fleet will arrive at the 5th galaxy. Chapter 403 The Curtain.
The Shinjo civilization has seen a large-scale fleet mobilization from the 4 occupied galaxies. A total of more than 2 million spacecrafts have appeared, and the target is expected to be the Barbarian star system,
the Minister of Military Affairs said with a serious face. The Barbarian galaxy mentioned by the military minister is the number 5 galaxy called by Xiao Yu.
There is no doubt that they want to attack the Barbarian star system. Judging from their maneuvers, they have not concealed this at all. So, Minister of Military Affairs,
do you have any suggestions?
The head of state asked.
There is no suggestion.
The Minister of Military Affairs shook his head with some annoyance.
Conspiracy requires conspiracy to deal with it. Facing more than 2 million combat spaceships, any conspiracy is useless. The only way to deal with it is send out enough force to compete with them and fight head-on. There is still more than half a year before they complete their assembly. I want to know how our military preparations are.
Another minister asked.
I have mobilized more than 2 million spaceships from various military bases, preparing to go to the Barbarian galaxy to participate in the defense. We are on the defensive, and the defensive side will always have some advantages. Coupled with the cooperation of the galaxy defense system, we are confident that we can defend the Barbarian star system.
The Minister of Military Affairs said.
You have mobilized more than 2 million spaceships? This is half of the entire military strength of our Malian civilization,
a minister explained.
After so many spaceships have been mobilized, what will happen to the defense of the remaining bases? You have also mobilized 300,000 spaceships from the capital galaxy. What should we do if the other party attacks our capital galaxy? My military mobilization plan has been approved by the head of state,
the Minister of Military Affairs said seriously.
This is an undoubted conspiracy of the Shinjo civilization. The Barbarian star system is of great strategic significance to us. We cannot just give up like this. And the other party has mobilized such a huge force to attack the Barbarian star system. There is only one thing we can do, and that is to defend with all our strength. Other than that, there is no other way. This will be a total loss. Fancy head-to-head combat. Please rest assured about the defense of the capital galaxy,
the head of state said.
There are currently 200,000 spaceships stationed in the capital galaxy, together with the galaxy defense system. It is enough to deal with any attack of less than 400,000 spaceships. Come to think of it, apart from those 4 galaxies and the spacecraft deployed this time, this Shinjo civilization has no other power to mobilize. The most important point is that we still have a trump card. Here, I would like to make it clear to everyone. When nothing can be done, for the sake of the survival of civilization, I will ask for help from the messenger of the Guardian civilization and ask him to help us fight. There is no possibility of peaceful coexistence between us and Predator civilization. Either they die or we die. If we fight, however, it would be better for the Shinjo civilization to become a vassal of the Guardian Alliance than to simply die.
When talking about this heavy topic, the ministers participating in the meeting fell silent. The future of the race, the way out for civilization, these issues weigh heavily on their minds, making them almost breathless.
Okay, maybe the outlook is not so pessimistic,
said the Minister of Military Affairs.
Now, I will submit to you my specific strategic layout. First of all, the Barbarian galaxy will reserve a large amount of strategic materials to strengthen the defense of the galaxy. Galaxy-level negative matter cannons, the number will increase to 50. The first batch of reinforcements, 300,000 combat spacecraft, will arrive in 3 months. By then, the total force of the Barbarian galaxy will reach 600,000, which is enough to deal with the opponent. The first batch of 500,000 spaceships attacked. Then the second batch of 150,000 ships. The third batch of 470,000 ships. Until the ninth batch of 50,000 ships. A total of 2.07 million ships participate in the defense. In addition, I think if the head of state agrees with me to deploy another 300,000 spaceships, I plan to use these 300,000 ships to raid the fallen systems and disrupt their logistical transportation routes. This is impossible.
Regarding the proposal of the Minister of Military Affairs, the head of state flatly rejected.
The deployment of 2.07 million spaceships is already the limit of what we can afford. The deployment of another 300,000 spaceships will give us a stronger defense. The system has caused irreparable damage.
Okay,
so be it. I put half of the military power of our entire civilization into your hands. If you can't hold the Barbarian star system and win this battle, then there is no need to wait until the end of the war to go to court-martial. The meeting is adjourned.
After making the final arrangements, The head of state simply closed his image display and walked away. The other ministers looked at each other and left one after another. Alas, the Minister of Military Affairs sighed slightly. I don't know since when. Its burly body has become a little rickety, and there is always an indelible tiredness in its eyes. At this moment, Xiao Yu is still in curvature navigation. There are still more than 4 months to go before reaching Galaxy 5, and the leading USS National-class spacecraft formation is less than a month away from reaching its target. While advancing, the 4 fleets were constantly attacked by small groups of harassing troops, and Xiao Yu also continued to dispatch troops to harass the military power of the Molian civilization. The real war has not yet begun, and the two sides have already carried out thousands of small battles in the void. In these battles, Xiao Yu lost and won. However, small-scale battles cannot affect the overall situation. Both sides know this. What troubles Xiao Yu the most is the Molian civilization's uninterrupted harassment attacks on the logistics transport spacecraft. What is about to begin is bound to be a long-lasting and large-scale battle. Xiao Yu is not sure of taking over Galaxy number 5 in a short time, and there is only one planet in Galaxy number 5. In other words, Xiao Yu has no way to get any supplies before taking over Galaxy number 5, and relying solely on the supplies carried on the spacecraft is obviously not enough to support such a battle. Therefore, obtaining material supplies from the 4 star systems that have been occupied by our own side has become a very critical matter. In fact, in the void at this moment, at least tens of thousands of material transport spacecraft are busy shuttling between the fleet and the galaxy. In order to protect these material transport spacecraft, Xiao Yu has deployed at least 200,000 combat spacecraft to escort them. Even so, there are still incidents where material transport spacecraft are destroyed by sneak attacks by the Marian civilization. Xiao Yu had no choice but to try his best to be careful and reduce the number of such incidents. The United States National-class spacecraft formation, with a total of 500,000 spacecraft, has reached its target and is currently stationed at the edge of the galaxy 100 billion kilometers away. The Russian National-class spacecraft formation will arrive in a month and a half. Galaxy number 5. The enemy air defense force is 600,000 spaceships. In the conference room of the Tianhua spaceship, Xiao Yu said to the members of the military committee with a serious face. According to the intelligence, the second batch of support forces of the Molian civilization will arrive in 2 months, and the third batch of support forces will arrive in 2.5 months. Moreover, the directions of the arrival of these 2 fleets are basically the same. Then, I suggest, the Russian national-level spaceship should not stay in the number 5 galaxy. Go directly over, and intercept the second and third batches of the Marian civilization support fleet in the void. Our large and medium-sized spaceships are more powerful than the Marian civilization. In the void, the Marian civilization spaceships will also lose the advantage of convenient supply. Therefore, even if the number of spaceships in these 2 groups of support fleets exceeds that of the Russian spacecraft formation, the advantage is still on our side. A member of the military committee said, "This suggestion is very reasonable. I decided to adopt it." Xiao Yu nodded. In fact, the most important thing is to prevent their support fleet from converging with the number 5 galaxy garrison. After all, if they cannot converge, they will not be able to enjoy material supplies. Convenient. Then, the Xiaoguan national-level spacecraft formation will also be split, and the combat power of 800,000 spaceships will be divided into the void to intercept the rest of the Marian civilization support fleet. I will make the following arrangements. We have arrived. The current main task of the national-level spacecraft formation of the USS America is not to fight against the garrison of Galaxy number 5, but to construct a secondary line of defense to intercept and support the troops and prevent them from joining the garrison of Galaxy number 5. This arrangement is very reasonable and I agree, another member of the military commission said. Xiao Yu nodded, and after discussing the details with the members of the military commission again, the entire combat plan was finalized. Then, Xiao Yu issued a new combat order. The USS United States National-class spacecraft formation immediately began to move. At least 200,000 spacecraft were mobilized and began to launch a tentative attack on the 5th galaxy. The purpose of such an attack is not to kill a large number of enemies, but only to attract their attention and contain their troops. The Molian civilization garrison in Galaxy number 5 responded quickly, and they dealt a very decisive blow to the attack of the 200,000 spacecraft. The remaining spacecraft of the Russian national-class spacecraft formation are on tight alert. According to the instructions of the intelligence, they are ready to intercept the Marian civilization support fleet emerging from the void. At the same time, they will counterattack some enemies who take the initiative. The curtain of the Battle of Galaxy number 5 has slowly begun. And the battle now is just the prelude to this large-scale battle. 2 months have passed again. And the total strength of the Xiao Yu national-class spacecraft fleet, which is divided into 800,000 spaceships, is only about 500,000. There is still a week left to reach the 5th galaxy. At this moment, the Russian national-level spacecraft formation has already exchanged fire with the second batch of support fleets of the Marian civilization. The flames of war started burning in 2 places at the same time. Chapter 404 General Attack. The Russian national spaceship fleet has a total of 600,000 spaceships, while the second batch of support fleets of the Marian civilization only has 150,000 spaceships. But it is obvious that these 150,000 spacecraft have long been prepared to be intercepted and have taken corresponding preventive measures. Xiao Yu is also mentally prepared for this. The Russian spacecraft fleet has a total of 600,000 spacecrafts. It is impossible to conceal such a large-scale fleet mobilization. After all, these spacecraft were under the surveillance of the opponent from the beginning. Unlike the fleet of 500,000 intelligent creatures, which entered curvature navigation from the beginning, leaving no chance for the opponent to discover them. In the void, a unique hide-and-seek operation began again. 150,000 spaceships kept hiding and escaping, trying to escape the obstruction of the Russian spacecraft formation and heading to the 5th galaxy. The Russian spacecraft formation was desperately trying to escape, searching, blocking, trying to rely on numerical superiority to eat up this fleet. The concealment policy of the Marian civilization was quite effective during this half-month period, because the Marian civilization hid well enough and escaped quickly enough. The 2 sides basically did not have large-scale confrontations or small-scale confrontations. It keeps happening. However, this state did not last too long. The situation was completely changed after the arrival of the 3rd batch of support fleets of the Malian civilization, with a total of 470,000 spaceships. At this moment, in the void, the number of the Marian civilization fleet has reached 620,000 spacecraft, slightly exceeding the Russian national spacecraft formation. Although Xiao Yu's side still has an advantage due to the power of the spacecraft, it has become impossible to eat all the opponents. This is the second battlefield, where the 2 sides began to confront each other. The same situation occurred in several other places. The 800,000 spacecraft that were separated from the Xiao Yu spacecraft formation successfully performed more than half of the interception missions, intercepting a full 600,000 spacecraft in the void, and are currently in progress, pursuing combat missions such as pursuit, interception, concealment, and escape. The headquarters fleet arrived at the number 5 galaxy, and finally merged with the USS America and USS Thailand formations. Outside galaxy number 5, Xiao Yu's military strength has reached more than 1 million spacecraft. The defensive force of galaxy number 5 is more than 800,000 spacecraft. The war is about to break out. Galaxy number 5 is a fairly ordinary galaxy, but because of its special location, it has very important strategic significance. Its main star is a white subgiant star, with only one rocky planet about twice the mass of Earth orbiting it. Because there is only one planet, the ownership of this planet determines the ownership of galaxy number 5. The Mayan civilization has made very appropriate arrangements. According to intelligence analysis, Xiao Yu can confirm that there are at least 50 galaxy-level negative matter cannons deployed on this planet, as well as other space-based forts and various defensive weapons. Countless. This is a planet armed to the teeth. Xiao Yu can ignore the other defensive weapons, but these negative matter cannons give Xiao Yu a headache. The destructive power of the galaxy-level negative matter cannon is huge. If it is targeted and locked, it can completely destroy a municipal-level spacecraft with one shot. It poses a huge lethality to provincial-level spacecraft, and even poses a certain threat to national-level spacecraft. However, due to the distance, when his fleet breaks into the galaxy, there is no need to consider the threat of these negative matter cannons for the time being. Now, the biggest challenge facing Xiao Yu is the ubiquitous galaxy defense system on the periphery of the galaxy. Countless war fortresses, interstellar mine battle groups, automatic triggering death ray launch bases, antimatter bomb launch bases, etc. are wandering around the galaxy. Xiao Yu even discovered some space-based negative matter cannon battle fortresses. Although these battle fortresses are not as powerful as the galaxy-level negative matter cannons built on the planet, they can still pose a huge threat to city-level spacecraft. With the nearly unlimited energy supply on that planet,
The defense system of the entire galaxy is like a well-charged clockwork, running vigorously and in an orderly manner. On Xiao Yu's side, because there is no stable supply channel, it is obvious that large negative matter cannons cannot be used, and even space weapons must be used with caution. This is a disadvantage. And this is the difference between the defender and the attacker.
The universe is so big, and with similar maneuverability, the fleeing party will always have a better time than the pursuing party. Except for the fleets outside the fifth galaxy. In the void, the total number of fleets participating in the interception is about 100. About 400,000 ships are responsible for intercepting about 1.2 million ships of the Marian civilization. First of all, it is clear that the interception operation cannot be fully successful. In my estimate, there will eventually be about 900,000 enemy ships. The FOM spaceship will break through the interception circle, and our side will have to recover at the cost of 200,000 spacecraft. So the final comparison of forces is, our side has 2.2 million spacecraft, and the other side has 1.7 million spacecraft. There is no advantage over the last name. We still have to fight to know the specific result. I think we can start the general attack at this moment. A strong attack on Galaxy number 5 will put huge pressure on their defense and make the fleet in the void eager to convergence, resulting in some tactical errors on their part. May give us a certain advantage,
said a member of the military commission.
Yes, that's what I think too. There have been enough small-scale battles. So let's start the general attack.
Xiao Yu nodded and issued the order. More than 1 million spaceships, after setting aside enough defense forces and reserves, began a new round of fierce attack. The flames of war instantly burned through the entire number 5 galaxy. Countless spaceships are chasing each other in space. Countless antimatter bombs, gravity bombs, fiber optic weapons of various bands and frequencies, negative matter torrents of various energy levels, various fires, and countless explosions occur in space. On such a battlefield, even a provincial-level spacecraft can play a minimal role. A national-level spacecraft, leading thousands of spaceships to form a formation, can probably influence the situation in a region, for the overall situation is still powerless. In the conference room of the Tianwa spaceship, Xiao Yu looked grim. At this moment, fierce battles taking place everywhere. The mobilization of millions of spaceships and battles have taken up 90% of Xiao Yu's computing power. In the Xiaogua spaceship, in the huge main control room, countless robots are busy going back and forth. Such a high computing rate will put great pressure on each quantum computing module in the main control computer room. The computing module will be burned or malfunction at any time. These robots are responsible for maintaining the normal operation of the computer module. This is Xiao Yu's powerful backing for controlling the entire battlefield situation. Most of the data calculations and data exchanges are carried out here. Only a small part of the data that can be judged by automatic programs will be shared with other national-level spacecraft, such as the United States. No, the calculation module above is responsible for this. Xiao Yu has countless pairs of eyes and countless hands. Any situation on the battlefield will be noticed by Xiao Yu instantly, and appropriate arrangements will be made. In the conference room of the Tianwa spaceship, there are several huge three-dimensional dynamic pictures, which show the situations of several battlefields in detail. The one that occupies the largest space is undoubtedly the main battlefield of Galaxy number 5. The members of the military committee watched these pictures nervously, paying close attention to the situation on the battlefield. From time to time, they entered some instructions on their personal computing terminals and made some speculations or calculations. The atmosphere in the conference room was very tense and serious. Whispered conversations could be heard from time to time. The committee members were exchanging their opinions on the battlefield situation. Suggestions were put forward from time to time, and then everyone discussed them together. If they thought it was feasible, Xiao Yu would quickly implement it. In the main battlefield, Area A3, I suggest destroying this space-based negative matter cannon fortress. I noticed that its more than 10 shots have destroyed 3 of our city-level spacecraft, and caused huge damage to the Hainan provincial-level spacecraft. Threat. As the core of the zone, if we lose the Hainan spacecraft, we will lose our advantage in Zone A3, said a committee member. No, the time is not right now. Xiao Yu shook his head and rejected the proposal. Among the entire area, I think the interstellar mine battle group in Area A5 poses the greatest threat to us. I plan to let the Hainan and the 2 provincial spaceships of the Guangdong will form a formation to clear out these mine battle groups, and then deal with this space-based negative matter fort. For now,
Let it bounce around for a while. Well, I have the same opinion. In addition to the situation in Area A, I have the following suggestions about Area C. I think we can temporarily abandon the offensive in Area C and just defend it. First, deploy 10,000 spaceships, including Moscow. The forces including the number 1 spacecraft and the number 1 Shanxi spacecraft should concentrate on attacking Area E. If we gain an advantage in Area E, we can support the situation in Area F and at the same time suppress Area C.
Another committee member made a suggestion.
Very good. This suggestion is very reasonable.
Xiao Yu analyzed it for a while, nodded, and agreed to the proposal. In the huge battlefield, there are figures of spaceships flying back and forth everywhere. The movement of these spaceships seems chaotic. But if you look carefully, you will find that there are some hidden rules in it. Not only Xiao Yu's fleet, but also the fleet of Assimilating civilization. In this galaxy, nearly 2 million spacecraft belonging to the two camps are fighting fiercely. Chapter 405 Final Reunion. In such a large-scale interstellar war, the survival or death of a spacecraft depends largely not on the performance of the spacecraft, but on luck. You never know what will happen next moment. Maybe you are weak and the enemy is strong, and you use a county-level spaceship to kill the enemy's city-level spacecraft. But the next moment a township-level spacecraft may come to kill you. Maybe you just tried your best to destroy an enemy spacecraft, and the next moment, 2 enemy spacecrafts may appear and kill you. The current battlefield is such a situation. Xiao Yu divided the entire battlefield into 26 large areas in order from A to Z, and each large area was divided into 10 small areas in order from 1 to 10. Among the total of 260 districts, each district has at least 1 provincial spaceship as the core, accompanied by thousands to tens of thousands of spaceships, supporting each other and cooperating in battles. The situation faced by each community is different. In some communities, Xiao Yu's side has a great advantage. In some communities, Assimilating civilization is suppressing him. And in some communities, Assimilating civilization is suppressing him. Even the civilization's galaxy defense system is giving it a huge headache. The overall situation on the battlefield depends on the situation in these 260 communities.
Okay, we have the advantage in Area 7. One of the enemy's provincial spaceships has been destroyed by us. We can allocate troops to support Area A8 and kill that damn interstellar fortress.
In the combat conference room, a committee member suddenly shouted, his face full of excitement. In the huge real-time picture of the battlefield, a detail of the battlefield was enlarged, and all the committee members saw this scene. Amidst the constant entanglement of tens of thousands of spaceships, a huge spaceship with a 4-dimensional protective cover led hundreds of spaceships to find an opportunity, penetrated through the gap in the spaceship, and faced an enemy provincial-level ship. The spacecraft launched a fierce attack. This Assimilating-civilized provincial spaceship had originally suffered some damage, and its combat power had dropped by more than 30%. After receiving this fierce attack, it could no longer hold up, and finally exploded and disintegrated. The destruction of this provincial spaceship changed the situation in the entire 7 area. The forces of the Assimilating civilization retreated like a tide, and Xiao Yu's fleet quickly pursued them.
This is the Jiangsu provincial spacecraft under the Xiao Yu spacecraft formation. It's very good. It's doing a good job,
Xiao Yu said.
The Jiangsu provincial spacecraft still has 70% energy reserve, which is enough to continue to support the battle. I have already manipulated the Jiangsu spacecraft to support Area A8.
Huh?
No. In Area H6, the provincial spaceship Leningrad under the Russian spacecraft formation was destroyed. I have already deployed the provincial spaceship St. Petersburg from Area Z3. Go to support. Area H6 is a strategic location and cannot be lost.
In the real-time images of the battlefield, the picture of Area H6 was enlarged, and the members of the military commission saw in detail the destruction of the Leningrad provincial spaceship. In such a huge war, even a provincial spacecraft equipped with 4 protective covers cannot be said to have complete self-protection capabilities. The Leningrad provincial spaceship was the 4th provincial spacecraft to be destroyed since the beginning of this battle. As for the Assimilating civilization, only 3 provincial-level spaceships were destroyed. In fact, in terms of overall casualties, Xiao Yu's losses were greater than those of Assimilating civilization. This phenomenon occurs mainly because of the galaxy defense system of the Marian civilization. Those endless interstellar mine battle groups and various battle fortresses caused a lot of trouble to Xiao Yu. But Xiao Yu still didn't intend to give up the attack, because Xiao Yu knew that the military power of Assimilating civilization was also under tremendous pressure at this moment. This can be seen from the increasingly impatient Marian civilization fleet in the void, eager to break away from the Interception and come to support.
Now, let's take a look at the Interception battle situation,
Xiao Yu said, zooming in on several other battle scenes,
and said, there are 1.4 million spaceships, and there are still 1.1 million ships left. The Modian civilization has 1.1 million spaceships, and now there are more than 400,000 left. More than 300,000 spaceships have escaped our interception, bypassed our obstruction, and are about to reach the 5th galaxy. I have already mobilized forces from the offensive forces of Galaxy number 5 to carry out secondary interception. However, due to the insufficient number of spacecraft, the secondary interception is expected to only last for 3 days at most, and we cannot prevent them from finally reuniting. It doesn't matter,
a member of the military commission said.
We did not plan to completely intercept them from the beginning. We just tried our best to delay their arrival and create an advantage for us. In order to deal with this situation, I suggest that we carry out an interception mission. The 1.1 million spaceships should also mobilize part of their force to come to the 5th galaxy. Otherwise, we will be at a disadvantage in the battle for the 5th galaxy. The national-level spaceship, the United States, is still entangled with their national-level spacecraft and cannot get away. However,
I have deployed the Washington, San Francisco, New York, and other provincial-level spaceships to lead 400,000 spaceships back to support in the number 5 galaxy on the battlefield. Our number of spaceships must always exceed the opponent's. After all, the opponent is on the defensive, which is a natural advantage.
Master,
I would like to know the current situation of our logistics transport fleet,
a committee member asked.
Generally speaking, it's quite smooth,
Xiao Yu replied.
The other party's harassment and sneak attacks have been going on, but under the protection of our escort fleet, the arrival rate of supplies is still as high as more than 70%. Although we cannot use large negative matter cannons and manufacture consumables as unscrupulously as the Marian civilization with a planet base, it is still not a problem to support us in the current intensity of the battle.
That's good. The committee member breathed a sigh of relief.
Look, everyone. A new round of large-scale escape operations by the Marian civilization support fleet has begun. I have assigned 700,000 spaceships to intercept. But this operation is not optimistic. The Marian civilization has no patience and is in a hurry. They who support Galaxy number 5 no longer worry about the occurrence of a frontal conflict. In a frontal conflict, although we can cause them the greatest casualties, it will also make continued interception impossible.
Xiao Yu calmly analyzed the current situation.
I think it doesn't matter. Just try your best to intercept them and cause casualties to them. If the last 400,000 spaceships want to break through our interception network, they will have to pay the price of at least 50,000 spaceships after they break through the interception network. In space pursuit battles and secondary interception nets, they can still cause damage to at least 50,000 spacecraft. That's the only thing,
Xiao Yu said, continuing to control hundreds of thousands of spaceships and fighting fiercely with the fleet of the Malian civilization. In the void, under normal circumstances, the only ones that can serve as lighting are the dim stars. But at this moment, the place is filled with countless explosions and firelight. The fleets belonging to the two sides are in a fierce battle. One side wants to break through the interception network as soon as possible so that it can go to support the garrison of the 5th system. The other side is trying its best to intercept and create an advantage for its own attack fleet. This is an irreconcilable contradiction, and the only solution is to fight to see who is stronger. A provincial-level spaceship was escaping in a hurry, and a municipal-level spacecraft suddenly crossed the front. Under the strong kinetic energy, the two spaceships collided with each other, and the municipal-level spacecraft exploded, destroying the provincial-level spacecraft. After being hundreds of kilometers away, it had already received heavy damage, and was instantly covered by the firepower of hundreds or thousands of other spaceships, and could only be helplessly blown into ashes. A county-level spaceship was moving flexibly, finding the right opportunity to destroy several enemy village-level spacecraft. However, it did not know that it had been targeted by two enemy county-level spaceships, and it killed one again. After the township-level spacecraft, it was instantly bitten by two enemy county-level spacecraft, and fierce firepower enveloped it inside. There are countless tragic battles like this on the battlefield. But no matter how tragic the battle was, Xiao Yu's mind was always like a jar of stagnant water, unable to make any waves. Xiao Yu is confident that no one can match him in his deep grasp of the situation on the battlefield. Under this profound grasp, Each spaceship truly turned into numbers representing different meanings and different combat capabilities. Xiao Yu could destroy 10,000 spaceships without even frowning, and he would not feel the slightest pity in his heart, because Xiao Yu knew that the destruction of these 10,000 spaceships would definitely bring at least 15,000 to the enemy. Loss of spaceship. This is the coldest and most effective, and at the same time, it is also the most suitable for execution on the battlefield. Until now, Xiao Yu has been performing very well. Time passed bit by bit,
and it had been more than half a month since the war began.
The Molian Civilization support fleet has broken through our interception network and begun to move in the direction of Galaxy number 5. I have assigned troops to intercept on the road, but I don't think it will have much effect. Their convergence is inevitable. So, this campaign is about to enter the second phase, an all-out offensive. In this stage, we will use 1.9 million spaceships to face the 1.3 million spacecraft of the Marian civilization. One thing that needs to be noted is that in the subsequent stages, as the focus of the Marian civilization society shifts to the military industry tilt, there will still be a steady stream of reinforcements arriving here in the future. However, in the 4 galaxies already occupied by us, I am also carrying out large-scale construction tasks, ready to support our battle at any time. We still have the advantage in quantity and quality. The winner of this battle will definitely be us, the Shinjo civilization,
Xiao Yu said solemnly. Chapter 406, Preparing for a Sneak Attack. Xiao Yu's fleet has been reduced from 2.5 million spacecraft at the beginning of the expedition to 1.9 million. The number of spaceships of the Marian civilization has dropped from more than 2 million at the beginning to about 1.3 million. This is the change in the strength of both sides, since the war continued for more than a month. Generally speaking, the casualties of Molian civilization were greater than that of Xiao Yu. This number is divided into 2 aspects. In the number 5 galaxy battlefield, due to the existence of the Molian civilization's galaxy defense system, Xiao Yu's casualties were much higher than that of the Molian civilization. In the Starry Sky Interception battlefield, since the 2 sides are on the same ground, it is the Molian civilization. The casualties were much higher than those of Xiao Yu. Taking the 2 together, in this month, Xiao Yu destroyed more than 700,000 spacecraft of the Molian civilization at the cost of 600,000 spacecraft. The brutality of the fighting this month is evident. A level 5 civilization with a complete social structure will have a total combat strength of no more than 5 million spaceships. In other words, in this month, there will be more than 1/5 of the total strength of a level 5 civilization. The power turned into ashes. 15 provincial-level spacecraft have been lost, and more than 300 municipal-level spacecraft have been lost. And there are no casualties. There are no casualties. In the conference room of the Tianhua spacecraft, Xiao Yu announced the latest fleet damage so far. Damage report. In the next battle, since it is a galactic battle, our casualties are expected to increase. If that doesn't work, continue to draw forces from the 4 galaxies that we have occupied, a committee member said. I don't agree with this proposal. The current transport fleet relies on these forces for escort. If we continue to deploy spaceships, do we still need those 4 galaxies? What if we fail and those 4 galaxies fall again? We don't even have a way out. Another member clearly expressed his objection.
What's more, in Galaxy 5, our side still has the advantage. In my opinion, we have a lot of confidence in taking Galaxy 5 away, down, before the final results come out. No one should rush to conclusions,
Xiao Yu said.
Under our pursuit all the way, these support fleets finally arrived. The current situation is like this. Between us and the Malian civilization, the spaceships are divided into 2 groups, separated by 2. In other words, we and part of the Malian civilized fleet are in a situation where we are attacked from both sides. The next battle will be more fierce. Let's take a look at the battlefield situation. Well, as you can see, a new phase of the battle has begun. The current battlefield situation is completely chaotic. Even with my physical control, I can't keep the formation intact and can only fight in a melee.
Xiao Yu is a little bit, he said helplessly. The situation on the battlefield is now completely chaotic. The innermost is the spacecraft cluster of the Marian civilization, followed by Xiao Yu's siege fleet, where the Xiaogua and the American spaceships are located. And the outermost is the support fleet of the Marian civilization. And the outermost is the Russian spacecraft. With a total of 4 floors, they are infiltrating each other and attacking each other. The situation has reached the point where it can no longer be chaotic. In the starry sky, there are spaceships and artillery sh. LS everywhere. The torrent of war has brought all the beings on the battlefield together. With a general trend in the dark. It is moving towards the unknown. The future moves forward. The members of the military commission have not slept for 3 consecutive days. And even the hundreds of subordinate staff teams have not had a rest. This waste of energy is terrible. In the past, such things were not allowed by Xiao Yu. But now there is no way. The battle has entered the most critical moment. The battlefield situation is changing rapidly. And Xiao Yu needs them. The members of the military commission and the subordinate staff team have all entered Xiao Yu's special nutrition warehouse. And their bodies have entered a deep sleep. Xiao Yu uses some instruments to connect with their consciousness, allowing them to function in a deep sleep state. Can think clearly? Under such circumstances, in the highest conference room, the members of the military committee also participated in the discussion in a phantom manner.
Area 3 is in crisis again. This position cannot be lost. I am going to dispatch the provincial spaceship Guangxi and Ningxia to support. I hope District 7 can hold on for a while longer and maintain the status quo for at least half an hour.
Xiao Yu's expression still didn't change at all. And his tone of voice didn't fluctuate at all.
No, I don't agree with this solution,
one committee member said.
The defensive situation in Area 7 is not optimistic. After the Ningxia is transferred, it is almost impossible for us to defend Area 7. I suggest transferring Gansu from Area G2. The spacecraft went to Area A3 to provide support. Considering the overall situation, the status of Area G2 is not that important. Even if it is eventually lost, it is within our acceptable range.
Xiao Yu hesitated for a moment, then performed some battle simulations, and finally nodded.
Okay. The Guangxi and Gansu spacecraft will go to Area A3 for support.
In the void, the huge Guangxi provincial spaceship, after getting rid of the entanglement of a provincial spacecraft of the Malian civilization, began to move backward, trying to enter the area of A3, but did not expect that another Malian civilization Lian Wenming's provincial spaceship rushed over from Area A5, and together with the previous provincial spacecraft, launched a siege on the Guangxi spacecraft.
The situation has changed. The Guangxi spacecraft is under siege. Well, the original plan has been revised. I decided that the Guangxi will defend in place and dispatch the Russian spacecraft to support the A3 area. The national-class ship currently fighting the Russian spacecraft. The spaceship will be handled personally by the Xiao Yu spaceship,
Xiao Yu said with a serious expression.
Has the master considered using space weapons?
One committee member said.
No, it's not that time yet.
Xiao Yu shook his head and said.
Currently, the supplies are not sufficient. A national-level spacecraft can only use space weapons 3 times before it obtains sufficient supplies. For these 3 use opportunities, I want to at a more critical moment. Even if it only uses conventional firepower, the survivability of the Xiao Yu spacecraft with 4 protective covers will far exceed that of the enemy.
Seeing Xiao Yu's firm attitude, the committee member stopped talking. Under Xiao Yu's manipulation, a series of transfer orders were issued. The provincial spaceship Guangxi stayed in place, and under the cover of several municipal spaceships, it fought against the siege of the 2 provincial spacecraft alone. While responding to the siege, it was also necessary to always pay attention to the attack of the negative matter cannon fortress in the distance. The situation it's a little tough, but it can last for a while. In Area A3, the situation of the Sichuan spacecraft is much more dangerous. Although there are no provincial spaceships among its enemies, there are too many Galaxy Defense System weapons in Area A3, especially the cluster of interstellar mines, which is very dangerous for the Sichuan. The spaceship caused huge trouble. Just when the danger was extremely high, the Gansu spacecraft finally arrived to provide support. With the addition of the Gansu spacecraft, the pressure on the Sichuan spacecraft was finally reduced. But it was still not optimistic. At this moment, the Russian spacecraft was dispatched. A national-level spaceship is definitely a dazzling presence, no matter where it is on the battlefield. The Russian spacecraft is one of the 3 most powerful national spacecrafts, second only to the Xiao Yu and the United States in strength. This strength ranking is conducted after excluding space weapons. The Russian spacecraft is an invincible existence here. If the originally fierce battlefield was compared to a calm pond, then the Russian spacecraft was undoubtedly a big fish that was good at stirring up trouble. Wherever it went, it would boil.
The Russian spacecraft has arrived in Area 5, and the enemy provincial spacecraft has escaped. The Russian spacecraft has arrived in the G7 area. 2 enemy city-level spacecraft have been destroyed. The situation in the G7 area is stable.
National-level spacecraft have such capabilities. Wherever you go, the situation will change. Before arriving in Area A3, the Russian national-level spacecraft passed through a total of 13 communities. These 13 communities immediately became Xiao Yu's side with the advantage. With the addition of the Russian spacecraft, the situation in Area A3 was quickly changed. The cluster of interstellar mines that originally caused Xiao Yu a huge headache was quickly cleared away. However, at the same time, the mobilization of the Russian spacecraft also caused the Molian civilization to reaction. Xiao Yu noticed that there were 6 provincial-level spacecraft, leading more than 50 city-level spacecraft, approaching the Russian spacecraft.
It's another big war.
Xiao Yu sighed in his heart, controlling the Russian spacecraft and getting ready for the battle. At the same time, the Xiao spaceship also met the Molian civilization national-level spacecraft. This is the first time that the Xiao spacecraft has participated in actual combat. Although the Xiao spaceship is the most powerful spaceship, Xiao Yu has always been able to prevent the Xiao from participating in the battle due to safety considerations. Now, the situation of the battle for Galaxy number 5 requires Xiao Yu to stop thinking about something.
Even if you don't use space weapons, you are no match for me.
Looking at the big black guy in front of him, Xiao Yu thought with disdain. The two sides did not make any extra moves and fell directly into the fight. Xiao Yu used various tactics such as tactical avoidance, artillery attack, and auxiliary aircraft containment very skillfully.
Luca 2. Get ready to raid the Molian civilization capital Galaxy.
Manipulating the huge battleship force, Xiao Yu simultaneously issued an order to Luca 2 in the conference room of the Tianwa spaceship.
The latest information, perhaps because the battle situation in the number 5 galaxy is not optimistic. I discovered the latest batch of support fleets. About 400,000 spacecraft have assembled from the number 9, number 15, and capital systems, and will go to the number 5 galaxy for support. Originally, the battle now that they have mobilized so many spaceships due to their tight strength, there must be an empty space behind them. And your 500,000 warships can come in handy.
Chapter 407, Raid on the Capital Galaxy.
The battle situation in the Barbarian Galaxy is not optimistic. The enemy fleet showed unusual organizational skills and fighting enthusiasm. I discovered a very important point. That is, the enemy fleet almost does not need to rest. Their military strength seems to have energy that will never be wasted.
In the highest conference room in the Molian capital Galaxy, the military minister said very seriously,
"This has caused our soldiers to be tired of fighting. And even many soldiers have to fight because we were too tired and made successive operational errors, which caused huge losses to us. The meeting was not held to listen to your complaints."
The head of state said calmly,
"Galaxy number 5 must be defended."
The Minister of Military Affairs was silent for a while and said,
"Give me another 400,000 spaceships." "Okay, I agree."
The head of state said simply,
"No, I don't agree."
Another minister stood up and said loudly,
"If we deploy another 400,000 spaceships,
what will happen to our rear defense? You know, we have invested nearly half of our military strength for the 5th galaxy. Now the rear defense is empty. If the enemy comes with another fleet, how should we deal with it? Now, the battle of Galaxy number 5 has entered the most critical moment. I believe that if the opponent still had hidden strength, they would have brought it out long ago. They have not added new troops until now, which only proves one point. The opponent also has we have used all our strength. That's why I agreed to the proposal of the Minister of Military Affairs. Then we will mobilize 50,000 spaceships from the capital galaxy and 350,000 spaceships from the other bases to go to the 5th galaxy. Our civilization and the fate of our race are all tied to this battle. If we fail, you and I will both be nailed to the pillar of shame in history and never be able to stand up again."
The head of state said like an eagle. Sharp eyes slowly swept across the faces of the ministers, and his voice was as cold as ice.
"In 1 month, Minister of Industry, I ask you to build 100,000 warships no matter what. If you can't do it, you will go to prison. Just stay. Minister of Social Affairs, if there is a big turmoil among our people during this period, you can also go to prison and stay with me. That's it. The meeting is over."
The head of state said these words and walked away first. In the conference room of the Tianwa spaceship, when Xiao Yu gave the order to prepare for a raid on the capital galaxy of the Marian civilization, the members of the military committee and Luca 2 all became excited.
"We have enough evidence to prove that our 500,000 warships have not been discovered by the enemy. In other words, we are a military force that is beyond their expectations and beyond their preparation. I believe that these 500,000 warships have not been discovered by the enemy. Thousands of warships will play a very important role. Even if we cannot capture the capital galaxy, it will cause great constraints on them and prevent them from fighting with peace of mind. This is also very beneficial to the battle situation in the 5th galaxy.
Luca number 2 said.
That's it.
Xiao Yu nodded slightly.
Everything. With the 5th level civilization technology tree as the primary goal. All the wars we conduct are for this purpose. I will use all means to fight for this thing. If these 100,000 spaceships finally got this trophy. So what does it mean to give up the number 5 galaxy and let the Marian civilization go? Everyone must remember this and never put the cart before the horse. Master, please rest assured.
All members of the military committee, as well as Luca too, stood up and solemnly agreed.
Have you finally had a chance to join the battle? It's not like we have been training for so long. Uh-huh. The wait is finally here. During this period, I dream about fighting the enemy every night. Little Wise, are you always unconvinced? You say that training is training and actual combat is actual combat. And the two cannot be confused? Then let's have a try. In this actual combat, let's see who destroys the most enemy spaceships.
Hum.
I must convince you this time.
After the latest combat order was issued, hundreds of millions of soldiers immediately became excited. More than 10 years of long training and various simulated battles have long made them look forward to participating in actual combat. Now that they know that their wish will be realized soon, how can they not be excited? Large-scale pre-war preparations began. With the help of the intelligence system, the soldiers inspected each component of the spacecraft for the last time, adjusted all ammunition and combat weapons to the best condition, and fully looked forward to the start of the battle. At this moment, these 500,000 spacecraft are less than 1 light-year away from the capital galaxy. In the past period of time, these 500,000 spaceships have traveled a long way around, avoiding various detections by the Marian civilization along the way, and finally arrived here quietly.
The target of 500,000 spacecraft is too huge after all. It is impossible for us to stay hidden forever.
Luca too said.
It takes us a month to sail a distance of 1 light-year. And during the deduction, we will be discovered by the other party when we are close to half a light-year distance at most. In other words, we only have half a month left for the other party to react. Half a month, although it sounds long, is enough time to mobilize the spaceships within the galaxy. They do not have time to mobilize fleets from other galaxies to come for support. This is an advantage for us. We need to make good use of it. Yes, maybe we can detach a few small forces to harass around the capital system and create a panic situation so that they don't know how many spaceships we have. Before the fleet arrives, we can send special forces to infiltrate. The special forces are not easy to be discovered. There is a high chance that they can sneak in and then destroy the capital planet of Malian and obtain intelligence. If you are lucky, you can also sneak in, can carry out assassination missions.
In the conference room, the high-spirited committee members expressed their opinions and discussed various combat plans enthusiastically. Xiao Yu was silent with a headache, but secretly sighed in his heart.
It seems that it is indeed necessary to form a biological core. The defense of the 4 galaxies, as well as the current battle of the 5th galaxy, and various material transportation, protection, sneak attacks, harassment, various construction tasks, various repair tasks, and manipulating so many spaceships have already occupied my computing power to the dangerous line. I don't have the energy to take care of those 50. There are tens of thousands of spaceships. Let them fiddle with themselves. My main focus is still on Galaxy 5.
The battle situation in Galaxy number 5 is still fierce, and the damage rate of spacecraft in the battlefield has reached a terrifying level. The fighting here is so intense that the damaged spacecraft cannot even leave the battlefield to receive repairs. This is the same for Mo Lian Wenming or Xiao Yu. Once the spacecraft is damaged and its performance is reduced, it will inevitably suffer more serious damage in the subsequent battle, and the final result can only be an explosion and disintegration. In this case, Xiao Yu even classified the spaceships in the battlefield into categories. One category was intact spaceships, and the other category was destroyed spaceships. Among the two, there is no such thing as a damaged spacecraft. Once a spacecraft is damaged, it is bound to be destroyed. In the endless battle, Xiao Yu's side is gradually gaining an advantage. The Malian civilization-level spacecraft that was entangled with the Xiaodua spaceship has been repelled. The difference in strength makes it no longer dare to fight against the Xiaodua spacecraft. Instead, It begins to fight in the battlefield and act as a firefighter. Responsibility. But it didn't fulfill this responsibility very well, because the Xiao Yu spaceship followed closely behind it. Often the spaceship in front just passed by and eliminated some of Xiao Yu's spaceships, turning the situation around. The next moment, the Xiao Yu spaceship arrived and would occupy the space again. They destroyed some of the Merlian civilization spaceships that had gained the advantage, allowing their side to regain the advantage. In such a fierce and large-scale battle, only national-level spacecraft can have this capability. At this moment, there are nearly 20 national-level spacecraft active in the battlefield, including 11 on Xiao Yu's side and 9 on Merlian civilization side. Since the beginning of the Battle of Galaxy 5, no national-level spacecraft has been destroyed. After the external war situation stabilized slightly, Xiao Yu began to work hard to penetrate into the internal galaxy, trying to break into a fleet and launch a direct attack on the planet. But now it seems that there are still some difficulties in successfully executing this task.
It doesn't matter. My advantage is expanding bit by bit. It will take 3 months for the 400,000 support spacecraft to arrive. And in another month, the 500,000 biological army will attack the Merlian civilization. The capital galaxy launches a raid. When the time comes, it is still unknown whether these 400,000 support spacecraft will choose to return or continue to come here. I will decide on the 5th galaxy. I will also decide on the 5th level civilization technology tree.
Xiao Yuman think with confidence.
Well, the biological core has arrived at the predetermined location, which is 0.3 light-years away from the capital galaxy of Merlian civilization. It can be confirmed that we have been discovered. The reaction time we have left for Merlian civilization is not 15 days, but 9 days. The front line has already happened. There is a small-scale friction, and the Merlian civilization capital system is under intense preparation for war. The small-scale harassment force has been dispatched, and the Special Forces unit for the infiltration mission has been dispatched. And everything is going smoothly. Very well. Let's teach the Merlian civilization a lesson.
Xiao Yu said.
I noticed that the 400,000 spacecraft that is set out to support the number 5 galaxy have shown some hesitation at this moment. Apparently, they are considering whether when it's time to return, we should continue to come for support. I will pay close attention to their movements and provide you with intelligence support.
Chapter 408, Infiltration.
Head of State, you have to shoulder this responsibility.
The Minister of Commerce stood up first and criticized the Head of State. The rest, the Minister of Social Affairs, the Minister of Industry, etc. were also looking directly at the Head of State. Only the Minister of Military Affairs had a serious face and said nothing.
The Minister of Military Affairs proposed to send an additional 400,000 spaceships to Galaxy number 5. You agreed, Head of State. And now, damn it, a fleet of 500,000 spaceships appeared out of nowhere. When discovered, it was far away from us. There is only 0.3 light-years left, and we only have 10 days to prepare at most. What do we do? If the capital galaxy falls, our Merlian civilization will fall apart immediately.
The Minister of Social Affairs said with anger. He said,
You asked me to maintain social stability, and I did it. You asked the Minister of Industry to hand over 100,000 warships within a month. The Minister of Industry did it. But what about you? What did you and the Minister of Military Affairs do? A favor? I will not resign before the war is over.
The Head of State said coldly.
The defense system of the capital galaxy is not comparable to that of the 5th galaxy. Currently, there are 150,000 warships stationed in the capital galaxy, the flagship of our civilization. The Spaceship Inc. is also stationed here. The capital galaxy cannot be captured. I have made arrangements. 100,000 spaceships from other galaxies are already on their way. These 400,000 spaceships have been divided into 2 groups. 10,000 spaceships have returned. As long as we can hold on for a month. In 1 month, if we cannot defend the capital system, I will die for my country. Ask the messenger of the Guardian civilization for help.
The Minister of Commerce said faintly.
Its vehicle is parked in our interstellar port. It is a municipal-level spaceship, but it definitely has more power than our MO. The spaceship must also have strong combat power. Most importantly, once the 6th level civilization intervenes, the Shinjo civilization will definitely not dare to disturb us again. Even if it has the ability to destroy the Envoy's spacecraft, it will not dare to do so. We'll talk about it after I'm dead.
The Head of State said simply.
I'm worried that you will lead our civilization into the abyss.
The Minister of Commerce bowed deeply to the Head of State, and then said,
Since you are still the leader of our civilization, then we have nothing to do with your will. There is no choice but to obey. Good luck to our civilization. And good luck to you, Führer.
After the Minister of Commerce finished speaking, he closed his virtual image. Several ministers withdrew one by one, leaving only the head of state and the military minister in the conference room.
Just take care of yourself. The number 5 galaxy must be defended. And the capital galaxy must also be defended.
The head of state glanced at the military minister faintly and walked away. At this moment, the mountainous figure of the Minister of Military Affairs seemed to become more rickety.
The latest information,
Xiao Yu said.
400,000 support spacecraft have been divided into 2 groups. 200,000 spacecraft are heading to the 5th galaxy, and 200,000 spacecraft have returned. At the same time, there are also 100,000 spacecraft deployed from other bases. The spaceship is rushing to the capital galaxy. As a result, in a month's time, the defense force of the capital galaxy will reach 450,000 ships, and we will no longer have a numerical advantage. In other words, we must capture the capital galaxy within a month. Otherwise, we will also fall into a protracted war on the capital galaxy battlefield. And a protracted war is not good for us.
Lukatu said.
If we end up falling into a protracted war, then the battle situation in galaxy number 5 will be crucial. In fact, as the war situation has progressed so far, galaxy number 5 has no meaning to us. What is meaningful to us is eliminate a large number of the effective forces of the Marian civilization, so as to free up forces to support the battle in the capital galaxy.
Yes. Xiao Yu nodded.
The 200,000 Malian civilization spacecraft that came to support will not be of much use. We also have 100,000 warships that have been urgently built, and they carry a large amount of supplies. We are quickly coming to Galaxy 5. I am confident that we can control the situation in Galaxy 5, but I am not very optimistic about the situation in the capital galaxy. I suggest that you should be prepared for a protracted war.
Several committee members looked at each other and said at the same time,
we will make all kinds of preparations. Master, please don't worry about the biological core.
Xiao Yu nodded slightly and continued to focus on the battlefield of Galaxy number 5. The fierce battle is still continuing. In the capital galaxy, the biological core has ended its long curvature voyage and returned to normal space. Here, it is less than 20 billion kilometers away from the main star of the capital galaxy of Marian civilization. The huge fleet is suspended here, waiting for the final attack order to be issued. The enthusiastic soldiers have been looking forward to this moment for a long time, and they urgently need to test the results of their training for such a long time. The official battle has not yet begun, but already tens of thousands of specially trained special operations team members have put on highly concealed equipment, left the spacecraft, and are quietly trying to sneak into this star system. This is a very dangerous operation, with a casualty rate of almost 100%. The reason is simple. Even if they go through many dangers and finally arrive on the capital planet of Marian civilization and successfully perform their mission, they will basically have no chance to return to their spacecraft again. Either they were eliminated in the long pursuit, or they were affected by the endless flames of war and died quietly. However, despite such a high mortality rate, the Special Operations branch is still the most popular branch. Becoming a Special Forces soldier means supreme honor. And in the minds of Xiao Yu's vassals, honor is something far more important than life. Level 5 civilizations monitor a galaxy very closely, and even any interstellar dust with a diameter of more than 1 centimeter approaching the capital planet will be observed. The size of the Special Operations team members is undoubtedly larger than such interstellar dust. However, thanks to the special combat equipment specially developed for them by Xiao Yu, they still have a certain chance of sneaking into the planet without alerting the Malian Civilization Monitoring Network. At this moment, a Special Operations team member successfully penetrated many obstacles and arrived above the capital planet. Here is the side of the capital planet facing away from the star, and it is night. The Special Operations team member carefully controlled the speed of his descent to avoid friction with the atmosphere, emitting conspicuous fire and being detected by the detection network. It took a full 8 hours to descend to the ground from an altitude of 10,000 kilometers. At this time, it was already dawn where it landed. Where it lands is a forest. During the day, it does not dare to move. It dug a hole in the ground, carefully hid itself, and waited for night to fall. At the same time, it took a short rest to recover its excessive mental and physical energy. During this period of time, although it rested, the instruments on its body did not rest. These instruments are analyzing the planet's atmospheric composition, soil composition, etc. This information is being continuously transmitted to the biological core spacecraft tens of billions of kilometers away through ultra-distance communication. And then to Xiao Yu's mind. Xiao Yu can analyze it. After quietly checking the time, it knew that at this moment, the real battle had begun. Our own 400,000 spaceships and hundreds of millions of our comrades are engaged in a desperate struggle with the fleet of Marian civilization and the galaxy defense system in the distant space. It also knows that in addition to itself, there are at least 1,000 Special Forces members who have successfully infiltrated into this planet. In addition to them, there are at least 2,000 other Special Forces members who have successfully infiltrated into various space targets. On top, such as a galaxy-level space-based negative matter cannon base, such as on the SH-11 interstellar war fortress. But no matter where it lurks, it knows very well that everyone is striving for the same goal. That is, victory. Victory. In outer space, the war has been fully ignited. An army of 400,000 spaceships are pressing forward and are attacking desperately. Various galaxy defense weapons, combined with the only 150,000 spaceships in the galaxy, are working hard to resist.
Master, I think you are right, a member of the military commission said with a wry smile. A space-based galaxy-level negative matter cannon was actually deployed in the capital galaxy of the Molian civilization, which caused us a lot of damage. Losses. Well, 2 provincial-level spaceships and 3 city-level spacecraft have been destroyed. The galaxy-level negative matter cannon is the kind of super-powerful negative matter cannon that can directly annihilate a provincial-level spacecraft with one shot. Such terrifying weapons can generally only be placed on the planet because they consume too much power. Only by using local materials on the planet can such horrific consumption be supported. But God knows how much the Malian civilization spent to create such a machine in the interstellar space. Xiao Yu sighed slightly in his heart, and was about to say something. Suddenly, an unexpected message made Xiao Yu's eyes tighten. Although he knew that no matter what actions he made in the conference room of the Tianhua, it would not have any impact on the distant place. Xiao Yu still acted like a conditioned reflex and lowered his voice and said, "Quiet! Don't talk!" Because Xiao Yu saw an amazing scene. At this moment, there are more than 90 Special Operations Team members attached to this galaxy-level negative matter cannon, equipped with special concealment equipment. They did not trigger any warning from the early warning system of the negative matter cannon itself. At this moment, they are using the special instruments they carry to try to drill a hole in this big guy. Chapter 409 An Explosion. Computing power is not omnipotent, and some things cannot be solved solely by relying on computing power. Xiao Yu is allowed to manipulate robots to do the work of these Special Operations Team members. Xiao Yu will not necessarily do better than them, because one's experience will affect one's choice. And Xiao Yu is not sure that his choice will be better than the choice of these Special Forces members when encountering an emergency. Leaving professional matters to professional talents is the truth that Xiao Yu has always believed in. These Special Operations Team members are undoubtedly very professional. The relationship between Xiao Yu and the Molian civilization can be considered to have a long history. They robbed the Tianlan market, captured the One Guolai dynasty Hao, and carried out large-scale battles. Several contacts gave Xiao Yu an overall understanding of the technological system of the Molian civilization. After having a general understanding, we can specifically deal with their monitoring equipment and develop concealment equipment. At this moment, the equipment used by the Special Operations Team members was specially developed by Xiao Yu for the technological system of Malian civilization. At this moment, the monitoring equipment on the outer armor of this galaxy-level negative matter cannon has been blocked by Xiao Yu, because the approaching speed was too slow and the size was too small, coupled with a roll of special shielding equipment. These Special Forces members successfully penetrated the outer protective cover of the negative matter cannon. Xiao Yu relayed this picture to the conference room, and all the members of the military committee, together with Luca too, saw this picture. "Boys, well done," Luca number 2 praised. A Special Forces member has already lurked inside the negative matter cannon, and the rest of the Special Forces members are also in the midst of intense movements. In the end, 10 Special Forces members were discovered by the monitoring equipment and killed. And the remaining 80 or so Special Forces members all entered the negative matter cannon. "Next, I will personally provide them with intelligence support," Xiao Yu said, allocating some of his computing power to link up with the more than 80 Special Operations Team members. "Hello everyone. I am Xiao Yu. I have seen everything you have done.
I commend you for your bravery and wit. Your relatives and friends who stayed on the home ship will be proud of you. Now, I need you to better carry out the task of destroying the negative matter cannon under my guidance.
Xiao Yu monitored that the moment these Special Forces members heard his voice, they had some physical reactions, such as increased body temperature and accelerated blood flow. But they were suppressed in an instant and returned to normal. This shows their good psychological quality. Xiao Yu's final response was some low but firm, "Good" words.
Well, very good. Number 8. You need to follow this maintenance channel. Go 300 meters ahead. There is a room there. Open its ceiling. Go to the upper floor. Number 6. You stay where you are. 11. No. You go back 500 meters. There is a shaft there. Number 35. You need to do this.
Through his own understanding of the negative matter cannon, Xiao Yu clearly knows where the key parts of the negative matter cannon are. By destroying these key parts, dozens of small explosions can paralyze this big guy, and it will ultimately take at least 2 days to complete the repairs. This action is dangerous. Under Xiao Yu's personal command, less than 50 people finally arrived at the scheduled location safely.
Energy supply module, tachyon reserve module, targeting module,
power module. Xiao Yu silently went through these goals in his mind and issued the order.
Now, detonate the antimatter bombs on you,
Xiao Yu said. Xiao Yu and they all knew that after arriving here, they would have no chance to leave. Neither time nor conditions allowed them. So their only way out was to be reduced to ashes in the light of the antimatter bomb explosion.
Master, goodbye. It's our honor to serve you,
a special operations team member said. Detonating the antimatter bomb, he carried without any hesitation. Violent explosions occurred. And more than once. There were more than 50 explosions. Compared to the huge size of the negative matter cannon, these explosions are insignificant. But they happen exactly at the key nodes of the negative matter cannon. In this way, the consequences of the explosion will be very serious.
I will give you compensation to your relatives and friends. Your parents will receive the best care, and your descendants will receive the best education,
Xiao Yu said silently. Turning his eyes again, put it in the conference room of the Tianhua spaceship.
The negative matter cannon has been successfully destroyed. It cannot return to normal for at least 2 days. Then, during these 2 days, I ask you to completely destroy it through external force and completely eliminate the possibility of it being repaired again.
Xiao Yu issued a new order.
Please rest assured, Master,
one of the committee members said. The negative matter cannon has misfired. Xiao Yu could almost imagine the furious expression of the military commander of Mayan civilization. In fact, just as Xiao Yu thought, the stern voice of the Minister of Military Affairs almost turned the roof off.
One day, if the negative matter cannon cannot be repaired, you will all engage in military law.
The battle was still fierce. Without the threat of the negative matter cannon, the combat effectiveness of the biological core completely exploded. These soldiers looked nothing like recruits entering the battlefield for the first time. In fact, more than 10 years of training have completely engraved the survival rules on the battlefield into their bones. And they will never forget or waver under any circumstances. They can watch the fire around them and ignore it, still staring at the combat display screen and calmly input one command after another. Or they cannot hide when the antimatter bomb is about to bombard the outer SHL of their own spacecraft at the next moment. Avoid, calmly aim at the opponent's target, and unleash your own anger. The battle in the capital galaxy, in terms of scale, battlefield scope, and number of spaceships, is far inferior to the battle in the fifth galaxy. But because of the participation of intelligent creatures, the battle here is even more cruel. Every moment, countless lives are lost. As the capital planet rotates, the side where the Special Forces soldier infiltrated once again entered the night. It quietly emerged from the soil and contacted some of its companions, who had sneaked into the planet through long-distance communication equipment.
I have found a target, 30 kilometers west of where I am. It is heavily fortified and I cannot get any closer. I can basically confirm that this is a large computing center with many officers from the Merlian civilization. The weapons of the galaxy's defense system are being manipulated inside. I want to get rid of this place. Number 1137. Maybe you can get through by digging a hole in the ground. Remember, the hole must be more than 100 meters deep. I have assigned 17 team members near you to complete this task with you. Go ahead and wish you the best. Good luck.
After receiving the commander's order, the special operations team member quietly lay on the ground. The special operations equipment on it started to activate, and a hole was soon dug out. After the special operations team member entered the cave, a stone that had been prepared rolled over and covered the entrance of the cave. In this way, no one can detect the existence of a cave from the outside. With the support of the powerful technological equipment of the 5th level civilization, the tunnel was dug very smoothly. During the process of digging a hole, it does not need to discharge soil to the outside. It only needs to transport the soil from the front to the rear. In this process, it is moving rapidly. The navigation system provides it with a very clear path forward, and the communication system allows it to grasp the position and movements of its companions in real time so that it can cooperate with its companions. In outer space, the battle situation of the biological core is still not going smoothly, because the defense system of the capital galaxy of Marian civilization is too strong. Although the spaceships of the biological core generally exceed the capabilities of the Marian civilization, and their number is almost 3 times the number of the Marian civilization spacecraft, the biocore is at a disadvantage. This is the huge role played by the galaxy defense system. Because of this, the member of the military commission sighed.
I'm afraid we are really going to be in a protracted war.
The reason is simple. If the current situation continues, it will not be difficult for the Malian civilization capital galaxy to hold on for a month. In a month, external reinforcements from the Malian civilization will arrive. At this moment, the special operations soldier on the planet has joined his teammates. At this moment, their position is 70 meters below the calculation center.
We can only go up to 30 meters. If we go any higher, we will be discovered by the underground monitoring system,
the special operations soldier said.
But 30 meters underground. The antimatter bombs we carry are not powerful enough to destroy this stronghold. In this way, our efforts will be in vain, which is unacceptable. I have a way,
another special operations team member said.
I have calculated that after the underground monitoring system discovers us, it will take at least 3 minutes to eliminate us. And if we move forward with all our strength, the 3 minutes will already be enough for us to move forward to only 1 meter above the ground. Here, the full power of the antimatter bomb can be unleashed. There's just one thing. If we do this, we won't have time to retreat.
The special operations team members fell silent together, but the silence lasted less than 3 seconds.
Okay, let's do this,
a special operations team member said, and took the lead in drilling upward. Several other special operations team members also quickly followed. 10 minutes later, a sudden explosion came out of the ground and completely destroyed the computing center. Chapter 410, The Head of State's Decision. The Galaxy Defense System can operate based on highly automated programs. But no matter how intelligent the program is, it cannot match the wisdom of intelligent creatures. This is at least the level of technology of a 5th level civilization. This means that these defense systems need an operating base to guide their operation. A base that can manipulate the galaxy's defense system should undoubtedly be tightly protected. So where is the safest place in this galaxy? Where can it be most closely protected? Such a place naturally exists, and it should undoubtedly be on the capital planet. A huge civilization that has been inherited for tens of thousands of years. A huge civilization that has more than a dozen star systems as its territory, and a population of tens of billions. How tight will the defense of their capital galaxy be? This is simply unimaginable. But the special operations team members did just that. They did all sorts of things that were impossible to do logically, and successfully infiltrated the capital planet. Even in addition to this, they have also done all kinds of incredible things such as temporarily paralyzing the space-based galaxy-level negative matter cannon, destroying the planet's computing center, and causing local loopholes in the galaxy's defense system. The atmosphere in the conference room has become very heavy. Xiao Yu received one piece of information after another, and relayed it to the members of the military commission in real time. These news are all good news. For example, the Marian civilization failed to repair the space-based galaxy-level negative matter cannon within 1 day. And the Malian civilization's capital galaxy defense system has experienced loopholes one after another. The situation is tilting towards the good side. If this situation continues, it is not impossible to capture the capital galaxy of the Merlian civilization before the follow-up support troops of the Merlian civilization arrive. But under this continuous good news, the atmosphere in the conference room fell silent. The members of the military committee, Luca No. 2, and Xiao Yu were all attracted by another incident. They were weighed down by this incident and could not be happy. That is, the losses suffered by the special operations team members at this moment can no longer be described by just the word heavy. The whole army was wiped out. Yes, The whole army was wiped out. All died in battle. No one survived.
We have dispatched a total of 23,056 Special Forces members to perform infiltration missions. So far, they are all dead. All dead. And no one has survived.
Luca number 2 said bitterly.
I don't want to say nonsense like people will die in war. I only know that they are all heroes.
Xiao Yu said solemnly.
After the war is over, I will give them the highest honor. And I will give them to their relatives and the most superior material treatment for my friends. I will let all civilized creatures under me remember their names forever. The heroes have died in battle, which has brought advantages to our overall battlefield. All we can do now is not to let down the heroes with their sacrifice. We can work together to capture the capital galaxy before the follow-up support fleet of the Marian civilization arrives. Master, please rest assured and promise to complete the mission.
The members of the military committee stood up together and made a promise to Xiao Yu. The heavy sacrifice of the Special Operations team members did bring Xiao Yu a huge battlefield advantage. In the Galaxy defense system, at least 3 defense weapons have been paralyzed. With the help of these 3 gaps, Xiao Yu's fleet will be able to drive straight in, and even hope to attack the home planet of the capital planet of Malian civilization. The Galaxy-class negative matter cannon is still paralyzed, and there is no hope of ever being repaired. The biological core sent a provincial spaceship carrying 5,000 spaceships as a commando to completely destroy this big guy. The battle has truly entered a fierce stage. The deeds of the Special Forces members have spread throughout the biological core, and all the soldiers have fallen into endless fanaticism.
Follow the footsteps of the heroes. Kill these hateful enemies. Take over this galaxy. Kill! 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 For our Shinjo civilization. No matter what it is, we can sacrifice it. What does our life mean?
This is what these soldiers are really thinking at this moment. The name Shinjo civilization is not just a name for Xiao Yu alone. This name is the common name of Xiao Yu's millions of spaceships and tens of billions of intelligent creatures. Hundreds of thousands of spaceships are divided into 3 groups, following the 3 loopholes in the galaxy's defense system, and are desperately attacking and advancing. Without the assistance of the Galaxy defense system, the Merlian civilization spacecraft cannot take advantage of such an offensive. What's more, their number is far less than the biological core. Both sides have gone crazy. But no matter how crazy it is, the balance of strength will not change. The biological core are gradually advancing, getting closer and closer to the main star. 20 billion kilometers, 15 billion kilometers, 10 billion kilometers. This is already the inner circle of the Galaxy defense system, thanks to the efforts of the military and scientific personnel of the Marian civilization. The Galaxy defense system has finally recovered somewhat. However, because the enemy has advanced too far, the Galaxy defense system can no longer play a big role. The soldiers of the biological core knew very well that as long as they advanced to the slightly green planet ahead, they would win. At this moment, victory is ahead.
Kill! Kill!
The soldiers roared, manipulating the spacecraft in their hands and fighting hard. A county-level spacecraft has been seriously damaged. At this moment, a large plume of thick smoke is coming out from the rear of the ship. It can no longer even maintain a stable flight trajectory, but can only drift precariously in space. In fact, things are even worse inside. The most basic life support equipment has been destroyed. The precious air for soldiers to breathe is being lost rapidly, and various toxic and harmful gases are raging everywhere. Soldiers even had to wear spacesuits inside the cabin to continue fighting. There are sparks and thick smoke everywhere. The artificial gravity instruments in some places have been damaged, and all kinds of debris and instruments are flying everywhere. The ship was on the verge of destruction.
Boys, it's an honor to fight alongside you. It's an honor for me to be your captain and lead you on this journey of glory. Our spaceship is about to be destroyed. I think no one will be willing to die in vain. Right. There is a good target right in front of us. If we can get close to it, our spaceship will self-destruct. Will drag it into H.L. Now, I ask everyone to continue to stick to their posts and continue to fight until the last moment. Okay. The target parameters are as follows. For our Shinjo civilization. For our Shinjo civilization.
A low chant sounded in the cabin. All the soldiers showed no fear or hesitation. They controlled the broken spacecraft and staggered towards the target. The county-level spacecraft exploded. They succeeded. When the county-level spacecraft exploded, the target was also swallowed into the sea of fire and entered destruction together. Scenes like this are happening in many places at the same time. Xiao Yu looked serious and stayed quietly in the conference room. Only now did Xiao Yu truly witness the power of the biological core. This is a force that goes beyond Xiao Yu's imagination and beyond Xiao Yu's expectations. Xiao Yu had to admit that even though he had unparalleled computing power, he still couldn't calculate everything. I am used to making decisions before taking action. Such reckless and crazy attacks like those of the biological core will basically never happen to me. In his own war deduction, such a crazy and reckless attack will only do nothing to help the situation and cause greater losses to himself. But the development of things was beyond Xiao Yu's expectation. The battle situation has been developing in a good direction. Xiao Yu had to admit that he was not popular. The combat style of the biological core is different from Xiao Yu's combat style. In the current battle situation, it seems that the combat style of the biological core is more suitable and more effective. Although it is too cruel.
The overall situation has been decided. We have basically captured the capital galaxy of Malian civilization,
Xiao Yu said.
We will know soon whether Malian civilization has any trump card.
There is no peace on the capital planet of Marian civilization. In the highest conference room, the head of state looked at the other people with a smile, and calmly said 2 words.
Goodbye.
The figure of the Führer disappeared. The remaining ministers knew that the figure of the head of state would never appear again. The head of state fulfilled his promise. When it was impossible to do anything, he chose to die and sacrificed himself for the country. The Führer assumed his responsibility. His miscalculation brought disaster to the Marian civilization. At the beginning, the Minister of Military Affairs requested that 400,000 spaceships be deployed to support the number 5 galaxy, which he personally agreed to. From that moment on, it was decided who would bear the responsibility if an accident occurred. The Minister of Commerce said calmly,
The head of state is dead, and the Marian civilization is temporarily led by a few of us forming a liaison meeting. I propose that we immediately seek help from the Guardian civilization envoy, belonging to the Guardian Alliance. At least there will be no genocide. I agree. I agree. I don't agree.
The only voice of disapproval came from the mouth of the Minister of Military Affairs. At this moment, his face was full of relaxed expression, and there was even a smile on his face. He seemed to have let go of the heavy burden in his heart. At least now, his body was no longer stooped.
Military! Are you going to lead our civilization into the abyss of destruction?
The Minister of Social Affairs shouted sternly.
No. I just don't want to see our civilization return to a state without passion and potential.
The Minister of Military Affairs said with a smile.
I have no ability to prevent our civilization from entering this state. But I can choose not to see. Well, goodbye. Promise me, if there is a chance in the future, remember to bring our civilization and come out. We must come out.
The military minister said with a smile, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of its mouth. It continued to speak and cough, and its voice began to become intermittent. But those 3 words were still spoken very clearly.
Come out! Come out!
The Minister of War also died.
We are the only ones left.
The Minister of Social Affairs said calmly.
They can die, but we cannot die. Our civilization cannot perish like this. As long as we are alive, there is hope. I have sent a message for help to the messenger of the Guardian civilization. I promise to exchange our civilization for the help of the Guardian civilization at the cost of belonging to the Guardian civilization. Here he comes,
said the Minister of Social Affairs. As soon as his voice fell, an inexplicable and faint voice reached the ears of the ministers.
I'm glad that you made the right choice in the end. The cruel universe is not a place for the weak to survive. I agree to your request for help, and I will help you repel these invaders. We, the Guardians of Civilization, will continue to do so in the endless future. Among them, you will always be protected.
As the voice spoke slowly, a spaceship had left the huge space base and entered space. Chapter 411 Kill.
Kill! Before I fight, I need you to do something for me.
The voice of the Guardian Civilization messenger, which originated from the 6th-level civilized creature, continued to reach the conference room and reached the ears of several ministers. Middle.
Please tell us, Envoy, that our Marian civilization is honored to serve you,
said the Minister of Commerce.
Follow this technical document to create an energy supply device. The energy reserves in my body are not enough to sustain a long-term battle. So every once in a while, I need to replenish energy. When I replenish energy, I need your fleet to resist the attack of this Shinjo civilization. By the way, one more thing. I only have 1 spaceship. My ability is not enough to repel these hundreds of thousands of spaceships. At most, I can only save your capital planet, not to be occupied. Of course, I have sent relevant messages to our civilization. In 1 year, a combat team from the Guardian civilization will arrive. By then, it will be the time for the fall of this Shinjo civilization. You will always protect us during this year, right?
The Minister of Social Affairs asked.
Yes. With me here, it is impossible for a 5th-level civilization to attack your planet. Please rest assured about this.
The messenger replied.
Very well. Thank you for your generous assistance. I have issued new orders to our army. They have given up all peripheral defenses and are now converging on the planet. Very good. Very good. Always pay attention to my orders and cooperate with my actions at any time.
On the Tianhua spaceship, Xiao Yu sighed slightly.
The Malian civilization still has a trump card after all. Now, I already know what their trump card is. It's really unexpected. A city-level spaceship with a 6th-level civilization.
At this moment, the battle situation in the capital galaxy of Marian civilization was clearly presented in the combat conference room of the Tianhua spaceship through 3-dimensional dynamic images. At this moment, there are no more active Merlian civilization spacecraft in the outer reaches of the galaxy. There were a total of 150,000 warships. After this tragic battle, there were only less than 80,000 spaceships left. At this time, all 80,000 spaceships had retreated from the battlefield and gathered around the capital planet of the Marian civilization. In the starry sky, there are only some weapons of the galaxy defense system left. Without the cooperation of the spacecraft, these galaxy defense systems could not play a big role, and they were quickly wiped out by the biological core. Of the 500,000 battleships of the biological core, there are now only less than 350,000 left. Now all the spaceships have followed the retreating warships of the Marian civilization to the capital planet of the Marian civilization, and are facing off against the fleet of the Marian civilization from afar. A spaceship with an orange-red body and an ordinary shape is very conspicuous. It was floating quietly in the middle of the battlefield, seemingly not on either side. Behind it is the heavily damaged Malian civilization fleet, the capital planet of Malian civilization. In front of it are more than 340,000 warships of Xiao Yu's biological core. The battleships of the biological core did not attack. They were waiting for orders. The soldiers didn't know what this ordinary but eye-catching spacecraft meant, or what the consequences of attacking it would be. In fact, they didn't need to think about these things. Their only duty was to obey orders. Even if the order requires them to die, they will obey it without hesitation. You don't need to think about too many things, and there aren't too many difficulties. As the leader, as the nominal and actual head of the Shinjo civilization, Xiao Yu has many things to consider. Will attacking a spacecraft of a 6th-level civilization bring any serious and irreparable impact on our side? How powerful is the opponent's spaceship? Can you handle it yourself? If you attack, how will the other party react? Should we fight this battle or not? What should I do if I get retaliated against? If he didn't fight, he would have paid so much and just come away with nothing. The members of the military commission did not disturb Xiao Yu. Their opinions are only valid in military matters. They did not dare to speak easily about such a major event that might even affect the life and death of the entire Shinjo civilization. This matter needs to be decided by Xiao Yu himself. Xiao Yu felt that he was standing at the fork of fate. There are 2 paths in front of you. If you choose the wrong one, you will suffer disaster. Millions of spaceships, tens of billions of people, even the accompanying ghost race hidden in the void. Who knows where and what they are doing, as well as the billions of dead humans on the Earth. And those lying quietly, the Earth girl in the cabin of the Xiaoyu spacecraft was waiting for Xiao Yu to make a decision. To fight or not to fight. What kind of position you are in. What kind of responsibilities you should bear. No one can bear this responsibility. Luca number 2. Number 3. Number 4. And Jason, who has become number 5. All of them combined cannot bear this responsibility. Only Xiao Yu. Only Xiao Yu can bear it. Only Xiao Yu can decide the fate of the entire Shinjo civilization. Xiao Yu is thinking about this matter carefully. From the mysterious force hidden behind him. From the self who claims to be from the future. From the current situation in the galaxy. From this mysterious 6th-level civilization spacecraft. And from all aspects of thinking this matter.
Is this the Shinjo civilization? I am an envoy from the Guardian civilization. You must have heard my name. Now, on behalf of our Guardian civilization, I want to tell you something. This matter is crucial to your development. It can even be said that it is related to your life and death. You should know about the siege of the Sweeper civilization that happened some time ago. That incident brought great consequences to the Sweeper civilization. The damage was so huge that they had no choice but to hide temporarily and recuperate. As a peace-loving guardian civilization, it is our unshirkable responsibility to fight against the sweepers, protect the weak civilizations in the galaxy, and maintain the peace of the galaxy. We have the responsibility and obligation to take the initiative at this moment when the sweeper civilization is at its weakest. Attack and completely eliminate this cancer in the galaxy. But there is one thing that is regrettable. During the siege of the sweeper civilization, the damage suffered by our guardian civilization was no less than that of the sweeper civilization. Our flagship, the Glory, is still under repair. In a short time, it cannot be repaired within a short period of time. Therefore, our guardian civilization follows the general trend and establishes the Guardian Alliance to unite all civilizations in the galaxy. All civilizations that are not willing to be oppressed by the sweeper civilization and are willing to resist the sweeper civilization. And combine our forces to fight against the sweeper civilization. Don't think that these things are far away from you. Things have developed to the point of being extremely urgent. If you are scattered, you can only be cleaned up one by the sweeper civilization. Only by uniting can we jointly seek a glimmer of hope. Therefore, Shinjo civilization, it is irrational to give up on you now. There is no need to attack each other among our technological civilizations. What do you want? Higher level technology? Abundant construction materials? Join our Guardian Alliance. The Guardian Alliance will give you all these things. You? The most important point is that in the Guardian Alliance, you can be safe. You can reproduce and expand the population with peace of mind. Within the Alliance, all civilizations coexist peacefully. Exchange what they need. Unite together. And fight together. Sweepers are civilized.
These messages from the Guardian Civilization envoy spacecraft are unstoppable. They appear very clearly in the minds of all soldiers. All members of the military committee, as well as Luca Tu and Xiao Yu. A faint smile appeared on Xiao Yu's face. But the members of the military committee gritted their teeth and clenched their fists fiercely. In fact, Xiao Yu is not worried at all that the biological core will be incited by the Guardian civilized messengers to rebel against him. The reason is simple. Quite a few of the members of the military commission have personally experienced life under the Guardian Alliance. These experiences have long been compiled into teaching materials by Xiao Yu and widely publicized among intelligent biological groups. Xiao Yu had long been armed and had told the intelligent creatures under his command the true face of the Guardian civilization. So naturally, they could not be deceived by this seemingly sincere lie.
Damn guy! We finally escaped from the captivity of the Guardian civilization and have the life we have now. This guy still dares to make noise here. I really want to kill him!
A member of the military committee said fiercely.
Yes. When the Malian civilization escaped from the Guardian Alliance, they kidnapped us and sold us in the Sky Blue Market. I made up my mind to kill the Guardian civilization and Malian if possible. Even civilization. These two are not good things. Now they are united again. Master, I request a fight. Kill these damn guys. No, we can't go to war. Although I hate the Guardian civilization and the Marian civilization very much, our strength is not enough to fight against the Guardian civilization. We can't lose the big for the small. Owner!
Xiao Yu smiled slightly. At this moment, Xiao Yu had made up his mind.
Kill! Kill! What kind of Guardian civilization? What kind of 6th level civilization spaceship? I don't believe that 350,000 spaceships can't defeat one. Even if these 350,000 spaceships can't defeat one, I have no chance of fighting the war in the 5th galaxy. The guarantee will end soon. By then, at least 1 million spaceships will come to support you. 1.35 million spaceships. Even if you are flooded, I will drown you. Listen to my order. Biological core. It's time to wash away the shame. All attack.
Chapter 412. 350,000 prepare. At the moment Xiao Yu gave the order, a fierce battle began. This is a very strange battle, because in terms of numbers, this battle is completely unequal. Of the 150,000 spaceships stationed in the capital galaxy of the Marian civilization, there are now less than 100,000 left, and most of them have suffered some damage. As for the galaxy defense system, the defense system of this capital planet is actually not very outstanding, except for the planet shield system, which is pretty good. The rest of it is not worth mentioning, because they have placed their most elite defense forces in the middle and outer reaches of the galaxy. It is actually very logical to make such an arrangement. That is, if the defense system on the periphery of the galaxy and the spacecraft defense force of the galaxy itself cannot stop the invasion of invaders, then even if the first planet is arranged like an iron barrel, has no meaning? The galaxy defense system can be ignored. The combat power of the less than 100,000 Marian civilization spaceships has been seriously damaged. The only one that can stand a fight is this city-level spaceship from the Guardian civilization. Now, this spacecraft begins to fight against the 350,000 battleships belonging to Xiao Yu's biological core, with a pair of 350,000. This is the peak level 6 civilization. The powerful strength of the Guardian civilization. The planet shield system has been opened, and the entire capital planet of Marian civilization is shrouded in a layer of light yellow energy shield. This shield blocked all artillery SH/LS attacking the capital planet. But Xiao Yu knew very well that as long as he was given 1 hour, 350,000 warships could tear apart the shield system covering the entire planet like tearing through a layer of window paper. But Xiao Yu didn't have time, because the moment Xiao Yu ordered the attack, the 6th level civilized city-level spacecraft disappeared. The tachyon detectors clearly captured its traces. They told Xiao Yu that at this moment, the city-level spacecraft did not disappear, but entered a curvature voyage, reaching a speed of more than 60 times the speed of light. It disappeared for just a moment. The next moment it disappeared. It reappeared in the visible universe. But its position had changed. It moved from the front of the biological core fleet to the rear of the fleet, the heavenly kingdom before the spaceship. Within the galaxy, due to the gravity of the stars, it is impossible to use curvature navigation, because curvature navigation is achieved through curved space. If it is interfered with, the gravity generator will not work properly, and it will easily cause space turbulence and tear the entire spacecraft apart, dropping. This is common sense to both Xiao Yu and Mo Lian Wenming. But now, this common sense has been broken. In the interior of a star system, near a planet, this 6th level city-level spacecraft used curvature navigation. And it was an extremely fast, extremely short-distance curvature navigation. This time, the curvature navigation only went in less than 30,000 kilometers. They happened to go from the front of the fleet to the rear of the fleet and arrived in front of the Tianhua spacecraft. For a distance of 30,000 kilometers. The speed of light requires 1/10 of a second to sail. With Xiao Yu's strength and the fastest curvature, Xiao Yu needs to sail 130/10 of a second. This city-level spacecraft took 600 seconds to travel. 1/50th of a second. This means that there is a technological gap, like a chasm. Just such a startling glance reveals a huge gap in strength that is enough to make Xiao Yu despair. Xiao Yu's shadow suddenly raised his head, and his eyes had become as cold as ice. In such a short period of time as 1/650th of a second, no creature can react. Only Xiao Yu can react. So Xiao Yu instantly took over the control of the Tianhua spacecraft, and controlled the Tianhua spacecraft to react. The multi-layer shield system such as the 4-layer shield, the tachyon shield, the energy shield, and the gravity shield were instantly turned on to the maximum power. The light above the Tianhua spacecraft was bright, and tens of thousands of engines were launched at full power. Strong power came from these. The engine was transported to all parts of the spacecraft. In just a few hundredths of a second, the Tianhua spacecraft had already moved, moving several kilometers to the side. While moving, all the 350,000 spacecraft that could attack the predetermined location began to attack. Almost at the moment when the city-level spacecraft appeared in front of the Tianhua spacecraft, countless torrents of negative matter tachyons had arrived in front of it and attacked it. The reason why he chose negative matter tachyon attack instead of other attack methods is based on a very simple basic scientific judgment. Xiao Yu believes that even a 6th level civilization cannot break the law of conservation of mass and energy on a macro scale. So negative matter, regardless of whether the effect of a matter tachyon attack is large or small, it will definitely have an effect. Whether other attack methods, such as antimatter bombs, are effective remains to be seen. The attack of tens of thousands of spacecraft caused the SH/L of the Guardian civilization city spacecraft to flicker. The next moment, something as dark as a curtain appeared out of thin air, like a piece of paper, covering the Heavenly Kingdom spacecraft. The black paper disappeared the next moment after it came into contact with the Tianhua spacecraft, as if it had been neutralized by something. It was followed by the violent flicker of the Tianhua spacecraft. Xiao Yu detected extremely violent energy fluctuations, but fortunately, this energy fluctuation was still within the acceptable range of the Tianhua spacecraft. After this brief battle, the city-level spacecraft seemed to be unable to withstand the endless attacks of negative matter tachyons. It once again disappeared from the visible universe and entered curvature navigation. Xiao Yu's mind was tense to the limit. More than 300,000 spacecraft acted as Xiao Yu's eyes. All negative matter detectors were activated at full strength, closely monitoring the movements in the surrounding space.
Are you really sure you want to be an enemy of the Guardian civilization? Shinjo civilization. This is a very unwise behavior. You have to think about it.
Under Xiao Yu's surveillance, in the curved space, the city-level spacecraft was moving extremely fast. So fast that it was almost impossible to be locked by Xiao Yu. At this time, Xiao Yu once again received a message from the spacecraft. Xiao Yu gritted his teeth and responded.
Our Shinjo civilization has no intention of being an enemy of the Guardian civilization. In fact, we, the Shinjo civilization, have enough respect for the great Guardian civilization. However, between our civilization and the Malian civilization there is a blood feud between us. We will use all the power of civilization to attack the Marian civilization this time. We must receive full success and exterminate the Marian civilization. If you cannot interfere in our affairs, then eliminate the Marian civilization. From now on, it is not impossible for our Shinjo civilization to come under your command.
At this time, Xiao Yu very wisely did not mention the complete technology tree of the 5th level civilization. Things have progressed to the current point. Bringing up this matter will only make the matter worse. It is better to simply say it clearly that we are here to exterminate the Malian civilization.
This is impossible. Those who can become a 5th level civilization are all outstanding existences in the galaxy. Every 5th level civilization has amazing potential. Now that the sweeper civilization is rampant in the galaxy, our Guardian civilization must cherish it. Every bit of combat power cannot allow a 5th level civilization with great potential to just perish in internal strife. Shinjo civilization. Let's stop. We, the Guardian civilization, can give you a certain amount of compensation for the losses you have suffered in the past. Unfortunately, Your Excellency, the great Guardian civilization envoy, the hatred between our civilization and the Marian civilization cannot be made up for by a little compensation. We are not willing to fight you, and your strength is not something we can fight against. We just want to occupy this planet and exterminate the Marian civilization.
Xiao Yu said slowly.
There are 350,000 spaceships, and there will be at least 1 million spaceships coming to support us in the future. I don't believe you can stop us. Then let's take a look. You are a 5th level civilization, and you also have outstanding potential. I don't want you to just die, but if you are stubborn, I don't mind killing you.
After a brief exchange, the city-level spacecraft once again broke away from the curvature navigation. This time, it appeared in front of a city-level spacecraft from the biological core. Xiao Yu saw something like a water wave appearing in front of the Guardian spacecraft. The entire space was distorted. This distortion instantly enveloped the biological core city-level spacecraft in front of him. The next moment, there was a violent explosion. It broke out. Xiao Yu's reaction was not slow. Although Xiao Yu could not let this city-level spacecraft escape the fate of being destroyed, he could still respond in time and used the negative matter tachyon torrent to attack the Guardian spacecraft. A large torrent of tachyons once again converged on the spacecraft of the Guardian civilization, and it disappeared again. The next place it appeared was in front of the Tianhua spacecraft. Xiao Yu knew that the other party had indeed accomplished this, using one spaceship to contain 350,000 warships. Xiao Yu is now so tense that he does not dare to relax at all. He must always monitor the movement of the spacecraft. After it escapes from the curvature navigation, he must immediately attack it and drive it away without daring to let it attack the same target for a long time. Otherwise, it may lead to very serious consequences. One attack can cause the Tianhua spacecraft to detect violent energy fluctuations, and 2 attacks may cause the engine of the Tianhua spacecraft to burn out. 3 attacks can cause irreparable serious consequences. Xiao Yu doesn't want this result to happen, so Xiao Yu must always be on guard and launch a rapid attack on it as soon as it appears, hoping to consume all its energy and finally achieve the purpose of repelling it. Chapter 412 Planet Shield. Just one city-level spaceship has restrained Xiao Yu's 350,000 spaceships. This is the unspeakable strength of the 6th level civilization. Xiao Yu's 350,000 spaceships are indeed contained. As long as they relax a little, the provincial or national spaceships will be destroyed. Therefore, Xiao Yu did not dare to relax at all, and did not dare to take the time to attack the planet shield system of the capital planet of Emolian civilization. The reason is simple. Attacking the shield system of the capital planet of Emolian civilization may cause the defense power of Xiao Yu's fleet to be reduced,
And a momentary reduction in defense power may bring an opportunity for this city-class spacecraft of the 6th level civilization. Victory is just ahead. I don't believe that I can't overcome this obstacle. Xiao Yu thought silently, controlling his own spacecraft and continuing to work hard. The current situation is very mysterious. The remaining less than 100,000 Marian civilization spacecraft all add up to a greater effect than this city-level spacecraft. At this moment, they are trying to take advantage of the opportunity when most of Xiao Yu's power is contained to attack Xiao Yu's spacecraft. Xiao Yu had no choice but to allocate some more from the original defense force of the Guardian civilization spacecraft to deal with these pesky flies. The battle was as fast as a rabbit rising and a falcon falling. Xiao Yu had already taken over the command of the fleet. It was only at this time that the members of the military commission and Luca too reacted. Master! Master! What happened? Luca number 2 asked eagerly. It's nothing. I can handle a little accident, Xiao Yu said calmly. I have connected with the scientists on the home spaceship number 41 and are analyzing the combat power of this Guardian civilization spacecraft. It attacked us? Luca 2 asked. Yes. Xiao Yu hesitated for a moment and said, He did attack us. But I can feel it. He didn't mean to kill us. Otherwise, the Tianhua spacecraft would have been destroyed long ago. It seems that he just wants to contain us and show us how powerful he is, so as to achieve the purpose of regaining us. The fact is indeed what Xiao Yu said. The Tianhua spacecraft is also a combat spacecraft. And it is a very powerful combat spacecraft. Compared with the Nepal, Thailand, etc., the combat power of the Tianhua spacecraft is not inferior. But facing this city-level spaceship, the Tianhua spaceship was not sure of winning. This is a very good situation, Xiao Yu said. We don't want to destroy us, but just conquer us. We can use this to create a considerable advantage. I don't believe that its power will be unlimited. Sooner or later, we will consume all the energy. I want to see what other trump cards the Mayan civilization has to stop us. Master, I can confirm without a doubt that this Guardian civilization city-class spacecraft has adopted a brand new shield system. This shield seems to be achieved by creating overlapping and distorted spaces around the spacecraft. This kind of shield has a certain similarity with our 4 protection shield. But the performance of the 4 protection shield is stronger than the performance of this kind of shield. Just at this time, Xiao Yu received reports from Luca number 3, number 4, and Jason. Master, the attack method it uses. There is no doubt that it is a space weapon attack. That kind of space fluctuation seems to be the attack principle that distorts the spacecraft hull and ultimately destroys the spacecraft by disturbing the space. That kind of attack similar to the Black Curtain. According to we speculate that it should be similar to the attack principle of cutting space. But this attack is changed from a line to a surface. This attack is more powerful than cutting space. Master, its power system cannot be speculated. Judging from the energy consumed by space weapons, even if the spacecraft converts all its mass into energy, it will not be enough. Then there are only 2 explanations. 1. It can pass through the void to obtain energy supplements. Secondly, they have mastered a simpler and energy-saving way of cutting space. Owner. The pieces of information gathered into Xiao Yu's mind, and Xiao Yu's mood became even heavier. Shenzhou civilization. I am not someone you can fight against. Give up the unrealistic ideas in your hearts. Give up attacking the Marian civilization, and submit to our Guardian civilization. We will provide you with certain compensation for the losses you have suffered. If Xiao Yu had not already known the true face of the Guardian civilization, Xiao Yu would probably be convinced by this rhetoric. But things are different now. Xiao Yu always remembers the fact that these intelligent races under his command served as coolies under the Guardian civilization. Xiao Yu never thought about a day without hope. No future. And no tomorrow. Xiao Yu still remembers Tianyuan Sea, which exploded innocently under the attack of the Guardian civilization. And still remembers the days when he escaped with his life under the pressure of the Guardian civilization. The Guardian civilization has long been an enemy in Xiao Yu's mind. Like the Sweeper civilization. When Xiao Yu becomes stronger, Xiao Yu will find them and destroy them. Your Majesty, Great Envoy, we have no intention to offend your Majesty. We also know that compared to you, we are like ants. But please listen to our voices. The Marian civilization is the life and death of our Shenzhou civilization. Enemies. In order to destroy them, our civilization has endured humiliation and heavy burdens for an unknown amount of time. Now that victory is in sight, it is impossible for everyone in our civilization to give up.
After wiping out the Marian civilization, our Shinjo civilization is willing to become your slave and contribute to the development of the Guardian civilization.
Xiao Yu said in a very humble tone.
I still can't promise you. Even if you show such great determination, I still can't let you wipe out the Marian civilization. Then let's see how long you can hold on.
In the fierce battle, this city-level spaceship flashed everywhere like a leisurely stroll. During its rapid movement, its answer was accurately transmitted to Xiao Yu's mind. Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief.
I have stabilized it temporarily. In a short period of time, we are not in danger. Well, what we need to see now is the battle situation in Galaxy number 5. Let's see if we can eliminate the resistance in Galaxy number 5 first. Deploy enough fleets to support, or the support fleet of the Guardian civilization will arrive first. Although it has not yet used its full strength, according to my speculation, it can only cope with 500,000 or 1.3 million spaceships at most. It cannot be contained by just one spaceship.
On the planet below, in the highest conference room, the Minister of Social Affairs said solemnly,
Your Excellency, the energy replenishment device you need has been built. You can come here to replenish energy at any time. Very good. My energy consumption has reached the warning line. Now, it's up to you to contain the Shinjo civilization. It will take me half an hour. Please rest assured.
The Minister of Social Affairs agreed. In space, Xiao Yu's spacecraft is still trying hard to track the trajectory of this city-level spacecraft and attack it hard. But suddenly, this city-level spaceship disappeared. The Tachyon monitoring network told Xiao Yu very clearly that at this moment, the city-level spacecraft returned to the surface of the planet. Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart.
Finally can't hold on any longer? Have you gone back to replenish energy? Very good. Very good. Then, start the attack and break the planet shield system.
Without the containment of this city-level spacecraft, the biological core's 350,000 spacecraft all broke out. Under Xiao Yu's control, all attack weapons were aimed at the planet and began to attack indiscriminately. It is a huge project to cover the entire planet with a protective shield system. Xiao Yu has also conducted similar research, so Xiao Yu is very clear about the technical details. The planet shield system is supported by hundreds of thousands of bases built on the surface of the planet. In Xiao Yu's plan, each of these bases will cover an area of no less than 10 square kilometers. With such a huge base, coupled with a nearly unlimited energy supply on the planet, how powerful will the planetary shield release be? Xiao Yu has never actually built this thing, but Xiao Yu knows that such a planet shield cannot be broken through in a short time. But Xiao Yu is not worried, because this city-level spacecraft of the Guardian civilization went to replenish energy. Since it is replenishing energy, it proves that the energy it carries is not unlimited. And if there is a first time, there will be a second time, and a third time. When the times are enough, the power of the planet shield system will be after the attack lasts long enough. One day, he will eventually break through it. More than 90,000 Marian civilization spacecraft have already come forward. They are desperately attacking the battleships of the biological core, trying to contain these spacecraft and share the pressure on the planet shield system. Xiao Yu will naturally not show mercy to this. Just destroy the remaining soldiers and defeated generals. This was a more brutal battle, and Xiao Yu once again deeply experienced the culture and spirit of Mayan civilization. In order to share the pressure of the planet shield system, these spacecraft have all died. It is the most common scenario to die together with the enemy and to die together. Xiao Yu believes that if all of their deaths can restore the safety of the planet, they will all commit suicide without hesitation. Dealing with these remaining troops does not require much computing power and energy from Xiao Yu. At this moment,
Xiao Yu's attention was once again focused on Galaxy number 5. The battle situation in Galaxy number 5 has entered the most critical moment. Chapter 414, Raid. The battle in Galaxy number 5 has always been fierce. Compared with the battle situation in the capital galaxy, this place is more like a battlefield in the interstellar era. Millions of spaceships, countless interstellar mine clusters, various interstellar fortresses, various defensive weapons, countless cannonballs, countless flashes of light, visible and invisible. In this small galaxy raging among them, 3 national-level spacecraft equipped with space weapons, the Xiaogua, the United States, and the Russia are here, as are the Nepal, Thailand, Indonesia, South Korea, and other second-tier national-level spacecraft. This is a completely head-on war, without any bells and whistles. What is the strength? What is the result? All conspiracies and tricks have no effect here. Xiao Yu's strength is dominant. Therefore, the current situation on the battlefield is more favorable to Xiao Yu. As long as he works steadily, Xiao Yu can occupy the entire star system in up to 3 months. But Xiao Yu didn't intend to do that, because there is not enough time. It takes at least 3 months to sail from the number 5 galaxy to the capital galaxy. And Xiao Yu is not sure when the support fleet of the Guardian civilization will arrive. This requires Xiao Yu to make a quick decision. Seize the time to eliminate the effective forces of the Malian civilization here, and then go to support the battle in the capital galaxy. In fact, all the garrison forces in the 4 galaxies occupied by Xiao Yu have already embarked on the journey, and are rushing to the capital galaxy. However, because the distance is too far, Xiao Yu does not expect to rely on them to change the situation of the war. The power of those 4 galaxies is just to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Then, we have to take a risk. Xiao Yu calculated silently. What determines the ownership of a galaxy? There is no doubt that it should be a planet. There is only one planet in galaxy number 5. So whoever has this planet in his hands will own this galaxy. I want to raid this planet, Xiao Yu said. I plan to use 3 national-level spaceships equipped with space weapons. Xiao Yu, United States, and Russia, as well as several other national-level spacecraft that are not equipped with space weapons. Striker, use your strength to rush to the planet and destroy all the military facilities belonging to the Marian civilization on this planet. In this way, without energy supplement, they will become rootless water. Destroy. Their defense system in this galaxy will become a very simple matter. This is very dangerous. Luca number 2 reacted first. Xiao Yu's plan. Let it freak out. If we do this, we will easily fall into the opponent's encirclement. Not only will we be attacked from the front and back, but we will be attacked from all directions. If there is a slight mistake, the advantageous situation we have created now will be rewritten. And even there is a possibility of catastrophe. Time does not allow us to continue the fight slowly. The situation in the capital galaxy has reached a critical point. Xiao Yu shook his head, his expression still unchanged. I have decided. Whether the 5th level civilization has a complete technology tree, getting it successfully is related to our future. I finally stabilized the Guardian civilization and made them temporarily give up their thoughts on annihilating us. Such a good opportunity cannot be wasted. Have you considered a retreat? A member of the military commission asked cautiously. You don't need to care about this. Xiao Yu smiled slightly. I am confident that the Guardian civilization will give up the pursuit of us. Alas. Several committee members sighed, looked at each other, and stopped talking. Okay. I'm starting to implement my plan, Xiao Yu said seriously. Galaxy number 5 was stirring up trouble in the pond, and a dozen or so arrogant national-level spacecraft began to gather in one place. Xiao Yu's move immediately attracted the attention of the Malian civilization, and countless spaceships immediately came to entangle them. Even several national-level spacecraft of the Malian civilization began to gather here. Both Xiao Yu and the garrison of Malian civilization are very clear about the current situation. The victory or failure of the war in Galaxy number 5 is related to the gains and losses of the capital galaxy. The gain and loss of the capital galaxy, to a certain extent, means the life and death of the Marian civilization. Therefore, they must conserve their own vitality to contain Xiao Yu's power here, so that these spacecraft cannot go to support the capital galaxy. What Xiao Yu has to do is to eliminate the Malian civilization spacecraft here, so that he can free up his strength to support the capital galaxy. This is an irreconcilable contradiction. When the contradiction is irreconcilable, strength can only speak for itself. The power of the national spacecraft is unstoppable. The gathering of spaceships from the Malian civilization did not stop the gathering of national spaceships, such as the Xiao Yu. After spending 3 hours, more than a dozen national-level spaceships had gathered together with their respective escort forces. The total number of spaceships in this group reached 400,000. Among the 400,000 spaceships, there are also the 100,000 new spacecrafts that Xiao Yu built from the base some time ago. These 100,000 spacecraft were fully loaded with energy and various supplements. It took several months and spanned a distance of several light years to finally reach the 5th galaxy. In fact, it was the arrival of these supply ships that gave Xiao Yu the most powerful material support for launching a surprise attack. These 100,000 supply spaceships will follow the raid fleet and provide energy supplements to the raid fleet at any time. In other places besides the 400,000 spaceships, Xiao Yu's spaceships are still fighting hard, containing the power of the Malian civilization and trying their best to reduce their impact on the raiding fleet. So far, the effect is pretty good. The assembly has been completed,
It's time to set off.
Xiao Yu gave the order. So, this group of 400,000 spaceships, led by more than a dozen national-level spacecraft, set off. At this moment, the 400,000 spacecraft are only less than 5 billion kilometers away from the planet. In Xiao Yu's opinion, such a short distance is simply insignificant. He can cross it by just lifting his feet. But now, these 5 billion kilometers of road have become a veritable journey of death. Along the way, countless difficulties and obstacles are waiting for Xiao Yu. The interstellar mine cluster is just a trivial matter. Although it can bring some trouble to Xiao Yu, it will not prevent Xiao Yu from moving forward. Although the interstellar war fortress is powerful, it has poor maneuverability. They are not impossible to solve. There are others. The various weapons of the galaxy defense system can all be solved. The only thing that can hinder Xiao Yu is that he has begun to desperately connect the civilization spacecraft. They seem to have noticed Xiao Yu's intentions and knew that Xiao Yu was going to capture the galaxy as quickly as possible by raiding the planet, and then wipe out their own effective forces so that they could free up their strength to support the capital galaxy. This is absolutely unacceptable to them. As a result, the soldiers of Mayan civilization went crazy. Although due to the constraints of the rest of Xiao Yu's fleet, they cannot allocate too much force to stop these 400,000 spacecraft. At present, the force they can gather is less than 300,000 ships, and there are only 2 national-level spacecraft. But it doesn't matter. The lack of strength can be made up for through madness and sacrifice. The soldiers of the Mayan civilization have well interpreted this principle.
Since you are here to die, then I will help you.
Xiao Yu thought lightly, controlling his huge fleet and moving forward. The defense and attack of the national-level spacecraft are the most outstanding. At this moment, Xiao Yu no longer cares about cherishing the national-level spaceships. Xiao Yu simply puts the American and Russian spacecrafts, as well as several other national-level spacecrafts, the front of the fleet, while providing protection for the rear fleet, relied on its own powerful firepower to forcefully carve out a path. The spaceships of Mayan civilization are like endless mosquitoes. Mosquitoes can risk their lives for blood in order to block the advancement of Xiao Yu's fleet. These spaceships can also risk their lives. They can face the powerful firepower of the national-level spacecraft without evading it, and even do not hesitate to be destroyed in the next moment. All they do is throw out the ammunition loaded on their spacecraft as much as possible to stop it a little. It's just the progress of the opponent's spaceship. This is the conflict between blood and fire. In this cruel battlefield intertwined with blood and fire, life and spaceships have truly become just a number.
The national spaceship Indonesia was destroyed.
Xiao Yu felt a little sad. In addition to the Japan spacecraft, the Indonesian spacecraft was the second national spacecraft to be destroyed. The Mayan civilization has indeed done it. They have accomplished the almost impossible thing of besieging and annihilating national-level spacecraft with small spacecraft.
The Thai spacecraft was destroyed.
This is the third national-class spacecraft to be destroyed.
The Korea spacecraft was destroyed.
This is the fourth ship. Xiao Yu chose a path that was the most risky, but also potentially the most profitable. Now, the price paid for choosing this path has been clearly revealed. 3 consecutive national-class spacecraft were destroyed. The number of provincial spacecraft destroyed reached more than 100. This price can no longer be described as just a heavy loss. But the price means gain, and the risk means reward. Now, Xiao Yu has received the reward. This planet is right in front of Xiao Yu at this moment, less than 100,000 kilometers away from Xiao Yu. Of the 400,000 warships, there are now less than 250,000 left. These 250,000 warships are like messengers of death coming out of H.L., carrying the breath of destruction and arriving in front of the planet. Chapter 415 Sharp Blade. A planet is the only one in this star system. Its status is not just a logistics base. What is certain is that there will be countless control bases and computing centers on it. These things control the defense system of the entire star system. As long as this planet is captured, the galaxy defense system in this star system will fail. Without the help of the galaxy defense system, Xiao Yu has more spaceships than the Mayan civilization, and his spaceships are superior to those of the Mayan civilization. Even the physical control power is Xiao Yu's upper hand. So, what reason does Xiao Yu have for not being able to obtain it? To victory? Therefore, the most critical aspect of this battle is whether Xiao Yu can capture this planet. So far, Xiao Yu has spent 4 national-level spacecraft and hundreds of provincial-level spacecraft at the cost of finally breaking through the many obstacles of the Mayan civilization and arriving in front of this planet. The foundation has been laid. What kind of effect can be achieved depends on how Xiao Yu performs. The planet shield system has been activated, and a light blue light curtain covers the entire planet. Planetary defense weapons in various planetary synchronous orbits, as well as the Mayan civilization spacecraft chasing after them, became the last obstacles preventing Xiao Yu from completing his goal.
Come on! Success will definitely belong to me.
Xiao Yu thought quietly and gave the order for a general attack. The remaining more than 200,000 spaceships formed a neat battle formation, entangled with the galaxy defense system and the spacecraft of the Mayan civilization, while fiercely attacking the planet. The fleet of Mayan civilization has truly fallen into madness. The ownership of this planet will determine the life and death of their civilization to a large extent. The reality is that they have to use their full strength. The most critical moment has been reached. The spaceships on the periphery of the galaxy are still entangled. While restraining Xiao Yu's fleet, the spaceships of the Mayan civilization have been trying to reinforce the planet's mainland. Xiao Yu's fleet is also doing the same thing. Both sides want to keep the other side here, and then free up strength to support the war on the planet. The consequence of this is that both sides are trapped here, and no one can send a large fleet to the interior of the galaxy. In other words, Xiao Yu's fate will be determined by these more than 200,000 spacecraft. The fate of the Mayan civilization will be determined by the planetary shield system and defensive fleet.
It's time to use space weapons.
Xiao Yu's thoughts did not fluctuate. After comprehensively weighing the situation and making a comprehensive analysis, Xiao Yu made such a decision. 3 spacecraft equipped with space weapons, Xiao Yu, America, and Russia, arrived at the front of the fleet. The spacecraft next to them is escorting these 3 spacecrafts, trying their best to eliminate interference so that they can release space weapons smoothly. The crazy offensive of the Mayan civilization spacecraft cannot shake these 3 most advanced and most powerful national spaceships. Xiao Yu calmly controlled the space weapon and completed a series of preparations. The Xiao Yu spaceship took the lead in attacking. An extremely small, but extremely deep black line was launched from the space weapon launch port, and the next moment it reached the planet's protective shield. Before reaching the planetary shield, this black line also chopped up 2 Mayan civilization township-class spacecraft, 1 Mayan civilization-class spacecraft, and 3 space-based artillery batteries operating on the planet's synchronous orbit. It was as if an extremely sharp paper knife had cut across a piece of white paper. All the things that had been cut were cut into 2 halves, and the fractures were extremely smooth. After the black line reached the planet's protective shield, a dazzling flash of light burst out, as if there was an extra sun there out of thin air. Xiao Yu knew that this was the power of broken space. He suddenly encountered a place with extremely high energy and extremely stable space, collapsed instantly, and was neutralized by the universe, erupting into a final roar. A large piece of something like a water wave spread over the planet's protective shield, like a stone thrown onto the calm water. At the same time as this ripple appeared, through the optical detector, Xiao Yu was keenly aware that some tiny flashes of light appeared on the surface of the planet. Obviously, this was a defense base built on the surface of the planet that was destroyed and exploded because it could not withstand the intense energy. Space weapons are so powerful. After the Xiao Yu attack was completed, it was the American spacecraft. The space weapon launched by the American spacecraft once again caused a wave of fluctuations in the planet's protective shield, and some flashes of light burst out from the planet's surface again. After the USS America, there is the USS Russia. 1 spacecraft can use space weapons 3 times, and 3 spacecrafts can use it 9 times. Now, there are a total of 9 space weapon attacks, all of which hit the planetary shield system. The planet's protective shield was still not broken, but the color began to dim, as if aware of the huge threat posed by these 3 national-level spacecraft to the planet's protective shield. The spacecraft of the Mayan civilization gave up the rest of their goals and began to attack these 3 national-level spacecraft with all their strength. The escort fleet next to these 3 national-level spacecraft also immediately took action. They temporarily gave up attacking the planetary shield system, and instead began to intercept these spacecraft and protect these 3 national-level spacecraft from being disturbed. The 9 use opportunities have been used up, and these 3 national-class spacecraft will not have the ability to launch space weapons again before receiving supplies. But Xiao Yu was not in a hurry. Xiao Yu had already considered this and prepared a solution. The plan is very simple. Here, although the planet has not yet entered Xiao Yu's control, Xiao Yu can still get supplies. Don't forget that the supply spacecraft coming from those 4 galaxies have already merged with Xiao Yu's fleet, and they have been following these assault fleets. These spaceships carry sufficient supplies that can be used as supplies. Now, The supply entrances of these 3 national-level spacecraft have been opened, and 1 supply spacecraft has entered them one after another. Inside the national-level spacecraft, there are build docks, and these spacecraft have stopped on the dock. A large number of robots swarmed up like ants, quickly carrying the supplies from the spacecraft, and then loading them on the internal vehicles of the spacecraft. These special vehicles carried them to various engines. In the energy supply module, the 3 national spacecraft, whose energy reserves had fallen below the warning line, regained their vitality after receiving supplies. Thus, a new round of space weapons strikes began. 1 way, 2 ways, 3 ways and 9 ways. The planetary shield still hasn't broken. It didn't matter. Xiao Yu still had a lot of supplies. So more supply spacecraft began to fly into these 3 national-level spacecraft, and a large amount of supplies were carried out. Another 1, 2 space weapons continuously attacked the planet shield system. Xiao Yu could easily detect that the planet's protective shield was no longer as bright as it was at the beginning, which meant that it had lost enough energy. The endless fires on the planet's surface and the thick smoke rising into the sky illustrate their current situation. Every time an energy base is destroyed, it means that the remaining energy bases have to take on more tasks. Taking on more tasks will lead to a higher energy load rate for them, and the easier they are to be destroyed. This is a vicious cycle. In this evil cycle, the energy base is being destroyed at an accelerating rate. Xiao Yu even saw with his own eyes that an energy base covering an area of about 7 square kilometers suddenly burst into flames. The flames almost spread to an altitude of several thousand meters. The fire even briefly affected the planet, the overall environment of the planet. The planet shield system slowly but surely declined. It was finally broken by Xiao Yu. Hundreds of thousands of energy supply bases were all destroyed, and the planet shield system finally disappeared. The planet appeared undefended in front of Xiao Yu. The spaceships of the Marian civilization are still attacking desperately, but the effect of their attacks has been quite limited. A target as big as a planet can be attacked by anyone as long as they are not blind. How can we cover it? In fact, Xiao Yu did not use conventional weapons to attack the planet. Conventional weapons cannot suppress Xiao Yu's anger. The material supply spacecraft is still busy shuttling back and forth, injecting fresh blood into these 3 national-level spacecraft. With the support of this fresh blood, these 3 national-level spacecraft once again launched a space weapon strike. A space crack pierced the planet's atmosphere and reached the planet's surface. The extremely high energy level brings extremely high spatial stability. This space crack was instantly eliminated invisible. But before it disappeared, it still had a serious impact on the planet. A huge canyon thousands of kilometers long and 100 meters deep appeared out of thin air, like a scar on the planet. At the same time as this canyon was formed, violent earthquakes followed. Because the internal pressure was too great, dark red magma also spewed out from these gaps. This space rift destroyed at least 3 nearby military bases, or computing centers. This space crack attack is just a prelude. Immediately afterwards, there is the next one, and the next one. There are still continuous space crack attacks. Under the current situation, this planet is like a solid stone ball. In front of this stone ball, there is a peerless martial arts master, who is using the sharp blade in his hand to cut it with 1 knife. Each knife can hit the ground. This stone ball left a deep scar. This stone ball soon became scarred. Chapter 416 The Stellar Cannon reappears. Xiao Yu has no doubt that if he keeps attacking like this, he will directly destroy the planet and turn it into asteroids and rubble. It's very simple to do this. Just point at a fixed place and continuously launch space cracks. One day, Xiao Yu will cut the planet in half like cutting an orange. But there is no need for Xiao Yu to do this. Xiao Yu is just using the most violent and simplest method to destroy the defense system in the entire star system. Military bases, control centers, and computing centers are undoubtedly built on this planet. Xiao Yu has no interest in sending large-scale robots to land and in searching for and destroying them one by one. As long as space weapons are used to destroy the crustal structure of the planet, trigger strong earthquakes and volcanic eruptions around the world, and even subvert its stratigraphic structure, everything on the planet will naturally be destroyed. This is a behavior full of violent beauty. Xiao Yu saw that the 10,000-meter high mountain was cut directly in the middle by a space crack. Infinite rock smashed directly onto the surface of the planet, causing violent earthquakes. The vast plains were cut like hills. Xiao Yu's attack had obvious effects. Xiao Yu saw that in this star system, countless galaxy defense weapons began to fall silent. The war fortress ceased its offensive, and the movement of the star mine swarm began to become stiff and ineffective. The attacks of various shooting weapons began to become chaotic and disorganized, so that Xiao Yu quickly found a loophole and destroyed them one by one. This is the result of losing the control of the ground computing center and control center. It can be said that the moment the planet's protective shield system was breached, the outcome of the war in Galaxy 5 had already been decided. Xiao Yu wins, and Molian civilization fails. Without the geographical advantage, what else can Molian civilization rely on to compete with Xiao Yu? Just because these are not as numerous as Xiao Yu, their control is not as good as Xiao Yu's, and their surname is not as good as Xiao Yu's superior shabby spaceships?
Then, it's time to start a full-scale attack.
Xiao Yu issued a new order. Without the containment of the galaxy's defense system, the situation on the battlefield was reversed almost instantly. The Molian civilization spacecraft, which was originally entangled with Xiao Yu's fleet, was at a disadvantage at this moment. Millions of spacecraft launched a full-scale attack, and fierce battles broke out again. Xiao Yu believed that after the planet was riddled with holes by himself, the soldiers of the Molian civilization should have a clear idea of their fate. From this moment on, these soldiers will no longer fight for hope, because they have no hope under Xiao Yu's blow. Now, they are purely fighting for their dignity. Just to die with dignity, and not like a coward. There is only one goal. Xiao Yu graciously fulfilled their wishes. Until now in this battle, not one Marian civilization spaceship has escaped, and not one Marian civilization spaceship has surrendered. They were all fighting to the death.
Destroy it! Destroy it!
Xiao Yu murmured inside, manipulating his own spaceship and launching a tactical encirclement action. A large number of spaceships were driven away and cut apart by Xiao Yu's spaceships that kept intersecting. They could not look at each other and fought independently. Then, under Xiao Yu's fierce artillery attack, they exploded into a fireball. The overall situation of the battle in Galaxy Number 5 has been decided so far. Unless a miracle happens, it is impossible for the Marian civilization to make a comeback. The miracle didn't happen. The few national-level spaceships stationed by the Molian civilization in Galaxy 5 were destroyed. The Molian civilized fleet, which has lost its command system, is even more disorganized. This is like the difference between thugs and an organized army. What is happening in Galaxy Number 5 now can no longer be described as fighting, but should be described as violence. Xiao Yu raised the butcher knife high, and then brought it down hard. You want to shed the last drop of your blood for your own civilization and fulfill your responsibilities as a soldier. Fine. I will satisfy you. Even if you come before the gods and the legends of your civilization, you can be proud to say that I tried my best. I didn't back down. I fought until the very end. In fact, deep down in his heart, Xiao Yu admires Molian women very much. This is respect between opponents and has nothing to do with stance. Being able to cause such huge trouble to themselves and destroy 4 of their own national-level spaceships. These soldiers are already proud enough. Xiao Yu did not hesitate to give them the final respect. So Xiao Yu did not try to capture them, but killed them directly. The number of spaceships in the Marian civilization is decreasing rapidly. 800,000. 700,000. 400,000. 100,000. These are the last 100,000 ships of the Marian civilization. They were all driven to the outskirts of the galaxy by Xiao Yu. Surrounding these 100,000 spacecraft, there were at least 1 million spacecraft belonging to Xiao Yu staring at them eagerly.
You have earned my respect. Although we are rivals and unrepentant enemies, this does not hinder my respect for you. You have not been able to stop me from destroying your civilization. But you do not need to feel sorry. You have done your best. And you have a clear conscience,
Xiao Yu said. This message was released through the radio broadcast situation.
Predator. No.
Shinjo civilization. Your combat power is indeed beyond our imagination. Especially the weird shields and space weapons equipped on your spaceship are far beyond our expectations. Our defeat at your hands is not unjust. We know that the situation is irreversible. Now we just want to die quickly. Let us shed the last drop of blood and pay the last bit of value for our civilization. Although I have to exterminate you with my own hands, this does not hinder my respect for you in my heart. Well, I will give you death so that you can go on your journey with peace of mind. During my long journey in the future, I will always remember. I have a group of opponents like you. In the battle with you, I used all my strength to defeat you. You are respectable and qualified opponents. Before death, we have one last request. Use that kind of space weapon to attack us. Being able to die under the attack of a 6th-level civilization weapon is an honor for us.
Xiao Yu didn't hesitate at all and agreed directly.
Only the sharpest weapons are worthy of carrying out a hero's funeral. I promise you.
All of these 100,000 Marian civilization spaceships suddenly canceled their shield systems. These spacecraft are now completely exposed to space. Even the most primitive kinetic energy weapon can cause some damage to their hulls. The encircling fleet dispersed, and 3 spaceships, the Xiao Yu, the United States, and the Russia, appeared in front, under the energy supply of hundreds of thousands of engines inside the spacecraft. The space weapon was quickly activated. A very thin, but very deep black line appeared. It quickly left the launch port and rushed forward. Countless spaceships were instantly cut into 2 pieces, and then exploded violently. One space weapon attack was not enough to destroy so many spacecrafts. So the second, third, and fourth attacks. Black lines were launched one after another. Some spaceships withstood more than one spacecraft attack. Their bodies were cut into thousands or tens of thousands of pieces, and they suffered the most complete damage. 100,000 spaceships were all destroyed by space weapon attacks. Flashes of light illuminated space for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Like the last flash of light before the collapse of a civilization. It's finally over. Xiao Yu sighed secretly in his heart. The next step is to go to the capital galaxy and solve the last thing. Collect a large amount of supplies and make stellar cannons again. Is this the city-level spaceship of the Guardian civilization? Under your control. I cannot attack the capital planet of the Marian civilization. Then, I want to see if you can stop me. Attack their stars. With my current technological strength, I am already able to build a complete stellar cannon. It is not difficult for me to make a normal star go supernova with one cannon. Then I will destroy the star, and I will force you back at the cost of the star's demise. And then I can get what I want. Under Xiao Yu's manipulation, countless robots began to be busy. The planet in galaxy number 5 is still in the midst of violent geological movements. The damage caused to it by space weapons has been too severe, and it still cannot regain its calm until now. But these robots paid no attention to these things. Led by hundreds of thousands of village-level spacecraft. They were like ants carrying food, transporting useful materials to the spacecraft. The material collection operation lasted only 2 days. In fact, if there was more time, Xiao Yu would like to collect more things. But Xiao Yu has no time. These things, plus my original reserves in the spaceship, should be enough. If it is not enough, the worst possible scenario is to dismantle the spacecraft and use it as construction materials. With this in mind, Xiao Yu hurriedly ended the material collection operation, controlled the remaining 1.17 million spacecraft, hurriedly entered the curvature voyage, and began to set off towards the capital galaxy of Marian civilization. What will greet Xiao Yu will be a curvature voyage that will last for more than 2 months. During these 2 months of curvature navigation, Xiao Yu will complete the task of manufacturing the stellar cannon. After arriving at the capital galaxy of the Marian civilization, he will use the stellar cannon to destroy the sun of the Merlian civilization. This is the last battle with the Malian civilization. Whether Xiao Yu's goal can be achieved or not depends on this. Chapter 417. The cannon arrives. In the capital galaxy, the battle situation is as usual. This city-level spaceship from the Guardian civilization is still rapidly changing its position, giving full play to its superb ability to conduct short-distance curvature navigation within the galaxy, which has brought great influence to Xiao Yu's biological core. Trouble. During this period of time, this city-class spacecraft has been refueled many times. Xiao Yu has estimated that it will need to return to the surface of the planet in about 3 days for a half-hour rest. During this half-hour, the remaining Malian civilization fleet will attack Xiao Yu's spaceship with all its strength. And Xiao Yu's spaceship will attack the planetary shield of the Malian civilization's capital planet while trying to resist their attacks. But because the time was too short, Xiao Yu's attack could not achieve much effect. The attack often lasted for half an hour and destroyed 1 or 2 energy bases on the capital planet. However, when its fleet was again restrained and unable to continue the attack, the Marian civilization would send out forces to repair these. The damaged energy base returns the planet's protective shield to its peak intact state. This style of play made Xiao Yu very distressed, because this means that Xiao Yu is wasting time in vain. And the longer the time is delayed, the more dangerous Xiao Yu will be. Xiao Yu has never forgotten that the support fleet of the Guardian civilization may arrive at any time. If he cannot escape before the support fleet of the Guardian civilization arrives, he will definitely be met with disaster. But fortunately, the 1.17 million spacecraft from Galaxy 5 are already on their way to come for support. Among the 1.17 million spacecraft, the 3 national spacecraft equipped with space weapons, Xiao Yu, America, and Russia,
are not included. The reason for this is for safety reasons. Xiao Yu is on guard in case something went wrong and his car would be in crisis. Anyway, in such a battle where numbers are the advantage, it actually doesn't matter whether there are these 3 national-level spacecraft. These 3 national-level spacecraft, already carrying about 50,000 escort spacecraft, quietly came to another route and disappeared into the dark universe. The stellar cannon is being manufactured intensively. The curvature navigation only affects the space outside the spacecraft, while the inside of the spacecraft remains flat as usual. As a result, the stellar cannon was split into tens of thousands of individual modules, and separate manufacturing began within hundreds of thousands of spacecraft with large-scale manufacturing capabilities. After the warp voyage is over, and he returns to normal space, Xiao Yu only needs to perform simple assembly, and he will have a powerful weapon that can destroy stars. The plan went smoothly. The situation in the capital galaxy has not changed much, except that the spacecraft of the Guardian civilization has given many speeches to persuade Xiao Yu to surrender, ranging from personal interests to galactic peace. The result is naturally that Xiao Yu ignored it. In addition, starting a month ago, small groups of Marian civilization support fleets began to arrive from other galaxies and devoted themselves to the battle to protect the country. These small groups of spaceships range from hundreds to dozens, and have no impact on the overall situation at all. But from these small spacecraft that came to support, Xiao Yu detected a dangerous signal. In the future, more and more Marian civilization spaceships will come to support, and Xiao Yu's situation will only get worse. This means that Xiao Yu must speed up his progress. The worst situation finally arrived. That is, the 400,000 Marian civilization spacecraft that had previously gone to support the number 5 galaxy returned and rushed to the Merlian civilization capital galaxy. These 400,000 spaceships arrived in 2 batches. Among them, 200,000 spacecraft had already returned to support when the biological core appeared in the capital galaxy of Marian civilization. The other 200,000 spaceships originally planned to continue to support the number 5 galaxy, but they did not expect that before they arrived at Galaxy 5. The battle in Galaxy 5 had already ended. They had no choice but to embark on their return journey. If the first batch of 200,000 spacecraft that came to support only made Xiao Yu's biological core feel a great increase in pressure, the subsequent 200,000 spacecraft completely put the biological core into the worst situation. With 400,000 spaceships, plus the original approximately 90,000 spaceships, the Molian civilization's military strength has now equaled that of Xiao Yu's biological core. Moreover, the Molian civilization also has the capital planet as a logistical support base. Xiao Yu's advantage has been completely lost at this moment. However, fortunately among the misfortunes, the city-level spaceship that protected the civilization escaped from the battle. After posting a message,
Molian civilization, I have solved your crisis and successfully prevented the Shinjo civilization from occupying your capital planet. After the war is over, I am waiting to see you fulfill your promise. Shinjo civilization, give up well. I don't want to do anything to you. This universe is too dark. Joining the Guardian Alliance is the way to long-term development.
After this message, he began to completely sit back and ignore the 2 major civilizations that were fighting. Xiao Yu knew that he would not be able to capture the capital planet of Molian civilization by relying solely on the biological core. But Xiao Yu didn't intend to give up just yet, because a support force of nearly 1.2 million spacecraft is almost here.
Thank you for your kindness, Your Excellency, the Great Envoy. After wiping out the Marian civilization, our Shinjo civilization will consider joining your command. Even if our Shinjo civilization has become a 5th-level civilization, this universe is still for us. It is too dangerous, and we know that joining your team is the right path to safe development.
What Xiao Yu said was undoubtedly a lie. Even if Xiao Yu wants to die, Xiao Yu will not consider joining the Guardian Alliance. However, now such a few little lies can be used to exchange for the temporary non-compliance of the Guardian civilization. Xiao Yu believes that this deal is a good enough deal. Time passes slowly amid such wars and killings, lies and blood. 2 months have passed, and the number 5 galaxy support fleet finally arrived 200 billion kilometers away from the capital planet of the Marian civilization. 1.17 million spacecraft broke away from the curvature navigation at the same time, showing traces in the visible universe. Xiao Yu immediately started his work without any delay. A large number of small spaceships and robots equipped with power systems were released. They shuttled between the large spacecrafts, transporting out parts one after another. A large number of robots began to work, and began to transform these strange and almost inexplicable shapes. The parts are assembled together, and more robots begin to lay lines, debug equipment, fasten parts, etc. The huge fleet just floated quietly in space, stopping its progress. Xiao Yu planned to continue moving forward after assembling the stellar cannon. Xiao Yu can be sure that there are no surveillance equipment of the Mauryan civilization near this airspace. These things have long been cleared away by himself, which means that Xiao Yu does not need to worry about his actions being discovered by a Molian civilization. But Xiao Yu is not sure about another point. That is, whether the Guardian civilization has any unknown detection methods of its own. Therefore, Xiao Yu could only try to increase the distance between himself and the Guardian civilization spacecraft to reduce the chance of being discovered. With the hard work of the robots, in the center of the fleet, a huge building complex is rapidly taking shape, like a snowball rolling on the snowfield, growing larger and larger. When it first sailed away from the curvature, this small snowball was only the size of a house. After a day, its volume had increased to hundreds of meters in diameter, and it was still growing rapidly. Energy supply module, tachyon reaction module, production module, control module, storage module, etc., etc. Everything is going in an orderly manner. The assembly of the stellar cannon is progressing very smoothly. In 5 days, only 5 days, the stellar cannon with a diameter of nearly 10 kilometers and an overall oval appearance has been assembled. Xiao Yu carried the stellar cannon and began to sail towards the target in a conventional way. The optimal shooting distance of the stellar cannon is within 5 billion kilometers, and the effective shooting distance is 10 billion kilometers. If the distance is any further, the effect of the stellar cannon will be greatly reduced due to the loss of tachyons during the launch process, which is what Xiao Yu does not want to see. In the process of advancing, Xiao Yu performed the strictest surveillance on this city-level spacecraft that protects civilization. Xiao Yu is monitoring its movements at all times. If Xiao Yu discovers that it is approaching the stellar cannon, then Xiao Yu will disregard all consequences. Even if the stellar cannon's attack effect is not optimal, Xiao Yu will launch an attack brazenly. Even if the stellar cannon cannot exert its full attack power, it can still cause extremely serious damage to the star, which will always bring some benefits to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu is moving at a speed of 150,000 kilometers per second. It takes half a month to sail a distance of 200 billion kilometers. In the past half month, Xiao Yu's mind has been tense all the time, always preparing to fire the stellar cannon. The fierce battle is still continuing. The distance between the stellar cannon and the stars in the capital galaxy of the Mauryan civilization has been shortened to less than 20 billion kilometers. And it is still shortening rapidly. When the distance shortened to 7 billion kilometers, the last thing Xiao Yu wanted to see happened. After receiving an angry message from the city-level spacecraft, the city-level spacecraft disappeared. At this moment, Xiao Yu gave the order to attack without hesitation. Chapter 418, The Guardian's Wrath.
Shinjo civilization. What are you doing? What is this thing you brought here? Well, do you want to destroy this star?
This is the message sent by the city-level spacecraft that protects the civilization. After sending this message, the city-level spacecraft instantly disappeared from its place. The tachyon detector shows that it is rapidly approaching the stellar cannon, reaching a speed of about 100 times the speed of light. This speed is very fast, almost beyond Xiao Yu's imagination. But it is still not as fast as space weapons or tachyon attacks. In fact, if this spacecraft uses the above two attack methods, its attack can basically reach the stellar cannon in an instant. But it doesn't use that attack. The reason, Xiao Yu and it are both clear, is that these two attacks cannot destroy the stellar cannon in a short time. That's why it chose the current method, trying to get close to a certain distance before launching an attack. Although this method may not help. If it gets close, Xiao Yu is not sure that he can keep the stellar cannon from being destroyed. After all, the target of the stellar cannon is too huge, and the speed of this spacecraft is too fast. At its speed, it would take less than 4 minutes to get there. In other words, Xiao Yu had less than 4 minutes to react. This time is very short. But for Xiao Yu, it is enough time. The stellar cannon has been ready to launch for a long time. All it lacks now is an order from Xiao Yu. It doesn't even take a second to issue a command. Even though the optimal attack distance of less than 5 billion kilometers has not been reached, Xiao Yu still issued the order to attack. If it is not released now, Xiao Yu will have no chance to release it. The moment Xiao Yu issued the order, a large number of negative matter tachyons lost the constraints of the strong magnetic field and rushed forward in an instant. The soldiers of the Mauryan civilization who were still entangled with the biological core did not know that their enemies had already used such methods. And they did not know that their sun would be destroyed in the next moment. Stars are the foundation of a galaxy. Without stars, would a galaxy still be a galaxy? This is a very simple truth. This is a way to destroy a star system from the most fundamental point. This method is very vicious and cruel. But in order to achieve his goal, Xiao Yu no longer cares about these things. The moment after firing the stellar cannon, Xiao Yu directly controlled the spacecraft of the biological core and began to escape. Xiao Yu's spacecraft inside the galaxy cannot use curvature navigation, and it will definitely not be able to escape the wrath of a star before it is destroyed by conventional navigation. Therefore, the direction of Xiao Yu's escape is to the back of the planet, just like in the solar system, with just like Mars serves as a shield to avoid the collision between Jupiter and the Moon. This time, Xiao Yu hopes to use this planet as a shield to avoid the wrath of a star before it dies. A few minutes are enough time for these ships to run to a safe location. As for the spacecraft that are still in the void and protecting the stellar cannons, Xiao Yu has also made appropriate arrangements. There is only one planet in this star system. At this moment, it is definitely too late for these spacecraft to run to the back of the star, and it is also too late to escape. However, Xiao Yu now has something that can barely act as a shield. The stellar cannon, a star cannon with a diameter of almost 10 kilometers, is not inferior to an asteroid at all. When it was built, it was considered how to withstand the wrath of the star. In Xiao Yu's current fleet, there is no supergiant spacecraft like a national-level spacecraft. The size and mass of the stellar cannon are larger than any spacecraft in Xiao Yu's fleet now. This means that this stellar cannon can completely block Xiao Yu's fleet. Using the stellar cannon as an arrow, the violent ocean of energy from the star will open up a relatively safe channel. As long as all the spacecraft are placed in this channel, it will be okay. Some residual energy may still cause some damage to Xiao Yu's spacecraft, but these damages are nothing and are within Xiao Yu's acceptable range. Some time ago, Xiao Yu's fleet was protecting the stellar cannon. Now, the stellar cannon, which has completed its historical mission, will transform into a shield and begin to protect Xiao Yu's fleet. This is Xiao Yu's entire arrangement. With the destruction of the star, the defense of the capital planet of the Marian civilization was destroyed. Most of the buildings on the surface of the planet were destroyed. Their defense system was destroyed, and most of the Marian civilization's spaceships were defeated. By then, even if the city-level spaceship that protects civilization still refuses to let go, what can it do? Can it contain more than 1.5 million spacecraft? The answer is no. So Xiao Yu has nothing to worry about. Shenzhou civilization. You are so despicable. You are so despicable. After firing the stellar cannon, Xiao Yu once again received another message full of anger from this city-level spacecraft. I am very angry. I am angry. Xiao Yu's heart suddenly sank to the bottom, because Xiao Yu discovered that he had missed something after all. In Xiao Yu's speculation, the city-level spacecraft of the Guardian civilization has always been in a neutral position. The Malian civilization has no friendship with it, and agreed to protect the Malian civilization just to make the Malian civilization attached to it, just under his command. And his own Shenzhou civilization also showed enough sincerity to join the Guardian civilization. Therefore, Xiao Yu believes that when it finds that nothing can be done, and when it finds that the destruction of Malian civilization is unstoppable, this city-level spaceship will still choose not to help each other. After all, losing the membership of Malian civilization is a foregone conclusion, if it is not that stupid. And it is impossible for it to drive the Shenzhou civilization into a situation that is completely opposed to itself. But Xiao Yu found that he was wrong and had missed something. That is, the anger of one, or a group of intelligent creatures. Under anger, intelligent creatures will do some irrational behaviors, such as the current city-level spacecraft. It may not care about the feelings of Xiao Yu, the Shenzhou civilization. Perhaps in its view, a fifth-level civilization is nothing to mention. Whether it exists or not, it doesn't matter much, since this fifth-level civilization dares to plot against itself and arouse its own anger. Then the big deal is that it doesn't matter. It's gone. So what if I destroy it and let go of my own anger? Can a city-level spaceship, even if it is a city-level spacecraft from a level 6 civilization, destroy more than 1 million spacecraft from a level 5 civilization? The answer is no. But the current situation is not certain, because as long as it destroys the star cannon and loses the protection of the star cannon, Xiao Yu's fleet will definitely suffer heavy losses in the anger before the death of a star. Your Excellency, Messenger, please calm down. We, the Shenzhou civilization, have no choice but to use this method. We,
The Shinjo civilization. Do not mean any disrespect to you. We have decided to join the Guardian Alliance after wiping out the Marian civilization.
Xiao Yu was anxious in his heart, but his tone was not calm at all, and he still maintained enough composure.
That's enough. It's just a 5th-level civilization. You have no right to bargain with the Guardian civilization. I'm going to teach you a lesson today to make you understand that the dignity of the Guardian civilization cannot be desecrated and violates the dignity of the Guardian civilization. You will have to pay a huge price.
Xiao Yu didn't want to lose these more than 1 million spaceships. After losing these spaceships, Xiao Yu was not sure of achieving his goal with the biological core alone. Time has arrived at the most critical moment. If this matter is not handled well, all the hard work that Xiao Yu has put in for so long will be in vain, and all the lost spaceships and all the dead soldiers will be of no value. Xiao Yu didn't want to accept this. So at this moment, Xiao Yu is thinking rapidly. At this moment, Xiao Yu spent almost half of his computing power thinking about this matter. Half of the computing power is enough to control millions of spaceships in large-scale battles. And it is enough to lead the comprehensive construction and transformation of a star system. Such huge computing power is now used to think about this matter.
Guardian civilization. Do you still remember the Taihao civilization from the Large Magellanic Cloud?
Xiao Yu quickly sent such a message.
Huh?
The city-level spaceship of the Guardian civilization sent a brief message to express its doubts.
The shield system on the spaceship of our Shinjo civilization that surpasses our current technological level is from the fragments of Taihao's body,
Xiao Yu said eagerly, without stopping at all.
Also, do you remember the Troll civilization that was completely exterminated millions of years ago under the pursuit of the Sweeper civilization? What do you want to say?
The spacecraft of the Guardian civilization asked.
You should know that some of the large spaceships of our Shinjo civilization are equipped with space weapons that can only be possessed by a 6th-level civilization. These space weapons come from the ruins of the 6th-level civilization and the Toller civilization.
Xiao Yu's response was silence. This city-level spacecraft did not send any more messages to Xiao Yu, nor did it come to destroy the stellar cannon that Xiao Yu used as a shield. Instead, it directly passed Xiao Yu's fleet, still maintaining a speed of 100 times the speed of light, and walked directly. I don't know where I went.
Huh?
Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart.
Did you finally succeed? Huh? It was so thrilling. But I finally made this evil star leave. Without it, I can concentrate on dealing with Mullion civilization.
Xiao Yu's attention was once again focused on the star ahead. Xiao Yu knew that at this moment, this star should have been destroyed by himself. Its violent energy should have reached that planet. Chapter 419 Death of a Star. At this critical moment, Xiao Yu used his quick wit and finally succeeded in persuading the spaceship of the Guardian civilization to float away and ignore the dispute between himself and the Mullion civilization. These few words Xiao Yu said may seem simple, but they contain very profound meaning. First of all, the situation of the Guardian civilization is very clear to Xiao Yu and themselves. The Guardian civilization is in a very bad situation. Now they have no ability to conflict with a powerful civilization. This powerful civilization naturally does not refer to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu vaguely said one thing. That is, he also has a backstage. Because obviously, there is no backstage. It is just a 5th-level civilization. How can we get things like 4-dimensional protective cover and space weapons? Those who can become the back end of a 5th-level civilization must naturally be a 6th-level civilization. Or something equivalent to a 6th-level civilization. So, what kind of civilization would it be? This can easily be associated with the mysterious Taihao civilization, according to the information Xiao Yu currently knows. Xiao Yu knows that the existence form of Taihao civilization is different from ordinary civilization. They do not seem to participate in the disputes of ordinary civilization. At least, if the Taihao civilization native to the Milky Way had also participated in the battle when besieging the Sweepers, the Sweeper civilization would have suffered much more severe damage than it did now with just one. If 2 Taihao civilizations participated in the battle, the Sweeper civilization will perish. If the 3 Taihao civilizations living in seclusion in the galaxy all came to besiege the Sweepers, the Sweepers would not even be able to escape. The Taihao civilization behaved in a very strange way. So they accidentally helped a 5th-level civilization and gave it something. Perhaps just to conduct a certain experiment. And if you eliminate the 5th-level civilization in front of you, you may offend this enemy who has been hiding in the dark. Is it worth offending a Taihao civilization for the sake of a 5th-level civilization? Clearly not worth it. Anyone can do the math on this deal. So at this critical moment, This city-level spacecraft of the 6th-level civilization simply gave up its plan to destroy the stellar cannon and walked away directly. This is the logical relationship implicit in the few sentences Xiao Yu said. Xiao Yu still doesn't know whether Taihao civilization is good or evil, and what kind of thoughts he has about himself. But Xiao Yu knew that this Taihao civilization must have a deep relationship with him. So, at such a critical moment, Xiao Yu had no psychological burden at all by pulling on the tiger's skin and raising a big flag to scare the Guardian civilization. Fortunately, Xiao Yu succeeded. The departure of the Guardian civilization spaceship means that Xiao Yu has overcome the last obstacle to obtaining the 5th-level civilization technology tree.
Malian civilization, I have not eliminated all your interests. But in this battle, you lost such a huge military power, and even the capital planet fell. I am very curious. Is your civilization still there? The potential to develop again? Well, whether there is or not, it has nothing to do with me, and your ending has nothing to do with me.
Xiao Yu thought secretly, and turned his attention to the star in the distance again. Up to this moment, only 7 minutes have passed since the stellar cannon bombarded the star. The energy exploded by the star explosion will travel at the speed of light. It takes more than 6 hours to cover a distance of 7 billion kilometers at the speed of light. Can be reached. So, from behind the stellar cannon, the star is still the same as usual, unchanged, but it looks different on that planet. Before the violent energy of the star explosion arrived, the spaceships of the biological core had already scrambled to escape to the back of the planet. This sudden and strange movement caused many Marian civilization spacecrafts to fall into confusion. But in the next moment, they understood come over. Xiao Yu hasn't had time to place a detector near the star. But the Malian civilization is different. They have been operating this star system for who knows how many years. There must be a large number of detectors of various types near the star. These detectors can easily detect the changes that occur on the star, and then transmit the relevant data through long-distance communication. It is transmitted to this planet.
All the detectors we deployed around the sun were destroyed. They were destroyed in an instant. The energy burst seemed to come from the sun. This energy was so powerful that our detectors did not even have time to analyze it. It's already been destroyed. Based on the time intervals between detectors in different orbits being destroyed, we calculated the rate at which this violent energy is advancing, which is the speed of light. A huge and earth-shattering disaster is happening above our sun. It's a stellar cannon. It's a stellar cannon. The Xinzhou civilization used the stellar cannon to bombard our sun and destroy our sun. Our sun has already undergone a supernova explosion at this moment. In 8 minutes, the violent energy from the sun will arrive our capital planet. Our sun has been destroyed. For thousands of years, it has nurtured us and shined on us generously, allowing us to evolve from aquatic creatures to terrestrial creatures, and then to become intelligent creatures. The sun, like our parents, was destroyed by Xinzhou civilization is destroyed. Intelligent creatures have a very special feeling for stars. It's like the feelings that humans in the Earth age have towards the sun. The star is a generous giver of energy. The energy it emits gives birth to life. Without stars, life would not be born at all. In fact, even if we reach the level of technology of human beings in the Earth age, they are still asking for energy from the sun all the time. The clothes that humans wear are made of cotton. The growth of cotton requires the sun. It is the sun that provides it with energy, allowing it to synthesize various elements and eventually grow white flowers. The operation of the loom requires electrical energy, which comes from hydropower, coal power, or wind power. Atmospheric circulation is caused by temperature imbalance and air pressure imbalance caused by the heat of the sun. In other words, because of the sun, the earth only in the mountains can there be rainfall, can snow melt, can there be rivers, and only with rivers can there be hydropower. Coal power requires coal, which comes from the remains of ancient plants. There is no doubt that ancient plants also relied on the sun to grow. As for wind power, needless to say, without the sun, where would there be wind on the earth? Upon closer analysis, in the final analysis, the source of energy for all human activities, including food, clothing, housing, and transportation, comes from the sun. Ancient humans understood this truth very early. So in Western myths and legends, the greatest god is the sun god, and humans worship the sun as their heavenly father. The sun is the common father of all living things. Imagine if an alien civilization destroyed the sun. How would humans on Earth feel? The feeling in the hearts of human beings at that time is the feeling in the hearts of Malian civilized creatures at this moment. The stars that have nurtured all things have become more spiritual sustenance and spiritual support after technology has reached the level of 5th level civilization. Xiao Yu destroyed the sun of the Mayan civilization, destroyed their spiritual sustenance, destroyed their spiritual support, and destroyed their gods. Our sun has been destroyed. Our common father has been killed. This is the common aspiration of all civilized creatures in Marion. The huge sadness and anger made their minds a little confused, so that when they received the news, many Marion civilization spacecraft did not react. They still stopped in place, watching helplessly. Xiao Yu's biological army quickly ran to the back of the planet. This delay of time is the difference between life and death. Before they died, they saw an extremely shocking scene. At this moment, the brightness of their sun increased countless times. In the strong light, the size of the sun suddenly expanded, as if a bomb in the center of the stone ball exploded. This stone ball exploded completely. Xiao Yu knows the specific mechanism of this process very well. The special torrent of negative matter tachyons emitted by the stellar cannon easily penetrated the lower density matter on the periphery of the star, without reacting with them, and rushed towards the core of the star. Due to the squeezing of its own gravity, the material density in the core of the star is extremely high, even reaching more than 200 times that of water. This is the area where the stellar reactions are most intense and the energy production rate is the fastest. This place is the core of a star. A star is like a tall building. The reason why it can stand majestically is because it has a solid foundation. Now, this solid foundation has been completely removed by the stellar cannon. A building that has lost its foundation will undoubtedly collapse immediately, as will a star that has lost its core, instantly losing the support of the core. Under the squeeze of its own gravity, its outer material began to fall rapidly towards the center. This speed was very fast, infinitely close to the speed of light. The extremely fast speed gives them great kinetic energy. At the moment of collision, all the kinetic energy is converted into energy and released. Under the extremely strong reaction force, the star could no longer maintain a stable structure. Its matter was thrown away by the huge energy. The strong kinetic energy caused a new round of nuclear fusion reaction. At this moment, it created all the elements in the universe. The energy that was so powerful that it could not be described exploded with a bang, and with it as the center, it began to be emitted in all directions of the universe. The first thing to bear the brunt is the various detectors arranged around it. These detectors were destroyed in an instant, and they did not even have time to conduct observations to inform their home planet of what happened. Powerful energy continues to explode into the void. Chapter 420 The Red World. How powerful is a supernova explosion? Xiao Yu has not made a specific estimate, and Xiao Yu cannot estimate a specific value. Xiao Yu only knows one thing. That is, this energy is very large. 10 times as big. This energy is so huge that it can kill all living things on the Earth at a distance of hundreds of light years. It is so huge that it can explode in an instant with the brightness equivalent to all the stars in the Milky Way. Some extreme supernova explosions can occur within a few seconds, thousands of light years away. It looks as bright as the full moon on Earth. Of course, the sun of the Merlian civilization is not qualified to evolve on its own to explode as a supernova because it does not have enough mass. But under Xiao Yu's attack, it would still end its life in this way. Although the power is much smaller than an authentic supernova explosion, it is still a supernova explosion. As long as it is a supernova, the power will not be too small. Now, Xiao Yu deeply felt how huge the anger was before the death of a star. More than 7 minutes after the negative matter cannon attacked the star, its violent energy reached the planet. The planet was instantly flooded with endless light. One thing worth mentioning is that although its intensity is strong enough in the visible light band, the radiation in the visible light band only accounts for a small part of its overall radiation, and more energy cannot be seen, such as X-rays, gamma rays, such as neutrino bursts and the like. The wrath of a star easily tore off the planet's protective shield. Under the violent energy of the star, the planet's protective shield, which caused Xiao Yu a lot of trouble, could not even hold up for a second. When the star's energy reaches here, it is like ice and snow placed under the sun in summer, melting away at an unimaginable speed. Also dead along with the planetary shield were many Marian civilization spacecraft that had no time to hide. Under the impact of this powerful energy, they also have no protective capabilities. The multi-layered shield system was broken through in an instant, before these spacecraft could even explode. Their hulls were assimilated by the powerful energy torrent and turned into the most basic particle structure. Xiao Yu was keenly aware that there were many explosions and fires on the surface of the planet. Countless energy bases covering a large area were destroyed instantly. Fires shot into the sky, and the explosions even caused earthquakes. But the time left for them to perform was only this moment. At the next moment, the violent energy from the star came into contact with the atmosphere, and then the surface of the planet. The energy of the star's explosion has a strong stripping effect on the gas attached to the planet's surface. Xiao Yu saw that at this moment, the infinite gas was blown away behind the planet, and it turned into a huge comet. Every second, billions of tons of gas are blown away from the planet. So much gas has reached the point where it is visible to the naked eye. Such a scene is most spectacular in the universe. The atmosphere on the side facing the sun was instantly blown away, and the rocky surface of the planet came into contact with space for the first time. Its surface was originally green or blue, with green being plants and blue being the ocean. But at the next moment, both green and blue turned red, because the energy is too powerful. The temperature rise it brings is too terrifying. The green vegetation was instantly roasted to dryness, losing all moisture. All organic matter was converted into inorganic matter. The rocks were roasted and melted, and the sea water boiled for a moment. But in the next moment, it had turned into gas, evaporated into the universe, and was blown behind the planet along with the stripped planet's atmosphere. The oceans of this planet were boiled and disappeared. The ocean disappeared, revealing the bottom of the sea. Then the bottom of the sea was rapidly heated, and it quickly turned red. The tall buildings were burned instantly and collapsed. The building materials were baked red. The rocky ground was baked red. The forest disappeared. The soil ground turned red. The ocean disappeared, and the seabed turned red. It has become a sea of red, with red everywhere. The red color means a high temperature of at least 2,000 degrees, which means that at this moment, the surface of the planet is heated to such a high temperature. This is not the scariest thing. The most terrifying thing is that this planet still has its own rotation. In other words, as it rotates, every place on it will be burned by the star, like a suckling pig hung in an oven. This angry star is attacking indiscriminately from all directions, and it will not let go of any part of the planet. On such a planet, no man-made structures can be preserved, and no living creatures can survive. Therefore, it is very crucial that Xiao Yu must rescue enough scientific and technological data from the supercomputing center of Mayan civilization before it is destroyed by the star. In fact, Xiao Yu started taking action long after the star's huge energy easily tore apart the planet's protective shield. Such an action is not suitable for sending intelligent creatures to perform. Xiao Yu had equipped enough landing robots on the biological core's spaceship early in the morning. Now, these robots can be put to use. Under Xiao Yu's manipulation, countless spaceships opened their hatches, and countless robots jumped directly from an altitude of thousands of kilometers. At this moment, Xiao Yu's biological core was also in a very bad situation. The wrath of a star, erupting before its death, is really terrifying. Even if it is hidden behind this planet, 99.99% of the energy is borne by this planet. But the remaining impact of 0.001 is enough for Xiao Yu to drink a pot. Just like now, among the countless tons of gas, the spaceships are being blown left and right. These gases were stripped away from the star so quickly that they, which were originally insignificant, now possess extremely terrifying kinetic energy. They carried everything they could carry and fled the planet in a hurry. Anything that dares to block their progress will be blown away. The spacecraft of the biological core do not want to leave here, because if they leave here, they will have to accept the wrath of a star, and the outcome will undoubtedly be destruction. As a result, these spacecraft started a life and death contest with these gases. In this contest, some small spacecrafts could not bear it and were destroyed. Xiao Yu quickly made arrangements and began to manipulate these spaceships to gather together, occupying the outer perimeter with the most powerful large spacecraft to protect the many small spacecraft inside. In the face of such natural disasters, manpower is sometimes very powerless. Whether it is Xiao Yu's Shinzhou civilization or the Mayan civilization. At this moment, all the spaceships gave up hostilities. The current top priority was to survive and struggle for survival. The scene in front of him reminded Xiao Yu of some horrific things that happened in the jungle. Xiao Yu has heard that some ants gather together, and when the number reaches tens of billions, they will become an unstoppable force. And beasts such as lions and tigers will not dare to catch their edge. Once an ant colony is formed, all creatures will begin to flee. During the process of fleeing, wolves and sheep will live in peace, and tigers and elk will ignore each other. This is the current situation. Now, it doesn't matter whether you are a friendly or an enemy.
This situation caused huge trouble for Xiao Yu's airborne robot operations. After all, the quality of the robot is not as good as that of the spacecraft. So it is very likely that it will be carried away by these gases. Fortunately, these robots are equipped with independent power systems. Out of every 10 robots, 1 or 2 can reach the ground. Millions of robots fell from the sky one after another like a huge meteor shower. During the landing, some were blown away, some were smashed by rocks, and some simply didn't know where they landed. An hour later, Xiao Yu received a report that there were 9 million robots. With a total of 100,000 units reached the ground. There is not much time left for Xiao Yu. There are only 22 hours in a day on this planet. And the night, that is, the time with your back to the star, is less than 10 hours. Now, there is less than 5 hours left for Xiao Yu.
5 hours?
That's enough, Xiao Yu murmured to himself, not daring to relax at all times. He manipulated these robots, running quickly when they encountered flat ground, flying directly when encountering rough terrain, risking extremely high temperatures, strong winds, and various toxic gases move quickly on the surface of the planet, heading towards the predetermined goal. Xiao Yu detected the location of the Molian Civilization Supercomputing Center early on, and made special calculations and arrangements to create the current situation. Now is the final stage of the entire operation, and the most critical stage of the entire plan. The success or failure of this operation is related to the outcome of Xiao Yu's entire plan. The supercomputing center of the Molian civilization was built 500 meters underground, with several passages connected to the surface. At this moment, Xiao Yu's robot army has arrived at the entrance. Along the way, nearly 100,000 robots were destroyed. Xiao Yu didn't hesitate at all, and immediately controlled the remaining 600,000 robots to start the invasion. Just when the robots began to invade and began to fight with the guards of the Marian civilization. After several hours of long-distance running, the violent energy from the star finally reached the star cannon. The most severe test was about to come.